Sacred Martial Kingdom. Yunhai Sect. Ye Feng, let us annul our engagement. 7 days from now my father and I will visit your Ye family to formally dissolve the betrothal. I came today to inform you in advance so you can be prepared. On a square within Yunhai Sect, a strikingly beautiful young woman with a graceful figure spoke with an expressionless face. This woman's name was Lin Ruoxue, an outer disciple of Yunhai Sect. Because of her exceptional looks and figure, she had many admirers. At the same time, she was also Ye Feng's fiancée. Annul the engagement. How the so-called genius of those years is being cast aside. I wonder what he himself feels right now. Tisk, 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 I knew a day like this would come. Ye Feng has cultivated in Yunhai Sect for a full 10 years, yet his cultivation hasn't advanced at all. He's truly the very definition of trash. Exactly. At the age of 8, Ye Feng was already at the 7th level of the Qi martial realm. I originally thought Yunhai Sect would give rise to a peerless monster who would shock the sacred martial kingdom. Yet 10 years have passed. Even a useless good-for-nothing would have squeezed out some progress, but this guy's cultivation has remained utterly motionless. What use is a former genius? In the end, he's faded into the crowd like everyone else. Around the plaza, many Yunhai Sect disciples voiced cold, mocking comments and cast scornful looks in his direction. Amid the crowd stood a young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, handsome and spirited, his entire being radiating masculine vigor, yet he remained utterly still. He was the very target of their mockery, Ye Feng. 10 years ago, he had been at the 7th level of the Qi martial realm, dazzling like a blazing sun and astonishing everyone. Now he was still at the 7th level of the Qi martial realm, having become a laughingstock for all. Yet Ye Feng had long since grown used to this. What did other people's cold gazes have to do with him? Oh, could you make way now? I still need to hurry off to cultivate. Ye Feng cast her a faint glance and replied coolly. His engagement with Lin Ruoxue had been arranged years ago because his grandfather and Lin Ruoxue's grandfather were on excellent terms. Back then he had been rather resistant to this matter. Now that it was being dissolved, it was not necessarily a bad thing. His indifferent response made Lin Ruoxue instantly bristle with anger. Ye Feng, do you still think you are that genius of the past? You are nothing but a piece of trash now. No matter how you cultivate, you cannot change the fact that you are stuck at the 7th level of the Qi martial realm. Lin Ruoxue's swan-like neck lifted slightly, her voice sharp and piercing. She had originally thought that annulling the engagement would drive Ye Feng into rage and hysterics, perhaps even make him lose his reason. Yet his indifferent reply was like punching into a ball of cotton. The force bounced back at her, shattering her defenses instead. The self-esteem she prided herself on suffered a severe blow at that very moment. Many outer disciples of Yunhai Sect were also surprised by Ye Feng's composure. In youthful fervor we tread the 9 heavens. Even today my lofty aspirations remain unchanged. Ye Feng's gaze was resolute, each word sonorous and forceful. Lin Ruoxue, the radiance I once displayed will one day in the future surely shine forth again. I only hope that when that time comes you will still look upon me with the same disregard you show today. Rest assured I will never regret it. Lin Ruoxue lifted her proud chin, her gaze filled with contempt. Ruoxue, why bother getting angry over this trash? At that moment a mocking voice rang out. The speaker was the young man standing at Lin Ruoxue's side, Wu Da, ranked 20th among the outer disciples of Yunhai Sect. He slipped an arm around Lin Ruoxue's slender waist, his gaze provocative as he looked straight at Ye Feng. Brother Wu, there are so many people here. A hint of bashfulness surfaced on Lin Ruoxue's pretty face. Seeing this, Ye Feng's eyes remained tranquil. He was just about to leave when a voice suddenly interrupted his movement. Ye Feng, your engagement has been annulled. That's wonderful. Oh, I happen to have something I need to discuss with you. A clear, melodious, and gently lilting voice rang across the plaza. A white-clad woman stepped forward with lotus-like steps slowly appearing within everyone's field of vision. She wore a flowing white celestial dress. Her curves were graceful and enticing, her figure elegant and slender like a fairy from a dream, hovering between reality and illusion. Her features were perfectly harmonious and natural, beautiful to the point of unreality, without the slightest flaw. Her delicately arched willow brows, straight and exquisite nose, and lustrous rosy lips. Every detail was breathtaking. Hearing that voice, Ye Feng looked over and was completely stunned on the spot. Lin Ruoxue and Wu Da were also dumbfounded, as were all those present. This was because the newcomer was none other than Su Changxi, the sect master's sole, personally taught disciple. Her strength, talent, appearance, figure, and bearing were the most dazzling presence within Yunhai Sect. Even in the vast sacred martial kingdom, she was widely acknowledged as one of the 4 great beauties, with suitors enough to line an entire city. What business could such a star among stars possibly have with Ye Feng? The crowd could not help but speculate, and moreover there had been a trace of delight in Su Changxi's tone just now. While everyone was still dazed, Su Changxi had already arrived before Ye Feng, her eyes bright as stars fixed intently upon him. "Senior Sister Su, what matter do you have with me?" Ye Feng was equally bewildered. "This matter is a bit complicated. Why don't you come to my residence, and we can have a proper talk there?" Su Changxi glanced around at the crowd, finding it hard to voice her thoughts in public. A faint flush of shyness colored her exquisite jade-like face, making her beauty almost otherworldly. Ye Feng was somewhat baffled. What kind of matter could not be spoken of in broad daylight and required a visit to her private residence instead? And why on earth was she acting shy? At this moment, the onlooking disciples rubbed their ears, wondering if they had misheard. Senior Sister Su was inviting the so-called trash Ye Feng to her private quarters. What was this supposed to mean? Everyone knew that Su Changxi usually never took the initiative to approach male disciples, much less invite them to her residence. The shock was overwhelming. Suddenly a bold thought surfaced in many minds. Could it be that Su Changxi had taken a liking to Ye Feng? Intense jealousy made many pairs of eyes turn a deep shade of envious green. Lin Ruoxua stared at the scene before her in utter disbelief. She had just annulled her engagement with Ye Feng, and now Su Changxi had appeared to seek him out. Was this merely coincidence or something deliberately planned? Very well. After thinking for a moment, Ye Feng still agreed. After all, she was the sect master's personal disciple, and she had invited him so courteously he had to give her that much face. Moreover, he and Su Changxi did in fact share some connection from their childhood. That's wonderful, Ye Feng. Then let us go. The light lit up Su Changxi's beautiful eyes as she took the initiative to pull Ye Feng by the arm, leading him toward her private residence. "Oh yes, Junior Sister Ruoxua, thank you. If you hadn't taken the initiative to propose annulling the engagement, I might never have had this opportunity." Before leaving, Su Changxi left behind those meaningful words. Her words stirred a flicker of regret in Lin Ruoxua's heart, but she quickly adjusted her mindset. Ye Feng was just trash. Lin Ruoxua would never regret it, never. Watching the two figures recede into the distance, Wu De suddenly felt that the Lin Ruoxua in his arms no longer seemed appealing at all. Compared to Su Changxi, Lin Ruoxua was like an ugly duckling. Yet this ugly duckling was someone he had fawned over for so long before winning her over. By contrast, Ye Feng had easily taken hold of the jade-like hand of Su Changxi, adored by thousands. Jealousy distorted his features beyond recognition. "Senior Sister Su, can you tell me what this is all about now?" Led by Su Changxi, Ye Feng arrived at a serene, elegant room suffused with the faint fragrance of a maiden. Faced with his questions, Su Changxi took a deep breath and slowly lifted her delicate head. "Junior brother Ye Feng, I like you." "What? Senior Sister, say that again." Ye Feng was utterly stunned by her words. His senior sister had actually said she liked him. He even suspected he must be dreaming, yet the warm touch on his arm felt so undeniably real. "Junior brother, I like you." Su Changxi's dreamlike eyes fixed upon the utterly astonished Ye Feng, her gaze brimming with expectation, hope, and shy, intricate emotions. Gulp. After receiving confirmation, Ye Feng could not help but swallow hard. Su Changxi, the heaven-sent prodigy of Yunhai Sect, one of the 4 renowned beauties of the Shengwu Kingdom, had just said she liked him. It left him feeling flattered and overwhelmed. After all, at present, he was a good for-nothing whom many looked down upon. Having someone refrain from treating him with cold indifference was already a blessing. "Senior Sister, right now, I am nothing but a cripple." Ye Feng let out a self-mocking smile. He had been striving to cultivate yearning to reclaim the glory of his former days, yet reality remained brutally unforgiving. "Junior brother, I do not permit you to speak of yourself that way." A trace of tender pity surfaced in Su Changxi's eyes. "Do you still remember? When you were 8, following a Yunhai sect elder to enter the sect for the first time, you encountered me on the road as I was being hunted by a demonic beast. At that time, you stepped forward, fearlessly slew the demonic beast, and protected me. Perhaps you never knew how deeply such an act shook the heart of the child I was. It was also you who insisted that the Yunhai sect elder take me into the sect. After I entered, it was you again who shielded me from bullying until I was eventually favored by Master and accepted as a personal disciple. Without the you of those years, there would be no me of today." Memories flickered within Su Changxi's eyes. The young man before her was the ray of light that had shone upon her in the most helpless days of her childhood, etched deep into her heart. So you remembered all of that. Yet in these past years, you. Back when he was at the peak of his brilliance, Ye Feng had indeed protected Su Changxi. But as time went on, the fact that he had suddenly become unable to cultivate gradually spread. In the end, everyone drifted away from him, Su Changxi included. "Junior brother, back then Master warned me that you and Lin Ruoxua had a marriage contract and that I must not get too close to you. That is why I kept my distance. Su Changxi's eyes clear as autumn water rested on Ye Feng as her jade-like lips slowly revealed the reason. But now that you and Lin Ruoxue are annulling the engagement, I no longer wish to bury my feelings. Hearing this explanation, a look of sudden realization appeared on Ye Feng's face. So he had wronged Su Changxi all these years. Junior brother, let me be your woman tonight. Su Changxi's gaze was filled with deep affection. This love she had hidden for nearly 10 years could at last be poured out without restraint. Be my woman. Ye Feng's breathing quickened at her words. But before he could finish, Su Changxi's slender jade finger pressed lightly to his lips, silencing what he was about to say. Junior brother back, then you were so dazzling, and you protected me so devotedly. Now it is my turn to protect you. You need not worry about master's opinion. Tonight, I simply wish to entrust myself to you. Listening to the girl's heartfelt words, Ye Feng's gaze grew resolute. So long as you do not regret it. He drew a deep breath and made his decision. He too harbored admiration for the woman before him. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared and his betrothal dissolved, he no longer wished to suppress his own feelings. Seeing Ye Feng agree, a breathtaking, delicate smile blossomed upon Su Changxi's exquisite face. In the next instant, her jade-like finger lightly tapped Ye Feng's chest, pushing him back a little, and her white immortal dress began to slip away, slowly revealing a snow-pale body beneath. At the moment when the white immortal dress fully fell, Ye Feng's breathing grew noticeably more ragged. Before him was a flawless, curvaceous jade-like figure. Every inch of her skin was fair and delicate, exuding a captivating fragrance. Her long legs were like carved jade, shimmering with crystalline luster. Junior brother. Su Changxi opened her slender arms, her voice carrying a clear tremor. Gazing at the beauty before him, Ye Feng advanced step by step. Even at such close distance, he still felt as though trapped within a dream. Only when he finally drew the warm, unclothed beauty fully into his embrace did he truly know this was no dream. Senior sister, tonight you belong to me. Ye Feng swept Su Changxi's jade-like body up into his arms and rushed toward the soft bed not far away. The next morning, Ye Feng rose from the bed, and as he looked at Su Changxi lying beside him, a profound sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. If what happened last night were known by the countless disciples of Yunhai Sect, it would surely strike and stir intense jealousy in them. Suddenly, Ye Feng noticed Su Changxi's eyelashes quiver slightly, though she still pretended to be asleep. He immediately realized that Su Changxi was simply too shy to face him directly. To think senior sister has such a side to her. Ye Feng mused inwardly, then decided to properly tease her. Feeling the movement upon her delicate body, Su Changxi could no longer feign sleep. She shot Ye Feng a reproachful glare. Senior sister, if your master finds out about this, she won't beat me up, will she? Ye Feng asked with a laugh. Song Yuding, Sect master of Yunhai Sect, together with Su Changxi, were both among the 4 famed beauties of the Xingwu kingdom. They were known as the unparalleled twin fairies of Yunhai Sect, pursued by countless admirers. She will not. Even if master wants to punish you, I will stand by your side and protect you. Su Changxi declared, her gaze firm. Ye Feng was quietly moved by her words. He would never betray this woman before him. He had to uncover the cause of his inability to cultivate. At last you have awakened me. Just then a voice suddenly echoed within Ye Feng's body, startling him greatly. Who are you? Ye Feng asked in confusion. His reaction also left Su Changxi deeply puzzled. Junior brother, are you all right? Yet Ye Feng paid her no heed, instead listening intently to the voice within. My name is Xianyuan Nishang, dwelling within the Xianyuan cauldron lodged in your body. Xianyuan Nishang. From the sound of it, she seemed to be a woman, which made Ye Feng breathe a little easier as he continued to listen. When you were 8, you recognized the Xianyuan cauldron as your master, with a drop of blood, allowing it to enter your body. The spiritual power you have cultivated over these years has nourished my soul, enabling me to awaken once more. The woman's words made Ye Feng recall the time when he had just joined Yunhai Sect. He had indeed accidentally touched a broken cauldron and carelessly dripped a bit of blood onto it. After that, he had fallen completely unconscious, and when he woke, nothing seemed amiss, so he had never taken it to heart. Yet now the woman told him that this very incident had made his cultivation of the past 10 years all for naught. I know you harbor resentment in your heart, so I will grant you satisfactory compensation. Now find a place where no one is present, and I will help you fully awaken your physique. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng no longer cared about anything else, and quickly took his leave of Su Changxi. Senior sister, I have matters to attend to, so I will be going first. Cultivation realms were divided as follows: Qiwu, Xuanwu, Diwu, Tianwu, Wangwu, Huangwu, Zhou, Xingwu, Zhengwu, Xingwu, Diwu, Xianwu, and Xinwu. Each realm comprised 10 levels. Junior brother, do not let this matter spread. Otherwise, someone might try to harm you. Changxi slipped into her white immortal dress. Seeing how anxious Ye Feng was, she did not stop him, merely offered this reminder. Senior sister, I understand. Ye Feng nodded, then turned and left the room. If Changxi's admirers learned that the two of them had shared such intimacy, they would surely come looking to make trouble for him. In order to be worthy of Changxi, he had to cultivate with all his might. Yet for now, the most important thing was to obtain the compensation mentioned by Xianyuan Nishang and completely awaken his constitution. Changxi gazed at Ye Feng's departing back, a trace of happiness flashing in her beautiful eyes. So this was the intoxicating feeling of becoming a true woman. After leaving Changxi's residence, Ye Feng headed toward the menial disciples' quarters where he had originally lived. Years ago, he had been accepted as a disciple by an elder of Yunhai Sect, but after his cultivation showed no progress for a long time, he was demoted to a menial disciple. Along the way, many people began whispering the moment they saw Ye Feng. After all, news that he had been brought back to Changxi's private residence had already spread. Soon Ye Feng returned to his room within the menial disciples' courtyard. Miss Xuanyuan, please begin, Ye Feng urged impatiently. Very well. As you wish, today, I will help you completely awaken the pure Yang Divine body. As Xianyuan Nishang's words fell, the remaining Xianyuan qi within the Xianyuan cauldron diffused outward, washing over Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng's heart trembled. What a wondrous aura! Under the scour of this Xianyuan qi, his cultivation realm began to break through. Boom! At last, only when Ye Feng's aura stabilized at the second level of the Xuanwu realm did the surging finally subside. I have helped you awaken the pure Yang Divine body. Its power surpasses anything you can imagine. However, this also means I must once again fall into slumber. Rest assured, my soul is now intact and will no longer actively absorb your spiritual power. When I awaken next time, I hope you will have become much stronger. With that, Xianyuan Nishang's voice faded, and she once more sank into deep sleep. Ye Feng felt the immense power coursing through his body, excitement written across his face. He could finally cultivate normally, and now his speed in absorbing spiritual energy was far faster than in the past. Well, Ye Feng, you finally decided to come back. You made us wait all night. You've really grown some gall, huh? At that moment, the door to Ye Feng's room was suddenly kicked open. The speaker was a tall, slender young man in blue robes, Tang Xiu. Like Ye Feng, Tang Xiu was also a menial disciple of Yunhai Sect. Within Yunhai Sect, anyone below the Xuanwu realm, barring rare exceptions, was a menial disciple. Only those who reached the Xuanwu realm before the age of 20 could become outer sect disciples. Tang Xiu's strength was at the 10th level of the Qi martial realm, stronger than Ye Feng had been before. Ye Feng had suffered no small amount of bullying at his hands, though each time he retaliated with his fists. When facing others' bullying, he might be defeated, but he would never cower. Did I ask you to wait for me? If you're so obedient when I tell you to go rummage in the latrine for food, why don't you go? Ye Feng replied in an icy tone. Now that he had reached the second level of the Xuanwu realm, dealing with Tang Xiu would be as easy as turning his hand. How dare you? Ye Feng, is that how you speak to Brother Tang? A lackey at Tang Xiu's side barked at him. Tang Xiu was the one in the menial courtyard most likely to become an outer sect disciple. There were plenty of menial disciples eager to curry favor with him. Tang Xiu himself was somewhat surprised that Ye Feng dared use such a tone with him. Could this brat really have latched on his senior sister Su's backing? Their intention in coming to teach Ye Feng a lesson today also stemmed from jealousy. They were all menial disciples. Why was it that Ye Feng had such dog's hit luck, able to even speak with Changxi? Tang Xiu, the mouths of the dogs under your command are truly foul. Today I'll help you teach them some manners. Ye Feng's gaze chilled. He stepped forward, feet pounding the floor, as he charged straight toward Tang Xiu and the others. Ye Feng, since you're so eager to be beaten, don't blame me for what happens. Tang Xiu had hesitated at first, but seeing Ye Feng provoke him so brazenly, a surge of fury rose in his chest. Huh. Tang Xiu drew a deep breath and shouted, and a powerful spiritual force surged from within him, gathering at his fist. His fist, imbued with fierce spiritual power, carried a sharp, violent momentum as it smashed toward Ye Feng's head. Yet in the face of Tang Xiu's attack, Ye Feng remained preternaturally calm. The corners of his lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. He likewise threw out a punch, the force within it far more overwhelming than Tang Xiu's. Boom! As the two fists collided, Tang Xiu's expression changed drastically, and his heart quaked. From Ye Feng's fist, he felt an unimaginably powerful force. Crack! A bone-splitting sound rang out from Tang Xiu's right arm, and his body was blasted away like a torn sack flung heavily across the room. Brother Tang! Tang Xiu's lackeys all shuddered in shock. The 10th level Qi martial cultivator Tang Xiu had been crippled by a single punch from Ye Feng. Xian. Xuanwu realm. Only then did everyone realize that Ye Feng's cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of the Xuanwu realm. But had this fellow not still been at the Qi martial realm just yesterday when he left? How had he leapt several minor realms in just a single day? Seeing the power radiating from Ye Feng, Tang Xiu was so terrified that he directly fainted. Ye Feng himself had not expected Tang Xiu to be so fragile. With this punch, he had not even used 1/10 of his strength, yet he had ruined the other's arm. Weren't your mouths very foul just now? Today I'll let you understand that a wicked tongue comes with a price. Ye Feng had no intention of letting this group of menial disciples off. He had always repaid enmity in full. His fists moved like tigers, fierce and unstoppable. With 1 punch per person, he directly knocked all 7 or 8 menial disciples to the ground, leaving them sprawled about wailing in pain. After finishing all this, Ye Feng closed the door and began to consolidate his realm. He had leaped several minor realms in a single day. He had to stabilize his foundation, or it might lead to a hollow cultivation base in the future. Yinhai Sect's main hall. Master. Su Changxi stepped into the vast hall and bowed respectfully. High above the hall, a woman in green robes sat with eyes closed. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, 3,000 strands of dark silk falling to her waist. Her features were like those of a descended immortal beauty, so breathtaking it seemed to steal one's breath. Her skin was fairer than snow, her figure enchanting and graceful, every curve filled with alluring charm. This woman was Su Changxi's master and the sect master of Yunhai Sect, Song Yuding. Sure you. Song Yuding slowly opened her beautiful eyes, at once noticing something different about Su Changxi. Master, the wish I have held for so many years has finally been fulfilled. Su Changxi murmured, a knowing smile appearing on her lips. You child, why are you so obsessed with this? Is Ye Feng really worth such a price from you? Song Yuding let out a soft sigh at her words. He is worth it, master. Even if he can never cultivate again, I will still protect him. All the more so, because I believe that with such effort he will surely shine once more. The next morning, after a night of cultivation, Ye Feng had already stabilized his realm. Now he had reached the 2nd level of the Xuanwu stage and qualified to become an outer disciple of Yunhai Sect. Outer disciples received 500 spirit stones and 10 gathering spirit pills every month. Most importantly, they were allowed to enter the martial technique pavilion to select 2 martial techniques to cultivate. After leaving his small courtyard, Ye Feng took his menial disciple token and headed toward the outer sect registration hall. Once he displayed his cultivation, he easily obtained the token of an outer disciple and the corresponding benefits. Afterward, he hurried straight toward the martial technique pavilion. The pavilion consisted of 3 floors, and outer disciples were only allowed to enter the 1st floor. The 2nd and 3rd floors were reserved for inner disciples and core disciples respectively. Arriving at the pavilion, Ye Feng presented his token and was allowed to enter without hindrance. On the 1st floor, countless martial techniques lined the shelves. Ye Feng skimmed through them, selecting roughly. What he needed most now was 1 movement technique and 1 ferocious domineering offensive technique. Vajra Fist. Ye Feng's interest was piqued when he suddenly spotted one particular technique. Vajra Fist, a high-grade human-rank martial art. Fists like Vajra, fierce and overbearing. Martial techniques were divided into human, earth, heaven, emperor, saint, sovereign, and divine ranks. No need to rush, I should have a look at the others as well, he thought to himself. Although Vajra Fist suited him quite well, Ye Feng still needed to find a movement technique, so he decided to keep searching for the time being. Soon a technique titled Mountain Sea Fist caught his eye. Mountain Sea Fist, a high-grade human-rank martial art. Fists like mountain and sea, capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Just as Ye Feng was hesitating over which martial art would suit him better, a disdainful voice sounded from his side. Ye Feng, you've got some nerve daring to come to the martial technique pavilion. The speaker was a delicately featured youth who bore several points of resemblance to Lin Ruoxua. This was her younger brother Lin Tiancheng, an outer disciple of Yunhai Sect at the 3rd level of the Xuanwu stage. Hearing the voice, Ye Feng turned around and replied indifferently, Do you think the elder overseeing the pavilion is as blind as you are? Shame and fury surged up within Lin Tiancheng at such humiliation. Fortunately, he remembered that fighting was forbidden in the martial technique pavilion, otherwise he would have already lashed out to teach Ye Feng a lesson. What truly shocked him was realizing that Ye Feng had actually broken through to the Xuanwu stage. Could it be that senior sister Su Changxi had given Ye Feng some heavenly treasures? At that thought, jealousy once again surged within Lin Tiancheng. Su Changxi was the goddess he secretly adored. Why was she treating Ye Feng so well? Ye Feng, even if you've somehow managed to break through to the Xuanwu stage, you are still no match for me. If you've got any guts, come outside and settle this with me." Consumed by jealousy, Lin Tiancheng was determined to beat Ye Feng until he was searching the ground for his teeth. "If you've got any guts, make a move right here. If you don't, then get out and wait outside." Ye Feng answered coldly, then simply ignored him. "Fine, very well. I'll be waiting outside." "Don't you dare turn into a turtle hiding in its shell," Lin Tiancheng snarled. Lacking the courage to strike within the pavilion, he could only hurl threats and then go to wait outside. Meanwhile, Ye Feng leisurely continued to search for suitable techniques within the pavilion. Since Lin Tiancheng wanted to wait, he might as well let him wait longer. In the end, Ye Feng found a high-grade, human-rank movement technique: Wind God Steps. Steps like a raging gale, ever-changing and unpredictable. Between Vajra Fist and Mountain Sea Fist, he ultimately chose the latter. Mountain Sea Fist comprised 9 forms, each punch a distinct form power stacking with every strike until it erupted with the force of mountain and sea, its might surpassing Vajra Fist. After selecting his martial arts, Ye Feng did not hurry to leave. Instead, he remained inside the pavilion, comprehending the profundities of Mountain Sea Fist and Wind God Steps. Later, he could use Lin Tiancheng to test his skills. Although Lin Tiancheng was at the 3rd level of the Xuanwu stage, 1 minor realm higher than him, Ye Feng felt little concern. Back when he was still at the 7th level of the Qi martial stage, even some of the 8th and 9th level cultivators in the menial disciples' courtyard were no match for him. If not for the fact that they had numbers on their side, and that Tang Xiao, a 10th level Qi martial cultivator, had intervened, Ye Feng would never have suffered a loss in the menial courtyard. Moreover, when he awakened the Pure Yang Divine Body yesterday, he had clearly sensed a dramatic change in the intensity of the spiritual power within him. During cultivation, everyone could compress their inner spiritual power to increase its density. The more condensed one's spiritual power became, the more terrifying the power of their martial techniques would be. Many so-called geniuses relied on this to challenge opponents above their realm. However, such a method consumed an enormous amount of time and greatly slowed cultivation speed. 2 hours later, Ye Feng rolled his neck, registered his chosen techniques within the pavilion, and walked out through the main doors with the 2 martial arts in hand. After 2 hours of comprehension, he had gained a preliminary understanding of Mountain Sea Fist and Wind God Steps. Next, he planned to use Lin Tiancheng as a whetstone to hone his edge. Outside the martial technique pavilion, Lin Tiancheng had already been waiting for 2 hours. To make Ye Feng lose face, he had even deliberately spread the word among the outer disciples, drawing quite a crowd. News of Ye Feng's breakthrough to the Xuanwu stage had shocked many outer disciples. Quite a few had come specifically to watch the spectacle. Yet Lin Tiancheng had been left waiting for a full 2 hours and nearly became the monkey on display himself. "Ye Feng, if you're a man, get out here and stop hiding like a turtle," he shouted. Lin Tiancheng faced dark as ink, bellowed toward the pavilion doors, certain that Ye Feng could hear him. "Lin Tiancheng, are you part dog barking that loudly outside?" At that moment, Ye Feng slowly walked out of the pavilion, his expression light and unruffled. "Ye Feng, you finally dare to come out. Today I'll give you a proper lesson." Lin Tiancheng roared, the anger suppressed in his chest, completely erupting the instant he saw Ye Feng. "Teach me. You're not qualified," Ye Feng replied evenly. "Although I'm no longer your brother-in-law, teaching you a lesson on your sister's behalf is no problem." He then extended a finger and crooked it toward Lin Tiancheng in a beckoning gesture. "Wah, you piece of trash, what right do you have to teach me?" Seeing that blatantly provocative motion, as if teasing a dog, Lin Tiancheng flew into a rage. His 3rd-level Xuanwu stage aura erupted, and with a heavy stomp forward, he charged straight at. "They're finally fighting. I've been waiting nearly 2 hours for this," someone exclaimed. Yet for Ye Feng to act so arrogant in front of a 3rd-level Xuanwu like Lin Tiancheng, where does his confidence come from? Another murmured. "I'm more curious how Ye Feng broke through. Did senior sister Su really help him?" Amid the murmurs, Ye Feng released the aura of a 2nd-level Xuanwu cultivator, his robe billowing though there was no wind. In the next instant, Lin Tiancheng had already closed the distance, his fist wreathed in flames as it smashed toward Ye Feng's head. Ye Feng's lips curled slightly as he vanished from sight, evading Lin Tiancheng's attack at an unimaginable angle. What? He actually dodged it. This seems to be the Wind God Steps. Did Ye Feng learn it right after leaving the martial arts pavilion? The crowd gasped in astonishment. This scene was overwhelmingly shocking. It is known that mastering a high-tier martial skill usually takes at least a month for an average disciple. Yet Ye Feng had just emerged from the martial arts pavilion, and within less than half a day, he was already using it in combat against Lin Tiancheng, who was at a slightly higher realm. Seeing his strike miss, Lin Tiancheng's eyes flashed with anger. "Ye Feng, I want to see where you can run." With a furious roar, he threw another punch, the shadow of his fist slicing through the air towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng stepped forward, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot. This punch clearly missed again. Wow. Lin Tianqing, filled with rage, unleashed his full strength, his fists raining down on Ye Feng like a storm. The power and speed of these punches were evidently stronger than the previous two. However, no matter how he attacked, Ye Feng cleverly avoided them, leaving him feeling immensely frustrated. The onlookers were dumbfounded by this scene, as Ye Feng toyed with Lin Tianqing, feeling as if they were watching a monkey being played with. Ye Feng, if you're a man, then stop running. Lin Tianqing roared helplessly. Tisk tisk, even monkeys are more agile than you. Ye Feng clicked his tongue mockingly. He was practicing the wind god steps, but unfortunately Lin Tianqing's strength was inadequate, providing him with no sense of pressure, making the fight feel rather dull. With no choice, he halted his footsteps, planning to test the power of the Mountain Sea Fist against Lin Tianqing. Get ready to take this punch. Ye Feng stopped dodging and charged directly at Lin Tianqing, taking the initiative to attack. I've been waiting for this moment. A sinister smile crept across Lin Tianqing's face as Ye Feng finally stopped running. Flame Fist. A surge of fiery power erupted from Lin Tianqing's fist, resembling a roaring lion carrying immense strength. Mountain Sea Fist. Ye Feng's long hair danced in the wind, his aura soaring as his fist contained the devastating force of a landslide and tsunami. Boom. Mountain Sea Fist. Ye Feng's long hair danced in the wind, his aura soaring as his fist contained the devastating force of a landslide and tsunami. Boom. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, Lin Tianqing's body was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto the ground. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. Was Ye Feng's punch really that powerful? Even Lin Tianqing, at the third level of the Xuanwu realm, had suffered such a devastating defeat. Hiss! It seems Lin Tianqing is almost done for. Some outer sect disciples gasped in shock after examining Lin Tianqing's injuries. They looked at Ye Feng as if he were a monster. Ye Feng frowned as he gazed at the incapacitated Lin. He had only exerted 30% of his strength with that punch, and had even held back at the last moment. How could Lin Tianqing be so weak? Or was it that the compression of his internal spiritual power was too remarkable, resulting in his current combat ability far exceeding that of a second-level Xuanwu realm practitioner? I should head to the Yunhai Sect's training room to test my true strength. Ye Feng initially intended to return to his quarters, but suddenly changed his mind. The training room of the Yunhai Sect had a power stone tablet that could measure one's fist strength. While fist strength does not truly represent a person's overall power, it can provide a rough assessment. Moreover, practicing martial skills in the training room is much more efficient. As for Lin Tianqing, who was lying on the ground, outer sect disciples eager to curry favor with Lin Ruoxue would naturally take him for treatment. However, Lin Ruoxue would likely seek him out for trouble later. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ye Feng arrived at a training room in the Yunhai Sect. Outer sect disciples were allowed to train in the training room for 1 day each month. Exceeding this time would require payment in spirit stones. When Ye Feng arrived, a training room was just available, and he walked inside. Once inside, his gaze fell upon a power stone tablet in the training room. He took a deep breath, then unleashed his spiritual power with a loud shout, striking the power stone tablet with a heavy punch. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the power stone tablet lit up with 15 beams of light. Each beam of light on the power stone tablet represented 1,000 Jin of force. A total of 15 beams meant that Ye Feng currently possessed 15,000 Jin of strength. 15,000 Jin. Ye Feng was taken aback upon seeing this number. It is known that those who have just entered the first level of the Earth Martial Realm possess only around 1,000 Jin of strength. Does that mean his current strength could rival that of an Earth Martial Realm expert? While the Pure Yang Divine Body is indeed impressive, Ye Feng's heart was filled with ecstasy. It is known that the inner sect disciples of the Yunhai Sect are all at the Earth Martial Realm, and his current strength was enough to contend with them. Ye Feng suppressed his joy and began practicing the Wind God Steps and Mountain Sea Fist. Although he had learned these techniques, he had only made minor progress, and there was still much room for improvement before mastering them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With a calm mind, Ye Feng focused entirely on demonstrating his martial skills in the training room. Meanwhile, the outer sect of the Yunhai Sect was in an uproar. The news of Ye Feng becoming an outer sect disciple and nearly incapacitating Lin Tianqing right after leaving the martial arts pavilion spread rapidly, causing quite a stir. Upon hearing this news, Lin Ruoxue's face turned ashen. She believed this must be Ye Feng's revenge for her breaking off their engagement, and the more she thought about it, the more determined she was to end the marriage. Sister, you have to avenge me. Lin Tianxing, lying in bed, lamented his tragic experience. Ye Feng's punch nearly turned him into a disabled person. If not for timely treatment, he would have spent the rest of his life in bed. Don't worry, sister will definitely avenge you. A trace of resentment flickered in Lin Ruoxu's heart as she saw her brother in such a miserable state. Ye Feng had been so ruthless to her brother, and she would make him pay the price. Ruoxue, I can help you with this, but you have to help me in return. He Wu De glanced at Lin Ruoxu's alluring figure, his heart racing. Although he had a certain relationship with Lin Ruoxue, he had not completely won her over yet. Okay, brother Wu, if this is successful, I will fulfill your request. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ruoxu Wu De was ranked 20th among the outer sect disciples and was at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm, more than capable of dealing with Ye Feng. However, he feared that Ye Feng might not dare to accept the challenge. The next day, Ye Feng slowly walked out of the training room. After a day and night of rigorous training, he had perfected both the Mountain Sea Fist and the Wind God Steps. Moreover, his cultivation level had also broken through to the 3rd level of the Xuanwu realm. This made him realize that not only was his training speed terrifying, but his comprehension was also extraordinarily exceptional. Today, he prepared to return to the Ye family to completely resolve the matter of his engagement with Lin Ruoxue. It had been a long time since he last visited the Ye family, and it was a good opportunity to see his family. However, shortly after he had stepped out of the training room, he was stopped by someone. It was none other than Wu De. Ye Feng, you finally emerged from the training room. Do you dare to fight me in the arena? Wu De sneered, provoking Ye Feng with a tone of challenge. Given the significant difference in their cultivation levels, he couldn't directly attack Ye Feng, otherwise he would face severe punishment from the sect. Of course, if Ye Feng agreed, that would be another matter. What do you want to stand up for Lin Tianxing? Ye Feng frowned, not expecting trouble to come so quickly. However, he felt no fear towards Wu De, who was merely at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm, and he didn't take him seriously. So what? Whether you win or lose, I just want to know if you dare to fight. Wu De shouted loudly. This Ye Feng had easily defeated Lin Tianxing at the 2nd level of the Xuanwu realm, indicating that the intensity of his spiritual power must have been compressed. However, he believed that overcoming a difference of 7 minor realms to defeat Ye Feng was still impossible. Why should I agree? Unless you can offer a wager that truly intrigues me. Ye Feng understood that if he did not agree, this guy would definitely cause more trouble, perhaps even follow him after he left the sect. Since that was the case, it would be better to resolve this trouble here and take advantage of Wu De. Alright, I wager 3,000 spirit stones with you. Wu De's eyes lit up when he heard Ye Feng agree. However, to his surprise, Ye Feng shook his head. 4,000 spirit stones. 5,000 spirit stones. Wu De raised the stakes. Upon hearing 5,000 spirit stones, Ye Feng couldn't help but curl his lip. What a miser. Seeing Ye Feng still unmoved, Wu De gritted his teeth and shouted, 1,000 spirit stones. This was already all his savings. Fine, 1,000 spirit stones it is. Wait for me in the arena, they'll be there shortly. Seeing that Wu De couldn't offer more spirit stones, Ye Feng agreed. He needed to return to his dwelling to tidy up, and then he would head to the arena and go straight to the Ye family. Ye Feng, what if you lose? Wu De, feeling displeased that Ye Feng looked down on him, asked. Fool, if I lose, then you win, right? Ye Feng understood Wu De's implication. However, he had nothing to wager at the moment, and even if he did, he wasn't inclined to. After saying this, he left directly. Wu De glared at Ye Feng's retreating figure, furious enough to grind his teeth. This guy was truly shameless. However, since he was the one who asked Ye Feng to fight, he had no choice but to accept it. If he won against Ye Feng, he would obtain Lin Ruoxu's body, which excited him just thinking about it. Meanwhile, after Ye Feng returned to his room, he suddenly froze. Sitting in the room was a woman none other than Su Changxi. Today, Su Changxi still wore a white fairy dress beneath which her 2 snow-white legs were half concealed, swaying enticingly, provoking one's imagination. However, unlike before, there was a unique, stunning charm on her breathtaking face. Senior sister, why are you in my room? Ye Feng was clearly surprised. Junior brother, I came to visit you, Su Changxi said, a hint of shyness appearing on her face. In fact, she had arrived at Ye Feng's room the previous night, but since he was not there, she had waited alone for an entire night. Senior sister, you missed me so soon. Ye Feng was now able to cultivate normally, which made him feel particularly confident when facing Su Changxi. Su Changxi nodded shyly, and then continued, Junior brother, I also came to give you a weapon, hoping you will accept it. A 3-foot-long giant sword appeared in the room. This sword is called the Mountain River Heavy Sword, a low-grade, earth-tier weapon. Since I can't use it, I am giving it to you, Junior brother. Additionally, here is a high-grade, earth-tier martial art called the Mountain River Sword Art, which I am also giving to you, Junior brother. Su Changxi took out the martial art as she spoke. Ye Feng looked at the two items before him, feeling slightly moved. Both items were precious and he certainly wouldn't consider this a coincidence. The attitude of Su Changxi towards him was truly worlds apart from that of Lin Ruoxue. Sierra, then I will accept them. Ye Feng did not refuse, and after accepting the two items he knew they could greatly enhance his combat power. He needed to become stronger quickly to better protect the women he cared about. I'm glad you accepted them. Su Changxi smiled slightly, her smile exceptionally charming. She was worried that Ye Feng's pride would prevent him from accepting her gifts. Senior sister, I missed you too. Ye Feng looked at Su Changxi, who was half sitting on the bed, and felt, since entering the room, he had sensed the fragrant aroma filling the air, clearly indicating that she had been there for a long time, likely since the previous night. He knew that his senior sister was not merely delivering equipment and martial arts, but was also there to offer him warmth. 2 hours later. Junior brother, I heard that your realm has finally broken through. Su Changxi, dressed in a white gown, smiled charmingly. Yes, I have discovered the reason why I couldn't cultivate back then. Ye Feng looked at the beauty before him, and that's wonderful, but you don't need to push yourself too hard in your cultivation. I will always support you from behind. Su Changxi's face displayed a subtle smile. Senior sister, I have some matters to attend to outside the sect, so please don't come by these days. Senior sister, I'm going back to the Ye family for a visit. Would you like to come with me? Ye Feng turned back and teased with a smile. Next time I'll go with you. Su Changxi shot him a reproachful glance, not yet ready to meet Ye Feng's family. All right. Ye Feng nodded and tidied up before leaving the room. He remembered halfway that he had a competition with Wuda and turned around to head towards the arena. Yunhai Sect competition arena. At this moment, the arena was surrounded by people, all drawn by the news spread by Lin Ruoxue. Wuda thought that when Ye Feng said he would be there soon, it would be at most 15 minutes. But now he had waited for a full 2 hours and began to suspect that this guy was just messing with him. Why hasn't Ye Feng arrived yet? Is he scared? I don't know. Lin Ruoxue said that Wuda and Ye Feng were competing today, but she didn't mention the time. I think Ye Feng is just afraid. If he could beat Wuda, I would eat shit. Just as the crowd was discussing, Ye Feng appeared in their sight, looking spirited. Ye Feng has finally arrived. Oh, we have a good show to watch. Oh, senior sister Su is here too. The crowd's attention was fixed on the two. Although they arrived one after the other, they still caught quite a few eyes. Ye Feng glanced back and was somewhat surprised by Su Changxi's arrival. Su Changxi noticed Ye Feng's gaze and smiled playfully. She had only come here after hearing the discussions among her fellow disciples while preparing to return to her residence. It was just a coincidence that she happened to arrive right after Ye Feng. The main event is here. Is there anyone else wanting to place bets? If not, I'll close the betting. A bald disciple from Yunhai Sect shouted to those around. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng walked over and asked, what are the odds right now? The bald disciple explained, bet on Ye Feng to win, it's 15-1. Bet on Wuda to win, it's 1-15. Hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes brightened. The odds were quite good. Unfortunately, he only had 500 spirit stones, which were what he received after becoming an outer disciple. He'll bet on myself to win, putting down 500 spirit stones. Ye Feng took out the spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them over. Ye Feng, you're only betting 500 spirit stones. Do you have so little confidence in yourself? At this moment, Lin Ruoxue stepped forward, mocking him. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng felt a bit annoyed. He was just about to retort when Su Changxi's voice rang out around him. He'll bet 10,000 spirit stones on Ye Feng to win. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. For Su Changxi, a direct disciple, 10,000 spirit stones were a mere trifle, but it represented her attitude. Seeing Su Changxi speak up, Lin Ruoxue swallowed the words she wanted to say in mockery. She could look down on Ye Feng, but she couldn't ignore Su Changxi. Among the crowd, a young man in black with a restrained aura darkened his expression upon hearing Su Changxi's words. This person was Qin Beichen, a core disciple of Yunhai Sect with strength reaching the Tianwu realm. Additionally, he was the biological son of the deputy master of Yunhai Sect. He had always been the most ardent pursuer of Su Changxi, but unfortunately, she had always ignored him. However, he had never given up on pursuing Su Changxi. She was a woman he must have. Just in the past few days, the news of Ye Feng and Su Changxi getting close made him feel a sense of unease. Ye Feng cast a casual glance at Lin Ruoxue, then walked to the edge of the competition arena, leaping up onto the stage. Ye Feng, you finally made it. I thought you were scared. Wuda rubbed his fists together, impatient to beat Ye Feng in the arena and even cripple him. But then he suddenly thought of something, walked up to Ye Feng, and spoke in a voice only the two could hear, filled with arrogance. Ye Feng, once I win against you this time, Lin Ruoxue will truly become my woman. I wonder how you feel about that. Wuda deliberately spoke this to provoke Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng remained remarkably calm and even showed an expression of amusement. He had just had an intimate encounter with Su Changxi and wasn't boasting about it, yet this guy was already fantasizing about something unachieved. Wuda, I'm sorry to inform you that a woman like Lin Ruoxua does not interest me, and your idea will probably only be realized in your dreams. Ye Feng disdainfully used his spiritual energy to push back the distance between them. Arrogant little brat. Wu Da's face darkened. He had intended to explode with anger, but suddenly caught a whiff of a unique fragrance from a woman. This fragrance was unforgettable for him because he had once caught a whiff of it when he accidentally encountered Su Changxi within the sect. But how could this scent emanate from Ye Feng? Wu Da suddenly thought, could it be that they had an affair? Are you going to fight or just dawdle? Ye Feng, seeing you in a daze just makes me impatient. Wu Da snapped back to reality and looked at Ye Feng with deep jealousy. No matter what, Ye Feng and Su Changxi's relationship was definitely not ordinary. A battle. Wu Da slightly retreated, and then his powerful aura began to rise. Deep jealousy drove him to completely cripple Ye Feng. You talk too much. Ye Feng released his aura of the third level of the Xuanwu realm, taking the initiative to charge at Wu Da. Wu Da swung his sword, the sword light whistling as the fierce sword energy erupted in the void enveloping Ye Feng. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword energy howled while the fist energy burst forth. As the two bodies drew near, a fierce battle unfolded. Seeing that Ye Feng was not at a disadvantage at all, Wu Da's expression slightly darkened. Qing Feng, sword technique. Wu Da shouted, unleashing the martial art he had diligently practiced for many years. A surge of azure spiritual energy flowed over the long sword, transforming into thousands of azure blades that bore down on Ye Feng not far away. Seeing this, Ye Feng did not retreat, but advanced using the wind god step to close the distance, while shattering the unavoidable azure blades with his fist energy. How can Ye Feng's movements be so agile? These many blades cannot inflict the slightest harm on him. That's the wind god step perfected. Ye Feng has somehow mastered it overnight. How is that possible? The disciples of Yunhai Sect stared in astonishment. The movement technique they would require a year or even 10 years to master had been completely learned by Ye Feng in just one day. Wu Da saw Ye Feng continuously closing the gap, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Facing such a dense and powerful offensive, Ye Feng was not only able to deflect it, but also counterattack. How could this guy be so strong? But soon he adjusted his mindset. In front of such a large crowd, he absolutely could not lose. Wu Da's entire spiritual energy surged wildly. The Qing Feng sword technique he unleashed grew increasingly fierce, and the storm-like assault once again bore down upon Ye Feng. Shanghai Fist. Ye Feng roared, a powerful aura bursting forth from within him, with fist energy containing astonishing spiritual force surging from his fist. He unleashed 9 punches in a row, each punch resonating with power as the overwhelming fist energy effortlessly tore through the rain of azure blades. Accompanied by a shout full of momentum, the 10th punch of Shanghai Fist was unleashed with great force. The power of this punch, having accumulated through 9 punches, reached an incredibly terrifying level. The fist energy, infused with the power of mountains and seas, descended like a fierce tiger, overwhelming and obliterating everything. Facing this earth-shattering punch, Wu Da's complexion changed drastically, feeling as if he were up against a powerful figure of the earth martial realm. With no way to evade, he could only raise his sword to block, but soon he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Ding! The long sword in his hand emitted a crisp, ringing sound before shattering, turning into a pile of broken blades. In the next moment, a fist imbued with the power of mountains and seas filled his vision, sending him flying out of the arena. At this moment, silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the crowd. Countless people stared in disbelief. Wu Da not only lost, but even had his sword completely shattered. It should be noted that this was a human-grade weapon, incredibly hard. How much strength was required to break it with sheer force? Even a typical practitioner of the earth martial realm would find it difficult to achieve. Yet Ye Feng, this freak, managed to do it using the Shanghai Fist. Waste! Lin Ruoxua scolded softly, her face dark enough to drip water. She had originally thought that Wu Da could crush Ye Feng with his powerful strength. Yet the final outcome was that Ye Feng decisively defeated him, breaking the sword and injuring him. Staring at the radiant silhouette on the arena, Lin Ruoxua felt a twinge of regret in her heart. The genius who once left everyone in the dust seemed to have returned completely overnight, shining even more brilliantly than before. Among the crowd, Qin Beichen, a core disciple, also revealed a deep astonishment on his face. Defeating Wu Da, who was 6 small realms above him, Ye Feng's strength could perhaps rival that of a practitioner in the earth martial realm. He faintly suspected that Ye Feng had deliberately remained at the Qi martial realm back, then just to compress his internal spiritual energy to an extraordinarily perverse level. Su Changxi gazed at the tall figure on the arena, a faint smile appearing on her beautiful face. This was her man. Even after wasting 10 years of cultivation time, he still shone brilliantly. Lin Ruoxue, I will be waiting for you at the Ye family to end this long-standing relationship. Ye Feng called out loudly, then leaped down from the arena and approached Wu De. 10,000 spirit stones hand them over. Faced with the imposing Ye Feng, Wu De did not dare to resist at all and directly handed over his only 10,000 spirit stones. After that, Ye Feng took the over 7,000 spirit stones he won from the gamble and left. Waste Wu De ranked 20th in the outer sect. Exactly unable to defeat even Ye Feng, all these years did he train on a dog. The Yinhai sect disciples who lost their spirit stones angrily scolded Wu De. Hearing this, Wu De was both furious and filled with grievance, fainting on the spot. After leaving the arena, Ye Feng was heading towards the sect entrance when a figure suddenly blocked his path. Is there something? Upon recognizing the distinctive attire of a core disciple, Ye Feng asked unperturbed. Ye Feng, I don't care why Su Changxi is approaching you, stay away from her, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Qin Beichen threatened coldly. Su Changxi was a woman he valued, and he would not allow anyone to have any designs on her. After hearing this threat, Ye Feng directly ignored him. This guy is really sick, threatening him right from the start. Moreover, Su Changxi is now his woman. If this guy finds out, he would probably explode on the spot. I, Ye Feng, do not need your pointers in my actions. Ye Feng replied coldly. Now that he had resumed his cultivation speed, it wouldn't take long for him to defeat this core disciple. Don't think that just because you have some talent in cultivation you can act high and mighty. There are some people you cannot afford to provoke. Qin Beichen's eyes narrowed, a hint of killing intent rising within him. He was a core disciple of Yinhai sect and the son of a deputy sect leader. This brat actually disregarded him so much. It was simply a path to death. Facing this threat, Ye Feng chose to ignore it and walk straight past him. He did not seek trouble, but he was not afraid of it either. This brat. Qin Beichen watched Ye Feng's departing figure, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Su Changxi nearby also sensed the unusual tension from their earlier conversation. This Qin Beichen had been pursuing her. He probably learned about her recent closeness with Ye Feng. It seemed she and Ye Feng had to maintain some distance in front of others, or else Ye Feng might find himself in trouble. Ye Feng stepped out of the Cloud Sea sect, constantly observing the situation behind him. Only after confirming that no one was following did he finally relax. After several hours of continuous travel, Ye Feng temporarily rested under a green shade by the roadside. Taking advantage of this break, he pulled out the Mountain River Sword technique that Su Changxi had given him and began to read. Though the Mountain River Sword technique is a high-grade, earth-level martial art, it consists of only 3 moves. The first move, shatter mountains and rivers. The second move, sever rivers and seas. The third move, tear heaven and earth. As Ye Feng meditated by the roadside, he unknowingly entered a state of ethereality. He seemed to be in a vast space where a man wielding a heavy sword exuded an overwhelming killing intent, dominating all enemies in the world. No matter if they were human or beast, divine or demonic, none could withstand the 3 moves of this man. That towering figure, upright posture, and invincible aura shook Ye Feng's heart. He Huqianer, let's see where you can run to. At this moment, a group of men filled with sinister energy were chasing a woman in red near where Ye Feng was sitting. Huqianer looked back and saw more than 10 men radiating sinister energy, drawing closer to her. Anxiety welled up within her. If she were caught by this group, not only would she be defiled, but her life would also be at risk. Suddenly, she was jolted by a sense of danger from behind. She sidestepped just in time, narrowly evading the giant sinister palm. Be careful. Huqianer had just looked back when she noticed a person sitting not far away, and the giant sinister palm was heading towards that direction. Boom. The giant sinister palm coincidentally struck the tree behind Ye Feng, who was meditating. Under the terrifying force of the sinister palm, the tree exploded, waking Ye Feng from his enlightenment. Ye Feng's eyes suddenly opened, a fierce light flashing within them as he looked towards the direction from which the giant sinister palm had come, a surge of anger rising from the depths of his heart. He had just been in the crucial moment of enlightenment, yet he was interrupted like this. Looking at the attire of the sinister men, Ye Feng immediately recognized which faction they belonged to. The Sinister Sect. All these more than 10 sinister men belonged to the Sinister Sect. The woman being chased, judging by her clothing, must be from the Fire Cloud Sect. Both the Sinister Sect and the Fire Cloud Sect are major sects within the Holy Martial Kingdom, on par with the Cloud Sea Sect, to which he belongs. However, the Sinister Sect and the Fire Cloud Sect have deep-seated conflicts, and it is not uncommon for them to secretly assassinate each other. Today he happened to encounter this. "Go kill that kid, we cannot let this news leak out," commanded the leader of the Sinister Sect disciples. This person's name is Luo Chuan, an inner disciple of the Sinister Sect at the third level of the Earth Martial Realm. As he spoke, he once again gathered the sinister energy in his palm and hurled it towards the direction of Hua Qian'er. Although Hua Qian'er managed to block it in time, the power of this palm exceeded her expectations, causing her to sustain some injuries. Hua Qian'er give up resisting. Luo Chuan licked his lips, stepping closer to the end. It should be known that the woman before him was recognized as one of the 4 great beauties of the Holy Martial Kingdom, her figure incredibly alluring. On the other side, Ye Feng watched the 2 Sinister Sect disciples charging towards him, a killing intent surging in his eyes. He had not even sought trouble with the Sinister Sect disciples, yet this group came to kill him. In that case, he would unleash a massacre today. Boom! The mountain river heavy sword clanged to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ye Feng drew his sword and soared into the air, swinging the massive sword to unleash a domineering sword aura. The mountain river sword aura resembled a rampaging beast piercing through the bodies of 2 Sinister Sect disciples. What? The remaining Sinister Sect disciples were greatly alarmed at this scene. It should be noted that just now these 2 had reached the 10th level of the profound martial realm, yet they were instantly killed by a youth at the 3rd level of the profound martial realm. As the Sinister Sect disciples were filled with shock and anger, Ye Feng, wielding the heavy sword, charged forward like a ferocious tiger, descending the mountain, exuding overwhelming momentum. Arrogant. A Sinister Sect disciple at the 1st level of the Earth Martial Realm shouted angrily. He wielded a sinister knife, wildly slashing, sending forth waves of knife lights, filled with sinister energy. Ye Feng, with his long black hair flowing, swung his heavy sword, shattering the incoming knife lights. In the next moment, the 2 bodies suddenly closed in on each other. Ye Feng raised his heavy sword high, a force of mountains and rivers fiercely emanating as the massive sword smashed down towards the Sinister Sect disciple. The Sinister Sect disciple's expression turned sinister as he swung his knife to defend. Boom! A dull metallic clash rang out, leaving the Sinister Sect disciple's arms numb, and the sinister knife slipped from his grasp. No! A desperate roar echoed as the body of the 1st level Earth Martial Realm Sinister Sect disciple was brutally torn apart by the mountain river heavy sword. Yet the battle continued. Ye Feng's gaze turned icy, a fierce light manifesting as he swung the mountain river heavy sword, the heavy blade glinting coldly, imbued with endless killing intent. The mountain river heavy sword rampaged through the crowd like a furious dragon. Each of his strikes carried unparalleled power, tearing through the air with terrifying sword lights, instilling a deep chill in the hearts of the Sinister Sect disciples. Go kill him! A Sinister Sect disciple at the 2nd level of the Earth Martial Realm roared frantically. Yet at this moment no one dared to advance, and even he was retreating. This was because he had witnessed a disciple no weaker than himself perish under Ye Feng's sword. Hua Qian'er, seeing Ye Feng's ferocity, felt a glimmer of hope arise in her heart. A bunch of useless fools. Looking at the remaining 4 Sinister Sect disciples, Luo Chuan cursed angrily. They had over 10 Sinister Sect disciples, yet a youth at the 3rd level of the profound martial realm had reduced them to this state. However, despite his words, there was a clear look of apprehension in his eyes. This person's strength was likely not weaker than his. Under normal circumstances, he would never want to provoke him, but today the matter of them pursuing Hua Qian'er could not be allowed to leak out. Otherwise, as long as he remained in the Holy Martial Kingdom, he would undoubtedly face death. Luo Chuan ignored the remaining 4 Sinister Sect disciples and directly bound Hua Qian'er to prevent her from escaping. After doing this, he turned back to find that the 4 remaining Sinister Sect disciples had already met a gruesome fate under Ye Feng's sword. This is a misunderstanding. As an apology, how about I offer you this woman as a gift? Luo Chuan said with a smile to the approaching Ye Feng. However, his smile carried a hint of barely perceptible malice. Ye Feng at this moment carefully examined the woman in red. The woman had strikingly beautiful red hair, an exquisite face, skin as pale as snow, and cherry-like red lips that were alluringly moist, radiating an irresistible charm. Her figure was even more alluring and sexy, her delicate body gently undulating, and her smooth jade-like legs beneath the fiery red skirt made one unable to resist the urge to caress. Ye Feng had to admit that this woman was extraordinarily beautiful, not inferior to Su Changxi, stirring something within him. However, he was not the kind of man who would lose his composure merely upon seeing a woman. Moreover, this disciple of the Insha sect probably wanted to distract him in order to launch a sneak attack. Alright, your suggestion is quite good. Ye Feng pretended to be tempted, greedily scanning the alluring figure of Hua Qian'er, his eyes radiating a fiery light. You two bastards beasts, my grandfather will not spare you. Hua Qian'er exclaimed angrily, looking at the two men with ill intentions. At that moment, she regretted sneaking out alone to have fun. Shut up, Luo Chuan rebuked, turning his head. Just then, Ye Feng suddenly erupted, charging forward, swinging the mountain river heavy sword down towards Luo Chuan as it approached, like a meteor falling, shaking the heavens and the earth. Fortunately, Luo Chuan was vigilant and reacted quickly. As the heavy sword descended, he retreated, creating distance. Your suggestion is good, but I must kill you first. Seeing his attack miss, Ye Feng swung his heavy sword again, launching another frenzied assault. Do you really think I fear you? Luo Chuan was furious. Ever since he became an inner disciple of the Insha sect, he had never been so underestimated by a person at the Xuanwu realm. A powerful aura at the third level of the earth martial realm erupted from his body, and terrifying sword qi ravaged around him. He stepped forward and struck out, meeting the heavy giant sword Hedon. Clang! The clash of blades sent sparks flying as their fierce gazes intertwined. Ye Feng gathered his energy, exerting force with both hands, and with a powerful kick against the ground, he forced Luo Chuan back. Seeing this, he relentlessly pursued, attacking again, without giving Luo Chuan a moment to breathe. The vast power of the mountain river erupted from the sword as he danced with the sword qi howling like a roaring beast, wild and terrifying. Faced with this continuous assault, Luo Chuan was alarmed, but remained calm, desperately defending against the large sword in his hand as the two engaged in another fierce battle. Hua Qian'er watched the intense battle between the two, trying to break free from the ropes binding her. However, the ropes were too strong, and she was utterly powerless to escape. Now she could only hope for the two to inflict mutual destruction, dying on the spot, so that she could have a glimpse. After more than a dozen exchanges, Luo Chuan was secretly alarmed. Where on earth had this young man come from? A freak who had him completely suppressed. Heavenly evil ghost claw. A resolute glint flashed in Luo Chuan's eyes. He knew he had no other choice now. He had to unleash this low-grade, earth-ranked martial skill if he hoped to defeat his opponent. Though he had only practiced it to a minor achievement, he believed it would be sufficient to deal with this young man at the Xuanwu realm. In an instant, boundless evil energy surged over Luo Chuan's body like a tidal wave, enveloping him in a layer of dark fog. This evil energy quickly condensed and transformed, ultimately morphing into several horrifying ghostly claws. Each claw exuded a strong aura of evil energy, emitting a chilling pressure. Under Luo Chuan's masterful control, 9 massive evil ghost claws lunged at Ye Feng from different directions like apparitions. They traversed the sky at incredible speeds, causing howling winds that sent shivers down one's spine. Ye Feng closed his eyes, slightly recalling the insights he gained during his comprehension of the mountain river sword technique. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, and a vast power of the mountain river surged upwards. One sword shattering the mountains and rivers. Ye Feng bellowed as terrifying sword qi intertwined atop the mountain river, heavy sword gathering immense power. With the heavy sword's rotation, as one strike fell, a torrent of sword qi erupted in the void. The sword qi roared like a tiger and howled like a dragon, unstoppable, tearing everything apart. What? Luo Chuan's pupils constricted suddenly. His 9 ghost claws, filled with evil energy, were completely shattered by the terrifying sword qi. No! Facing the incoming sword qi, Luo Chuan let out a desperate scream. Shoo! The sword qi pierced through Luo Chuan's chest, ending his life. Ye Feng stood there with his sword, looking at the lifeless Luo Chuan, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. If it weren't for the appearance of this group, he might have comprehended the second and third forms of the mountain river sword technique. However, now that this group was dead, he had no place to vent his frustrations and could only see if there was anything of value in their storage rings. After finishing all this, he turned his attention to Hua Qian'er. Bastard, don't come any closer. Hua Qian'er trembled as she saw Ye Feng step closer. She never expected that a young man at the 3rd level of the Xuanwu realm could kill all the inner and outer disciples of the Insha sect. Now this guy had turned his attention to her. Ye Feng initially intended to release Hua Qian'er directly, but her constant insults irked him. After all, he was her savior, so he decided to play a little trick on her. Go ahead and shout. No one will come to save you no matter how loud you scream. Ye Feng approached Hua Qian'er, slowly lifting her delicate chin and teasing her. To his surprise, this young woman was indeed quite curvaceous for her age. You bastard, where are your eyes looking? I tell you, I will never submit to you even in death. Hua Qianer suddenly shook off his lifted chin and fiercely bit towards Ye Feng's finger. Damn it, are you a dog? You dare to bite anything. Fortunately, Ye Feng reacted quickly, hurriedly retracting his finger, otherwise he might have been bitten by Hua Qianer. If you dare to touch me, I will bite you. Hua Qianer revealed two adorable tiger teeth, pretending to be fierce. Ye Feng didn't expect this woman to be so fiery, and he immediately lost interest in teasing her. After all, he couldn't go too far, and he felt that this woman's identity seemed unusual. Consider yourself lucky today for encountering me. If it were someone else, you would be crying right now. Ye Feng swiftly untied the ropes binding Hua Qianer and then turned to leave. Hua Qianer had prepared to resist to the death, but she suddenly realized that the bastard had actually untied her ropes and was leaving. Hey, where are you going? Hua Qianer asked incredulously. She was very confident in her appearance and figure, as many around her coveted her body. Yet this bastard just walked away like that, as she doubted whether there was something wrong with him. What do you expect me to send you back to the Huayan sect? Ye Feng frowned. This woman couldn't possibly want him to take her back, as he didn't have the time for that. After swallowing a healing pill, Hua Qianer rolled her watery eyes and did not respond, instead asking, "Where are you going?" "Home," Ye Feng replied without looking back. "Then, how about I go home with you?" "Go home with me." Ye Feng was completely stunned upon hearing Hua Qianer's words. Has this woman lost her mind? They had only met once, and now she wanted to go home with him. Her confidence was quite remarkable. Of course, is there a problem? Hua Qianer blinked her eyes, responding with conviction. She realized that Ye Feng had been teasing her on purpose earlier, so there was no need to worry about any danger. Moreover, she was curious about how Ye Feng, despite his low cultivation level, possessed such formidable strength. More importantly, Ye Feng could be considered her savior, and she felt it was necessary to repay that debt. Suit yourself. Ye Feng thought she was joking and didn't take it seriously as he continued walking toward the direction of the Ye family. Hey, wait a moment. My injury hasn't healed yet. Hua Qianer stomped her foot in frustration. When did she become so unappealing that this jerk wouldn't even wait for her? I have a name, it's Ye Feng. Ye Feng didn't have any particular thoughts about Hua Qianer at the moment. He still preferred the gentle and obedient Su Changxi. Ye Feng, are you the Ye Feng from the Yunhai sect? Hua Qianer instantly became interested upon hearing that name and hurried to catch up with Ye Feng. Ye Feng nodded and responded coldly. He was quite famous back then, having been accepted as a direct disciple by an elder of the Yunhai sect at the age of 8. I heard others say you've been stuck at the Qi martial realm without a breakthrough. Hua Qianer looked curiously at Ye Feng's face, suddenly finding him quite handsome. But then she realized what she had just thought. Guess. Ye Feng replied dismissively without turning his head. I know. Have you been compressing the intensity of your spiritual energy all these years? Hua Qianer's eyes lit up with inspiration as she speculated. She had been puzzled about how he could surpass so many realms that turned out to be this way. The more she thought about it, the smarter she felt. Ye Feng rolled his eyes, not bothering to explain, and continued walking. Thus the two of them chatted and walked at the same time. After more than 10 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the 7-star city, where the Ye family was located the next day. At the city gate of 7-star city, Ye Feng suddenly stopped. Hua Qianer, who had been following him, was looking around at the city and didn't notice that Ye Feng had halted. In the next moment, ouch! Hua Qianer bumped right into Ye Feng's back, resulting in an intimate contact between the two. Why did you stop? Hua Qianer glared at Ye Feng angrily. Ye Feng didn't answer. Instead, he turned around and asked, "Are you sure you want to go to my house?" "Of course, I wouldn't joke about this," Hua Qianer said proudly, hands on her hips. Hearing such a firm answer, Ye Feng's expression grew somewhat peculiar. If he brought Hua Qianer back to the Ye family like this, would his father and grandfather think he had abandoned Lin Ruoxua? If that were the case, it would be difficult to explain. While Ye Feng was lost in thought, a well-built young man in white robes walked past him. The young man's casual glance inadvertently caught Ye Feng's face. He suddenly stopped and took a few steps back. "Oh, isn't this our genius, Ye Feng? So you've come back after being rejected by Lin Ruoxua." The young man waved his folding fan and said with a hint of disdain. This young man in white was named Feng Haoran, the young master of the Feng family in 7-star city. In 7-star city, there are 3 major forces in a stalemate: the Ye family, the Feng family, and the Lu family. These 3 families have conflicts as they compete for resources within the city. Upon hearing this voice, Ye Feng looked over and realized that the speaker was Feng Haoran, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "It's been a while, you're looking quite presentable now," Ye Feng replied blandly, "but I'm curious how you know that Lin Ruoxua broke off the engagement with me. You're the one looking presentable. I'm now the second-ranked outer disciple of the Mad Lion sect." Feng Haoran waved his fan arrogantly. The Mad Lion sect is one of the top sects in the Shengwu country, just like the Yunhai sect. As for Lin Ruoxue breaking off the engagement with you, the whole city knows about it. You might be the last one. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's expression turned enlightened. It seemed that the Lin family had come to Seven Star City ahead of time to spread the news. However, if that was the case, then bringing Hua Qian'er back to the Ye family wouldn't be a problem at all. Hua Qian'er, who was nearby, heard their conversation, and her eyes brightened. So Ye Feng had such gossip to share. Ye Feng, why didn't you tell me about your fiancée? Hua Qian'er's words immediately caught Feng Haoren's attention. Upon seeing Hua Qian'er's beauty and figure, his heart raced. He had never seen such a stunning woman. Her fiery figure captivated him completely. Hua Qian'er noticed Feng Haoren's gaze, and her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of barely perceptible disgust appearing in her eyes. Beautiful lady, hello, I am Feng Haoren from the Feng family. I am currently the second-ranked outer disciple of the Mad Lion Sect. Feng Haoren realized he had lost his composure and quickly adjusted his expression, introducing himself. At the same time, he wanted to extend his hand to hold Hua Qian'er's soft, delicate hand. Hua Qian'er completely ignored Feng Haoren's words and instead wrapped her arm around Ye Feng's, coquettishly saying, Ye Feng, why didn't you tell me you have a fiancé? I won't be jealous. Ye Feng was taken aback by Hua Qian'er's action. What was this woman trying to do? Feng Haoren's mindset was also on the verge of exploding. A woman even more beautiful than Lin Ruoxue was actively clinging to Ye Feng's arm. How could this waste of Ye Feng have such fortune? This beautiful lady Ye Feng is just a waste stuck at the Qi martial realm. Don't be deceived by him. Hua Qian'er tightened her grip on Ye Feng's arm. I know Ye Feng's strength better than you do. I'm his new fiancé, so you don't need to meddle here. Hua Qian'er pulled Ye Feng closer. Ye Feng, sensing the fragrance coming from the woman beside him, suddenly understood that Hua Qian'er must be retaliating against him for teasing her earlier. So she intentionally claimed to be his fiancé in front of Feng Haoren to provoke him. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng didn't hold back and directly wrapped his arm around Hua Qian'er's slender waist. At the moment his hand encircled her waist, he could distinctly feel Hua Qian'er's delicate body shudder slightly. Feng Haoren watched the two of them being so close, feeling as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. He originally intended to mock Ye Feng for being jilted, but unexpectedly this guy found someone even more beautiful. This is simply the heavens being blind. Qian'er, don't mind him, he'll take you to meet my family. Ye Feng felt a surge of satisfaction inside. The petite waist of Hua Qian'er felt quite nice. He couldn't help but want to laugh at the gloomy look on Feng Haoren's face. This despicable guy, just wait for me. Feng Haoren watched the two of them walk away, his expression full of discomfort. If it weren't for the important matter he had to attend to waiting at the city gate to greet a master, he would have rushed over to beat up Ye Feng to relieve his anger. After Hua Qian'er and Ye Feng walked far away, Hua Qian'er shook off his arm. She didn't expect Feng Haoren to be so cowardly, causing her to lose face in front of Ye Feng. What's wrong, my little fiancé? Ye Feng teased as he looked at Hua Qian'er, who was sulking. I am very angry right now, don't talk to me. Hua Qian'er said angrily. Ye Feng smiled without speaking and led Hua Qian'er towards the Ye family. Along the way he overheard people in the city discussing his broken engagement, but he didn't care about it. People will say whatever they want. Before long, Ye Feng stopped in front of a mansion. He looked at the plaque with the two characters, Ye family, and felt a bit emotional. It had been nearly 2 years since he last returned to the Ye family, and he wondered how the family members were doing now. Taking a deep breath, he entered the main hall of the Ye family with Hua Qian'er to visit his father and grandfather. The news of Ye Feng's return quickly caused a stir within the Ye family. As a former genius of the Ye family who brought a lot of glory, Ye Feng still received considerable attention and care from many family members despite now being seen as useless. Especially with the recent news of Lin Ruoxue coming to break off the engagement, it sparked extreme dissatisfaction among the Ye family members. Ye family main hall. Father-grandfather. Ye Feng called out to a middle-aged man and an elderly man with slightly white hair upon entering the hall. The middle-aged man's name is Ye Yang, Ye Feng's father. The white-haired elder is named Ye Tsong, Ye Feng's grandfather. Haha, Fenger, you finally returned. Your grandfather has really missed you. Fenger, you know about Lin Ruoxue wanting to break off the engagement, right? What are your thoughts on this? Ye Yang suddenly asked, though he was clearly shot a glance by Ye Tsong as he spoke. Father, if she wants to break it off, then let her. I never liked Lin Ruoxue anyway. Ye Feng replied on, good, my grandson Ye Tsong is indeed ambitious. Back then I was blind to make a blood pact with that old bastard Lin Zhongnan. Ye Tsong expressed clear anger when mentioning Lin Zhongnan. As Lin Ruoxue's grandfather, it was likely that he tacitly approved of the engagement being broken or even initiated it himself. By the way, Fenger, who is the girl behind you? Ye Tsong had noticed Hua Qian'er early on, but hadn't asked him. Ye Yang also showed curiosity. This girl was truly beautiful, and it would be great if she could be his daughter-in-law. Ye Feng was at a loss for how to respond to such a question. Instead, Hu Qian'er boldly said, "Uncle Grandfather, you can just call me Qian'er. I am Ye Feng's friend." Yi Yang and Yi Tsang exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of amusement. A friend is good. She's even brought her home. Perhaps they are not far from having children. Ye Feng immediately sensed the strange expressions on his father's and grandfather's faces. He knew they must have misunderstood, but he couldn't explain. The more he explained, the more it would lead to misunderstandings. "Uncle Grandfather, Ye Feng has helped me a lot. Today is my first time visiting. Please accept this gift from me." Hu Qian'er stepped forward and took out 2 jade boxes from her storage ring, handing them over. Yi Yang and Yi Tsang glanced at Ye Feng before accepting the gifts. In their view, this was a present from a potential daughter-in-law or granddaughter-in-law, so accepting it was no problem. However, when they opened the jade boxes, they were completely shocked. Inside were 2 pills, and the fragrance of the pills was extremely rich. They were likely 4th-grade pills. "Uncle, the one in your hand is the 4th-grade Breaking Heaven pill. Taking it can increase your chances of breaking through to the Tianwu realm. Grandfather, the one in your hand is the 4th-grade Longevity pill. Taking it can extend your life by several to dozens of years." Hu Qian'er smiled, sweetly explaining each one. Ye Feng listened to Hu Qian'er's words, feeling a slight shock inside. He had previously realized when Hu Qian'er was giving gifts that this woman probably didn't want to owe him a favor, using gifts to repay his life-saving grace. So he didn't stop his father and grandfather from accepting the gifts. However, these 2 4th-grade pills were indeed incredibly valuable, especially precious for the Yi family. "Good, it's great that Lin Ruoxue called off the engagement." Yi Yang laughed heartily, happily accepting the gifts from his daughter-in-law. His cultivation had been stuck at the 10th level of the Earth Martial Realm for some years. If he took the Breaking Heaven pill, he would have a great chance of breaking into the Tianwu realm. With that, the Yi family would have 2 strong practitioners in the Tianwu realm. Even if the Feng and Lu families joined forces, they would have more confidence. Although Yi Tsang also accepted the gifts, he felt a sense of worry in his heart. To be able to give away 2 4th-grade pills at once, Hu Qian'er must have an extraordinary background. He feared that her family members would not approve of their marriage. Just as Yi Tsang was lost in thought, a servant from the Yi family suddenly came to report. "Master, something big has happened. It seems the Feng family has invited a 3rd-grade alchemist, and we are probably going to lose the competition this afternoon." Yi Tsang's expression darkened slightly upon hearing the news. "Is this news reliable?" "Master, it's most likely true." The head of the Feng family went to the city gate to greet him personally. The Yi family servant reported, "The Feng family really has some tricks. They actually invited a 3rd-grade alchemist." Yi Tsang slapped the table angrily. Due to the recent deepening conflicts between the Yi family and the Feng family, various skirmishes had led to many casualties. To prevent the Lu family from reaping the benefits, the Yi family and the Feng family had agreed that there would be an alchemy competition this afternoon, and the winner would gain control of 5 prosperous streets in Qiao City. It should be known that these 5 prosperous streets generate a significant amount of revenue each year. If the Yi family lost, their income would drastically decrease. After hearing his father's explanation, Ye Feng understood the situation. The Yi family only had 1 2nd-grade alchemist. The chances of losing against a 3rd-grade alchemist were extremely high. Unfortunately, he couldn't refine pills and was of no help. However, just as the 3 of them were at a loss, Hu Qian'er smiled slightly and stepped forward. "Uncle Grandfather, I happen to be a 3rd-grade alchemist. Oh, let me give it a try." As soon as Hu Qian'er spoke, it instantly caught the attention of Ye Feng and the other 2. Alchemists are already quite rare in their small town of Qiao City, let alone a 3rd-tier alchemist. Yet Hu Qian'er appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, and she was actually a 3rd-tier alchemist. Fearing that the Yi family might not believe her, Hu Qian'er took out her 3rd-tier alchemist badge. When Yi Yang and Yi Tsang saw the 3 golden stars on the alchemist badge, they completely believed her. Even Ye Feng felt a bit surprised that Hu Qian'er had such an identity. "Haha, great. With Qian'er's help, our Yi family will surely win." Yi Tsang laughed heartily. Now Yi Tsang found Hu Qian'er more and more pleasing to the eye. If his grandson could regain his former talent in cultivation, they would truly make a beautiful couple. Yi Yang pulled Ye Feng aside and whispered, "Fenger, I want a chubby grandson. When do you think we can get together with Qian'er?" Listening to his father's words, Ye Feng revealed a strange expression. What kind of wolfish words were these from his father? In the afternoon, in a square of Qiao City, there stood a high platform. This was the venue for the alchemical competition between the Yi family and the Feng family. At that moment, the square was surrounded by a dense crowd. Many people had come specifically to watch the competition upon hearing that there would be alchemists. Some even came with the intention of learning and seeking apprenticeship. "Look, the Yi family has arrived," someone said. I think the Ye family will lose today. The Feng family has invited a third-tier alchemist. What can the Ye family do to win? The Feng family really has good tactics. It's not easy to invite a third-tier alchemist. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, the members of the Ye family, led by Ye Feng, walked toward the center of the square, with Ye Feng and Hu Qian'er among them. Ye Feng, your Ye family has finally arrived, but I think you should just admit defeat today to avoid losing face in the streets. Feng Qinhong, the head of the Feng family, looked at the Ye family and sneered. He had spent considerable connections and resources to invite a third-tier alchemist. He was eager to see how the Ye family would win today. Behind Feng Qinhong stood Feng Haoren and a man in his 30s. This man in his 30s was named Chen Yun, and it was evident that a hint of arrogance was displayed on his face, clearly looking down on the Ye family's second-tier alchemist. Feng Haoren was fixated on Hu Qian'er in the Ye family, crowd his gaze unwavering. If anyone is to admit defeat, it should be your Feng family. A third-tier alchemist isn't only something you can afford to hire. Ye Feng replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Feng Qinhong's expression slightly darkened as he scrutinized the Ye family crowd once more. Then he began to laugh. Except for a young woman he did not recognize, he was very familiar with everyone else in the Ye family. With such a group, how could there possibly be a third-tier alchemist? Ye Feng, if I win the competition for you today, how will you reward me? Hu Qian'er raised her swan-like neck, slightly, her tone filled with confidence. How about, I offer myself to you? Ye Feng smirked slightly and joked. Initially, he found Hu Qian'er a bit headstrong and spoiled. However, she not only gifted 2 fourth-tier pills to his father and grandfather, but also volunteered to represent the Ye family in the alchemical competition. This greatly increased Ye Feng's appreciation for Hu Qian'er. You dare to tease me? Hu Qian'er shot Ye Feng an irritated glare, then she lifted her jade leg and kicked straight at him. Having long been on guard against Ye Feng, he dodged Hu Qian'er's attack by sidestepping. If you kick again, you might lose your clothes, Ye Feng reminded her as he saw Hu Qian'er being relentless. Upon hearing this, Hu Qian'er finally stopped her movements, looking at Ye Feng with an indignant expression. Humph, just wait for me to lose, will you? Hu Qian'er snorted coldly, turned her head away, and walked toward the high platform. Feng Haoren watched the flirtation between the two with a green face. However, he was puzzled as to why Hu Qian'er was going up to the high platform, but he soon found out the answer. Where's your Feng family's alchemist? If we're going to compete, hurry up. In a rush, Hu Qian'er stood on the high platform, hands on her hips, and asked the Feng family. Little girl, are you the alchemist standing in for the Ye family? Chen Yun stepped onto the high platform, his face darkened. Sending this little girl from the Ye family was simply an insult to him. That's right, if you're afraid to fight, you can step down, Hu Qian'er replied confidently. Her grandfather was a 6th-tier alchemist, and she had inherited his true teachings in alchemy. How could she fear a 3rd-tier alchemist of the same rank? All right, you arrogant little girl, today I will let you know that alchemy is not just about words. Chen Yun was almost laughing in anger. If he couldn't even defeat a little girl over 10 years younger than him, then all those years of alchemy practice would have been for nothing. As his voice fell, both of them took out their alchemy furnaces, prepared their materials, gathered their alchemical fire, and began refining pills. The competition rules had already been agreed upon by the Ye and Feng families. Whoever could refine a higher quality pill would win. Below the high platform, Feng Qinhong looked calmly at the competition above. If that girl was indeed a 3rd-tier alchemist, he would never believe it, not even if he were dead. After all, cultivating an alchemist is very resource-intensive. If that girl were truly a genius alchemist, the Ye family wouldn't have the ability to hire her. Ye Yang and Ye Feng, although they appeared calm on the surface, felt very nervous inside. After all, Hu Qian'er was so young. They feared she might lack experience, but they could only place their hopes on her. In contrast, Ye Feng remained quite calm. Since Hu Qian'er dared to compete, she must have considerable confidence. Because like martial arts, in the absence of resource scarcity, talent is the most important aspect. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the square, Hu Qian'er and Chen Yun had already begun showcasing their respective skills. As Chen Yun watched Hu Qian'er's skilled movements, his complexion began to turn increasingly grim. This little girl seemed to indeed possess real ability. However, he did not want to lose, and absolutely could not lose. After a quarter of an hour, with the tremors of the alchemy furnace, Hu Qian'er was the first to complete the refinement of the pill, wearing a confident smile. Chen Yun soon followed suit, successfully completing the refinement of his pill. Then he took it out and announced, I have refined a 3rd-tier blood lotus pill, and it is a 4-pattern blood lotus pill. After Chen Yun finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Hu Qian'er, eager to see what kind of pill this little girl. Hu Qian'er remained remarkably composed in the face of Chen Yun's gaze. Pills are not only graded by level, but also distinguished by the number of patterns within the same level. The number of patterns ranges from 1 to 9. The more patterns there are, the better the efficacy of the pill and the lesser its toxicity. I will make you submit wholeheartedly. Hua Qian'er let out a soft hum and retrieved the finished pill from the alchemy furnace. Before everyone's eyes, a nearly identical blood lotus pill appeared. However, the only difference was that the blood lotus pill in Hua Qian'er's hand was of the 6th pattern. This comparison clearly distinguished the superior from the inferior. A 6th pattern 3rd grade blood lotus pill. This girl is simply a genius in alchemy. The crowd gasped in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. Feng Qinghong and his grandson Feng Haoran suddenly turned ashen. The 3rd grade alchemist they had painstakingly invited had actually lost. Hua Qian'er is truly outstanding. Seeing Feng Qinghong's grim expression, Yi Tsong laughed heartily. Impossible, you. Who are you really? Chen Yun could hardly believe he had lost to a girl who wasn't even 20. Such a reality was difficult for him to accept. I am Hua Qian'er of the Huayun sect. Hua Qian'er placed her hands on her hips and huffed. You are Hua Qian'er. Chen Yun's pupils widened in shock upon hearing this name. As a 3rd grade alchemist, he was naturally familiar with some prominent figures in the alchemist community. Hua Qian'er was the granddaughter of the sect leader of the Huayun sect, a young genius in alchemy. Losing to someone like her was something he could accept at this moment. So how about it? Am I impressive? Hua Qian'er walked down from the platform and proudly approached Ye Feng. Impressive. Ye Feng casually praised her. This girl indeed had considerable skill. Hearing Ye Feng's compliment, Hua Qian'er's smile grew even brighter. Though she was not as skilled as Ye Feng in cultivation, alchemy was her strong suit. Haha, old ghost Feng, we the Yi family will take those 5 main streets. Yi Tsong laughed heartily, then slowly led the Yi family members away. Watching the Yi family depart, Feng Qinghong felt an intense sense of frustration. Haoran, you must secure 1st place in the martial competition of the 3 major families in 3 days. Feng Qinghong commanded. The Feng family could not afford to lose again, otherwise where would their dignity lie? Grandfather, don't worry, I will definitely win 1st place and trample all the Yi family members underfoot. Feng Haoran's eyes were fierce, his expression somewhat grim. What he most wanted was to trample that waste Ye Feng underfoot in front of Hua Qian'er. Unfortunately, that waste Ye Feng didn't even qualify to participate in the martial competition of the 3 major families. Nighttime. In a guest room of the Yi family, Hua Qian'er lay sideways on the large bed, boredly swinging her delicate feet. The image of Ye Feng involuntarily surfaced in her mind. This bastard, why do I keep thinking of him? Hua Qian'er bit her red lips, slightly fuming. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on her door. Miss Qian'er, I need to discuss something with you. Ye Feng's voice came from outside. Upon hearing this voice, Hua Qian'er suddenly perked up. Barefooted, she approached the door and opened it. You come to my room in the middle of the night. You don't have any ulterior motives, do you? Hua Qian'er blinked her watery eyes, pretending to be vigilant as she stared at Ye Feng. Hearing this, Ye Feng couldn't help but smirk. If he had ulterior motives, he would have already had relations with Hua Qian'er on the way. He had come late today, mainly to consider learning alchemy from Hua Qian'er. Miss Qian'er, I see your alchemy skills are exceptional, and I would like to learn this art of alchemy from you. Ye Feng stated his purpose directly. You want to become an alchemist? A hint of surprise flashed in Hua Qian'er's beautiful eyes. Not just anyone could become an alchemist. 2 conditions must be met to become one. The first is a mental strength above average, and the second is the ability to condense alchemical fire on one's own. Only by meeting these 2 conditions is it possible to become a low-level alchemist. As for whether one could become a higher-level alchemist afterwards, it would depend on one's comprehension ability and the wealth behind them. Yes, Ye Feng nodded. Becoming an alchemist is not that easy. I need to test if you meet the requirements first. Hua Qian'er did not refuse. Instead, a glint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Teaching Ye Feng alchemy and then watching this brat suffer would definitely be a very amusing thing. Just thinking about it was entertaining. All right, Miss Qian'er, just tell me what test you need, I will cooperate with you. Ye Feng knew that not everyone could become an alchemist, otherwise alchemists would have been everywhere. For the first test, I need to assess your mental strength. Hua Qian'er smiled as she took out a sphere used to test mental strength from her storage ring. Convey your mental strength into this sphere, and I will see if your mental strength qualifies. Following Hua Qian'er's instructions, Ye Feng infused his mental strength into the sphere. Soon 3 dark numbers appeared on the sphere. 100. How? How much? Hua Qian'er was stunned upon seeing this number. Her mental strength had only measured 80 back then, and among her peers in the Holy Martial Nation, there were almost none who had a higher mental strength than her. Although taking some special herbs could enhance a person's mental strength, such herbs were extremely rare. Quick, retract your mental strength. Hua Qian'er exclaimed, staring at the sphere that was on the verge of bursting. Oh, all right. Ye Feng complied, withdrawing his mental strength, and simultaneously saw the number on the sphere. He didn't know if this 100 was considered meeting the requirements. Miss Qian'er, this 100 mental strength should qualify, right? Ye Feng speculated, observing her somewhat unusual reaction. Barely. Qualifies, Hua Qian'er said, her gaze evasive and her voice lacking confidence. This was far from barely qualifying, it completely exceeded expectations. Moreover, the reason Ye Feng's mental strength displayed as 100 was that it was the limit of this sphere, not Ye Feng's limit. That's good. Is there another test? Ye Feng inquired. Yes, this is the method for condensing alchemical fire. You can take a look yourself. Hua Qian'er snapped back to reality from her shock and casually tossed out a booklet. She continuously reassured herself that mental strength does not represent everything. Ye Feng received the booklet and saw 6 large characters written on it: the method of condensing alchemical fire. He then began to flip through the booklet and started attempting to learn. Hua Qian'er returned to the bedside, swaying her jade-like feet, resembling snow lotuses, her gaze occasionally darting towards Ye Feng. It took her a whole day to condense the Dan fire, even with slight guidance from her grandfather. Now she was curious to see how long Ye Feng would take. After all, tonight was already a lost cause. Moreover, condensing the Dan fire greatly depended on one's innate attributes or constitution. For instance, those with ice-cold physiques or extreme Yin constitutions could be said to have no hope of condensing Dan fire in their lifetime. As Hua Qian'er observed, Ye Feng had already grasped the principles of condensing Dan fire. With the circulation of spiritual power, he began to attempt transforming his spiritual energy into Dan fire. Once, twice, 3 times. Ye Feng failed 3 times in a row, but rather than feeling discouraged, he continued to try. Seeing Ye Feng's repeated failures, Hua Qian'er thought about offering some pointers. If you want to condense Dan fire. Hua Qian'er slightly parted her lips, about to speak. However, a sudden scene before her made her cherry-like lips involuntarily widen. A blazing inferno appeared in Ye Feng's palm, lingering without dissipating. Does this count as completed? Ye Feng looked at Hua Qian'er, only to find her seemingly in a daze. Completed, it's not bad. Hua Qian'er snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat existential at that moment. Condensing Dan fire after only 4 attempts without guidance. This guy couldn't possibly be a freak, could he? Moreover, what frustrated her was that Ye Feng's talent in martial arts far surpassed hers. Miss Qian'er, do you have any tests left? No. None left. If you want to refine pills, I can teach you. However, if I teach you, you must take me as your master. Hua Qian'er suddenly revealed a mischievous smile on her originally gloomy face, thinking that this rascal was quite perceptive. After the 2 tests, Ye Feng's performance had far exceeded that of a genius, making him likely a prodigy, and if she took Ye Feng as her disciple, she would then be the master of a genius alchemist. Take you as my master. Ye Feng's expression turned strange. It felt odd to be a disciple of a girl only a year older than him. Moreover, as he spent more time with her, he realized that Hua Qian'er, in terms of both appearance and figure, was indeed quite alluring. He feared he might lose control one day. What? Are you unhappy? Hua Qian'er's face turned stern, feigning displeasure. This scoundrel was actually hesitating. If she knew of Ye Feng's bold thoughts, she would wonder what her feelings would be. Ahem, fine, Master Qian'er, Ye Feng reluctantly called out. Hearing him address her as Master, Hua Qian'er finally broke into a sweet smile, thinking that this rascal had some sense. Obedient disciple, come here, and I will teach you how to refine pills Hansen tonight. Hua Qian'er waved at Ye Feng, completely disregarding the fact that it was already nighttime. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng walked over to the bed and sat next to Hua Qian'er. Once settled, Hua Qian'er adopted the air of authority befitting a master. First, I will demonstrate how to refine a first-grade pill, Hua Qian'er explained as she demonstrated. Although it was her first time as a teacher, she managed to do it quite convincingly. Ye Feng listened attentively. After all, having a beautiful woman as a teacher greatly increased his interest in learning. From nightfall to dawn, and from dawn to nightfall. For 2 consecutive days and nights, the 2 practiced pill refining in Hua Qian'er's room. As Ye Feng's alchemical skills rapidly improved, their relationship slowly deepened. After all, a lonely man and woman cohabiting in close quarters would inevitably create some romantic tension. This morning, Ye Feng was in the room refining a first-grade pill by himself. Though he had practiced for over 2 days, he had yet to successfully refine a pill, so this attempt required his utmost focus. Hua Qian'er watched intently, having been completely astonished by Ye Feng's talent in alchemy after teaching him for more than 2 days. If she was an alchemical prodigy, then Ye Feng was a god among geniuses. It took her nearly 2 months to refine her first-grade pill, becoming a true first-grade alchemist. She believed Ye Feng's speed in becoming a first-grade alchemist would far surpass hers. As Hua Qian'er watched, she suddenly became a bit distracted. For some reason, she found Ye Feng's face filled with masculine energy particularly handsome at that moment, causing her heart to race wildly. She recalled the scene of Ye Feng single-handedly battling over 10 disciples of the Yinsha sect. That tall figure was now particularly vivid in her mind. While Hua Qian'er was lost in thought, Ye Feng's alchemy had reached the most critical moment. As long as the final step of condensing the pill was successful, he would truly succeed. Concentrate. Ye Feng shouted, flames exploding as the illusory pill within the alchemy furnace slowly took shape. Buzz. With a flash of light, a first-grade pill floated out of the furnace. Seeing this scene, a hint of joy flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. From this moment on, he was a first-grade alchemist. Master Qian'er, I did it. Ye Feng turned to Hua Qian'er, realizing that without her Hansen guidance, he wouldn't have become an alchemist so quickly. Upon seeing Ye Feng's success, Hua Qian'er's beautiful face broke into a stunning smile. This enchanting smile made Ye Feng's heart race. Gazing at her enticing cherry-like lips, he impulsively leaned in for a kiss. Hua Qian'er suddenly widened her beautiful eyes, her mind going blank, unsure of how to react. After a while, she finally regained her senses. You scoundrel! Hua Qian'er suddenly pushed Ye Feng away, curling up on the bed like a frightened little rabbit. It was evident that her cheeks, neck, and even earlobes were flushed with red. Ahem! Ye Feng, who was pushed away, coughed awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. He had let his impulses get the better of him and made an inappropriate move. Realizing his mistake, he hurriedly fled the room, but that feeling just now had been quite exhilarating. Fenger, you finally emerged from your room. Ye Feng had barely left Hua Qian'er's chamber when he encountered his father Ye Yang. Father, I was learning alchemy from Miss Qian'er. Ye Feng explained solemnly. Alchemy? Ha, I understand. That's how one deepens mutual affection after all. Ye Yang grinned mischievously. How is your courtship with Miss Qian'er progressing? When might I become a grandfather? Ye Feng stared at his irreverent father, his brow darkening with exasperation, and swiftly changed the subject. Father, let me compete in this afternoon's tri-family martial contest. Ye Feng volunteered without hesitation. This contest among disciples of the three great families was far more than mere sparring. It was a decisive trial of strength and prestige. It determined the annual allocation of mineral resources from the mines beyond the city walls. The higher a family ranked, the greater its share. For years, Ye Feng had contributed nothing to his clan. Now that he possessed formidable power, he was determined to serve his family with unwavering resolve. Especially this year, Feng Haoran of the Feng family claimed the title of second-ranked disciple among the outer sect of the Rampant Lion Sect. His cultivation level likely reached the 10th rank of the profound martial realm. None of Ye Feng's other talented clansmen could possibly match him. Ye Yang's expression shifted instantly to one of deep skepticism. His son had never been one to boast or overreach. Could it be, had his son's cultivation talent finally recovered? Father, I have attained the 3rd rank of the profound martial realm. Though my cultivation falls short of Feng Haoran's, defeating him will be effortless. Ye Feng released a surge of aura, speaking with quiet confidence. Excellent. Truly excellent. Ye Yang's face erupted into unrestrained jubilation. His son had lain dormant for a decade. Now at last he could cultivate once more. Yet he still found it difficult to believe that Ye Feng could so easily overcome Feng Haoran. Ye Feng offered no further explanation. Only the opportunity to step onto the arena mattered. There he would prove himself beyond doubt. Come, let us tell grandfather this wonderful news. Ye Yang led Ye Feng toward the Ye family's ancestral hall. That afternoon, in the heart of Qiao City, a vast arena stood at the center of the main square, a structure erected expressly for the annual tri-family martial contest. Crowds already thronged the perimeter of the colossal platform, their voices rising like a tide. Look, the Feng family has arrived. Rumor says Feng Haoran is their strongest disciple, 10th rank profound martial realm, and ranked among the elite of the Rampant Lion Sect's outer sect. The championship is all but theirs. The Lu family has also arrived. Their strongest is Lu Yu, 8th rank profound martial realm. Though no match for Feng Haoran, he'll certainly best each in the strongest of the Yi family. Indeed, Yi Chen stands only at 7th rank profound martial realm. This year the Yi family seems destined for last place. Amid murmurs and speculation, the three great families entered the square in turn. Feng Qinghong Yi Tsang. Shall we abide by tradition and draw lots to determine which family sends its first challenger? Lu Xin, patriarch of the Lu family, stepped forward to ask. Naturally. Whichever family draws the first challenge, lot shall send its champion first. Yi Tsang replied. In this contest, each family fielded 5 disciples. The draw decided who would open the battle upon the arena. Next, the second family would mount a challenge. The loser eliminated the victor holding the arena. Then the third family would challenge in turn again, eliminating the vanquished and allowing the winner to defend. This cycle repeated until only one family's representative remained standing, declaring them the undisputed champions. It was a grueling wheel war testing not individual brilliance, but the collective might of each lineage. Feng Qinghong raised no objection. Soon the three patriarchs drew lots, and the result was clear. The Ye family would go first, the Lu family second, the Feng family third. Yi Chun, you shall lead our charge. Yi Tsong commanded. Yes, patriarch. Yi Chun nodded. Knowing he could not defeat either Feng Haoran or Lu Yu, he chose to enter first, not in desperation, but to assert the dignity of the Yi family. Yi Chun of the Yi family challenges all. He strode onto the arena, spear in hand, his gaze sharp and unyielding as it swept toward the Lu family's ranks. Lu Xian's eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing Yi Chun step forth first. So the Yi family had already conceded defeat, sending their strongest disciple as a symbolic gesture. I shall face you. A seventh-rank profound martial realm disciple of the Lu family ascended the arena, second only to Lu Yu among his kin. Fight! They roared in unison, unleashing torrents of seventh-rank profound martial energy. Fierce battle lust blazed in their eyes as they charged, clashing in a fierce, evenly matched duel. In the end, Yi Chun prevailed, though only after a grueling struggle, leaving him grievously wounded. Ha! Ha! Yi Chun, let me be the one to fell you. A sixth-rank, profound martial realm disciple of the Feng family stepped forward. With Yi Chun injured and his spiritual energy depleted, victory seemed well within reach. And indeed, Yi Chun fell before him, forced to descend the arena in silence. Then another Yi family disciple, sixth-rank, profound martial realm, took his place, triumphing over one Feng and one Lu disciple in succession. When the Feng family next sent forth a challenger, it was a seventh-rank, profound martial realm expert, whose overwhelming strength swept aside three Yi disciples and two Lu disciples before finally succumbing to Lu Yu, the Lu family's strongest. Now only Ye Feng remained of the Yi family, and on the arena stood Lu Yu alone. Meanwhile, the Feng family still fielded three warriors, including Feng Haoran, widely regarded as their peerless apex. Fenger, do you truly believe you can overcome Lu Yu? Yi Tsong asked, concern etching his voice. Though Ye Feng had reached the third-rank profound martial realm, Lu Yu stood at the eighth. Overcoming 5 minor realms in single combat was an almost unthinkable feat. Grandfather, rest assured, it will be done. Ye Feng strode confidently toward the arena. He had slain a third-rank earth martial realm expert. Defeating Lu Yu would be no harder than slaying a chicken. As Ye Feng approached the arena, murmurs rippled through the crowd. It seems the tri-family contest holds no suspense this year. Indeed, Feng first, Lu second, Yi last. What a... That's Ye Feng. He's stepping onto the arena. How dare he? By the heavens, it is him. What courage does an Qi martial realm cultivator possess? A wave of shock and disbelief surged through the onlookers below. Feng Haoran watched Ye Feng ascend, but since the challenge was not directed at him, a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. He also scanned the Yi family's ranks in vain for Hua Qianer, another quiet disappointment. Ye Feng, what gives you the audacity to step here? Lu Yu curled his lip, disdain flashing coldly in his gaze. Yet perhaps it was fitting. Humiliating a former prodigy before such a crowd held far greater satisfaction than crushing nameless underlings of the Yi family. Meeting that contemptuous gaze, Ye Feng smiled, a frostbitten, razor-edged smile. I came precisely to trample you beneath my feet. What a joke, watch how I defeat you. Lu Yu could no longer tolerate Ye Feng's arrogant attitude. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, and he charged straight at Ye Feng. Flame Meteor Fist. As he was about to reach Ye Feng, Lu Yu shouted loudly, unleashing a formidable martial skill. A fist radiating with flames carrying astonishing power descended towards Ye Feng's position. Lu Yu looked at Ye Feng, who remained motionless with a cold smile, thinking, is he really scared silly? However, the smile at the corner of his mouth quickly froze. Ye Feng extended one hand, opened his palm, and effortlessly blocked his attack, not even shifting his stance. Is this your strength? Ye Feng looked down, his calm words making Lu Yu feel a deep sense of off Flame Meteor Fist. Lu Yu frantically circulated the spiritual energy within his body, retracting his fist before striking out again. This punch was clearly much stronger than before, and he was determined to inflict harm on Ye Feng. Boom. Ye Feng still blocked with one hand the clash of their spiritual energies, creating a shockwave that lifted the corner of his clothing. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded. Ye Feng, not wanting to linger with him any longer, reached out, grasping Lu Ye's arm. Then using Lu Ye's arm as an axis, he spun Lu Ye's body in midair 2.5 times before tossing him off the stage. Lu Yu actually lost. He must have underestimated his opponent. I don't know, but when did Ye Feng reach the 3rd level of the Xuanwu realm? How could he win so easily? Exclamations and gasps arose from the crowd. The outcome of this battle far exceeded their expectations. Haha, my good grandson is indeed impressive. Yi Tsang laughed heartily. Initially, he had some doubts about Ye Feng's words, but now it seemed his grandson had indeed been modest. Yi Chun and others from the Yi family looked on with admiration and shock. This was too powerful. Ye Feng completely overwhelmed Lu Yu in strength and could even compete with Feng Haoren. In contrast, Lu Xian's expression was as dark as water, as he had thought the Lu family was assured of 2nd place. But reality had slapped him hard in the face. More importantly, with his keen vision in the Tianwu realm, he could tell that it wasn't that Lu Yu had underestimated his opponent, but that Ye Feng's strength was unusual. What worried him even more was that if Ye Feng regained his former talent, the current balance of power in Qiao City would be shattered in the near future. The Yi family would completely rise above the other 2 families under Ye Feng's leadership. Haoren, do not underestimate Ye Feng when you fight him, Feng Qinghong said with a slightly serious expression. Grandpa, don't worry. Ye Feng does have some strength, but victory in this battle will definitely belong to me, Feng Haoren said confidently. To him, Lu Yu was just a waste, and while Ye Feng's ability to defeat him surprised him, he still believed Ye Feng could not be his opponent. Soon the other 2 disciples from the Feng family took the stage one after another, both easily defeated by Ye Feng. This outcome was expected by everyone. Ye Feng, I never expected the heavens would give me another chance to trample you underfoot. Feng Haoren stepped onto the stage, his eyes filled with frenzy and excitement. As he spoke, he scanned the crowd of the Yi family, but still did not see Hu Qian'er, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. Trample you underfoot. You aren't qualified for that yet. Ye Feng's lips curled into a slight arc. Initially, he was merely slightly annoyed with Feng Haoren, but now recalling how this guy had always harbored fantasies about Hu Qian'er, it made him want to give Feng Haoren a good beating. Ye Feng, you are too arrogant. Let's see how long you can be so cocky. Feng Haoren's Xuanwu Realm Level 10 aura erupted, enveloping Ye Feng with immense pressure. As this powerful aura surged forth, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He intended to completely cripple Ye Feng. Feng Haoren's body surged forward, his fist filled with astonishing spiritual energy, smashing towards Ye Feng. Watching the incoming fist, Ye Feng activated the Wind God Step, effortlessly dodging his opponent's attack. Then he countered with a slap, striking Feng Haoren's face. A loud slap echoed as a clear red palm print appeared on Feng Haoren's face. In that moment, Feng Haoren was completely dazed. Seeing Feng Haoren in a daze, Ye Feng struck again with a backhand slap. The force sent a bloodied tooth flying out. Feng Haoren's body spun like a top in the air before crashing heavily onto the stage. The crowd below the stage stared in disbelief at this scene. Ye Feng's movements were incredibly fast. Not only did he easily evade Feng Haoren's attack, but he also launched an extremely humiliating counterattack. Ye Feng, I will ruin you. Feng Haoren stood up, howling furiously, his eyes wild with rage. In front of such a large crowd, he had been soundly slapped twice by Ye Feng. Ye Feng, I will ruin you. Feng Haoren stood up, howling furiously, his eyes wild with rage. In front of such a large crowd, he had been soundly. He took a deep breath, and the qi of Haoren surged violently throughout his body. This qi gathered like a tidal wave, eventually forming a gigantic Haoren palm. Then he swung his hand fiercely, and the massive Haoren hand, imbued with unmatched momentum, came crashing down towards Ye Feng. Had it not been for his carelessness, how could he have been slapped by Ye Feng? Now he intended to use his strongest martial skill to completely ruin Ye Feng. Mountain Sea Fist. Ye Feng's spiritual energy surged within him as he stepped forward, a tide of mountain and sea power roaring forth with his punch. Boom! The punch containing mountain and sea power collided with the Haoren giant hand. In the astonished gazes of many, the massive hand was shattered as if made of paper, offering no resistance at all. The Mountain Sea Fist continued unabated, rushing towards Feng Haoren. Upon seeing his proud martial skill being so easily shattered, Feng Haoren's expression turned one of disbelief. Before he could react further, the Mountain Sea Fist was already in his line of sight. Puff! The Mountain Sea Fist struck heavily against Feng Haoren's chest, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. Ye Feng walked over slowly, then kicked Feng Haoren's body off the stage as if disposing of trash. He had seen Feng Haoren's vicious gaze earlier, so he didn't hold back. This punch could be said to have completely crippled Feng Haoren. Haoren! Fong Qinghong's expression darkened instantly as he rushed to Fong Haoran's side to examine his injuries. His grandson had been crippled, his internal organs nearly displaced, and half his spirit meridians on the verge of rupture. He had never imagined that Ye Feng's single fist strike could possess such devastating power. Ye Feng, you heartless fiend. You've ruined my grandson. You will pay for this. Fong Qinghong unleashed his Tianwu realm aura in a violent surge and charged toward Ye Feng atop the arena platform. Old rogue, what arrogance gives you the audacity to lay hands on my grandson? Yi Tsong materialized suddenly before Fong Qinghong, blocking his advance. Yi Tsong, step aside this instant. Ye Feng has crippled my grandson. The Fong family demands an explanation. Fong Qinghong's eyes blazed with seething fury. Explanation? I'll explain it to your ancestors. Your grandson is weak. Yet you an elder dare bully a junior with such shameless hypocrisy. Yi Tsong retorted without restraint or mercy. No one would harm a member of the Yi family, not without first passing through Yi Tsong's blade. And this youth was none other than his own flesh and blood. Yi Tsong, do you truly wish to ignite open war between the Yi and Fong families? Seeing Yi Tsong refuse to yield, Fong Qinghong roared in outrage. Then come. If you thirst for war, I'll gladly fight you to the death. Yi Tsong lunged forward without hesitation, launching a full assault. Since the old rogue so desperately sought battle, Yi Tsong would grant him his wish. Boom, boom, boom. Two Tianwu realm masters clashed in an explosive, earth-shaking conflagration. Lu Xian watched their duel, a faint calculating smile curling at the corner of his lips. Fight on, preferably until both lie broken and bleeding. Let the Fong and Yi families tear each other apart, and I shall reap the spoils. Just as he savored his quiet triumph, a sudden, overwhelming Tianwu realm aura erupted, jolting Lu Xian's expression into stark alarm. Yi Yang struck without warning, driving a crushing palm strike into Fong Qinghong's exposed back. Ugh! Fong Qinghong spat crimson blood, his body convulsing as if struck by lightning. Yi Yang, you've broken through to the Tianwu realm. His gaze locked onto Yi Yang, eyes burning with raw disbelief and bitter resentment. He knew in that moment that any further vengeance against Ye Feng was now utterly impossible. Ha ha ha. A fortunate breakthrough these past few days, Yi Yang chuckled lightly. He had consumed a sky-shattering pill 2 days prior and ascended smoothly into the Tianwu realm. Yet he had withheld his strike against Fong Qinghong, not out of restraint, but because Lu Xian had appeared nearby unbidden and watchful. Should Yi Yang and his father unite to slay Fong Qinghong, Lu Xian would be the first to intervene. For if Fong Qinghong fell, the delicate tripartite balance among the three great clans would shatter irrevocably. The Fong family would swiftly crumble, perhaps vanish entirely. Lu Xian understood all too well the ancient truth: when lips are gone, teeth grow cold. Very well indeed. Today I, Fong Qinghong, concede defeat. After swallowing a healing pill, he cast one last venomous glare at Ye Feng, then withdrew with the Fong clan entourage. Lu Xian too cast a wary glance at Ye Feng and at the two Tianwu realm masters of the Yi family, before departing with his own clan. Fenger, are you unharmed? Yi Yang approached Ye Feng and asked. Not a scratch. Let's go home. Ye Feng smiled calmly, then departed with Yi Tsong and the rest of the Yi family. Word spread like wildfire across Chiao City. Ye Feng, possessing only the Xuanwu realm 3rd-tier cultivation, had defeated Lu Yu and crippled Fong Haoran. The Yi family's long-dormant prodigy, silent for 10 years, was rising once more. And news of Yi Yang's ascension to the Tianwu realm sent ripples of awe throughout the city. The Yi family is ascending. Ye Feng returned home and retreated directly to his chamber. He had briefly considered visiting Hua Qian'er's room to gauge her reaction, but reconsidered. If she remained furious, his presence would only invite reprimand. Best begin cultivation first, and perhaps deepen my comprehension of the mountain and river sword art. After brief reflection, Ye Feng settled upon his course. Thus Ye Feng cultivated diligently, while simultaneously refining his grasp of the mountain and river sword art, until the day quietly faded into night. At dawn the next day, Ye Feng suddenly recalled today was the very day Lin Ruoxue had vowed to come and dissolve their engagement, a prospect that stirred quiet anticipation within him. He hoped she would arrive early, so their bond might be severed cleanly and finally. Yet day passed into day, then into a third, still no Lin Ruoxue. Not a soul from the Lin family appeared. Puzzlement flickered across Ye Feng's face. What game was Lin Ruoxue playing? Had she not sworn to end their betrothal, then vanished without trace? Damn it! Could it be she's changed her mind? A startling thought flashed through his mind. No. If she refuses to come forward and break the engagement, Then I shall take the initiative and formally dismiss her as my fiancée. Gazing at the deep, starless night beyond his door, Ye Feng resolved tomorrow he would accompany his grandfather to the Lin residence, with the marriage contract in hand. After all, no noble steed grazes twice upon the same grass. And having already won the devotion of Su Changxi, a woman of extraordinary grace and virtue, Lin Ruoxua was utterly unworthy of his regard. Just as Ye Feng prepared to rest, a soft knock echoed at his door. Surprised by the late hour, he rose. Qianer, master. Ye Feng blinked in genuine surprise at Qianer's unexpected arrival, though her appearance tonight left him momentarily breathless. Her radiant crimson hair blazed like living flame against the night's darkness. Beneath it, a vivid scarlet short dress fluttered gently at the hem, like a blooming red rose exhaling intoxicating fragrance. That brilliant scarlet gown sculpted her breathtaking waistline with flawless, arresting elegance. Shoulders like polished white jade, a slender waist like woven silk, legs smooth as fresh cream, feet like translucent crystal. Each curve exuded allure and quiet, irresistible magnetism. You still acknowledge me as your master. Then why haven't you visited me in 3 days? Qianer fixed him with a stern, deliberately displeased expression, still simmering over how this reckless disciple had taken liberties and then vanished without apology. Ahem, master, my fiancée was due to dissolve our engagement these past few days, hence the delay. Ye Feng offered, feigning preoccupation. So, you've ended the engagement. A fleeting spark of delight shimmered deep within Qianer's eyes. No, she hasn't appeared at all. Tomorrow I'll go with my grandfather to the Lin residence and terminate it formally. Ye Feng answered honestly. Excellent. Then I shall accompany you tomorrow. Qianer declared, leaving no room for refusal. Well, very well. Ye Feng acquiesced. Then, noticing Qianer showed no sign of leaving, ventured cautiously, Master, would you care to step inside and rest a while? Resting? No need. Tonight I sleep here. That room you assigned me has grown tiresome. Ignoring Ye Feng's startled gaze, Qianer strode straight in and seated herself upon his large, ornate bed. Ye Feng looked at Qianer's actions, his heart stirred. It seemed that she was not too angry about what had happened a few days ago, or perhaps her anger had already subsided. Moreover, staying in his room at this late hour made her intentions rather obvious. Master, if you're staying in my room, where am I supposed to sleep? Ye Feng probed again. Sleep wherever you want, it's none of my business. Qianer pouted, shaking her snow-white legs, seeming unconcerned. Master, I'm rather particular about my bed. Ye Feng chuckled and said, so tonight I can only sleep with you. As his words fell, Ye Feng lunged directly at Qianer. You scoundrel! Qianer exclaimed, though her body only offered a symbolic resistance. Ye Feng embraced Qianer's soft figure, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of the woman. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Only then did he realize Qianer had nibbled at him. Master, are you a dog? Ye Feng frowned, feeling somewhat speechless. This is what you get for bullying me and making me angry. Qianer's face broke into a proud smile. All right, master, let me teach you a lesson. The next morning, Ye Feng woke from his slumber feeling both pain and joy from the night before. The pain stemmed from his failure to fully win over Qianer. However, the joy came from having gained quite a bit from last night, leaving him somewhat satisfied. The relationship between the two had subtly changed through their shared bed. Qianer, master, it's time to get up. Ye Feng gently called beside Qianer's ear. Qianer's delicate body trembled slightly, and she opened her beautiful eyes, casting a reproachful glare at Ye Feng. Last night, that naughty guy almost did something incredibly improper. Afterward, the two tidied their disheveled clothes and walked out of the room. In the Ye family's great hall, as soon as Ye Feng entered, he explained to Ye Tsong his intention to withdraw from the marriage with the Lin family. Upon hearing this news, Ye Tsong specifically glanced at Qianer and immediately agreed. Since Lin Ruoxua looked down on my grandson back, then such a woman is not someone my Ye family can aspire to. I understand this matter must be resolved quickly, especially since such an excellent girl like Qianer is waiting here. All right, I will prepare with your father, and then we will take you and Qianer to the Lin family to withdraw from the marriage. Ye Tsong decisively stated. The city where the Lin family is located is called Songyan City, which is some distance from their Chiao city. Therefore, they needed to address some issues before departing. Because there had been recent conflicts between the Ye family and the Feng family, if they left, the Feng family might pull some tricks. However, as long as he and Ye Yang were alive, the Feng family wouldn't dare to go too far. Otherwise, did they really think that the two great powerhouses of the Ye family were pushovers? Half an hour later, after Ye Tsong had finished his instructions, he took Ye Yang, Ye Feng, and Qianer and left the Ye family for Songyan City. After a long journey of 4 hours, Ye Feng and his companions finally arrived in Changxi City. It's been many years since I've been here. Yi Feng gazed at the Lin family's sign, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Back then, he and Lin Zhengnan were as close as brothers, and he had saved the latter's life twice. Yet in the end, what he received was Lin Ruoxue wanting to come and withdraw from the marriage. He truly felt blind. Grandfather, let's go, and people do change. Yi Feng glanced at Yi Feng. You little brat, now you're even teaching your grandfather a lesson. Yi Feng smiled, then took a deep breath and called out loudly, Lin Jingnan. Yi Feng brings 3 members of the Yi family to pay a visit. His booming voice carried the might of the Tianwu resonating throughout the Yi family. The crowd outside the Yi family, upon hearing this voice, displayed curious expressions. The Lin and Yi families were once in-laws, and the recent stir caused by Lin Ruoxue wanting to withdraw from the marriage was well known in Changxi City. But now what was this situation? Was the Yi family the one being rejected, thus coming to seek an explanation out of unwillingness? Just as everyone was puzzled, a powerful figure slowly walked out from the Lin family. Haha, brother Yi Feng, it's been many years, and you still look as majestic as ever. Lin Zhengnan laughed heartily as he came out of the Lin family's main door to welcome Yi Feng and his party. There was not a hint of abnormality on his face, as if he were genuinely welcoming an old friend. Lin Jingnan, I Yi Feng, am a straightforward person. Your granddaughter Lin Ruoxue should be in the Lin family, right? Let her come out. Brother Yi Feng, Ruoxue is not currently at the Lin family. What business do you have coming so far to find Ruoxue? Lin Zhengnan inquired with a smile. What business could I possibly have? Isn't your granddaughter trying to withdraw from the marriage with my grandson? But where is she? Yi Feng stated directly. What? Ruoxue wants to withdraw from the marriage. This rascal, I raised her for so many years for nothing. Lin Zhengnan feigned anger upon hearing this news. He certainly knew about Lin Ruoxue's intention to withdraw from the marriage, but his granddaughter had yet to return. A few days ago, he had sent someone to inquire about the situation and learned of Ye Feng's extraordinary feat of defeating Feng Haoren. Upon receiving this news, he was immensely shocked. Ye Feng had restored his former talent and might even have become more terrifying. How could he miss out on a son-in-law with such exceptional talent? He believed that his granddaughter would not let go either upon learning this, so he pretended to be unaware, hoping to mend the relationship. Lin family had the news of Lin Ruoxue wanting to withdraw from the marriage should be well known throughout the city. I also consider myself unworthy of the young lady, so I came here today to formally divorce her. Ye Feng stepped forward, neither humble nor arrogant. Since Lin Ruoxue is not here, I would like to ask you to accept this divorce letter on her behalf. As Ye Feng's voice fell, a marriage certificate with the word divorce written on it flew from his palm, drifting towards Lin Zhengnan. Lin Zhengnan did not reach out to catch it, nor did he have the face to accept it, allowing the marriage certificate to fall to the ground. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue arrived at the Lin family gate, with 3 young men of varying ages witnessing this scene. Outside the Lin family residence, many onlookers wore expressions of eager curiosity. Wasn't Lin Ruoxue the one who had gone to the Yi family to break off their engagement? How then had the situation reversed, so that Ye Feng now stood before them to formally divorce her? Haha. You may not have heard, yet Ye Feng of the Yi family has regained his cultivation ability. Moreover, just days ago during the Tri-Family Grand Contest of Chiao City, he, despite being only at the 3rd rank of the Xuanwu realm, defeated Feng Haoren of the Feng family, a 10th rank Xuanwu expert, by transcending 7 minor cultivation realms with effortless grace. I suspect Lin Jingnan, upon hearing this news, deeply regretted his decision. A voice murmured quietly within the crowd. Upon hearing this, the onlookers' expressions shifted instantly to sudden knowing clarity. It turned out Lin Jingnan, seeing Ye Feng's resurgence as a prodigy, had abandoned his plan to sever the engagement, and instead the Yi family arrived uninvited to issue the divorce. The irony was almost absurd. Ye Feng, do you truly intend to humiliate my Lin family in broad daylight? Lin Ruoxue's eyes blazed with searing fury. She had returned late precisely because, as Ye Feng had guessed, she had reconsidered. The brilliance he now radiated stirred within her a desperate longing to reconcile. Humiliate. When you came to break our engagement, did the word ever cross your mind? Now that I've come to dissolve it in person, you suddenly feel humiliated. Lin Ruoxue, I tell you plainly, those who disgrace others shall themselves be disgraced. You initiated the severance. Today Ye Feng will divorce you. No appeal, no reprieve. Each word Ye Feng uttered struck like thunderclaps, resonant, unyielding, reverberating deep into the soul. Young Master Yi, surely this matter still admits some room for negotiation. Lin Zhengnan asked, his face dark with suppressed rage. His Lin family held prestige and influence in Songyan City, yet here they stood publicly shamed. Had he not known full well that justice lay with the Ye family, his wrath would already have erupted. Lord Lin, what Ye Feng says is like water spilled, irreversible. Ye Feng replied coldly, unless of course Lord Lin's head detaches, rolls across the ground, and when reattached continues functioning as before, then perhaps I might reconsider. Ye Feng's words turned Lin Jingnan's face utterly ashen. If his head fell off, he'd be dead, not alive let alone functional. This Ye Feng spared no courtesy, no margin for dignity. Very well, Ye Feng. From this day forth Lin Ruoxua, and you are severed with no further ties. She laughed, a brittle defiant sound. But mark my words, it will not be I who regrets, it will be you. Indeed, she did regret breaking the engagement. Yet on her way back to the Lin residence, she had encountered Feng Tianrui, a young man of exceptional talent and distinguished lineage. Feng Tianrui was an inner disciple of the ferocious lion sect, and his Feng family boasted a Wangwu realm powerhouse among its elders. To align herself with him would be no small advantage. Ruoxua, is this your former fiancé? He seems rather unimpressive, remarked the young man who had been silently observing from behind her. Two middle-aged men stepped forward in unison, flanking him. At their emergence, twin waves of overwhelming Tianwu realm pressure descended upon the entire courtyard. Feeling that crushing aura, Lin Jingnan's grim expression softened, just slightly, into cautious hope. Both men were 6th-rank Tianwu cultivators, vastly surpassing his own 2nd-rank cultivation. And if such formidable experts served as his personal guards, this youth's background was undoubtedly extraordinary. At that moment, Yi Tsang and Yi Yang also felt immense pressure descend upon them. With only 2nd and 1st-rank Tianwu cultivation, respectively, they knew full well they would be utterly crushed in any confrontation. Ye Feng, do you see? The one I love is Brother Tianrui. Compared to him, you are nothing. Lin Ruoxua deliberately looped her arm through Feng Tianrui's, leaning close with practiced intimacy. He responded instantly, drawing her waist firmly against him, then fixed Ye Feng with a silent, contemptuous gaze as though watching a pitiful clown. At that moment, Hua Qianer, who had stood quietly behind Ye Feng, could endure no more. Only she had the right to tease or torment Ye Feng. No one else dared. So, you're Lin Ruoxua. Ye Feng is my fiancé now. With me beside him, she will never regret letting him go. Hua Qianer slipped her arm possessively around Ye Feng's, then pressed a bold, lingering kiss to his cheek, claiming him without reservation. The instant Hua Qianer appeared, her scarlet gown swirling like living flame. Feng Tianrui's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. She was nothing short of celestial perfection. Yet what revolted him most was that such a peerless beauty had chosen, of all people, a worthless wretch beneath him. It was like planting a rare orchid atop dung. Lin Ruoxua's earlier arrogance evaporated completely. Beside Hua Qianer, she felt like a drab, awkward duckling. Why did Ye Feng possess such astonishing fortune? First came Su Changxi, bound to him by some mysterious connection. Now another peerless beauty rivaling even Su Changxi stood devotedly at his side. Qianer grandfather, we've finished what we came for. Let's go. Ye Feng gently encircled Hua Qianer's slender waist, cast a mocking glance toward Feng Tianrui, and turned to leave. Brother Ye Feng, let's go. Tonight Qianer obeys only you. She smiled sweetly, and kissed him again tenderly on the cheek. Ye Feng, caught off guard, felt his pulse quicken, his thoughts unravel. This bewitching little demoness was utterly intoxicating. Let's go. Yi Tsang knew well they must depart swiftly. While those two 6th-rank Tianwu experts remained nearby, danger loomed unpredictable. Halt. Do I look like I've given you permission to leave? Feng Tianrui's gaze burned with raw, ravenous heat as he stared at Hua Qianer's voluptuous silhouette. Such a transcendent beauty could not possibly slip through his fingers. At his shout, Ye Feng and the others froze, trapped between the two 6th-rank Tianwu cultivators, one blocking the front, the other the rear. Brother Tianrui, shatter Ye Feng's foundation tonight, and I am yours. Lin Ruoxua's voice dripped with venomous resolve. She feared Ye Feng's future potential. If she could not possess him, she would ensure he ceased to exist. Feng Tianrui merely glanced at Lin Ruoxua, dispassionate, dismissive, uttering no word. Even without her urging, he had no intention of letting Ye Feng walk away whole. Yet tonight his desire belonged solely to Hua Qianer, the celestial blossom. Lin Ruoxua for now held no allure. Fair lady, my name is Feng Tianrui, inner disciple of the ferocious lion sect. My grandfather is a Wangwu realm powerhouse. Might you consider an introduction? Feng Tianrui turned his gaze fully upon Hua Qianer, introducing himself with polished charm. Though the Feng family ranked only among the elite of second-tier powers within the Xingwu kingdom, their standing was formidable. To earn an introduction to this young lady, you're not even worthy. Hua Qian'er nestled closer to Ye Feng, her tone dripping with disdain. Compared to my fiancé, you couldn't even lace his sandals. Hearing such scathing, humiliating words, Feng Tianrui's face hardened into iron-gray fury. Could he truly be inferior to a mere third-rank Xuanwu waste? Your name is Ye Feng, right? Today I, young master, am giving you a chance. If you win against me, you can leave. If you lose, it just proves that you are unworthy of that beautiful young lady. Feng Tianrui let out a cold laugh as the aura of a first-level earth martial realm radiated from him. He wanted to show Hua Qian'er just how useless the man she admired was. How do you want to compete? Ye Feng glanced at the first-level earth martial realm cultivator in front of him, and a hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. Just when he was troubled about how to leave, someone delivered themselves right to his door. I want bully Yua, let's just simply shake hands and compare strength. Whoever can't hold on first will admit defeat. Feng Tianrui spoke with extreme confidence. He learned from Lin Ruoxue that Ye Feng was merely at the third level of the Xuanwu realm, completely at his mercy. Young Master Feng, this isn't good. Ye Feng's strength. Lin Zhengnan was about to dissuade him, but was met with Feng Tianrui's sinister glare. Are you looking down on me? Huh? Feng Tianrui shot an unfriendly look at Lin Zhengnan. How could this mere head of the Lin family look down on his strength, thinking he would lose to someone who hadn't even reached the earth martial realm? Lin Zhengnan opened his mouth, but swallowed back what he wanted to say. He merely wanted to caution Feng Tianrui against underestimating his opponent, but unexpectedly provoked him instead. Come on then. Ye Feng slowly walked towards Feng Tianrui. Feng Tianrui also stepped forward until their eyes met and their palms collided. At the same time, both of their internal energies surged and their hands began to exert force. Feng Tianrui shouted loudly, his right palm suddenly bursting forth with immense force, intending to crush Ye Feng's right palm in one go, giving him a profound lesson. Yet no matter how hard he tried, even using all his strength, he was unable to elicit even a hint of pain on Ye Feng's face. Is this the power you take pride in? I think you should just reincarnate and drink more milk instead. As the mocking voice fell, Ye Feng's right palm suddenly exerted force. Feeling the tremendous force in his hand, Feng Tianrui's expression changed drastically, desperately resisting. But under this overwhelming strength, his face turned red and his right palm seemed like it would explode. Ah, let go. Let go of me. Feng Tianrui screamed in pain, but what awaited him was Ye Feng's cold smile. Young Master Feng, these are the rules you set. If it hurts, just admit defeat. Ye Feng said with a hint of sarcasm as he exerted force with his right palm. You? Dog thing, you really are asking for it. Feng Tianrui's face twisted in rage, and he suddenly struck out with his left palm aimed directly at Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng had long anticipated this. His left palm shot out, grabbing Feng Tianrui's arm, and then twisting it clockwise, directly contorting the opponent's left arm. Ah, you dog thing, I will make you wish you were dead. Feng Tianrui let out a pig-like scream, the immense pain causing him to completely lose his reason. Young Master. The two sixth-level Earth Martial Realm cultivators sensed the situation and rushed to rescue him. Everyone retreat, or I'll chop off his head with one sword. Ye Feng drew out the Shana heavy sword, pressing it against Feng Tianrui's neck. He had already planned to take the other party as a hostage before the contest. Otherwise, the four of them would find it very hard to leave today. Yizang Yiyang and Hua Qian'er also hurriedly moved closer to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, let go of my young master, or my Feng family. The two sixth-level Earth Martial Realm cultivators were forced to stop and could only threaten. But before they could finish their threats, they were interrupted by Ye Feng's curse. Or what? You dare to threat? As soon as Ye Feng's words fell, the Shana heavy sword came crashing down, directly smashing onto one of Feng Tianrui's feet. The immense pain caused Feng Tianrui's face to twitch violently, his features turning grotesque. Everyone back off. Do you want me to die or something? Feng Tianrui roared angrily, feeling the chilling sensation on his neck. The two sixth-level Earth Martial Realm cultivators could only retreat helplessly. Lin Zhengnan shook his head at this scene, realizing that if Feng Tianrui had listened to his advice, perhaps it wouldn't have come to this. But this is also good. With Ye Feng at odds with the Feng family, Ye Feng's day of downfall wouldn't be far off. Ye Feng knew that continuing to hold this position was not a solution. He could threaten for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Father, you should return to the Ye family first. Let the clan members pack up and leave Qiao City and hide away. Ye Feng suggested. All right, be careful. Ye Yang nodded, knowing that they had offended the Feng family, and the Ye family had to leave Qiao City quickly or they would face a disaster. Uncle, you don't worry, my grandfather is on his way. Hua Qian'er suddenly spoke, drawing the attention of the three from the Ye family. Ye Feng, quickly release our young master, or my Feng family. The two sixth-level Earth Martial Realm cultivators, prompted by Lin Jingnan, prepared to use the Ye family to threaten Ye Feng. But the next moment their expressions suddenly changed dramatically as a terrifying aura appeared in Emperor Martial Realm. The two sixth-level Earth Martial Realm cultivators from the Feng family looked up at the sky in horror. In the sky, a man in a red robe stood suspended in the air, his tiger-like gaze looking down, causing everyone to feel a deep sense of suffocation without needing to say a word. Ye Feng glanced at Hua Qian'er next to him, then looked up at the Emperor Martial Realm expert in the sky. A bold thought emerged in his mind. This Emperor Martial Realm expert couldn't be the grandfather Hua Qian'er mentioned earlier, could he? If so, he suddenly felt a bit courageous, because he had almost gotten involved with the granddaughter of an Emperor Martial Realm expert. Who bullied my granddaughter? Hua Yanling descended, standing in the middle of the street. His calm inquiry contained an irresistible imperial might. Elder, we don't know anything. The two sixth-level Earth Martial Realm cultivators from the Feng family were sweating profusely. They had initially not wanted to answer, but the gaze of the Emperor Martial Realm expert fell upon them. Grandfather, it was these two, and this fool wanted to bully me. Hua Qian'er pointed at the two sixth-level Earth Martial Realm cultivators from the Feng family, as well as Feng Tianrui, who was being held by Ye Feng. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the two Feng family cultivators raced, and Feng Tianrui even wet himself on the spot. This girl unexpectedly had such a frightening background. Come, declare your names and summon everyone you can. I will ensure that you all understand your fate this day. Fire Yanling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an overwhelming imperial might emanating from him. His granddaughter was his reverse scale, and he absolutely would not allow anyone to bully her. Senior, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. A level 6 Tianwu realm man explained, forcing himself to speak. He no longer dared to mention the Feng family's name. He feared that this royal martial realm expert would go mad and directly annihilate his Feng family. He understood that a royal martial realm expert possessed such capability and means. Grandfather, they claim to be from the Feng family. Fire Qian'er said with a radiant smile, then gracefully dashed towards Fire Yanling. This girl always makes this old man worry. The imposing demeanor of Fire Yanling instantly vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. A few days prior, he had received a distress message sent by his granddaughter using a long-distance sound transmission talisman. Yet when he arrived at the location of the signal, there was no trace of her. He thought that perhaps his granddaughter had been rescued. Sure enough, he later received a message of her safety. He knew his granddaughter was playful, so he wandered nearby cities until today, when he received another message from the sound transmission talisman. At that moment, Fire Qian'er whispered something in Fire Yanling's ear. After listening to his granddaughter, Fire Yanling's gaze shifted back to the two level 6 Tianwu realm individuals from the Feng family. You two die? With a single finger, Fire Yanling unleashed a powerful flame that pierced through the bodies of the two level 6 Tianwu realm individuals, incinerating them utterly. Gulp. Feng Tianrui watched as his two bodyguards perished, his pupils shrinking in horror. His features and body trembled uncontrollably. Everyone present felt the terrifying power of the man in red robes. Level 6 Tianwu realm experts were annihilated with a mere finger, not even having the chance to scream. A royal martial realm expert is indeed as fearsome as they say. I killed them to warn your Feng family, and I spared you so you could return and inform them. Fire Yanling's sharp eyes fixed on Feng Tianrui as he declared with authority, I will protect the Ye family. Should I find out that even one of them is harmed, I will personally visit your Feng family and eradicate them completely. His voice resonated like heavenly might, each word echoing with an overwhelming presence that left Feng Tianrui breathless. He knew he had hit a brick wall today, and he couldn't even entertain thoughts of revenge. Otherwise, he and his Feng family would face annihilation. Get lost. Ye Feng kicked Feng Tianrui away. With Fire Qian'er's grandfather saying this, his Ye family was now safe. Yi Tsang and Yi Yang also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the Ye family wouldn't have to leave Chiao City. However, they were shocked to learn about Fire Qian'er's identity, having a grandfather who was a royal martial realm expert. In the vast Xingwu kingdom, a royal martial realm expert was a top-tier powerhouse, a figure of immense authority. Lin Zhengnan and Lin Ruoxue were equally astonished. The Ye family had actually established a connection with a royal martial realm expert. Had they not broken off the engagement with Ye Feng, perhaps they could have formed some ties as well. At that moment, the two from the Lin family felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as a regret medicine in this world. Are you Ye Feng? At this time, Fire Yanling's gaze landed on Ye Feng. He had heard of this name back in the day, as he was not only Fire Qian'er's grandfather, but also a 6th-grade alchemist and the sect leader of the Huayan sect. Yes, I am the junior Ye Feng. Ye Feng replied, neither humble nor arrogant to this inquiry. I heard from my granddaughter that your alchemical talent is quite remarkable. Fire Yanling paused slightly before continuing, in gratitude for saving my granddaughter. Here are some of my alchemical insights and recipes which I bestow upon you. Senior, my granddaughter has already repaid this kindness. Ye Feng gently declined. Though he desired these items, he could not accept everything. There is no returning of gifts that I bestow. Fire Yanling's voice deepened slightly. These were the fruits of his labor over many years. Had it not been for his granddaughter's persistent pleading, he would not have given them away. Moreover, the fact that this lad's first reaction was to refuse truly infuriated him. Thank you, Senior. Ye Feng, under Fire Qian'er's urging gaze, ultimately accepted. Since the other party had said so, refusing further would be ungrateful. You need not rush to thank me. This is a reward for saving my granddaughter, but if you wish to pursue her, you must first pass my test. Fire Yanling also sensed that Ye Feng's relationship with his granddaughter seemed somewhat special. He would not oppose them being together, but would not easily agree either. Grandfather. Fire Qian'er stamped her foot, then trotted over to Ye Feng, whispering, you need not listen to my grandfather. If you have free time, you can come find me at Huayan Sect. I will also sneak out to find you when I can. As soon as Fire Qian'er finished speaking, she boldly kissed Ye Feng on the cheek before returning to Fire Yanling's side. Seeing this, Fire Yanling's face darkened. He had initially thought that Ye Feng was pursuing his granddaughter, but it seemed his granddaughter was the more proactive one. Moreover, he had heard every word of their whispered conversation with his powerful royal martial realm hearing. This made him feel as if a little quilt was leaking air. Ye Feng also awkwardly rubbed his nose, unsure of what to say. He felt that Fire Qian'er's actions were deliberate, just to show Fire Yanling. Qian'er, let's go. Fire Yanling huffed unhappily, and then left with Fire Qian'er. Watching Fire Qian'er walk away, Ye Feng's desire for power reignited. Brother Yi Tsang, although Ruoxue and Ye Feng no longer have an engagement, we are still good brothers, right? Lin Zhengnan stepped forward to forge a connection. Lin Jingnan, your calculations are quite good, but let me tell you, from now on, Yi Tsang will sever all ties with you. Yi Tsang sneered coldly, leaving behind those words before also departing with Yi Yang and Ye Feng. It's all your fault. Go to confinement for 3 days. Lin Zhengnan roared angrily at Lin Ruoxue. If only his granddaughter had a broader vision, how would she have caused him to lose such a talented grandson-in-law? Listening to her grandfather's accusations and seeing the mocking gazes of those around her, Lin Ruoxue's eyes filled with tears of regret. Yet after the regret, a deep sense of resentment and unwillingness arose within her. She must make Ye Feng pay the price. After leaving Cangyan City, Ye Feng bid farewell to Yi Tsang and Yi Yang. He returned to the Yi family primarily to handle the matter of the annulment, and now that it was resolved, returning to Yunhai Sect to diligently cultivate was the most important task. One day later, Ye Feng successfully returned to Yunhai Sect. He headed straight for the cultivation room. Although cultivating there required spirit stones, the efficiency of his training would be noticeably faster. Ye Feng currently possessed tens of thousands of spirit stones obtained from the storage ring of an Insha Sect disciple. Additionally, when parting with the Yi family members, his grandfather also gifted him a considerable amount of spirit stones. Thus, his supply of spirit stones was quite ample. Upon entering the cultivation room, Ye Feng sat cross-legged, practicing while comprehending the second and third forms of the mountain river sword technique. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes in the cultivation room, exuding the aura of a 5th-level Xuanwu realm practitioner. After a month of arduous cultivation, he had successfully broken through 2 minor realms and fully comprehended the mountain river sword technique, though his stock of spirit stones had nearly been depleted. I'm still too poor. I wish I had a bit more spirit stones. Ye Feng frowned and muttered to himself. If he had enough spirit stones, his speed of breakthrough could be even faster. Oh well, let nature take its course. First, he'll find senior sister Su, and then think of ways to earn some spirit stones. Ye Feng hadn't seen Su Changxi for a while, and felt a bit nostalgic about her. Before long, Ye Feng arrived at Su Changxi's residence. Senior sister, are you there? He asked while standing at the door. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. It was not Su Changxi who appeared, but someone Ye Feng never expected. Standing at the door was a woman dressed in a green qipao, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, 3,000 strands draping over her rounded shoulders, exuding a faint fragrance. Beneath the 3,000 strands was an unmatched face, a stunning figure, particularly her ample and perky bosom, which nearly captivated Ye Feng's gaze. Sect Master. Ye Feng looked at the woman before him and greeted respectfully. Ye Feng, what brings you here? A hint of surprise flashed in Song Yuding's autumn-like bright eyes. Sect Master, I came to find Senior Sister Su. Ye Feng replied, startled but composed. If he had known the Sect Master was present, he would have come later. After all, Song Yuding must have known about his relationship with Su Changxi. Upon hearing this, Song Yuding suddenly fell silent, casting a glance at Su Changxi with a mysterious expression before letting out a soft sigh and elegantly leaving. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he watched Song Yuding leave. It was his first time seeing the Sect Master so closely, and she was indeed even more beautiful than from a distance. He couldn't help but wonder who such a breathtaking beauty would end up with. Junior brother, you've returned from the Ye family. Su Changxi emerged from the room, just as Ye Feng was lost in thought. Senior sister, I've been back for almost a month, mostly cultivating in the training room. Ye Feng scratched his head and replied. After hearing this, Su Changxi remained silent, but peered outside to ensure no one was around before pulling Ye Feng into the room. Bang! With the door closing behind them, the two needed no words and immediately embraced each other. It had been over a month since Su Changxi last saw Ye Feng, and she missed him dearly. Ye Feng felt the same. Although he had been accompanied by Hu Qianer during these days, deep down, he had always missed Su Changxi. An hour later. Senior sister, did the Sect Master come to find you for something? Ye Feng suddenly asked. His question was naturally aimed at indirectly understanding Song Yuding's perspective on his relationship with the Sect Master. Told me that she has been out dealing with something alongside the Deputy Sect Master lately, and that I should wait until she returns to ask if I have any matters. Su Changxi leaned against Ye Feng's shoulder, feeling his masculine aura, and replied honestly. Ye Feng pondered upon hearing this. Besides Song Yuding, there were two other Deputy Sect Masters in Yunhai Sect. Both of them were at the 10th level of the Wangwu realm. The fact that both the Sect Master and Deputy Sect Masters had to be dispatched at once indicated that it was undoubtedly a significant matter. However, it was not something a small outer disciples like him could concern himself with. Seeing Ye Feng in silence, Su Changxi thought he was worried that the Sect Master wouldn't approve of their relationship. Junior brother, don't worry. The Sect Master has long known about our relationship. If she hadn't given her approval, you wouldn't have been able to enter this room today. Just make sure that the next time you come, you don't let anyone see you. Su Changxi suddenly added. She didn't care about the rumors circulating in the sect, but was afraid that Ye Feng would encounter a lot of trouble. Senior sister, I will be careful. Ye Feng recalled the warning given to him by the core disciple Qin Beichen last time. He knew he had to strengthen himself quickly and then publicly declare that Su Changxi was his woman. Suddenly, Ye Feng remembered his relationship with Hu Qianer. Senior sister, during my time back at the Ye family, I developed feelings for a girl. Ye Feng decided to be honest and recounted the events that transpired during his return to the Ye family. Su Changxi fell silent for a moment before softly speaking up. Junior brother, I am already yours. I don't mind who else you may like in the future, but please don't forget me. As long as you don't abandon me, I will always be yours. Ye Feng was taken aback by her words, as he had prepared himself for her to be upset. Senior sister, I vow not to let you down in this lifetime. Junior brother, then what about now? Su Changxi gazed at Ye Feng's resolute face, her cheeks flushed. Senior sister, I cannot refuse your request. Ye Feng inhaled the fragrance on Su Changxi and then lifted her delicate figure, which was as pure. Ye Feng immersed himself in the gentle embrace of warmth for 3 consecutive days, only leaving Su Changxi's room on the 4th day, his spirit radiant. Now his foremost task was to earn more spirit stones. After all, it was only with the aid of resources that his cultivation speed would see the greatest enhancement. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng decided to refine pills for sale. Though he was merely a first-grade alchemist at present, even first-grade pills were highly sought after among the servant disciples of the Yunhai Sect. Having made his decision, Ye Feng went to the medicine pavilion of the Yunhai Sect and purchased a large quantity of medicinal materials with the remaining spirit stones on him. He then returned to his room, took out a pill furnace gifted by Hu Qianer, and began the process of pill refinement. Although Ye Feng had not been refining pills for long, his comprehension and mental strength were exceptional, allowing his movements to be remarkably skilled. Many first-grade pills posed little difficulty for Ye Feng. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, his pill refinement skills had greatly improved, thanks in part to the insights on alchemy from Hu Yinling. After all, the other party was a 6th-grade alchemist, and the knowledge contained within had saved him from many detours. The medicinal materials are ready, it's time to sell the pills. Ye Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air softly. With that, he gathered the numerous completed pills and made his way to the largest trading market within the Yunhai Sect. Many disciples of the Yunhai Sect engaged in private transactions here. Ye Feng entered the bustling trading market, found a relatively vacant spot, and set up his stall. Premium Chi Spirit Pills rapidly restores spiritual energy, 30 Spirit Stones each. Premium Healing Pills quickly heal injuries, 30 Spirit Stones each. Premium Spirit Gathering Pills enhance internal spiritual energy. After consumption, 50 Spirit Stones each. Ye Feng shouted towards the crowd. The pills he sold were all first grade, yet with 7 or more inscriptions they were considered premium pills. Soon his calls attracted a multitude of gazes. While the Premium Spirit Gathering Pill is only 50 Spirit Stones each, is that for real? Hey, isn't that Ye Feng selling pills? Can he really refine them? Curious gazes from servant disciples and even outer disciples turned toward Ye Feng's stall. Ye Feng, I want a Premium Spirit Gathering Pill. A servant disciple at the 10th level of Qi Martial Realm was the first to speak. Although Ye Feng was an outer disciple with greater strength, selling counterfeit goods openly within the Yunhai sect would lead to punishment. Here you go. Ye Feng handed over a Premium Spirit Gathering Pill to the man while collecting 50 Spirit Stones in return. Wow, this is really a Premium Spirit Gathering Pill, and it's even 8 inscriptions. I've hit the jackpot. The servant disciple at the 10th level of Qi Martial Realm laughed wildly. It was known that ordinary spirit gathering pills sold within the sect cost 50 Spirit Stones each, and now even premium ones were going for the same price. How could that not entice people? Ye Feng, I want 3 premium Qi Spirit Pills. I was here first, sell to me first. I want 5 premium healing pills. Get lost, do you not know that ladies come first? The people around the stall began to frantically make purchases as these pills were cheaper than those in the Yunhai sect's medicine pavilion. Moreover, Ye Feng's pills were all practical and popular among first-grade pills, making them very easy to sell. Before long, all the first-grade pills he had refined over 5 days were sold out. All sold out, time to pack up. Ye Feng looked at the still bustling crowd, marveling at how easily these premium pills sold. Of course, this also had a lot to do with the low prices he set. Ye Feng didn't mind, as he refined these pills merely to enhance his skills and accumulate experience for becoming a second-grade alchemist. As the crowd watched Ye Feng's departing figure, expressions of regret appeared on many faces. After leaving the trading market, Ye Feng went to the medicine pavilion to buy more materials, planning to refine second-grade pills this time. After purchasing the medicinal materials, he returned to his room and began attempting to refine second-grade pills. After several failed attempts, Ye Feng finally succeeded in refining his first second-grade pill. He then fervently continued to refine second-grade pills to improve his alchemy skills. At the same time, he took these refined second-grade pills to the trading market, causing quite a stir each time. On the 10th day of refining second-grade pills, Ye Feng began to attempt refining third-grade pills. Congeal for me. In his room, Ye Feng focused intently on the pill furnace before him. Now was the crucial moment for refining third-grade pills. As long as nothing went wrong, the third-grade pill would be successfully refined. Boom. With the gradual formation of the third-grade pill, Ye Feng finally refined his first third-grade pill. Seeing the third-grade pill emerge, Ye Feng let out a gentle sigh, considering himself a third-grade alchemist. From never having refined pills to now being a third-grade alchemist, it had taken him less than a month. If this were known by Huoqianer and other alchemists, they would surely be shocked beyond measure. Next, Ye Feng spent a few more days refining some third-grade pills and some special pills. He planned to sell some third-grade pills before going out for some training. Because merely burying himself in hard practice would not benefit his cultivation, it could instead lead to bottlenecks in future training. Soon Ye Feng returned to the trading market. However, this time the spot he chose to set up his stall was one that many servant disciples or outer disciples could not approach, or rather dared not approach. The trading market was also divided into specific areas with designated sections for servant disciples as well as for inner disciples. Now that Ye Feng wanted to sell third-grade pills, the inner disciple area was the most suitable place to do so. Third-grade Earth Spirit pills, only 30 available, discounted price, first come first served. Third-grade Blood Chi pills, only 50 available, great quality, at a low price, absolutely worth it. Ye Feng began to call out to himself. Many inner disciples frowned upon seeing Ye Feng, an outer disciple, appearing in the inner disciple. However, upon seeing the reasonable prices of the pills, they refrained from saying much, and some even stepped forward to make purchases. Among the crowd, inner disciple Changxi, seeing Ye Feng appear in this area, revealed a cold smile. He was a subordinate of core disciple Qin Beichen and had long received orders to stir up trouble for Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng was always cooped up in his room refining pills, making it difficult for him to find a suitable excuse to create trouble. Now this opportunity had finally arrived. Ye Feng get back to the outer sect disciples district, and suddenly a harsh voice rang out near Ye Feng's stall. And upon hearing it, Ye Feng's brows faintly furrowed as he turned his gaze toward the speaker. Isn't that Changxi? Is he looking for trouble with Ye Feng? Heh, he certainly seems to be. I wonder how Ye Feng will respond. The inner sect disciples around them parted like a tide, revealing smirks of eager anticipation. And though Changxi had only attained the third rank of the Earth Martial Realm, his patron was a core disciple. As the saying goes, even when striking a dog, one must consider its master. Thus, many inner sect disciples hesitated to provoke him. Does the sect's official decree forbid outer sect disciples from entering this district? Ye Feng's eyes narrowed, slightly cold light flickering within their depths. In the Yunhai sect's formal regulations imposed no such restriction upon outer sect disciples. It was merely that outer sect disciples, generally weaker in cultivation, avoided venturing here, lest they draw the ire of the inner sect. Over time, this unspoken custom hardened into an informal rule among the inner sect themselves. And the sect may not have decreed it, but we have. Changxi sneered. Surely you don't imagine Ye Feng, a mere outer sect disciple, daring to offend all of us. He deliberately stoked tension between Ye Feng and the entire inner sect. In their freedom to move through this district stemmed not from privilege alone, but from the undeniable weight of their status and strength. Ye Feng might possess modest prowess among outer sect disciples, but to the inner sect he remained inconsequential. Oh, I must offer my early congratulations, future sect master Jiang. Your edicts appear far weightier than the sect's own statutes. Ye Feng delivered the barb with icy nonchalance. And the title Sect Master Jiang struck Changxi like a physical blow. His face paled instantly. And that label flung so brazenly was impossible to bear. Ye Feng, do not speak recklessly. If the elders or the sect master learn of this, neither of us shall escape punishment. In Changxi's tone, once defiant, now wavered with palpable unease. Ye Feng meant to ruin him. Have I spoken recklessly? When even the sect master has issued no such rule. Yet you have. How grand your authority must be. A mocking smile played across Ye Feng's lips. Changxi sought to crush him beneath the collective weight of the inner sect, so Ye Feng would crown him with a far heavier mantle. You. Changxi faltered, speechless, not from lack of retort, but from dread. And should this escalate, his ruin would be absolute. The surrounding inner sect disciples wisely held their tongues. And to intervene, here would be sheer folly. Worthless fool. From the crowd, Qin Beichen glared at Changxi's incompetence. And after all this time, the man had not only failed, but been rebuffed by Ye Feng using the sect's own statutes. With no recourse, Qin Beichen resorted to spirit voice transmission. Changxi, adrift in uncertainty, suddenly received the whispered message. His eyes lit with sudden resolve, confidence flooding back. For Qin Beichen had just revealed that both the sect master and one deputy sect master had departed the sect long ago and had yet to return. Currently, administrative affairs of the Yunhai sect fell under the jurisdiction of the other deputy sect master, Qin Beichen's own father. Ye Feng, I seem to have forgotten to inform you, Deputy Sect Master Qin has just enacted a new regulation. Outer sect disciples are forbidden from entering the inner sect's trading district. Changxi chuckled. So you may now return to your proper district. And many inner sect disciples exchanged startled glances, astonished then wary. How audacious, to fabricate a decree in the Deputy Sect Master's name. Yet some caught sight of Qin Beichen amid the crowd, and their expressions shifted to quiet understanding. Ye Feng's gaze darkened slightly upon hearing Changxi's words. Na new decree by Deputy Sect Master Qin. Clearly Changxi had been dispatched by Qin Beichen himself to harass him, and conveniently timed, while both the sect master and one deputy sect master were absent. But since his adversary pressed so relentlessly, Ye Feng would meet force with merciless resolve. Outer sect disciple, you're mistaken. I shall soon be an inner sect disciple. Ye Feng abruptly drew forth the Shana heavy sword and drove it deep into the earth before him. This cryptic declaration and sudden act left many bewildered, until Ye Feng's next words unveiled his intent. I, Ye Feng of the outer sect, hereby challenge inner sect disciple Changxi to mortal combat. Victory or defeat matters not, only life and death shall decide. Do you dare accept? Ye Feng's voice crashed like thunder across the heavens, reverberating in every ear. Na, fifth-rank practitioner of the profound martial realm, daring to challenge a third-rank earth martial realm cultivator in a fight to the death. Was this arrogance beyond measure or utter madness? And for the higher one's realm, the steeper the gulf of any upward challenge. In that domineering, thunderous proclamation sent Changxi's expression hardening into grim stone. An ordinary duel he would have accepted without hesitation. In but a battle where death was the sole outcome gave him pause, especially as Ye Feng's overwhelming aura momentarily stunned him. Very well, Ye Feng, I accept this mortal challenge. And Changxi drew a slow, steadying breath and assented. And before so many intersect witnesses, and under Qin Beichen's watchful gaze, he had no choice. This fight he must take. Otherwise he would never again lift his head with honor. And excellent. Your life is forfeit. Ye Feng wrenched the heavy sword free and strode toward the life-and-death arena within the Yunhai sect. Within the Yunhai sect, when a irreconcilable conflict arose between disciples, and both parties consented, they could formally issue a life-and-death challenge. Ye Feng knew Qin Beichen was orchestrating this behind the scenes, and thus he needed to demonstrate overwhelming strength, silencing all who dared threaten him. Moreover, to ascend to the inner sect, one must either reach the earth martial realm or defeat an existing inner sect disciple. In this moment offered the perfect opportunity to resolve both. News of the impending life-and-death duel spread swiftly, drawing throngs of disciples to witness the spectacle. And beneath the life-and-death arena, a Yunhai sect elder stood with hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm, yet resonant. And Ye Feng Jiangzhishan, you step onto this arena knowing only one of you shall descend alive. This concerns your very lives. Before ascending, you retain one final chance to withdraw. And without hesitation, Ye Feng stepped forward and mounted the life-and-death arena. Clutching his heavy sword, its massive blade pointed unflinchingly downward at Jiangzhishan below. In Jiangzhishan, get up here. Without any hesitation, Jiangzhishan stepped onto the life-and-death platform. Ye Feng's arrogance comes with a price. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Jiangzhishan's mouth, and then the power of his cultivation at the third level of the earth martial realm erupted. Since he had already ascended the life-and-death platform, there was nothing left to fear. He did not believe that with his significantly higher cultivation than Ye Feng, he could not defeat him. The price of your arrogance is death. With a loud shout, Ye Feng's momentum began to rise as he charged forward, his heavy sword dancing, aiming to kill Jiangzhishan. Jiangzhishan also exuded a powerful aura, his internal spiritual power surging wildly as he unleashed martial techniques to counter. One sword shatters mountains and rivers. As Ye Feng swung his heavy sword, a terrifying force of mountains and rivers erupted on the life-and-death platform. As the heavy sword fell, Ye Feng resembled a war-giant tiger, exuding overwhelming killing intent. In the next moment, a pale sword light swept across the life-and-death platform, plunging the surroundings into a long silence. Jiangzhishan looked down at the sword light that pierced through his chest, reluctantly closing his eyes. Bang! As Jiangzhishan's body fell, all eyes widened in shock, their hearts reverberating with disbelief. The third level of the earth martial realm, Jiangzhishan was killed by a single sword. Hiss! How is this possible? An inner sect disciple gasped, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Many inner sect disciples around reacted similarly. They had anticipated a fierce battle, but did not expect it to end so swiftly. Even the elder from the Yunhai sect who was watching was stunned by Ye Feng's strength, his old eyes trembling for a long while. He had to admit that this sword was quite astonishing. Ye Feng, Qin Beichen murmured inwardly, his face revealing a sinister expression. This child must not be allowed to live, otherwise it wouldn't be long before he became a threat. Elder, the life and death has been determined. Ye Feng walked down from the life and death platform with his sword. Indeed, from today onwards you are an inner sect disciple. The elder of Yunhai sect praised him, then casually tossed Ye Feng an inner sect disciple's token. Thank you, elder. Ye Feng took the token and turned to leave. Watching Ye Feng's departing figure, many outer sect disciples showed admiration. After leaving the life and death platform, Ye Feng first returned to his residence, then under the cover of night sneaked into Su Changxi's room for a night of pleasure. The next day in the morning, after informing Su Changxi, Ye Feng left the Yunhai sect. He planned to go to the Yunhai forest for training. Only through life and death trials can one better unleash their potential. The Yunhai forest is located in the northern part of the Yunhai sect, where demonic beasts roam, mercenaries abound, and treasures are plentiful, making it an excellent place for training. If luck was good enough, he might even encounter some opportunities. After leaving the Yunhai sect, Ye Feng traveled northward, but halfway through he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Ye Feng, we waited for you for so long. You finally came out of the sect. Suddenly a group of over 10 people appeared in front of Ye Feng, each exuding the aura of the earth martial realm. It's you. Ye Feng's expression darkened as he recognized them. This group was from the Feng family of Chiyao City, led by a bodyguard named Feng Qingyang, who was at the 10th level of the earth martial realm. Besides Feng Qingyang, he also saw several individuals at the 8th and 9th levels of the Earth Martial Realm within the group. That's right, Ye Feng, you crippled our young master. How can the Feng family let you live so easily? Feng Qingyang licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. Ye Feng's existence had seriously threatened the future of their Feng family. Thus, whether for revenge for Feng Haoren or for the Feng family, they had to eliminate Ye Feng. As Ye Feng turned to escape, he suddenly found that over 10 people had appeared behind him. Ye Feng, the Lu family has also put in effort to kill you. Lu family bodyguard Lu Faping sneered. Like Feng Qingyang, he was also at the 10th level of the Earth Martial Realm and had brought some elite members from the Lu family. Both families shared the same goal, to kill Ye Feng. Lu family, are you also going to involve yourselves in the grievances between our Ye family and the Feng family? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, slightly a serious expression appearing on his face. Now he was surrounded by both families and his situation was rather precarious. He blame your father for becoming a strong figure in the Tianwu and for your own outstanding talent. Otherwise, our Lu family would still prefer to sit back and watch the tiger fight. Lu Faping sneered. Lu Faping, why are you wasting time with him? Just kill him directly. Feng Qingyang stepped forward, unleashing his powerful strength as he charged toward Ye Feng. Under Feng Qingyang's lead, the Feng family members rushed toward Ye Feng. Looking at the bloodthirsty Feng Qingyang, Ye Feng suddenly found a third-grade pill in his hand. This pill was called the poison smoke pill, which would explode on impact with the ground, releasing toxic smoke. Even individuals of the Earth Martial Realm would suffer from slow spiritual power circulation, fainting, or even dying from poisoning if they inhaled it. Ye Feng flicked his finger, and with a powerful force the poison smoke pill shot toward the ground like an arrow. Bang! The poison smoke pill hit the ground, exploding and releasing purple smoke that obstructed Feng Qingyang and the Feng family's advance. Not good. This seems to be a poison pill. Quickly circulate your spiritual power to resist it. Feng Qingyang's expression changed as he reminded. The Feng family members hurriedly complied, circulating their spiritual power to block the inhalation of the toxic smoke. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Feng made his escape from the side. Quick, chase him down, don't let him get away. Lu Faping shouted anxiously. He had initially thought that the Feng family members would easily take action, but he did not expect Ye Feng to have such a trick up his sleeve. As Ye Feng looked back at the Lu family members relentlessly pursuing him, he threw out another poison smoke pill. Bang! The purple toxic smoke from the exploding poison smoke pill again obstructed the Lu family's pursuit. Follow his trail and aura. This kid is slower than us and won't run far. Feng Qingyang broke through the purple smoke, looking in the direction. Ye Feng fled and roared. They had dispatched nearly 30 people each stronger than Ye Feng, yet he still managed to escape. This was simply a great humiliation. These pests just won't let go. Ye Feng glared back at the pursuing members of the Feng and Lu clans, his expression dark and grim. Fortunately, he had relied on poison smoke pills to impede their advance. Otherwise, he truly would have fallen into their hands this time. After a grueling half-day chase, Ye Feng resolutely plunged into the Yunhai forest. Damn it! That brat has entered the Yunhai forest. Feng Qingyang snarled in fury. Shall we still pursue him? Lu Faping asked upon arriving moments later. One must understand the Yunhai forest teemed with monstrous beasts. Earth-tier, heaven-tier, and even king-tier predators roamed freely within, and, should fortune turn cruel, one might even encounter an emperor-tier beast. The perils therein were self-evident, especially for a large group like theirs. A single misstep could bury them all beneath the forest's ancient canopy. Of course we pursue. If we fail to kill Ye Feng now, he'll grow wary, and next time our chance will vanish entirely. Moreover, if the Yi clan learns of this, old Yi Tsang's volcanic temper will leave us with no reprieve. Feng Qingyang's voice turned icy. The moment his words fell silent, he surged forward, first into the forest, followed closely by the Feng clan disciples. Lu Faping drew a deep breath, hesitated for a fleeting moment, then led the Lu clan into the Yunhai forest as well. Within the Yunhai forest, ancient trees soared skyward, their colossal trunks blotting out the sun, their broad, dense canopies unfurled like vast green umbrellas, transforming the land into a boundless emerald sea. After entering the forest, Ye Feng deliberately slowed his pace. Though it was his first time here, he knew full well its dangers. The abundance of monstrous beasts demanded constant vigilance. A moment's inattention could invite a sudden ambush from some unseen predator. Fortunately, vigilance was not his alone. Members of both the Feng and Lu clans faced the same peril. Suddenly, a gale panther erupted from the thick underbrush, launching itself straight at Ye Feng. Ni's heart lurched, but he did not falter. This beast, ranked at Earthrealm 4th rank, remained well within his capacity to subdue. His heavy sword cleaved through the air, infused with surging spiritual energy, and slammed down upon the panther's lithe form. And boom! And the blade struck the beast's hardened claws. A deafening clang of metal on bone rang across the forest. Under the overwhelming force of that strike, the Gale Panther was hurled backward. Ye Feng seized the opening, pressing forward to deliver the killing blow. He burst forward, swung his heavy sword high, then brought it crashing down toward the panther's position with devastating force. Yet the panther's agility surpassed Ye Feng's expectations. At the very instant his blade descended, it pushed off with explosive power, its hind legs launching it clear of the lethal strike. Boom! And the heavy sword struck earth, carving a massive crater into the ground. Ye Feng studied the nimble beast, then chose to disengage. Though he could overtake and slay it using the wind god step, doing so would cost precious time he could ill afford with pursuers closing in from behind. Ye Feng sought no prolonged battle, but the Gale Panther had no intention of letting him go. It charged through the undergrowth in relentless pursuit, not attacking outright, but shadowing him at a steady distance, eyes locked, poised like a hunter awaiting its moment. Ye Feng halted, and the panther instantly stopped too. His gaze narrowed. And so, it was playing a game of guerrilla warfare. He knew such stalemate could not last. Should another formidable beast appear along his path, his situation would become dire. And only cunning can end this beast, for good. Ye Feng resolved inwardly, and devised a stratagem. The next instant he broke into a frantic sprint, feigning retreat. And the panther gave chase without hesitation. This was its prey. How could it possibly let it slip away? As Ye Feng raced through the jungle, his eyes flicked ahead, to a massive tree trunk. Just before reaching it, he sheathed his heavy sword, pivoted sharply, and drove his right foot hard against the bark. Propelled by the immense recoil, his body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. And mountain and sea fist. With a thunderous roar, Ye Feng unleashed his full aura and struck 9 consecutive blows. Each fist carried crushing authority, each impact echoing like rolling thunder. Even the surrounding air screamed, ripped apart by the gale force pressure trailing his fists. And the Gale Panther froze mid-stride, attempting to create distance. But Ye Feng, empowered by the wind god's step, moved faster than lightning. Boom! And 9 earth-shattering fist blades, each like a 10th Sanshang mountain, crashed into the panther's body. And under that cataclysmic force, its internal organs shattered in unison. Huff! Ye Feng exhaled, only to sense movement from the side. Instantly, he bolted in the opposite direction. It's Ye Feng, scatter and surround him. Fang Qingyang's face lit with grim triumph at the sight of the fleeing figure. Ye Feng cursed inwardly. This pursuit was turning disastrous. Mid-chase, a chill ran down his spine. He sensed figures ahead. And swiftly he leapt onto a thick, towering tree and vanished into its foliage. Moments later, over a dozen figures emerged from every direction, converging to seal off the path he'd been taking. You haven't found Ye Feng yet. Na Fang clan member turned to the others. And logically, they'd taken a flanking route to cut him off, yet not a trace of him remained. Where is Ye Feng? Fang Qingyang and Lu Feiping arrived shortly after, leading their forces from behind. And he must have slipped past, Na Fang clan disciple replied. Impossible. Ye Feng may be swift, but not that swift. He's nearby. Search. Fang Qingyang barked the order. Under his and Lu Feiping's command, both clans combed the underbrush with meticulous care. From his vantage atop the tree, Ye Feng watched nearly 30 men scour the area below, and knew his concealment would not hold long. Yet only 2 poison smoke pills remained in his possession, tools he would deploy only as a final recourse. And more arrivals. Halt. Who are you? Fang Qingyang, sensing their approach, demanded sharply. We're the Tiger Fang Mercenary Corps. And you? Are you affiliated with any known faction? Their captain, a scarred man, eyed the Fang and Lu contingents warily. His cultivation stood at Earthrealm 10th rank, yet the opposing side fielded 2 cultivators of equal rank, granting them clear superiority in overall strength. Open conflict would place them at a distinct disadvantage, though as a mere detachment of the Tiger Fang Mercenary Corps, they could always launch a signal flare to summon reinforcements. Perched high above, Ye Feng observed the mercenaries' arrival, and a plan ignited in his mind. With a subtle flick of his fingers, his last 2 poison smoke pills shot forth, 1 toward each faction. Simultaneously, he shouted loudly from the treetop, "Brothers, slaughter these mercenaries. Avenge our young master." The sudden sound startled everyone present. "These damn dogs dare to ambush our Tiger Mercenary Corps. Brothers, grab your weapons." The scarred man from the Tiger Mercenary Corps was furious. It was always they who ambushed others, yet today they were the ones attacked. It's that kid, Ye Feng, kill him quickly. In the midst of the toxic fog, Feng Qingyang roared, giving orders. He knew Ye Feng was hiding nearby, but suddenly a large blade came slashing at him, causing Feng Qingyang's expression to change as he drew his sword to defend. In no time, a chaotic battle erupted between the two sides. After throwing 2 toxic smoke pills, Ye Feng took advantage of the confusion to swiftly escape the area. Next was a dog-eat-dog fight between the two forces, which he chose not to observe. Finally, I've shaken these people off completely. After running for more than an hour, Ye Feng leaned against a large tree to rest. After a period of rest, he distanced himself from the Feng and Lu families while undergoing a life-and-death trial. Occasionally, he encountered some mystical level and even earth-level beasts, all of which he killed. After a day of slaughter, Ye Feng's combat experience greatly improved. It's getting dark, I should find a place to... Ye Feng glanced at the dimming sky and muttered to himself. Sounds of fighting. Just a few steps and Ye Feng suddenly heard fighting noises nearby. Listening carefully, he could also hear the roars of beasts ahead. It seems like someone is fighting with beasts. Ye Feng speculated inwardly, then quietly approached, intending to investigate. Soon he saw a team of more than 10 people besieging 2 earth-level crimson flame beasts. It's somewhat a narrow path for enemies. Ye Feng coldly smiled as he recognized 3 familiar figures in the team. These 3 were Lin Ruoxua, Lin Tianqing, and Feng Tianrui, whom he had met before in Songyan City. Aside from these 3, the rest appeared to be guards from the Feng family. Moreover, these guards were not weak, with one at Earth level rank 4, 2 at rank 3, and the rest at Earth level strength. This group was currently surrounding the 2 Earth level crimson flame beasts. Is that a heavenly soul herb? Ye Feng suddenly spotted a medicinal herb at the center of the battle. The heavenly soul herb is an extremely rare and precious herb that enhances a person's mental strength when consumed. For an ordinary person, taking the heavenly soul herb can elevate their mental strength to rival that of an average alchemist. For an alchemist, consuming it would further enhance their mental strength. Tianrui, can I use that heavenly soul? Lin Ruoxua gazed at the heavenly soul herb not far away, her eyes revealing a hint of desire. Feng Tianrui glanced at her dismissively, thinking that this woman must be dreaming. Does she really think just because she has some charm, she can demand anything? Tianrui, why don't you find someone to kill Ye Feng for me? As long as you agree to this, I'll give you some rewards tonight. Hearing Lin Ruoxua's new request after failing to get the heavenly soul herb, Feng Tianrui's expression instantly darkened upon hearing Ye Feng's name. He still couldn't forget the humiliation of being beaten by Ye Feng, a memory that lingered painfully in his mind. He wanted revenge, but the threat of the emperor-level expert made him hesitate. Tianrui, please. Lin Ruoxua pouted and acted coyly. She needed Ye Feng to pay for a... Fine. Feng Tianrui took a deep breath and pretended to agree. He wasn't foolish enough to risk his entire family's safety for revenge. Lin Ruoxua was simply being ungrateful. Relying on her looks, she often used this request to threaten him, refusing to let him touch her otherwise. He was already getting tired of it. Tonight he had to deal with Lin Ruoxua decisively, and then slap her twice to make her see reality. Seeing Feng Tianrui agree, a glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Ruoxua's eyes. A cruel smile also appeared on Lin Tianqing's face. Ye Feng had almost crippled him last time, and he had been harboring resentment ever since. Although he didn't have the chance to take revenge himself, he still felt satisfied at the thought of Ye Feng dying at someone else's hands. Concealed in the shadows, Ye Feng had overheard their entire conversation. He never expected that Lin Ruoxua would have such a venomous heart. If you want to kill me tonight, I will bury you all here. Ye Feng looked up at the dim sky, his dark eyes filled with murderous intent. At that moment, under the siege of the Feng family guards, the 2 earth-level crimson flame beasts were killed. Feng Tianrui successfully obtained the heavenly soul herb. He glanced at the overcast sky and then ordered his guards to find a relatively safe place to spend the night. Ye Feng watched their route of departure and quietly followed. At night, darkness enveloped the cloud sea forest. In a campsite, a campfire was lit, and over 10 people were resting while eating roasted meat. This group was indeed the team of Feng Tianrui and Lin Ruoxua. Ye Feng hid in a patch of grass outside the campsite, waiting for deep night to arrive. Although his strength was insufficient to kill this team, he could use others to do so. In the cloud sea forest, powerful beasts were plentiful, and he happened to have a beast-attracting incense. As long as he ignited the beast-attracting incense near the campsite, within a quarter of an hour, many powerful beasts would be drawn to it. At that time, even if the Feng family team was strong, they would still fall victim to the terrifying beast horde. Thanks to the pills that Qian'er's grandfather provided, otherwise I might have already died at the hands of the Feng and Lu families. Ye Feng sighed softly. The previously made toxic smoke pills and the current beast-attracting incense were both specially refined from the formulas given by Huiyinling. The purpose was to have more means of survival during his trials in the Cloud Sea Forest. Time passed unknowingly, and aside from a few guards watching the surroundings of the campsite, the others had all entered the tents to rest. Seeing that the time was right, Ye Feng quietly ignited the beast-attracting incense. He feared that the dosage was insufficient and thus lit several more nearby. After doing all this, Ye Feng quietly left the perimeter of the campsite and concealed himself in a distant large tree. Inside a tent in the camp, Feng Tianrui gazed at Lin Ruoxiu's figure, his eyes revealing unreserved lust. Lin Ruoxiu feigned shyness and said, "Brother Tianrui, you looking at me like that is quite frightening. What will truly scare you comes later today. I will have my way with you." Feng Tianrui smirked coldly as he lunged at Lin Ruoxiu. Lin Ruoxiu suddenly startled, realizing that something was amiss. She did not mind giving herself to Feng Tianrui, but she still wanted to maintain some control. If she lost her body as leverage, Feng Tianrui might not help her kill Ye Feng. Seeing Lin Ruoxiu resist fiercely, a flicker of impatience crossed Feng Tianrui's eyes, and he slapped her hard across the cheek. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap left Lin Ruoxiu stunned. Feng Tianrui actually hit her. "Damn woman, do you really think of yourself as a princess? With your looks, I barely found you decent to look at. If you continue to be so ungrateful, the guards of the Feng family are plenty and waiting to be of service to me." Feng Tianrui scolded impatiently. This harsh insult made Lin Ruoxiu feel deeply humiliated. She finally understood that in Feng Tianrui's eyes, she was merely an inconsequential woman. "Now you crawl over to me. If you serve me well tonight, perhaps I will be gentler with you in the future." At this moment, Feng Tianrui no longer pretended to be gentle. Since the mask was torn off, he had no need to keep up appearances. It was better to conquer Lin Ruoxiu with brute force. If Lin Ruoxiu was perceptive enough, he wouldn't mind playing with her a little longer. If this damned woman was uncooperative, he would simply bury her after. Lin Ruoxiu's heart was filled with humiliation, yet she could only crawl towards Feng Tianrui step by step, though a hint of barely noticeable resentment flickered in her eyes. Feng Tianrui watched Lin Ruoxiu's submissive actions, and a trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. Just as he prepared to remove his pants, a series of roars from demonic beasts suddenly erupted outside the camp. Roar! These thunderous roars startled everyone in the camp. Feng Tianrui lost interest at this moment and hurriedly exited the tent to check the situation. Surrounded by the darkness, a pair of crimson, dark green, or pitch black eyes watched them slowly close. Demonic beast horde. Feng Tianrui trembled uncontrollably at the sight of those bloodthirsty eyes. It wasn't just him, everyone present was trembling. Over 100 demonic beasts with varying auras completely surrounded them. This terrifying scene left everyone feeling a chill run down their spines. "Young master, we will cover you as you escape," said a Feng family guard at the 4th level of the Tianwu realm. Okay. Feng Tianrui nodded, trembling. Roar! At that moment, the horde of demonic beasts roared in unison and charged towards the camp like a tidal wave. All the guards of the Feng family fought desperately to break through the encirclement. However, the sheer number of demonic beasts was overwhelming, and among them were powerful celestial-level beasts. 3 of the Feng family's weaker guards were torn to shreds upon contact. Fortunately, the Feng family had 3 formidable Tianwu experts who fought fiercely, carving a bloody path out of the encirclement. "Young master, you all go quickly, or we will hold them off." The 3 Tianwu experts initially wanted to escape, but they were tightly entangled by the celestial-level beasts. With no other choice, they could only fight to the death, blocking the horde of beasts to buy time for Feng Tianrui's escape. At this moment, Feng Tianrui was utterly terrified, caring little for anyone else as he turned and fled. Lin Ruoxiu and a Feng family guard also broke through the encirclement, running away without looking back. Just as Lin Tianqing burst out of the encirclement, he suddenly slipped and fell hard to the ground. "Sister, save me," he cried out desperately, only to be met with an attack from a demonic beast. "Out!" A wretched scream echoed through the night, causing Lin Ruoxiu, who was fleeing, to shudder. It was her brother's voice. Not far from the camp, beneath a large tree, Ye Feng quietly watched this massacre unfold, witnessing the tragic death of Lin Tianqing. Ye Feng glanced in the direction where Lin Ruoxiu and Feng Tianrui fled, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "You two won't be getting away." Huff, huff, huff. After escaping for an unknown time, Feng Tianrui finally stopped, panting heavily with lingering fear. If not for the 3 Tianwu experts of the Feng family fighting desperately, he would have found it hard to escape. "Brother Tianrui, wait for me." Lin Ruoxue had been following closely behind Feng Tianrui. Being merely at the Xuanwu realm, she needed someone to protect her to leave the Yunhai forest safely. Beside Lin Ruoxue was a Feng family guard at the 7th level of the Diwu realm. He was the only Feng family guard who had escaped the encirclement without being pursued by the demonic beasts. Although he was severely injured, he at least managed to keep his life. Feng Tianrui glanced back at Lin Ruoxue, secretly cursing his bad luck. Ever since he met this woman, his misfortunes had never ceased. He decided to let Lin Ruoxue help him vent his anger before burying her right there. "Come over here." Feng Tianrui roared at Lin Ruoxue. Hearing this, Lin Ruoxue dared not complain and walked straight toward Feng Tianrui. "Damn it, it's all because of you, this jinx of a woman. I will deal with you here today." Feng Tianrui tugged at Lin Ruoxue's hair angrily, showing no regard for the Feng family guard, who was not far away. Just as he was about to act, an unexpected occurrence arose. "Ye Feng is my former fiancée. Why would you want to kill me considering our past? Didn't you just call for someone to kill me? Have you forgotten so quickly?" Lin Ruoxue and Feng Tianrui's pupils shrank once more. How could Ye Feng know about this? Could it be that he has been hiding in the shadows? And that bizarre beast riot, could it also be related to Ye Feng? "No need to guess, I was the one who lured that group of beasts over. You can understand your fate now." As Ye Feng's words fell, he issued the death sentence to the two. The heavy sword swept through the air, unleashing a terrifying flash of sword light, which shot towards them like the scythe of death. "No." Looking at the exceptionally brilliant sword light in the darkness, Lin Ruoxue let out a desperate scream. The merciless sword light swept through, drowning out Lin Ruoxue's final voice. Although Feng Tianrui barely dodged the deadly sword light, one of his arms was still severed. "Ye Feng, please. Don't kill me. The Feng family will not spare you." Feng Tianrui watched as Lin Ruoxue met a tragic end before him, and the fear in his heart spread like wildfire. For the first time, he truly felt the taste of death. "Who would know it was me who killed you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Ye Feng swung his heavy sword like a giant arrow, piercing Feng Tianrui's body and pinning him to a large tree. Ye Feng slowly approached, took down the heavy sword, and then snatched the storage ring from the corpse. The Tianhun grass is still here. He didn't know whether Feng Tianrui intended to take it for himself or to sell it, but either way it was now a windfall for him. He then rummaged through the bodies of Lin Ruoxue and the Feng family guards, discovering some spirit stones and pills. After cleaning the battlefield, Ye Feng fell into hesitation. Those 3 Tianwu realm individuals might have some spirit stones in their storage rings. However, he couldn't be certain if those 3 had been killed by the beast horde. After a moment's thought, Ye Feng's rationality overcame his greed, and he decided not to venture back to that area. Even if those 3 Tianwu realm powerhouses were dead, there might still be some powerful earthly beasts or even heavenly beasts in that area. For him, preserving his life was the most important thing. Having made his decision, Ye Feng left in the opposite direction, searching for a relatively safe place to rest. After several hours of searching, Ye Feng found a hidden cave. He cautiously observed his surroundings, and upon finding that it seemed safe, he carefully entered the cave. The vision inside the cave was somewhat dim. Ye Feng condensed a flicker of alchemical flame to illuminate the surrounding darkness. The cave was relatively spacious. After carefully inspecting the situation and finding no danger, he sat cross-legged near the cave entrance. While training in the forest, one had to remain constantly vigilant, especially when alone. Fortunately, Ye Feng had now found a cave, needing only to pay slight attention to the entrance. After a brief recovery, Ye Feng took a deep breath and swallowed the Tianhun grass. Soon Ye Feng felt a refreshing sensation in his mind, greatly alleviating his earlier fatigue. Ye Feng calmed his heart, quietly absorbing the powerful effects of the Tianhun grass. As he did, the night in the Yunhai forest gradually receded, and light was about to once again envelop the land. Somewhere within the Yunhai forest, a man and a woman sat cross-legged. The woman was dressed in green with an extraordinary beauty, a graceful figure, and a noble and elegant demeanor that made one dare not disrespect her. If Ye Feng were here, he would recognize her as Song Yuding, the leader of the Yunhai sect. Not far from Song Yuding sat a man in black, exuding a powerful aura with an exceptionally stern appearance and sharp eagle-like eyes. This man was Lung Wuxia, the deputy leader of the Yunhai sect, a level 10 powerhouse in the Wangwu realm. They had been away from the Yunhai sect for nearly a month, having come to the Yunhai forest. Their purpose for this journey was to hunt a royal-level beast and seize its core to use as material for a 6th-grade pill. Last night, they finally found a relatively weak royal-level beast, but unfortunately they failed to hunt it. Instead, both sustained varying degrees of injury, especially Song Yuding, who was seriously hurt after a fierce battle with the royal-level beast. Lung Wuxia looked at Song Yuding's graceful figure, a rare flicker of heated desire appearing in his sharp eyes. He had admired Song Yuding for nearly 30 years from the time she joined the Yunhai sect to her ascent as the esteemed leader. His admiration had not faded with time, instead it had intensified to the point of madness. Now he finally had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to possess Song Yuding. Seeing that the moment was right, he gazed at Song Yuding's noble and charming face and gently said, "Tinger, I have loved you for nearly 30 years, let us be together." Song Yuding's beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide, coldly replying, "Deputy Leader Long, please maintain your dignity." She was well aware of Long Wuxi's affections, but she had no romantic feelings for him. All she wished for now was to strengthen the Yunhai sect and fulfill the tasks assigned to her by the previous leader. "Tinger, it's been 30 years, nearly 30 years, do you still not understand my sincere heart for you?" After being rejected, a hint of obsessive madness surfaced in Long Wuxi's eyes. "Deputy Leader Long, I made it clear to you years ago that I have no romantic feelings for you." Before Song Yuding could finish her sentence, her expression subtly changed, clearly sensing something wrong within her body. "Tinger, since you refuse to yield, I can only use force. This love potion was specially prepared for you." Lung Wuxia licked his lips, gazing at Song Yuding's alluring figure, his eyes filled with fervent excitement. The woman he had yearned for nearly 30 years was finally within his reach. "Lung Wuxia, you despicable!" Song Yuding exclaimed, a strange flush appearing on her beautiful face, her skin feeling unusually hot. "Tinger, this is all you're doing. You brought this upon yourself," Lung Wuxia raged. He could already feel the effects of the love potion taking hold within Song Yuding. It's known that even a royal-level powerhouse would be confused and entranced by the love potion. If a woman does not engage with a man for an extended period, it could lead to her demise. To survive, Song Yuding had no choice but to spend a night of pleasure with him. "Even if I die, I will not be sullied by you." Song Yuding clenched her jade-like hand, and a 3-foot green sword appeared in her grasp. She brandished the long sword, and waves of azure sword light burst forth, suddenly piercing towards the distant Lung Wuxia. Lung Wuxia was already on guard. He struck out with a palm, shattering all the azure sword light. Although his cultivation was not as high as Song Yuding, a first-level royal martial realm practitioner, the latter was seriously injured and affected by the effects of the charm dissipation. Song Yuding could not exert her full strength and could do nothing against him. "Tinger, give up resistance and become my woman." Lung Wuxia laughed maniacally. "Dream on." Song Yuding shouted angrily and struck again. Boom, boom, boom. The two soared into the air, erupting into a battle that shook the heavens and the earth. The clash between a royal martial realm powerhouse and a peak king martial realm cultivator was terrifying, and the battle's aftermath sent the surrounding beasts fleeing in panic. As time passed, Song Yuding's offensive grew weaker, while Lung Wuxia, who had been defending, grew more excited. For some reason, the more Song Yuding struggled, the more it stimulated Lung Wuxi's inner desire for conquest. A flash of determination suddenly appeared in Song Yuding's beautiful eyes. Rather than dragging this out, she might as well pour all her strength into a single sword stroke and completely slay the despicable Lung Wuxia. As for her injuries and the charm dissipation, she could no longer care about them. It was simply a matter of dying. Azure smoke, falling sun kill. With a delicate shout, surging spiritual power erupted from her body, enveloping the entire sky with royal might. As she swung her sword, a beam of azure sword light shot straight into the heavens. "Song Yuding, have you gone mad?" Lung Wuxi's face changed drastically. This insane woman was disregarding everything to unleash her strongest attack against him. Great sealing technique. A glint of madness flashed in Lung Wuxi's eyes. This was a secret technique he had learned by chance. Each time he used it, it cost him 20 years of his lifespan. But at this moment, this was the only technique he could use to possibly block Song Yuding's attack. Oh, the terrifying sealing power condensed in Lung Wuxi's palm, yet the azure sword light unleashed by Song Yuding was incredibly swift, piercing through Lung Wuxi's body. Ugh! A flicker of unwillingness and resentment appeared in Lung Wuxi's eyes as he exhausted the last of his strength to unleash a palm imbued with sealing power. The consequence of Song Yuding unleashing her strongest sword was that the charm dissipation spread wildly within her body. At this moment, she could not avoid this palm infused with sealing power. Buzz! The sealing power confined Song Yuding's cultivation. Her royal martial realm, first-level cultivation, slowly fell. King Martial, Tian Martial, Earth Martial. Ultimately, she was reduced to an ordinary person with no cultivation. Meanwhile, their bodies plummeted from the sky to the ground. The already dead Lung Wuxia smashed into a pile of meat. During the process of her cultivation, dropping Song Yuding was already descending towards the ground, safely landing before becoming an ordinary person. But the terrifying effects of the charm dissipation left her eyes dazed, her body burning with heat, unable to restrain her emotions. In the cave, Ye Feng also heard the terrifying battle erupting outside, but he was still refining the effects of the Tian Soul grass and did not go out to check. After a while, Ye Feng opened his eyes and gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. The Tian Soul grass had been completely refined, and he felt his mind clear with a significant boost in spiritual power. It seems the battle outside has stopped. Ye Feng listened as the sounds of the battle outside faded, and he still suppressed his curiosity, planning to remain hidden in the cave. The previous earth-shattering sounds were definitely produced by the battle of super-strong practitioners. It would not be wise to go out now. Someone is coming. Ye Feng suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, sensing someone approaching the cave. He felt speechless. How could his luck be so poor? Just after the battle between the two strong practitioners ended, someone was coming. Could it be one of those terrifying powerhouses coming here? But now he could only hide in the cave and watch the situation unfold. Soon a stunning woman in green entered the cave. The moment Ye Feng saw her, his gaze became somewhat dazed. Wow, isn't this the master of the Yunhai sect? Just as Ye Feng was stunned, the dazed Song Yuding saw Ye Feng as if she had found a treasure. In the next moment, soft fragrance filled the air and Song Yuding's noble body entwined around him like an octopus. Ye Feng was now completely bewildered. The peerlessly beautiful and noble sect master actually took the initiative to embrace him. No, she was invading him. Was he dreaming? Only the scorching skin told him that everything was undeniably real. However, Ye Feng soon noticed something was off. How could the sect master be so proactive? At this moment, Song Yuding's body was burning hot, her face showing an abnormal crimson hue, her beautiful eyes hazy and confused, as if she had lost her reason. Seeing this symptom, Ye Feng's heart suddenly jolted. This seemed to be the effect of the charm dissipation. Hiss! Upon thinking of this, Ye Feng's scalp tingled, because there was only one way to break the charm dissipation. If it were an ordinary person, he might have resolutely done a good deed without hesitation. But now before him was the lofty master of the Yunhai sect, one of the most graceful women of the Holy Martial Kingdom, a renowned royal martial realm powerhouse. In terms of strength, status, and beauty, Song Yuding stood at the pinnacle of the Holy Martial Kingdom. More importantly, she was also Su Changxi's master. Under such a multitude of buffs, Ye Feng cursed inwardly. If he were to have relations with Song Yuding, wouldn't he be in big trouble? But if he chose to ignore her plight, his conscience would not allow it. How would he face Su Changxi in the future? At this moment, Song Yuding's body trembled lightly, and her breath was fragrant. From those enticing red lips came alluring sounds, as if imbued with magic, incredibly captivating. Ye Feng's blood almost boiled. How had he not noticed before how alluring the sect master's voice was? Such tormenting behavior made Ye Feng completely lose control. A wild and bold thought surfaced in his mind, becoming increasingly clear. To hell with the sect master, to hell with the royal martial powerhouse. Sect master, I cannot be blamed for this. I am doing this to save you. Ye Feng shouted, tearing apart the sect master's noble outer garment, revealing the exquisite body he had once imagined. 1 hour. 2 hours. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Feng finally completely dispelled the effects of the seductive potion on Song Yuding. Looking at the disheveled hair and the closed eyes of the beautiful woman, Ye Feng suddenly felt a bit at a loss. If the sect master were to wake up, would she kill him? A hint of fear crept into his heart. Ye Feng approached the entrance of the cave, hesitating once again. This was definitely the best opportunity to leave, but what if he left and Song Yuding woke up? Would she do something crazy? After all, he could escape now, but his actions might implicate the Ye family. After hesitating for a moment, Ye Feng took a deep breath, and a look of determination appeared in his eyes. Since he had done it, there was nothing to be afraid of. A real man faces the consequences of his actions. He was not the kind of man without responsibility. After Song Yuding woke up, whether she wanted to kill or punish him, he would accept it. Having made his decision, Ye Feng looked again at Song Yuding, not far away, waiting for her to awaken. The sleeping Song Yuding had lost her usual nobility and authority, appearing more like an ordinary woman who evoked pity. Ye Feng couldn't help but be mesmerized. Having a woman like this in his life was not in vain. Looking at her enchanting profile and tousled hair, Ye Feng inexplicably walked over and gently brushed her chaotic hair back into place. Suddenly, Song Yuding opened her misty eyes, startling Ye Feng. Sect master, Ye Feng called out softly, looking into her captivating eyes, feeling inexplicably uneasy. You bastard. Song Yuding exclaimed, standing up and grabbing Ye Feng by the neck. Her purity over the years had been completely tarnished by a young man, which made her furious. Gulp. Ye Feng, who was being choked, felt no fear. Instead, he instinctively swallowed. This was because he realized that the strength in Song Yuding's hands was pitifully weak, posing no threat to him whatsoever. However, what nearly cost him his life was that Song Yuding's sudden movement caused the clothes covering her delicate body to fall away. Why you turn around now? Song Yuding also sensed something was off as she released her grip on Ye Feng's neck, her actions becoming flustered, resembling a helpless woman. Without her cultivation, she could not use spiritual power to open her storage ring. Ye Feng reluctantly turned away while handing her a piece of clothing he had worn, then walked towards the cave entrance. Song Yuding took the clothing, looking at Ye Feng's departing figure with a complex expression, a hint of confusion appearing in her beautiful eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Song Yuding's voice echoed from within the cave. You can come in now. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng, who had been watching outside the cave, slowly walked inside. At this moment, Song Yuding was wearing a black garment, her smooth jade legs exposed to the air. Even in this simple attire, Ye Feng could still feel her nobility and allure. The two exchanged glances, neither speaking. Ye Feng averted his gaze and found a spot to sit within the cave. He wanted to give Song Yuding some time to think. Song Yuding inhaled the masculine scent lingering on the clothing, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. However, she had regained her composure from the anger and understood that she could not blame Ye Feng for this. After all, it was she who had actively entered the cave and embraced Ye Feng, enticing him. She was well aware of how captivating her looks and figure were to men. No young man could resist such temptation. Otherwise, Lung Wuxia wouldn't have been so frenzied as to secretly drug her. Conversely, Ye Feng had saved her life and could be considered her savior. Song Yuding was not the kind of person who was unreasonable and ungrateful. Her previous actions were merely the result of losing her composure after having her purity taken away. So why did it have to be Ye Feng? Song Yuding sighed softly within her heart. Ye Feng was not only a disciple of her sect, but also had a close relationship with her student Su Changxi. Now that something so absurd had happened between her and Ye Feng, how would she face her student in the future? Bastard, where are you going? Seeing Ye Feng suddenly leave the cave, Song Yuding couldn't help but feel angry. Sect Master, I'm just going outside to use the restroom. Ye Feng explained, leaving a blushing and embarrassed Song Yuding behind. After leaving the cave, Ye Feng approached a large tree nearby to relieve himself. Suddenly his gaze fell upon a storage ring ahead. He hurriedly finished and picked up the storage ring that had fallen to the ground. It seems the owner of this storage ring is dead. Ye Feng realized that being able to open this storage ring was proof that the original owner had perished, or otherwise he would not have been able to perceive the contents within. Inside the storage ring, there were many spirit stones and pills, but no other precious items were found. Could this be pure yang grass? Ye Feng suddenly discovered a herb within the storage ring and felt a surge of joy. It is known that pure yang grass contains extremely powerful pure yang energy, which is greatly beneficial for those with a pure yang physique. However, pure yang grass is exceedingly rare, making it difficult even for experts at the Emperor Martial realm to find. Ye Feng took a deep breath and then swallowed the pure yang grass, refining the pure yang energy contained within the herb. Boom. As the pure yang energy spread within Ye Feng's body, his cultivation began to break through. Xuanwu Realm Level 6. Xuanwu Realm Level 7. Xuanwu Realm Level 8. Earth Martial Realm Level 1. Ultimately, Ye Feng's cultivation stabilized at Earth Martial Realm Level 2. The breakthrough in his realm filled Ye Feng with joy. Finding the pure yang grass felt like discovering a treasure, allowing him to advance 7 small realms in one go. He then hummed a little tune as he leisurely returned to the cave. Inside the cave, Ye Feng sat cross-legged, solidifying his recently achieved breakthrough. Song Yuding rested her delicate hand on her chin, her beautiful eyes observing Ye Feng not far away, lost in thought. The two remained silent, and an awkward atmosphere spread throughout the cave. Suddenly, Ye Feng opened his eyes and looked towards the cave entrance, sensing more than 10 auras approaching. Someone is coming. Song Yuding noticed Ye Feng's action and inquired, "Is someone coming?" "Yes, someone is coming," Ye Feng replied, looking at Song Yuding in confusion. Given her power, her sensing ability should be much stronger than his. He wondered why she would ask such a question. However, he didn't think too much about it. Perhaps Song Yuding had been distracted by his earlier question. "I cannot use my strength for the time being, so I may have to rely on you," Song Yuding said softly, her red lips pursed. She was not surprised that someone was coming. After all, the battle she had with Lung Wuxia had caused such a commotion that it would certainly attract attention. Moreover, the scene of her and Lung Wuxia injuring each other in the sky was likely witnessed by many. It was not unusual for some curious individuals to come and investigate. Hearing this, Ye Feng felt a bit dazed. His calm demeanor inside was precisely because he had the Emperor Martial Realm expert Song Yuding by his side. However, now that she claimed she could not use her strength, he couldn't help but question whether Song Yuding was being intentional. Leave me a sword. If you encounter an enemy you cannot face, just run away quickly. A hint of determination flashed in Song Yuding's beautiful eyes. She was well aware of how alluring her appearance was to men, especially to mercenaries who lived on the edge. Now, without her strength, encountering this group of mercenaries would make her nothing but their plaything. If that were the case, she would rather die than be defiled. Ye Feng's expression turned grave at this moment. Song Yuding's words did not seem like a joke. Moreover, he suddenly recalled how weak Song Yuding had been during her previous rage. This situation was definitely not normal. Ye Feng did not respond, but walked towards the cave entrance. He felt a connection with Song Yuding, and leaving her behind to escape alone was something he could not do. Moreover, he might be able to deal with the people coming from outside. Outside the cave, more than 10 powerful auras of men were searching outside. If Ye Feng were present, he would be all too familiar with these people. They were from the Feng and Lu families who had pursued him relentlessly before entering the Yunhai forest. Previously, Ye Feng had used a scheme to provoke a fight between the two families and the Tiger mercenary group, causing significant losses to both families. Feng Xingyang, why are we searching here instead of looking for Ye Feng? Lu Feiping asked in confusion. If Feng Xingyang had not insisted on entering the Yunhai forest, his men would not have lost half of their numbers. Each Earth Martial Realm expert was incredibly valuable to the Lu family. This time, not only had he failed to accomplish his task, but he had also lost half of his forces, which would surely result in punishment upon his return. Feng Xingyang detected the tone of Lu Feiping's complaints and coldly retorted, Ye Feng's shadow has long vanished. Where the hell do you expect to find him? Now that we have suffered such severe losses, if we don't bring something back, not only will you not be able to explain, but I won't be able to either. Feng Xingyang's words made Lu Feiping's expression slightly unattractive. However, he had to admit that Feng Xingyang was right. Returning empty-handed would be unacceptable. Seeing that Lu Feiping was not speaking, Feng Xingyang's tone eased slightly. The two strong experts from before were both injured. If we can find one of their storage rings, we would hit the jackpot. Moreover, that kid Ye Feng might also like to join the fun, so perhaps we could have a chance encounter. Lu Feiping's expression softened upon hearing this suggestion. The people from the two families began searching nearby once again. Just as Ye Feng emerged from the cave, he discovered that this group of people were indeed from the Feng and Lu families. Previously, he had not been strong enough to confront the two families and had to avoid them. Now that his strength had increased significantly, he was eager to encounter them. Just as Ye Feng was about to take action, Song Yuding ran out of the cave. You should leave quickly, although this cave is concealed. The blood I dropped earlier will surely lead them here. Song Yuding spoke softly, her tone gentle. If I leave, what will happen to you? Ye Feng did not rush to attack. He was somewhat surprised by Song Yuding's words. You saved me once, so I shall repay you. I can help divert their attention, but you must give me a sword to prevent them from defiling me. Song Yuding's voice was resolute, her gaze firm. Sorry, they have enmity with me, I cannot agree. Ye Feng smiled and declined. With so many Earth Martial Realm experts, including 2 at Earth Martial Realm level 10, how can you possibly be their match? Song Yuding looked at Ye Feng's stubborn demeanor, feeling somewhat annoyed. Ye Feng gazed at the sect leader who had once been so high and mighty, now displaying a rare vulnerable side, leaving him momentarily stunned. Trust me, they are not my opponents. Instinctively, Ye Feng flicked Song Yuding's delicate nose, and then dashed out. Feeling the lingering masculine aura on her nose, Song Yuding was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, someone is here. It's Ye Feng. Feng Xingyang suddenly sensed the powerful aura erupting ahead and alerted his companions. He then clearly saw the face of the person who turned out to be the Ye Feng they had been desperately searching for. Haha, Ye Feng, you've come to deliver yourself right to us. Then I can't be blamed for what happens next. Lu Feiping laughed heartily, his inner excitement unspoken at this moment. You shouldn't be celebrating, instead you should be in despair. Ye Feng sneered, his hands wielding the mountain river heavy, sword like a wild dragon emerging from the sea, as astonishing sword energy surged around him, forming a mighty wave. He darted out like a cheetah, the massive sword in his hand, descending upon a guard from the Feng family with unparalleled might. Boom! The giant sword roared, and under this terrifying strike, the Feng family's Earth Martial Realm Level 7 guard was killed in an instant. What? Lu Feiping and Feng Xingyang were both shocked, their eyes nearly popping out. How could Ye Feng's strength be so formidable, able to kill an Earth Martial Realm level 7 person with a single strike? To achieve such strength, one would generally need to reach at least Earth Martial Realm level 9 in terms of cultivation. When did you reach the Earth Martial Realm? Fang Qingyang suddenly realized that Ye Feng's cultivation had skyrocketed. It should be noted that when they first started pursuing Ye Feng, he was only at Xuanwu Realm level 5. In less than a few days, how could Ye Feng's breakthrough speed be so rapid? Ye Feng said nothing and unleashed his sword techniques with fluid grace, slaughtering the members of the two families. Go kill him. Fang Qingyang was furious at Ye Feng's arrogance. He could not believe that with his powerful strength, he couldn't defeat Ye Feng. Lu Fipeng's face was equally dark. Ye Feng had already killed 3 members of the Lu family. The two of them unleashed their powerful auras and charged towards Ye Feng. The two flanked Ye Feng, launching a fierce assault. Ye Feng easily deflected Fang Qingyang's sword strike, then stomped his right foot, channeling his strength to knock the opponent back with a sword. At the same time, Lu Fipeng's attack also arrived. Ye Feng had long been prepared. He sidestepped and nimbly dodged Lu Fipeng's knife. Then he swept his heavy sword, sending a powerful sword energy crashing towards the opponent. Lu Fipeng was startled and raised his knife to defend, but this overwhelming sword still struck him. Although the large knife in his hand blocked part of the force, his body was still sent flying by the heavy sword. Die for me. Ye Feng charged forward, relentlessly pursuing Lu Fipeng. Fang Qingyang, save me. Lu Fipeng coughed up blood, his gaze filled with despair as he looked at the oncoming Ye Feng. Fang Qingyang wanted to rush over to help, but it was too late. He watched as Ye Feng's giant sword beheaded Lu Fipeng, the head rolling to his feet. Not good. Fang Qingyang suddenly realized that after Lu Fipeng's death, Ye Feng's gaze would surely turn towards him. Just as he reacted, Ye Feng was already charging at him. The whistling giant sword roared like a ferocious beast. Each of Ye Feng's strikes contained astonishing power, causing Fang Qingyang's hands to throb with pain. Boom, boom, boom. The wildly ferocious sword techniques filled Fang Qingyang with an overwhelming sense of despair. In just a short time apart, why had Ye Feng's strength become so terrifying? Boom. With a sword strike capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, Fang Qingyang's long sword broke and his body was torn apart by the giant sword. His last thought was that the Feng family was in grave danger. Run. The remaining 3 Earth Martial Realm practitioners saw their 2 leaders brutally killed by Ye Feng, and they were terrified, scattering in all directions. Wanna run? You will all die? Ye Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile. He swung his sword, and 3 rays of sword light containing the power of mountains and rivers shot towards the 3 of them. Shoo! With the blooming of 3 blood flowers, the 3 bodies fell limply, their faces still marked by evident fear. When the battle ended, Song Yuding stared blankly at Ye Feng's back. Even having seen countless talents from the sacred martial nation, she was shocked by Ye Feng's strength at this moment. Clearly so weak in cultivation, yet capable of unleashing a power not belonging to this realm. As Song Yuding was astonished, Ye Feng took out a kind of white powder and sprinkled it over the corpses. This white powder could effectively mask the bloody smell emanating from the corpses, preventing the beasts from being attracted by the scent. At the same time, he looted all the storage rings and buried the corpses on the spot, cleaning up the nearby bloodstains. After finishing all this, Ye Feng finally walked towards the cave. Master, we are heading back to the cave. Ye Feng approached Song Yuding and waved his hand in front of her eyes. He couldn't understand why this woman was in a daze. Only then did Song Yuding come back to her senses and gracefully return to the cave. Master, when will your cultivation be restored? Ye Feng asked once he returned to the cave. It was extremely dangerous for him to be alone with an unskilled woman in the Cloud Sea forest. I don't know, maybe tomorrow or maybe next year. Song Yuding brushed her hair behind her ear and replied earnestly. Ye Feng felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this answer. I don't know, maybe tomorrow or maybe next year. Song Yuding brushed her hair behind her ear and replied earnestly. Ye Feng felt somewhat Ye Feng asked again. He really had no confidence in safely leading the unskilled Song Yuding out of the Cloud Sea forest. After hearing this, Song Yuding suddenly fell silent. She indeed knew a way to quickly lift the seal within her body. But such a thing she was unwilling to say, nor could she express it. Seeing Song Yuding silent, Ye Feng assumed she had no solution either and sighed softly. Suddenly a growling sound echoed in the quiet cave. After hearing this sound, Ye Feng glanced at Song Yuding's perfect face. Song Yuding noticed the gaze upon her, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her beautiful face. Not knowing how to speak, she could only glare at Ye Feng. Ye Feng rubbed his nose, suddenly feeling amused. He realized that the master wasn't so difficult to approach after all. The impression he once had of the master was that she was lofty and regal. Yet the person he interacted with today was understanding, cultured, and even occasionally showed a hint of a feminine demeanor. Gurgle. At that moment, Ye Feng's stomach suddenly growled as well. Upon hearing this sound, Song Yuding paused for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on her lips. Now it was Ye Feng's turn to feel embarrassed. He cleared his throat, and then took out a piece of processed beast meat from his storage ring. Channeling spiritual energy into flame, he concentrated the fire. Ye Feng pierced the beast meat with a twig, then ignited the firewood with alchemy flames and began to roast the meat. Watching from the side, Song Yuding observed Ye Feng conjuring the alchemy flames, a hint of surprise flashing in her enchanting eyes. Master, what unexpected situation occurred that caused you to be unable to use your strength? Ye Feng asked while roasting the meat. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well learn more about the situation and possibly build a good relationship with the master. This is a long story. Song Yuding pouted her delicate lips and slowly recounted the events. To return smoothly to the Cloud Sea Sect, she inevitably needed to trouble Ye Feng. Moreover, at this moment she was no longer the exalted master, but merely an ordinary woman without any cultivation. After hearing Song Yuding's account, Ye Feng angrily remarked, Lung Wuxia is such a despicable person, truly a beast. He never expected that Song Yuding would fall to such a state due to the schemes of Lung Wuxia, the vice-master of the Cloud Sea Sect. No wonder Song Yuding was affected by such a powerful and mind-controlling drug. In the end, it only benefited him. Suddenly, he thought of the storage ring he had picked up outside. Could it possibly belong to Lung Wuxia? Ye Feng chatted leisurely while roasting meat. Soon a delicious aroma filled the cave. Master, the meat is ready. Ye Feng looked at the delectable roasted meat before him and reminded. Then he transformed his spiritual energy into a blade, slicing the meat skewered on the branch in half. At this moment, Song Yuding sat on a flat stone, her long and voluptuous jade legs crossed, provoking imagination. Upon hearing Ye Feng's voice, she hesitated briefly before getting up and walking towards his location. With graceful steps, a fragrant breeze wafted in as Song Yuding took her seat beside Ye Feng. Master, Ye Feng called out casually, handing over half of the roasted meat. Thank you. Song Yuding extended her exquisite jade hand, graciously accepting the meat, and began to eat elegantly. Ye Feng also started to eat, feeling quite hungry. However, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught a glimpse of the alluring figure of the master. What are you looking at? Song Yuding seemed to sense Ye Feng's gaze and scolded softly. This little fellow at such a young age was learning nothing good. Ahem, I was afraid there wouldn't be enough roasted meat. How about I get some more? Ye Feng quickly thought of an excuse. No need. All right. After a brief exchange, the cave fell into a prolonged silence. Ye Feng suppressed his excessive emotions and continued his cultivation beside the cave, stabilizing his foundation. Song Yuding also considered other methods, trying to break the seal within her body. Thus the two of them lived in the cave for several days. During these days, Ye Feng would occasionally venture outside to hunt some beasts for food, but he wouldn't wander too far. After all, Song Yuding had no cultivation at the moment, and he couldn't rest easy if he strayed too far. One day, as Ye Feng returned from hunting beasts, he heard lewd laughter coming from ahead. Just before his expression changed, and he rushed into the cave like a madman. Tisk to encounter such exquisite loot here, I'm going to soar today. The captain of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, Hong Feng, said with a lewd grin. Captain, you go first, and let us have some soup later. The other mercenaries chimed in. Inside the cave, Song Yuding looked at the approaching mercenaries with a hint of despair in her beautiful eyes. She had no weapon in hand, and could not even resort to self-harm. At this moment, her mind held only one thought: Ye Feng, please come back soon. Don't worry, everyone line up, there will be a chance. Hong Feng licked his lips, eyeing Song Yuding's delicate and charming figure, his eyes ablaze with desire. Beauty, I'm coming. As his voice fell, Hong Feng lunged towards Song Yuding. Just then a voice filled with murderous intent rang in everyone's ears. All of you die for me. Ye Feng's dark gaze was suffused with killing intent, his long hair flying wildly as he charged into the mercenaries, with the mountain river heavy sword radiating a murderous aura. With his heavy sword swirling wildly in his hand, he tore through the air, unleashing a series of dark sword lights, like a roaring beast slaughtering the mercenaries within the cave. This sudden turn of events halted Hong Feng's steps. Kid, who are you? He turned around, looking at Ye Feng with a gloomy expression. I am your ancestor. Ye Feng roared with fury, his imposing aura fierce as he swung his sword towards the second-level Tianwu realm Hong Feng. Hong Feng's expression changed as he quickly drew his blade to clash with Ye Feng's attack. Boom! The violent sword energy resonated within the cave. Ye Feng forced Hong Feng back with a single strike, reaching Song Yuding's side. Are you alright? Ye Feng looked at Song Yuding, who was still properly dressed, and felt a slight relief in his heart. If Song Yuding had been defiled by them, he couldn't imagine the extent of his madness. I'm fine. Song Yuding looked at Ye Feng, who appeared anxious and like a deity, descending her heart, stirred slightly. Hold on to me, I'll take you out to kill. Ye Feng's eyes were determined as he stood proudly in front of Song Yuding, a fierce aura boiling around him. Okay. As she gazed at the towering figure ahead, Song Yuding felt a moment of daze. Upon hearing the undeniable tone, she wrapped her arms around Ye Feng's neck, her curvaceous body leaning against his solid back, her jade legs entwined around his waist. Though the beauty was at his back, Ye Feng showed no intent of indulgence. His fierce gaze was fixed on the dozens of mercenaries ahead. Hurry up and signal for help. Hong Feng eyed Ye Feng warily. From their brief clash, just now he had sensed the terrifying strength of this youth. Yes. A mercenary left the cave and fired a signal flare. Just then, Ye Feng stepped forward, his figure bolting towards the mercenary team. A fierce aura surged into the sky, terrifying sword energy enveloped the cave, as Ye Feng swung his heavy sword, tearing through the air with a dark sword light. This sword light resembled a roaring black dragon containing incredibly formidable power, charging towards Hong Feng. Tianhu ruin kill. Hong Feng's eyes narrowed, and he swung his tiger blade to unleash a sharp and domineering blade light. The blade light surged forward like a war giant tiger, trampling everything, annihilating all. Boom. The sword light clashed with the blade light, the black dragon and giant tiger intertwined, and the energy waves generated by their collision shook the cave violently. Get in there, let's kill him together. Hong Feng's expression was grim. Had it not been for the beauty behind this youth, he wouldn't have been able to exert his full strength, and he might have truly found himself at a disadvantage. Under Hong Feng's command, the other mercenaries charged toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng, with a chilling, killing intent, faced them, without fear, wildly swinging his massive sword like a rampaging beast. Boom, boom, boom. The violent sword energy rampaged through the cave. Ye Feng single-handedly battled over a dozen mercenaries, his terrifying killing intent boiling fiercely within the cave. Song Yuding on his back stared blankly at the changing scene of slaughter before her, her beautiful eyes becoming increasingly complicated. No matter how fierce and swift the mercenaries' attacks were, they could not injure her in the slightest. Because Ye Feng's body always shielded her, even taking blows for her. All of you get the hell away from me. Ye Feng roared, battling the mercenaries with one sword, while protecting the beauty with the other, determined to carve a bloody path. One sword shatters mountains and rivers. 2 swords sever rivers and seas. 3 swords tear apart heaven and earth. As Ye Feng's voice fell, the immense power of mountains and rivers condensed upon his sword. He wildly swung his giant sword, delivering 3 fierce strikes, each strike ferocious and earth-shattering. Ye Feng's black hair flowed freely, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, exuding an overwhelming aura. The mountain river sword technique he unleashed with all his might shook the very cave, causing it to tremble. Heavenly Tiger Annihilation Kill. Hong Feng's expression was grave as he wielded the tiger blade, cutting through a powerful beam of light to block the terrifying sword light. Boom. The clash of sword light and blade light intertwined, yet in just a breath's time the sword light tore through everything, annihilating the blade light, and it entered Hong Feng's eyes. Hong Feng was greatly alarmed, retreating hastily, but it was already too late. The horrifying sword light whistled past, piercing through his throat, rendering his body rigid in place. Ugh! Hong Feng's eyes were unfocused as his body fell weakly. Captain! Seeing this, the other mercenaries were all horrified, their bodies involuntarily retreating. Ye Feng charged out with his sword, slashing down 3 mercenaries in one leap, bursting out of the cave. He paid no mind to the mercenaries inside. The most important thing now was to leave this place, as their location had been completely exposed. With the mercenaries signaling there might be more coming. Staying in the cave would lead only to death. Yet just as he burst out, he saw a group of mercenaries arriving. Over there, chase him down. A captain of the Tiger mercenary group waved his hand, issuing the command. Seeing the mercenaries appear, Ye Feng cursed under his breath, and then ran in the opposite direction with Song Yuding. Fire arrows, shoot him dead. The mercenaries chased while firing spiritual energy arrows to hinder Ye Feng's speed. Buzz. Hearing the sound of arrows slicing through the air behind him, Ye Feng's gaze darkened, and then he suddenly turned, slashing out with his sword to sever 3 spiritual energy arrows. Looking at the relentless mercenaries and the increasing number of arrows, he realized that this way wouldn't work. He could evade numerous arrows using wind god steps, and sometimes even withstand those he couldn't dodge with his body. However, Song Yuding, who was on his back, had no cultivation. If she were hit by an arrow, she might just die, so he couldn't take that risk. But every time he turned to block arrows, his speed would be hindered, and he would ultimately be surrounded by the mercenaries. Buzz. Another round of spiritual energy arrows was wildly shot out, and a thought suddenly crossed Ye Feng's mind. Come in front of me. With a loud shout, Ye Feng turned back to block the arrows with his sword. At his cue, Song Yuding understood his intention. She released her arms and was quickly pulled in front of Ye Feng. At this moment, their eyes met, their chests leaning against each other. Song Yuding's jade-like legs wrapped around Ye Feng's waist, while one of Ye Feng's hands held her slender waist. Their skin touched intimately, their posture extremely affectionate, resembling a couple deeply in love. However, Ye Feng had no romantic thoughts at the moment. The pursuers behind them were still relentlessly chasing. Fortunately, without worries from behind, Ye Feng utilized wind god steps, sprinting ahead and shaking off the mercenaries by a good distance. But after running for a long time, he felt an overwhelming heat within his body. Song Yuding was not faring much better. Inhaling the masculine scent from the man, a hint of unusual emotions arose within her heart. Bang! Suddenly, a signal flare shot up in the sky, causing Ye Feng's gaze to darken. How could there be so many mercenaries around here? What he didn't know was that due to the fierce battle between Song Yuding and Lung Wuxian nearby, a large number of the Tiger mercenary group had been attracted to search the area. Hurry, there's someone ahead, catch him first. Suddenly, a team of mercenaries appeared in front of Ye Feng, blocking his path, and he had no choice but to escape to the right. However, before he could advance far, another team of mercenaries appeared, obstructing his way. With no other choice, Ye Feng fought the mercenaries with one sword, while holding the beauty, retreating as he engaged in a frenzied slaughter among the many mercenaries. He dashed around, avoiding the mercenaries' encirclement. But as time passed, more and more mercenaries rushed towards Ye Feng's location. Kill me, just leave quickly. I am nothing but a burden to you. A complex emotion flashed in Song Yuding's crystal-like eyes as she spoke softly. Without her dragging him down, Ye Feng's situation would undoubtedly be much better. He might even break through the encirclement. Ye Feng did not respond, instead slashing out with his sword, killing a mercenary. Be careful, Song Yuding suddenly exclaimed. A fast-moving arrow shot towards Ye Feng's back. Ye Feng let out a muffled sound. He was caught off guard, and the arrow pierced through his spiritual barrier, embedding itself into the flesh of his back. You should leave. If this continues, you will die. Don't worry about me. Tears welled in Song Yuding's eyes as her emotions suddenly became uncontrollable. That last arrow seemed to have pierced her heart. For some reason, she felt an indescribable pain. Ye Feng remained silent, bravely fighting against the enemies. Just go. I don't need you to save me. Hurry and get lost. Song Yuding suddenly struggled violently, trying to break free from Ye Feng's protection. Shut your mouth. You are my woman, and I won't allow you to die. Ye Feng roared suddenly, his voice booming like thunder, startling the birds and beasts in the forest. Then a glimpse of madness flashed in his eyes as he swallowed a blood-red pill. This pill, named Blood Chi Pill, could temporarily enhance the user's strength through their vitality. Of course, the aftereffects were also extremely severe. At worst, it could lead to complete depletion of vitality. Boom. Under the effect of the Blood Chi Pill, Ye Feng's strength surged to the 3rd level of the Earth Martial Realm. Die, all of you. Ye Feng, with his strength exploding, had a fierce look in his eyes, his black hair wildly flying, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him. The giant sword howled through the forest, the ground trembled with loud booms, and screams of despair echoed through the sky. Song Yuding stared blankly at the man, so close to her, her vision gradually becoming hazy. Looking at those determined yet frenzied eyes, she slowly leaned against Ye Feng's chest, listening to the intense beating of his heart, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Come on, everyone, come at me. Ye Feng roared as he slaughtered, resembling a rampaging beast. Many mercenaries were frightened by Ye Feng's suddenly surging strength and his insane actions. One sword shatters the mountains and rivers. Ye Feng let out a furious roar, and boundless power of the mountains and rivers surged upon the heavy giant sword. With a single strike, the earth trembled, and terrifying waves of energy swept in all directions, pushing back all the surrounding mercenaries. You die for me. Ye Feng stepped forward, charging wildly towards the mercenary at the 10th level of Earth Martial Realm. Accompanied by the furious roar of the giant sword, the sword's edge howled, and a terrifying beam of sword light erupted into the void. The mercenary leader was greatly frightened and attempted to defend himself, but ultimately was obliterated by the terrifying sword light. Ye Feng continued to charge forward, swinging the giant sword in a violent whirlwind, causing the mercenaries to wail one after another, eventually carving a bloody path. Huff, huff. Ye Feng ran while gasping for air. Although he had temporarily broken through the encirclement, many mercenaries would surely pursue him afterward. At this thought, a hint of madness reappeared in his gaze. A beast-attracting incense suddenly appeared in his hand, and without any hesitation he ignited the incense. After completing this, he stepped away and ignited the beast-attracting incense again in another place. Since this group of mercenaries wanted to chase him, then let them come. He wanted to see who could survive among this terrifying horde of beasts. Soon every place Ye Feng visited, he would ignite the beast-attracting incense, then quickly leave until he had used up all the incense in his storage ring. Roar! Under Ye Feng's beast-attracting incense, the beasts in this area fell into a complete frenzy. Thousands upon thousands of beasts surged forth, their roars shaking the heavens, causing the earth to tremble and the trees to collapse. This terrifying scene was akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, extremely frightening. Many mercenaries from the fierce tiger mercenary group, while pursuing Ye Feng, encountered the rampaging beast horde and were gruesomely slain by the beasts. In an instant, the entire area was filled with continuous rumbling battles raged on, plunging into utter chaos. After leaving the chaotic area with Song Yuding, Ye Feng ran frantically, occasionally encountering some beasts along the way, but they ultimately all fell to his hands. Finally, Ye Feng found a safe cave. However, as soon as he entered, due to mental fatigue, weakened vitality, and some injuries, he fainted in the cave. Song Yuding looked at the unconscious youth before her, a trace of heartache and pity flashing in her beautiful eyes. Throughout this journey of thousands of miles, she was the safest of all. She bore no injuries, not even a drop of blood had stained her. In contrast, Ye Feng had been shot in the back, suffered rib injuries, his complexion was pale, and his shoulder was covered with numerous wounds, a shocking sight. She witnessed Ye Feng breaking through the encirclement from the cave, facing countless mercenaries and beasts chasing him all the way. Yet regardless of the perilous encirclement or the desperate situation, Ye Feng always protected her with one hand, keeping her safe and sound. This made her, who had never experienced love, feel the stirrings of her heart for the first time. Such a tender youth had guarded her, who was without any capacity to fight back all the way. You protect me all the way, I will protect you for a lifetime. Song Yuding gently caressed Ye Feng's resolute face, her enchanting eyes filled with tenderness. At this moment, all things in the world were insignificant compared to this one person. Looking at the injured and unconscious Ye Feng, Song Yuding's heart had already made a decision. She walked to the heavy sword of mountains and rivers, her jade hand gliding over the thick sword peak, blood staining the giant sword. The pain from her jade arm did not make her utter a single sound. She slowly poured the blood dripping from her jade arm into Ye Feng's mouth. Although she had no cultivation, she could see that Ye Feng's qi and blood were insufficient and needed timely replenishment, otherwise there would be severe side effects. As the blood dripped down, Song Yuding's rosy face gradually turned pale, but she remained undeterred and continued to pour blood. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Feng's pale complexion began to improve, and only then did Song Yuding stop her actions. Then she gently pulled out the arrow from Ye Feng's back, wiped away all the bloodstains, and finally bandaged the wounds on his back with her clothes. Although Song Yuding's movements were clumsy, they were incredibly earnest. Only after completing all this did she hold Ye Feng in her arms, quietly waiting for him to awaken. At that moment, a hint of joy suddenly appeared in Song Yuding's eyes. The seal within her body had loosened. Boom! The cultivation of the second level of the Emperor Martial Realm erupted from Song Yuding. This long-lost power, Song Yuding murmured softly. Her journey to the Cloud Sea Forest was to obtain a royal-level beast core, to ask someone to refine a pill that would allow her to break through. Unexpectedly, due to a twist of fate, there was an unexpected surprise. As time passed, the unconscious Ye Feng finally awakened. What the hell? Am I in the embrace of the sect leader? No, I must be dreaming. You're awake. Song Yuding noticed the movement in her arms and spoke gently. Cough, cough, sect leader, I didn't mean to. Ye Feng quickly retreated, expressing his apology. If you want to look, then just look boldly. Song Yuding spoke softly, her tone carrying no trace of blame, but rather filled with temptation. Since she had already acknowledged Ye Feng in her heart, she was entirely his. Ye Feng suddenly slapped himself. Ouch, that hurts. Am I not dreaming? Seeing Ye Feng's action, Song Yuding suddenly found it a bit amusing. Ye Feng, am I beautiful? Song Yuding squinted and smiled, then suddenly stood up, her smooth and jade-like legs swaying as she stepped closer to Ye Feng. Beautiful. Ye Feng nodded instinctively. He was somewhat confused about what the sect leader was up to. Do you want to have me? Song Yuding's red lips parted lightly, her seductive eyes filled with allure. Ye Feng instinctively nodded again, but then realized and shook his head frantically. Oh no, it's over. Will the sect leader slap me to death? Coward! Song Yuting's lips curled into a charming smile, then she shed the only garment on her upper body. In an instant, an extraordinarily beautiful figure was exposed to the air, making the dim cave bright. Gulp! Ye Feng's eyes went blank as if petrified. While Ye Feng was in a daze, a fragrant breeze swept in, and Song Yuting embraced, Ye Feng shedding his clothes. Coward, what are you doing? Song Yuting's seductive eyes sparkled as she grabbed Ye Feng's clothes, her rose petal-like red lips emitting an enchanting sound. Ye Feng's mind exploded into madness, his blood boiling as he roared. You are the coward, I am the bold one. Roar. In the dimly lit cave, Song Yuting cast a reproachful glance at Ye Feng, then waved her jade hand, and a blue slit dress appeared out of thin air, which she gracefully donned. In an instant, Song Yuting regained her noble and composed demeanor. Although her aura remained unchanged, her heart had found its belonging. At this moment, Ye Feng also opened his eyes, only to find Song Yuting staring intently at him. In an instant, Song Yuting regained her noble and composed demeanor. Although her aura remained unchanged, her heart had found its belonging. The exalted Sect master appeared almost like a delicate woman. Just thinking about this filled his heart with immense accomplishment and pride. Ye Feng, come over and smooth my hair for me. Song Yuting suddenly spoke, her soft voice carrying an undeniable authority. Yes, Sect master. Ye Feng responded, somewhat confused, but obediently approached Song Yuting, extending his hand to smooth her silky hair. In such close proximity, Ye Feng couldn't help but marvel at her. The Sect master was still so noble and enchanting, almost unrecognizable compared to her previous demeanor. Ye Feng remembered, do not tell Sierra about this, or... Suddenly Song Yuting's melodious voice echoed in his ears. Understood, Sect master. Ye Feng hurriedly replied. He did not want Su Changxi to know about this, as he really had no idea how to face her. Seeing Ye Feng agree so readily, a flicker of annoyance flashed in Song Yuting's beautiful eyes. This timid fool. Had Ye Feng taken a moment longer to agree, she wouldn't have known how to punish him. Yet the two of them truly had taken advantage of this little fellow. Let's go, I'll take you to kill some people. A 3-foot-long blue sword appeared in Song Yuting's hand, and she grasped Ye Feng's hand. Their figures resembled streaks of light bursting out of the cave and soaring into the sky. Feeling the howling wind by his ears, Ye Feng's heart raced with excitement. This was his first time flying in the sky. It is known that only those who have reached the King Martial realm are qualified to fly in the air. Soon their figures landed in the area where they had escaped previously. Upon sensing Song Yuting's terrifying aura, the nearby beast monsters scattered in panic. Song Yuting paid no mind to the beasts. Her sole purpose for this trip was to eliminate everyone from the nearby tiger mercenary group. This was both to vent her own frustrations and to help Ye Feng. The two of them swiftly traversed through the forest and soon encountered a squad from the tiger mercenary group. Royal Martial Realm. The mercenary leader was immediately terrified upon seeing the woman's terrifying cultivation level, as he remembered that they had previously hunted this woman. Damn it, she's here for revenge. Run! The mercenary leader shouted loudly and fled. Song Yuting's eyes glimmered with a cold light. She swung her sword, and royal might enveloped the area, instantly slaying over 10 mercenaries. At this moment, Ye Feng could not help but admire the power of this woman, killing all the mercenaries with a single sword strike. Sect master, we can fire a signal flare to attract this group of mercenaries over. Ye Feng suggested after rummaging through the mercenaries' possessions. All right, go ahead. Song Yuting nodded, suppressing her aura. Indeed, letting these mercenaries come to them would save trouble. After receiving her consent, Ye Feng took out all the signal flares from the mercenaries and began launching them into the sky. Bang! 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 One by one, the signal flares shot into the sky and exploded. Ye Feng did not know that the more signal flares launched, the more important the situation was. The members of the nearby tiger mercenary group were shocked to see such a dense array of signal flares. What had happened? However, they still rushed frantically toward the direction of the flares. Boom! Not long after, the ground trembled as hundreds of members of the tiger mercenary group stormed toward the location of the signal flares. Upon seeing the mercenaries slain on the ground, they were instantly enraged. Did you kill them? The deputy leader of the tiger mercenary group, Hu Shenghao, glared viciously at the two. His gaze suddenly brightened. This woman was simply a stunning beauty. Are you blind? Who else is here besides us? Ye Feng retorted unceremoniously. Kid, you're truly seeking death. You dare to be so arrogant after killing members of our tiger mercenary group. Hu Shenghao's eyes turned cold, and the pressure of the King Martial realm erupted. Are there any of your people left? At this moment, Song Yuting suddenly spoke up and asked. Beautiful lady, don't worry. If you're impatient, I can fulfill your request, Lord, who can satisfy you. Hu Xinghao greedily surveyed Song Yuting's graceful form, laughing lewdly. Satisfy you, my dear. Ye Feng was infuriated by the mercenary's insolence, but he was stopped by Song Yuting when he was about to make a move. You are not worthy. Song Yuting lightly pressed her lips together and spoke indifferently. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure from the royal martial realm enveloped the entire area, and the expressions of all the mercenaries instantly turned to fear. You. Hu Xinghao's body, stiffened muscles tensed, his pupils constricting in terror, his heart racing, as if his blood had frozen at that moment. He had actually surrounded a royal martial realm powerhouse. This was seeking death. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a streak of blue sword light surged towards him, and before he could react, he completely lost his life force. Annihilate. Song Yuting struck again, a terrifying sword aura rising into the sky, resembling a storm of sword blades descending upon the mercenary's position. Sizzle. The sword aura howled through the forest, and in mere moments over 100 mercenaries fell beneath Song Yuting's blade. Haha, we've struck it rich. Ye Feng laughed heartily at the sight of so many mercenaries dead. Then he began to rummage through each mercenary's storage ring. Watching Ye Feng's greedy demeanor, Song Yuting smiled lightly. This little fellow truly had never seen money before. It took Ye Feng a full quarter of an hour to completely empty the wealth of all the mercenaries. He then realized that all these people had been killed by Song Yuting, and he probably wouldn't get anything. Sect Master, considering how hard I've worked these past few days, can you spare me a little? Ye Feng looked at Song Yuting with a pitiful expression. Upon hearing this, Song Yuting's expression turned somewhat strange. This little fellow wouldn't be teasing her, would he? However, she had no desire for these spirit stones, so she decided to give them all to her little man. You can have all these, but you must agree to one request of mine. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes lit up, and he asked, what request? Song Yuting shot him an annoyed glance, and said, you tore my favorite dress before, you must compensate me with a new one. All right, no problem. I will definitely get you a satisfactory piece of clothing then. Ye Feng's lips twitched slightly as he agreed. However, Sect Master, I have something urgent to attend to at the Ye family. He would not let the matter of the assassination by the Feng family and Lu family go so easily. If given the opportunity, he was planning to discuss with his grandfather about wiping out the Feng and Lu families. You have matters at the Ye family. A hint of curiosity flashed in Song Yuting's eyes. Ye Feng briefly recounted the assassination he encountered after leaving the Yunhai sect involving the Feng and Lu families. All right, go ahead. I have a heavenly fire talisman here. If used properly, it can even severely injure an initial king martial realm powerhouse. Consider it a reward for your hard work these days. Song Yuting took out a spirit talisman and handed it over. Ye Feng was overjoyed upon receiving the talisman. This heavenly fire talisman was indeed a valuable item. Being able to severely injure a king martial realm powerhouse, this was definitely a life-saving trump card. Thank you, Sect Master. Ye Feng expressed his gratitude before departing, heading toward the direction of Chiao City. Watching Ye Feng's departing figure, Song Yuting felt somewhat uneasy and quietly followed him. On a road 10 miles outside Chiao City, a young man sat cross-legged, seemingly waiting for someone. His name is Su Jun, who has recently become a core disciple of the Yunhai sect. He received orders from Qin Beichen to wait for Ye Feng on this crucial road leading to the Ye family. Of course, he wasn't the only one who received the order. There were 2 others planning to ambush Ye Feng on some other necessary paths outside the Yunhai sect. Ye Feng, why would you provoke anyone but Qin Shixiao? You really are looking for death. Su Jun's lips curled into a cruel smile. However, after several days of waiting, he had grown somewhat impatient, contemplating whether he should go into Chiao City and capture a few members of the Ye family. Just as Su Jun harbored this thought, he suddenly noticed someone approaching ahead. Upon seeing the person's face, a sinister smile immediately appeared at the corners of his mouth. What a coincidence! Only 10 miles left until we reach Chiao City. Ye Feng walked along the road back to the city, glancing at the somewhat dim sky and unconsciously quickening his pace. However, the sudden hostility emanating from the person by the roadside made him feel a hint of alertness. Ye Feng, what a coincidence, I actually managed to wait for you. Su Jun stood up, blocking Ye Feng's path. Who are you? Ye Feng furrowed his brows and inquired. He did not recognize this person. Could he be from the Feng or Lu families? But after they had sent Feng Qingyang and Lu Faping, they should have already deemed him dead and wouldn't send anyone else. Thinking of this, Ye Feng's heart subtly began to speculate. It seems you are still quite confused. Let me make it clear for you before you die. Su Jun chuckled sinisterly, his eyes filled with mockery. My name is Su Jun. I have just recently become a core disciple of the Yunhai sect, and now, under Master Qin's orders, I am here to take your worthless life." Upon hearing this, Ye Feng showed no signs of surprise. Excluding the Feng and Lu families, the only ones who bore grudges against him were the Feng family and Qin Beichen. "You say you just became a core disciple recently." A slight arc formed at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. Core disciples of the Yunhai sect are at least at the Tianwu realm. If this person had only just become a core disciple, he would undoubtedly only be at the first level of the Tianwu realm. Facing someone at the first level of the Tianwu realm, he truly had nothing to fear now. "So are you scared?" Su Jun crossed his arms, wearing a proud expression. Having him a core disciple deal with Ye Feng was definitely overkill. "You should indeed be afraid. If your ancestors saw you in the underworld, they'd probably curse you as a useless waste." As Ye Feng spoke, he slowly released his aura at the second level of the Earth Martial realm. "No wonder Master Qin wants to kill you. You really are arrogant." Su Jun's expression darkened. Ye Feng was still spouting wild words, even when facing death. However, when he noticed the aura Ye Feng was releasing, his pupils slightly constricted. Qin Beichen had clearly told him that Ye Feng's cultivation was at the fourth level of the Xuanwu realm. How had it suddenly skyrocketed through so many realms? "It seems you've encountered some tremendous fortune recently, but now your fortune belongs to me." A glimmer of greed appeared in Su Jun's eyes, and then he unleashed his cultivation at the Tianwu realm, charging towards Ye Feng. Dragon Elephant Fist. With a loud shout, Su Jun stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. In an instant, a vast amount of spiritual power rapidly gathered at the tip of his fist. He then swung his fist violently, unleashing a fist strike imbued with the power of the dragon elephant, roaring forth like a ferocious beast. Mountain Sea Fist. Ye Feng remained unhurried, stepping forward as well, and striking out with his fist, causing a surge of mountain sea power to erupt around him. In the next moment, he swung his fist, the fist imbued with the power of the mountain sea, crashing down like Mount Tai, carrying the colossal force of a tsunami as it smashed down onto Su Jun. Boom! When the two martial techniques collided, a tremendous sound erupted. However, at the moment of the clash, Su Jun's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He felt an unending wave of immense force surging towards him like a raging tide, each wave stronger than the last. This force continuously battered against his body, making it difficult for him to withstand. PFF. Under the wave-like power, Su Jun spat out blood, retreating uncontrollably. He stared at Ye Feng in horror, his eyes filled with incomprehensible fear. How could you have become so strong?" Su Jun's pride was greatly shaken. He was a core disciple of the Yunhai sect, yet he was so easily defeated by Ye Feng. "Are you scared? If you're scared, I'll send you to meet your ancestors." As soon as Ye Feng's words fell, he activated the Wind God steps and charged at Su Jun. Although the other party was a disciple of the Yunhai sect, he would not let someone who wanted his life off easily. So fast. Su Jun retreated in panic, but found that Ye Feng's speed was even faster than his. "Die for me." With a heavy sword in hand, Ye Feng swung it down, the heavy sword's edge gleaming with a chilling aura. As the heavy sword tore through the air, every pore on Su Jun's body opened wide. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the heavy sword struck the ground, and Su Jun was directly smashed to death by the sword imbued with violent power. "Qin Beichen, wait for me." Ye Feng looked at the corpse on the ground, a trace of killing intent flashing across his dark eyes. He had no enmity against Qin Beichen. It was merely because he had become closer to Su Changxi that this guy wanted his life. Since the facade had already been torn, he wouldn't hold back anymore, even if the other party had a vice sect leader for a father. After rummaging through Su Jun's storage ring, Ye Feng continued on his way to Qiao City. After Ye Feng left, a woman in green appeared at the scene. "Qin Tianfeng, if your son seeks death, don't blame this sect master." Song Yuding's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Although Qin Tianfeng was the vice sect leader of the Yunhai sect, he had no say in front of her absolute strength. However, she was not in a hurry to kill Qin Beichen. She wanted to see how her little man would handle it. When Ye Feng arrived in Qiao City, it was already nighttime. He initially planned to return to the Ye family at once, but upon hearing rumors in the city that the Lu and Feng families were seemingly joining forces to deal with the Ye family, he suddenly changed his mind. He decided to take advantage of the night to infiltrate the Feng family and gather information. Before long, Ye Feng arrived outside the Feng family mansion. Just as he was about to sneak over the wall to enter the Feng family, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. The person was none other than Lu Xian, the head of the Lu family. This old man has personally come to the Feng family. It seems these two families might really be up to something significant. Ye Feng watched Lu Xian enter the Feng family, muttering to himself. He then leaped effortlessly over the wall and entered the Feng family mansion. The guards inside the Feng family were similar to those of the Ye family. Under normal circumstances, the guards were not overly strict, and occasionally a patrol team would pass by. With Ye Feng's current strength, it was easy for him to avoid detection. Soon he arrived outside a bright. He had previously seen Lu Xian enter this room. Ye Feng concealed his aura and crouched by the window, eavesdropping on the activities inside. Feng family head, hasn't the team, led by Feng Qingyang, returned yet? Lu Xian asked as he said, not yet, Lu family head. Haven't your dispatched men returned either? Feng Qinghong replied before countering with a question. Lu Xian shook his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Not long ago they had received news that Ye Feng had left the Yunhai sect and was subsequently pursued into the Yunhai forest. However, it had already been many days, and there was no word from Feng Qingyang and the others. How could it take so long to deal with Ye Feng? Why bother with that Ye Feng? Just eliminate the Ye family directly. Oh, without the Ye family, you can kill Ye Feng however you wish. A dark-skinned, robust man scoffed. This man was Zhu Peng, the leader of the bandits outside Qiao City, with a cultivation level of the second tier of Tianwu. He had been invited by Feng Qinghong at great expense to assist in dealing with the Ye family. Brother Zhu Ye Feng is a disciple of the Yunhai sect. If Feng Qingyang and the others fail, and this kid hides inside the Yunhai sect, it will be difficult for us to act. Feng Qinghong said cautiously. In his eyes, Ye Feng was the greatest threat. If Ye Feng died, the threat from the Ye family would be significantly reduced. What the Feng family head says is quite right, Lu Xian agreed from the side. You two are just dragging things out. If Ye Feng can survive your pursuit, then your guards are truly useless. Furthermore, there are rumors in the city that your two families are joining forces. If I were Yi Tsang, I would attack one of your families when you're least prepared, and who knows, I might just wipe one of you out. Zhu Peng sneered coldly. Upon hearing this, Feng Qinghong and Lu Xian exchanged glances and fell silent. Given Yi Tsang's personality, it wasn't impossible. Then let's wait another day. If they don't return by tomorrow, the three of us will join forces and directly eliminate the Yi family, Feng Qinghong said. That's more like it. I don't have the patience to waste time here with you. Zhu Peng nodded in satisfaction. Lu Xian also ceased to oppose. Ye Feng listened to the conversation of the three, inside his eyes narrowing slightly. There was actually another person in the room. Based on the tone and attitude of the speaker, this person's strength should be similar to that of Feng Qinghong, and Lu Xian likely also a second-tier Tianwu expert. If you wish to destroy my Yi family tonight, I will take the initiative and eliminate you. Ye Feng sneered, and then retraced his steps quietly, leaving the Feng family. However, after leaving the Feng family, he did not go far, but waited at the entrance for Lu Xian to come out. After all, if the Feng family, Lu family, and that mysterious man joined forces, it would mean 3 second-tier Tianwu experts. In contrast, the Yi family only had his grandfather Yi Tsang at the second tier of Tianwu, while his father Yi Yang was only at the first tier. In a direct confrontation, they would undoubtedly suffer losses. Thus, it was better to take the opportunity when Lu Xian was alone to strike him down. Ye Feng waited for a while at the entrance of the Feng family, and finally saw Lu Xian come out. However, he did not see that mysterious man come out, likely still residing in the Feng family. He did not rush to attack, but quietly followed Lu Xian. After all, as the head of the Lu family, Lu Xian was not weak. Engaging directly in battle here would surely attract the attention of Feng Qinghong and others. After following for an unknown length of time, Ye Feng felt the time was right, and quickly approached Lu Xian. Lu family head, please wait, our family head had something important to discuss with you just now. Ye Feng lowered his head, pretending to be a servant of the Feng family, and approached Lu Xian. What is it? Lu Xian stopped, and turned around, a hint of confusion on his face. Of course. It's to take your life. Ye Feng suddenly looked up, launching a punch towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian was startled, and quickly countered with a punch. Boom. With a muffled sound, Lu Xian's body was sent staggering back. Though he sensed something was off due to his formidable strength at the second tier of Tianwu, he couldn't fathom who would dare to ambush him in Qiao City. Ye Feng, how could you be here? Where are my Lu family members? Upon recognizing the assailant's face, Lu Xian roared in a mix of shock and anger. A junior daring to attack him was simply intolerable. Those fools from your Lu family have already met. After landing a punch, Ye Feng charged forward, relentlessly pursuing the heavy sword brandished dramatically. The howling sword energy spread through the night like blades of darkness, striking towards Lu Xian. Good, very good. Though I don't know how they died at your hands, you delivering yourself to my door today is seeking your own. Lu Xian grasped 2 long swords, and as he wielded them, sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Sizzle. The 2 streams of sword energy intertwined in the darkness, one fierce and overpowering, the other agile and nimble. In an instant, both sides were evenly matched with neither gaining an advantage. Lu Xian's expression was extremely grim. As the head of the Lu family, he found it humiliating to be unable to subdue a junior like Ye Feng. At the same time, he was astonished at how rapidly Ye Feng's strength had grown to the point where he could not contend with him. He had to admit that Lu Xian indeed possessed some strength, and achieving victory over him in a short period was not feasible. He hoped to end the battle quickly. After all, the longer their fight lasted, the more attention it would attract. If they alerted the Feng family and that mysterious man, it would be troublesome. He wanted to take them all down in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Ye Feng came up with a plan. Haha, Lu Xian, guess where my grandfather is now since I've appeared here. Ye Feng chuckled darkly, his words laced with chilling implication. Lu Xian's face paled instantly. The dreadful possibility flashed through his mind. If Ye Feng had detained him here, then Ye Tsong and Ye Yang might already be assaulting the Lu clan. Ye Feng, you despicable wretch. Panicked Lu Xian erupted in fury. Seizing the opening, Ye Feng exploited his opponent's lapse and launched a fiercer assault. In moments, Lu Xian was driven onto the defensive, parrying frantically. Grandfather, you're here. Ye Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, feigning startled delight. Lu Xian's heart lurched. He whirled around, only to find empty air behind him. He realized too late that he'd been utterly deceived. Haha, Clan Lord Lu, what a fool you are. You believe every word I utter. Ye Feng exploded into motion, darting behind Lu Xian while his attention wavered. His heavy sword rose high, then crashed down with cataclysmic force. By the time Lu Xian spun back, it was already too late. A blade infused with 10,000 gene of crushing power slammed into him. Boom! A thunderous detonation hurled Lu Xian backward. His body slammed into the earth with a sickening thud. Coughing blood, Lu Xian dropped to one knee. His twin swords plunged deep into the ground to brace his trembling frame. Ye Feng, you cur! How dare you humiliate me so? His eyes bloodshot, Lu Xian roared in blind rage. To be outwitted and toyed with by a mere junior, it nearly shattered his very sanity. And what if I do? Today I'll end you. Ye Feng surged forward once more, his heavy sword carving violent arcs through the air, each strike savage and overwhelming. In an instant, a tempest of lethal blades descended upon Lu Xian. Ahawk! He threw back his head and screamed, eyes wild with madness, as he struggled desperately against the storm's murderous intent. But grievously wounded as he was, he stood no chance against Ye Feng. Ye Feng, I'll hunt you as a... That final despairing cry tore from his throat, before the blade storm engulfed him entirely. Watching Lu Xian fall, Ye Feng severed his head with a single stroke, then summoned his pill-refining flame to incinerate the corpse before striding away. Before long, Ye Feng returned to the Ye clan, Lu Xian's severed head in hand. Yet the moment he stepped through the gates, something felt amiss. Why were there so few people about? After questioning several retainers, he learned his grandfather had led the clan's elite forces out on campaign. Young master, the patriarch has returned and awaits you in the grand hall. A servant hurried forward with the report. Ye Feng immediately hastened toward the hall. Grandfather, father, what happened to you? Entering the hall, Ye Feng saw their blood-stained robes and asked concerned. Haha, don't fret, Feng. This blood belongs to the Lu clan. Ye Tsong laughed heartily, brimming with grim satisfaction. Only after pressing for details did Ye Feng learn his grandfather, foreseeing an alliance between the Feng and Lu clans, had struck first, launching a surprise raid upon the Lu clan. What surprised Ye Tsong most was that the old master Lu Xian had been absent from his own estate, making the raid devastatingly successful and claiming many elite Lu warriors. Grandfather, let our elite forces rest briefly. Tonight we march to annihilate the Feng clan. Fenger, Lu Xian's absence suggests he may be sheltering with the Feng clan. To attack blindly risks grave peril. Ye Tsong cautioned gravely. Though their raid had yielded advantage, victory ultimately hinged upon the clash of heaven-grade cultivators. Grandfather, look at this. Ye Feng tossed a dripping severed head onto the floor. This is... Lu Xian. Ye Tsong leaned in, then recoiled in stunned disbelief. Could the venerable Lu Xian truly be dead? Indeed, he'd been secretly meeting with the Feng clan, and I intercepted and slew him en route back to the Lu estate. Ye Feng spoke calmly, but to Ye Tsong and Ye Yang his words struck like celestial thunder. Lu Xian, heaven grade level 2, slain by their own kinsman. Ha ha ha, magnificent, utterly magnificent. Stunned silence gave way to roaring laughter. For the Ye clan, this was nothing short of divine providence. With Lu Xian gone and the Lu clan crippled, they could now press forward, crushing the Feng clan and shattering the fragile tripartite balance forever. Father, I also brought smoke toxin pills. Their explosive fumes severely impair Earth-grade cultivators. We'll deploy them during the assault, distribute them among our elite forces. Ye Feng withdrew dozens of pills from his spatial ring. He'd refine them casually along the way. An exquisite asset indeed. Yi Yang's eyes gleamed. This would drastically reduce their casualties in the coming assault. After accepting the pills, Yi Yang left the hall to issue orders across the clan. Fenger, how in such a brief span did you ascend so swiftly? Yi Tsong could scarcely contain his curiosity. His grandson had departed at profound grade level 3, yet returned at earth grade level 2. It defied all reason. Ahem, well, it's quite a tale, a rare encounter. No, a fortuitous destiny. Ye Feng offered only a vague evasive reply. He certainly couldn't confess he'd inadvertently seduced the sect master of Yunhai sect. Were he to speak plainly, he feared even his grandfather would dismiss it as fantasy. Seeing Ye Feng's reluctance, Yi Tsong asked no further, and instead entered quiet meditation, preparing for the looming battle. He knew from Ye Feng's report that the Feng clan harbored a mysterious powerhouse, possibly even a heaven-grade level 2 cultivator. Such an adversary demanded utmost caution. Ye Feng swallowed a recovery pill and began restoring his spiritual energy. His duel with Lu Xian had drained him deeply. As the Yi clan regrouped and rested, Feng Qinghong received word of the Lu clan's devastation. That madman Yi Tsong, he actually launched a night raid. Feng Qinghong's expression turned ashen. His foremost concern was Lu Xian alive or dead. Clan Lord Feng, I suggest you confirm this at once. If Lu Xian perished, we must advance our operation without delay. Zhu Peng smiled coldly. Should Lu Xian have fallen to Yi Tsong and Yi Yang, both would surely bear heavy wounds and expend vital strength. Deprived of numerical superiority, the Feng clan would need to strike while the Yi clan remained weakened. Rest assured, I'll dispatch scouts immediately. In the deep of night, the Yi family is ablaze with lights, with hundreds of elite members gathered here. They have just learned that Lu Xian, the head of the Lu family, has been slain by their young master Ye Feng. This news has caused great shock within the hearts of every Yi family member. They have always looked up to such figures, and now that severed head lies at their feet, allowing them to kick it like a ball, that feeling is beyond words. Let's go, this trip will annihilate the Feng family. Yi Tsong needed no further words, a single command was enough. He had seen the blazing fighting spirit in the eyes of all the Yi family members. Kill, kill, kill. Hundreds of elite Yi family members shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The blood of the Lu family and the grudge against the Feng family must be repaid 100-fold tonight. In front of the Feng family gate, 2 guards were dozing off. Clatter, clatter. The sudden sound of footsteps on the street awakened the two. They looked toward the sides of the street and saw hundreds of men in black rushing toward them with a fierce demeanor. Quickly report to the family head. Just as one of the Feng family's gate guards intended to run inside to report, he was pierced through the body by 2 arrows. Fire the arrows. With a single command from Yi Yang, the archers who had long been prepared drew their bows and released a barrage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of arrows shot into the Feng family estate like a torrential rain. Half of these arrows carried a poisonous smoke pellet. When these dozens of smoke pellets exploded within the Feng family estate, the effect would be terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows carrying the poisonous smoke pellets exploded in every corner of the Feng family estate, and countless toxic fumes spread throughout. The tremendous noise naturally awakened everyone in the Feng family. Many members of the Feng family, upon seeing the poisonous smoke, rushed toward smoke-free areas. Those who were weaker or slower were directly poisoned to death by the terrifying fumes. Family head, bad news. The Yi family has surrounded us. A Feng family leader rushed into Feng Qinghong's room, rolling and crawling to report. The Yi family, how dare they? Feng Qinghong was furious. He truly did not expect Yi Tsong, that old man, to be so audacious, attacking the Lu family and immediately turning to assault the Feng family. This is simply outrageous. Gather everyone immediately for a counterattack. Feng Qinghong stepped out of the room, intending to find Zhu Peng to confront the 2 heavenly martial realm experts from the Yi family. However, the scene outside nearly drove him to madness. The purple poisonous smoke was spreading wildly, and the rain of arrows poured incessantly like the scythes of death, reaping the lives of the Feng family members. Many Feng family members wailed in the toxic smoke as arrows whizzed past, piercing through their chests. Howren. Feng Qinghong saw his grandson rushing toward him and was about to warn him to be careful. Whoosh. An arrow suddenly pierced through Feng Howren's body, causing him to fall into a pool of blood. Ah! Yi family scum, I will never let you go. Feng Qinghong's eyes turned bloodshot, and he cried out in agony. Although Feng Haoran had been crippled by Ye Feng, he was still his grandson, and now he was dying so tragically before his eyes. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the spreading toxic smoke slowly dissipated and the rain of arrows abruptly stopped. The Feng family had turned into a hell on earth. Yitsong, today, I will surely kill you. Feng Qinghong's eyes were bloodshot, filled with murderous intent as he led the surviving members of the Feng family to the front gate. Beside Feng Qinghong, Zhu Peng stood with his hands behind his back, though a solemn expression appeared on his face. He felt that the Ye family was fully prepared for this. Old dog Feng, if you want to kill me, wait until your next life. What do you think of the grand gift my grandson Ye Feng has prepared for your Feng family? Yi Tsong chuckled at the remaining remnants of the Feng family. Ye Feng, you actually didn't die? Feng Qinghong's anger surged once more. If not for Ye Feng crippling his grandson, he wouldn't be sending a white-haired person to bury a black-haired one today. Those useless members of your Feng family can't kill me. Ye Feng replied lightly. That waste Feng Qingyang can't kill you today. I will personally kill you to avenge my grandson. Feng Qinghong's heavenly martial realm aura surged as he charged forward to attack Ye Feng. Yi Tsong was about to intervene, but was stopped by Ye Feng. I think you should go down and reunite with your grandson. Ye Feng stepped forward, wielding the mountain river heavy sword, roaring like a galloping lion, his momentum astonishing. Arrogant brat, die. Feng Qinghong was enveloped in a surge of lightning, and countless bolts of lightning transformed into a lightning war blade as he stepped forward. As he struck down, the lightning surged forth and thunder shattered the heavens. Boom! The lightning warblade clashed with the mountain river heavy sword, unleashing a terrifying force at the center of their battle. Neither party was deterred and continued to fight. Zhu Peng, witnessing their evenly matched battle, narrowed his eyes. How could this Ye Feng possibly possess such strength? Just as he was lost in thought, Yi Tsong had already rushed in. You can go to hell to watch. Yi Tsong struck out a palm directly at Zhu Peng's forehead. Fortunately, Zhu Peng reacted swiftly, also striking out a palm to barely withstand the attack. Flame palm. At this moment, Yi Yang joined the fray, attacking Zhu Peng alongside Yi Tsong. Boom, boom, boom. The three engaged in a terrifyingly intense battle. Zhu Peng's heart was already cursing, wondering why two were ganging up on him instead of dealing with that dog Feng Qinghong. While the powerful heavenly martial experts fought, hundreds of elite Yi family members launched an attack on the remaining Feng family forces. The Yi family members were all full of energy, filled with battle intent. In contrast, the Feng family members fought while wounded, their spirits low, resembling defeated roosters. As soon as the two sides clashed, the Feng family's side began to crumble. Old man, is this your strength? Did you train your skills on a dog? Ye Feng insulted his opponent while back. His main purpose in doing this was to infuriate the opponent, causing them to reveal more flaws. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Feng Qinghong's anger flared, feeling that Ye Feng was simply too much. Lightning serpent howl. Unable to bear the humiliation, Feng Qinghong chose to unleash his powerful martial skill. Surrounding him, lightning surged, and the terrifying power of lightning transformed into a rampaging lightning serpent dozens of feet long. The lightning serpent danced menacingly, its forked tongue flickering, exuding a fierce aura as it surged toward Ye Feng. One sword shatters mountains and rivers. Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity, his momentum fierce as the overwhelming power of mountains and rivers surged forth, transforming into a fierce giant sword angrily pointing at the sky. The giant sword, carrying immense power and endless killing intent, slashed toward the rampaging lightning serpent. Boom! With a loud bang, the lightning serpent cried out in despair, transforming into countless lightning bolts dissipating into the night. Two swords cut rivers and seas. Ye Feng pressed the attack, unleashing another ferocious and dominating strike. Feng Qinghong watched as the terrifying sword struck again, his scalp tingling and his heart trembling. How could this Ye Feng be so powerful? But in such dire circumstances, he could only fight to the death. Boom! A loud explosion resonated once more. Despite Feng Qinghong's full resistance, he was still forced back by a single sword strike. Cough, cough. A mouthful of old blood was spat out by Feng Qinghong, who felt an intense turmoil in his internal organs, unbearable discomfort washing over him. Go below and reunite with Lu Xian. Ye Feng bellowed, delivering a final strike that changed the color of the heavens and the earth. Feng Qinghong's pupils suddenly constricted, and he met his tragic end beneath this powerful sword. The scene of Feng Qinghong's death had a tremendous impact on everyone present. They witnessed the once dominant patriarch of the Feng family perish right before their eyes. The morale of the already dwindling Feng family plummeted to an all-time low. Feng Qinghong, you worthless fool, you've ruined me. Zhu Peng cursed furiously. When he was besieged by Yi Tsang and Yi Yang, he had already developed thoughts of retreat. However, the two from the Yi family clung to him tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Now, with Feng Qinghong's death, his defenses were completely shattered. He simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of three opponents. Ye Feng's gaze fell upon Zhu Peng, making him feel as if he faced a great enemy, cold sweat pouring down. Young Master Yi, this is all a misunderstanding. It was Feng Qinghong, that dog, who tricked me into this. I had no idea I was supposed to deal with Yi family, otherwise I wouldn't dare, even if I had 10 times the courage. Indeed, tonight's events were truly a misunderstanding. We accidentally killed you, Zhu Peng pleaded. Ye Feng sneered and charged at Zhu Peng with his sword. I misunderstand your grandfather. Zhu Peng cursed back, but ultimately it did not change the outcome of being besieged and killed by the three from the Yi family. When Zhu Peng died, the Feng family was ultimately exterminated. Subsequently, the Yi family sent out troops, once more heading straight for the Lu family, who were still waiting for their patriarch. Without Lu Xian and severely weakened from previous losses, the Lu family was powerless to resist the Yi family's assault and could not escape the fate of destruction. Regarding the downfall of the two families, Ye Feng felt no pity. If it weren't for the current strength of the Yi family, it would have been them facing annihilation. When the sun rose over Chiao City, many realized that the heavens had changed. The once thriving Feng and Lu families were annihilated overnight, leaving only the Yi family standing supreme. After resolving the troubles with the Lu and Feng families, Ye Feng bid farewell to his grandfather and father before heading back towards the Yunhai sect. The destruction of the Feng and Lu families caused a significant increase in the wealth in the hands of the Yi. Seeing Ye Feng's exceptional talent, Yi Tsang naturally distributed many spirit stones and urged Ye Feng to cultivate diligently, advising him to bring back 10 or 8 chubby grandchildren next time if the opportunity arose. Ye Feng, after a long journey, successfully returned to the Yunhai sect. Upon returning to the sect, he confidently walked towards Su Changxi's residence. Previously, he had to be sneaky due to his lack of strength, but now, with power comparable to a core disciple, he walked in boldly. Although he was not the strongest among the core disciples, he was confident that with a few more months he would become the strongest. More importantly, he wanted to tell Qin Beichen that Su Changxi was his woman. Would that not infuriate him? Junior brother, you're back. As soon as Ye Feng pushed open the door to Su Changxi's room, she rushed towards him, her eyes sparkling with delight. Senior sister, did you miss me? Ye Feng looked at his still stunning and ethereal senior sister and embraced her slender waist. Su Changxi buried her head in Ye Feng's chest, feeling the rhythmic beating of his heart, and shyly replied, I missed you. Just that one word ignited a thought in Ye Feng's heart. Just as he was about to make a move, Su Changxi suddenly said something that made Ye Feng break into a cold sweat. Junior brother, why do you smell like master? Su Changxi sniffed lightly, a hint of confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes. Ye Feng felt his body stiffen, momentarily uncertain on how to respond. Senior sister, you must be mistaken. How could I smell like the sect master? Ye Feng forced himself to explain. Impossible, this is definitely master's scent. I've been with her for so many years now, I wouldn't mistake it. Su Changxi looked into Ye Feng's face, suspicion evident in her expression. Ye Feng sensed her piercing gaze and thought to himself that he was in deep trouble. Just when he returned, he was exposed. If Song Yuding found out, she would slap him to death. Right, I remembered. A few days ago, while training in the Yunhai forest, I happened to encounter the sect master. I cooked for her, and she even protected me for a while. Ye Feng's eyes shifted as he spoke half-truths. You encountered my master. How is she? Su Changxi asked with concern. She hadn't seen Song Yuding for a while and was quite worried. Hasn't the sect master returned yet? Ye Feng was slightly surprised upon hearing this. Having gone to the Yi family and returned, Song Yuding should have arrived much earlier than him. How could she not be back yet? Was she looking for trouble with a royal-level beast? Unbeknownst to him, Song Yuding had secretly protected him all the way. Not yet. I went to the sect master's residence just yesterday and found she still hadn't returned. Su Changxi suddenly expressed her worry. Don't worry, the sect master should be back soon. Ye Feng could only comfort her. Master, you're back. Su Changxi suddenly exclaimed upon seeing the figure in green at the door, her joy palpable. She then suddenly remembered something and gently pulled away from Ye Feng's embrace. Ye Feng was startled as well. He turned around to find Song Yuding quietly standing at the door. He suddenly felt a sense of awkwardness, as if he had been caught sneaking a bite. However, a bold thought flashed through his mind. These two masters and disciples. Ye Feng dared not imagine further. Could you step outside for a moment? I need to discuss some matters with Ye Feng. Song Yuding said, her eyes flickering with a hint of jealousy as she looked at the two who had just embraced. Yes, master. Su Changxi glanced worriedly at Ye Feng before slowly walking towards the door. Suddenly, as she passed by Song Yuding, her steps faltered and she looked at her in surprise. Master, why do you smell like Ye Feng? Song Yuding's expression slightly changed, but then returned to normal. Sierra, you must be mistaken. How could I possibly smell like Ye Feng? This identical response made Ye Feng's lips twitch slightly. If the master answers like this, Su Changxi will surely become suspicious again. Sure enough, a glint of astonishment flashed in Su Changxi's eyes upon hearing it. How could this answer be exactly the same as Ye Feng's? However, being respectful to her master, as always, she obediently left the room. As the door closed, the two inside exchanged glances, yet neither spoke. Master, what did you summon me for? Ye Feng broke the silence, first retracting his gaze. What should we do if Sierra finds out about you and me? Song Yuding elegantly seated herself in a chair, her voice sweet and enchanting. Su Changxi's unintentional remark earlier made her realize that her relationship with Ye Feng might not remain hidden for long. She also wanted to hear Ye Feng's thoughts. Master, did anything happen between us? Ye Feng feigned. He believed that Song Yuding was testing him, compelling him to keep secrets. After all, the matter had passed, and Su Changxi could not possibly catch him and Song Yuding in a relationship again. He could not naively think that after a few encounters with Song Yuding, this lofty master would fall in love with him. Moi, what have you forgotten about the matter that tarnished my reputation? Song Yuding's delicate face darkened slightly, and her voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. This scoundrel actually wants to take advantage. Does she? Song Yuding seem so worthless. Master, didn't you say that this matter shouldn't be told to senior sister? I have kept my lips sealed. Ye Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. Wasn't his response good enough to avoid angering the master? In front of Sierra you should say this, but what should you say in front of me? Song Yuding pressed her lips together, her previously darkened expression returning to normal. She then fixed her gaze on Ye Feng, awaiting his next words. How about, I take responsibility? Ye Feng mustered his courage to say this. Since Song Yuding hadn't killed him before, she certainly wouldn't now. Worst case, he would just get a beating. Moreover, this was his true feeling. Having a noble and beautiful master like her was a dream. You have quite the imagination. Song Yuding refused verbally, yet internally, she felt a rush of joy. Ye Feng's words pleased her greatly, but she wasn't ready to let others know about their relationship. Not only was she somewhat hesitant to face her disciple, but she also feared causing unnecessary trouble for Ye Feng. Now Ye Feng didn't know how to respond. Refusing was not an option, but agreeing wasn't either. He could only lament how difficult it was to understand a woman's thoughts. I have 3 martial arts manuals here as a reward for saving my life. Take them and cultivate well. At this moment, Song Yuding took out 3 exceptional martial arts manuals from her storage ring. Thanks, master, Ye Feng said as he directly accepted the manuals. The first martial art he saw was called Void Step, a technique that grants one the ability to walk through the void unseen and unheard. It was a mid-grade heavenly technique. Ye Feng glanced back at Song Yuding after seeing the rank of the technique, his heart filled with astonishment. The master actually gave him a heavenly technique. To know that within the sect the only disciples qualified to cultivate heavenly techniques, as far as he knew, was Su Changxi alone. Besides the disciples, the only ones within the sect who could cultivate heavenly techniques were the master and the 2 vice masters. Even the elders were unqualified, highlighting the preciousness of these techniques. You saved my life and your talent is exceptional. This martial art is what you deserve. Song Yuding gently raised her hand, brushing her hair aside, speaking calmly. Her body and heart already belonged to Ye Feng. Did she still need this martial art? Ye Feng took a deep breath, keeping this kindness in his heart. He then turned his gaze to the other 2 martial arts manuals, which were also heavenly techniques. One was the Blazing Sword Technique, a low-grade heavenly martial art featuring a bold and domineering sword style, with every strike imbued with terrifying firepower. The other was the Pure Yang Shattering Heaven Finger, a mid-grade heavenly martial art suitable for men with pure yang power. The Pure Yang Shattering Heaven Finger consists of 3 strikes. The first stirs the winds and clouds, the second illuminates the heavens, the third shatters the earth. After briefly flipping through the 3 manuals, Ye Feng couldn't help but marvel at their power. Compared to the Mountain Sea Fist, Mountain River Sword Technique, and Wind God Step he had cultivated before, these were vastly superior. Just as his strength was increasing, those previous techniques had indeed become somewhat useless. Alright, I will take my leave now. If you encounter any problems during your cultivation, feel free to come to my residence at any time. Song Yuding slowly stood up, taking a glance at Ye Feng's face before elegantly departing. After Song Yuding left, Su Changxi returned to the room again. Junior brother, what did master say to you? Upon entering, a hint of curiosity lingered in Su Changxi's eyes. She feared that Ye Feng might have offended her master. If that were the case, it would be difficult for them to be together. The master praised my exceptional talent and rewarded me with 3 heavenly martial arts manuals. Ye Feng smiled at Su Changxi. At the same time, he released his cultivation level of the 2nd stage of Earth Martial Realm. Moi. Su Changxi's beautiful eyes revealed a look of shock upon seeing Ye Feng's cultivation. Ye Feng's breakthrough in cultivation was far too rapid. No wonder her master rewarded him with heavenly martial arts. Senior sister, do you know why my cultivation has advanced so quickly? Ye Feng looked at Su Changxi's delicate and charming figure, jokingly smiling. Su Changxi instinctively nodded in response. Of course, it's because of my exceptional talent. Ye Feng chuckled mischievously, then lunged at Su Changxi. Junior brother, don't do that. At Yunhai Sect, in the quarters of core disciples. While Ye Feng and Su Changxi were in bliss, Qin Beichen had already received news of Ye Feng's return to the sect. You 2 useless fools couldn't even block Ye Feng. Qin Beichen scolded the 2 inner disciples. These 2 inner disciples, named Sun Kai and Sun Ping, were brothers, both at the 10th level of Earth Martial Realm. Qin Beichen had arranged for them to wait for Ye Feng on some of the main roads back to Yunhai Sect. Senior brother Qin, there are many paths back to Yunhai Sect, and we didn't dare approach too close as there are too many people around. Do I want an explanation? I want results. Qin Beichen roared at the 2. He had already learned from others about Ye Feng brazenly entering Su Changxi's quarters today. Ye Feng simply did not take his warnings to heart. Sun Kai and Sun Ping lowered their heads, quietly listening to Qin Beichen's fury. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and think of a solution. Yes. The next day in the morning, Ye Feng walked out of Su Changxi's room feeling refreshed and invigorated. Now that he possessed 3 heavenly grade martial arts, he naturally needed to spend time comprehending them. Moreover, with a considerable amount of spirit stones in his possession, he decided to head to the training room of the Yunhai Sect for practice. However, just after he stepped out of Su Changxi's room, he noticed someone following him. He turned around and saw 2 sneaky-looking inner disciples of the Yunhai Sect trailing him. Ye Feng sneered, unwilling to engage with them, and continued on his way to the training room. Before long, he arrived outside the training room. Just as he was about to enter, a sharp shout came from behind him. Ye Feng, stop. Ye Feng turned around and found that the ones calling out to him were the 2 who had been following him. What's the matter? This training room is mine to use, you go somewhere else. Sun Kai raised his head defiantly, and his aim was to provoke Ye Feng, hoping to incite him into making a move so that they could retaliate. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to attack Ye Feng directly within the sect. After all, if the sect master found out they were bullying a weaker disciple, the consequences would be severe. You want me to leave? Ye Feng chuckled lightly and slowly walked up to Sun Kai. Being stared at by Ye Feng's dark gaze, Sun Kai felt a surge of fear for some unknown reason. Reacting to this, he became even more furious, realizing that he had been intimidated by Ye Feng. It's you, isn't it? What, you don't accept it? Sun Kai exerted pressure, unleashing the aura of a 10th level Earth Martial Realm practitioner. Ye Feng, however, showed no signs of being affected by this oppressing force. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped Sun Kai across the face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed around, leaving the onlookers in shock. Sun Kai's body flew back, crashing heavily against the wall outside the training room. He was momentarily dazed, realizing that Ye Feng indeed dared to strike. Ye Feng, you're asking for death. Sun Ping, seeing his brother get hit, immediately raised his hand to strike Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng was quicker. He kicked Sun Ping in the chest, sending him flying. The bodies of the 2 Sun brothers tumbled together, looking quite disheveled. Just as they attempted to get up, Ye Feng released his 2nd level Earth Martial Realm aura, pressing down on them. This terrifying pressure caused the Sun brothers' legs to buckle, their faces changing dramatically. Although it was merely the aura of the Earth Martial Realm, it made them feel as if they were facing a powerful being of the Heaven Martial Realm. Hiss! I can't be seeing this wrong. Has Ye Feng broken through to the Earth Martial Realm? But why do I feel that Ye Feng's slap sending Sun Kai flying and his kick sending Sun Ping flying are even more terrifying? Both of them are 10th level Earth Martial Realm practitioners, among the top 10 inner disciples. The crowd around gasped in astonishment, each one wide-eyed. Ye Feng was truly becoming more and more monstrous. You 2 are certainly dogs under Qin Beichen. Go back and tell him that senior sister Su is my woman and he has no right to meddle with her. If he is unwilling, let him come to me a month later when I come out from the training room, and we shall compete against each other. Ye Feng's voice thundered, shocking the eardrums of everyone present. As his youthful and audacious words faded, he turned and entered the training room, commencing his intense practice. He dared to speak so boldly because he had ample confidence. Although Qin Beichen was a core disciple, he was only at the third level of the heaven martial realm. After a month of hard training in the training room, he was confident he could break through to the third level of the earth martial realm to contend with Qin Beichen. Furthermore, he now possessed 3 heavenly grade martial arts, and a month would be enough for him to master them completely. Bang! When the door of the training room closed, everyone outside was left in utter shock. Ye Feng actually declared publicly that Su Changxi was his woman. He even arrogantly challenged Qin Beichen to a duel. Was he out of his mind? Soon this news stirred up great turmoil within the Yunhai sect. After all, Su Changxi was the goddess of all their disciples, and now she was claimed as someone's property. This left all disciples of the Yunhai sect in disbelief. Upon hearing the news, Qin Beichen was seething with rage. He had not anticipated Ye Feng would be so audacious as to challenge him directly. More importantly, Ye Feng had actually claimed Su Changxi as his woman. This made Qin Beichen, who had always regarded Su Changxi as his personal treasure, turn pale with anger. Connecting the dots with Ye Feng's frequent visits to Su Changxi's residence, Qin Beichen decided to inquire personally, or else he would feel uneasy. Soon Qin Beichen arrived outside Su Changxi's residence. Senior sister Su Qin Beichen has something to ask. He stood outside, appearing respectful. Many disciples gathered around to watch, curious whether Ye Feng's claims were mere nonsense or if there was truth behind them. What is it? Su Changxi, dressed in a white fairy dress, opened the door and stood quietly at the entrance, speaking in a detached manner. Qin Beichen gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman before him with a figure delicate and an ethereal aura. Senior sister Su, this brat Ye Feng claims you are his woman. This is slandering your reputation. I believe we must call upon an elder or the sect leader to punish Ye Feng for his slander. Hearing this question, Su Changxi fell silent for 3 breaths before softly replying, "If he says so, then it is." As her melodious voice fell, the door that had been opened closed once more. Wow! The brief 6 words caused an uproar among the crowd. What the hell? Senior sister Su actually admitted it. Ye Feng was telling the truth. That dog thief, Ye Feng, has sullied my goddess. Oh, I cannot coexist with him. No, I don't believe it. That dog thief Ye Feng is truly an animal. Every male disciple of the Yunhai sect showed expressions of grief and rage as if they had an irreconcilable feud with Ye Feng. The mere thought of Ye Feng having Su Changxi beneath him shattered their defenses. Some even cursed the deceased Lin Ruoxue mercilessly. What the hell are you doing withdrawing your engagement? Qin Beichen gritted his teeth, his face turning completely green. This news was like a bolt from the blue for him. The woman he had pursued so painstakingly had been snatched away by someone else. It was far more unbearable than eating a fly's droppings. Ye Feng, on the first day you come out of the training room, I will initiate a life-and-death battle against you. Qin Beichen roared fiercely. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye a month has passed. During this month, the affair between Su Changxi and Ye Feng became known throughout the sect, causing many male disciples to weep in the dead of night, wishing they could tear Ye Feng apart. At the same time, the news of Qin Beichen planning a life-and-death battle on the day Ye Feng emerges from seclusion also spread within the sect, attracting considerable attention. Today is the day Ye Feng comes out of seclusion, and I want to see if he dares to accept the life-and-death challenge issued by Senior Brother Qin. Senior Brother Qin is a third-level expert in the Tianwu realm, a prominent figure among the core disciples. Ye Feng is simply overestimating his abilities. If Ye Feng doesn't accept, he'll lose all face. If he does accept, he'll lose his head. This kid will pay the price for his arrogance. At this moment, many disciples of the Yunhai sect gathered outside the training room, discussing the matter among themselves. In the crowd, Qin Beichen, dressed in black, had a shadowy gaze, his eyes cold as ice. He had been waiting for this day for an entire month, and today he would crush Ye Feng underfoot. He wanted everyone to know that Ye Feng was unworthy of Su Changxi, merely a joke. Suddenly, a figure dressed in white appeared in the crowd. The woman had a graceful figure and a celestial demeanor resembling a fairy from the heavens, stunning everyone. Su's senior sister actually came too. When the crowd saw Su Changxi appear, they were momentarily surprised. The thought of their goddess being courted by Ye Feng made them furious. Su Changxi gazed at the tightly closed door of the training room, a hint of worry flashing in her beautiful eyes. Clearly, she had learned about Qin Beichen's intention to challenge Ye Feng to a life-and-death battle. Although she had confidence in Ye Feng's strength, Qin Beichen, as a core disciple with a father who was a vice sect master, was not to be underestimated. As everyone outside waited, Ye Feng opened his eyes in the training room, slowly exhaling a mouthful of stagnant breath. Boom! The aura of a third-level expert in the earth martial realm radiated from him. After a month of hard training, he successfully broke through his realm and completely mastered the 3 great heavenly martial arts. Now he had enough confidence to defeat Qin Beichen. It's time to go out. Ye Feng hoisted his heavy sword and opened the door to the training room. Boom. As the door to the training room opened, Ye Feng was a bit surprised by the number of people outside. The moment the door swung open, everyone's gaze turned to Ye Feng. Ye Feng, a month ago you told me to come fight you. Today I Qin Beichen have come. Now I Qin Beichen challenge you to a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? Qin Beichen stepped out of the crowd, his voice rolling like thunder. At the same time, his third-level earth martial realm aura burst forth, enveloping Ye Feng. Facing this overwhelming aura, Ye Feng's expression remained calm, not a ripple of disturbance in his gaze. I told you to come over and fight, yet I didn't expect you to listen so well. Ye Feng's lips curled slightly as he spoke lightly. Just as he was about to accept the challenge, Su Changxi walked over and interrupted him. Junior brother Qin Beichen's strength is formidable. Don't agree too hastily, Su Changxi said with concern. She didn't want Ye Feng to impulsively step onto the life and death stage and lose his life. Ye Feng, you were so arrogant before, now you wouldn't want to be a turtle hiding its head, would you? And what kind of ability is it to hide behind a woman? Seeing Su Changxi's concerned demeanor, Qin Beichen's expression turned grim. He intended to kill Ye Feng on the life and death stage today so that he could have a chance with Su Changxi. Ye Feng ignored Qin Beichen's words and instead focused on Su Changxi. Don't worry, I never do anything without certainty. And don't you know how powerful I am? Ye Feng gently stroked Su Changxi's delicate nose, speaking with double meaning. His intimate gesture left the onlookers dumbfounded. While this guy is flirting with senior sister Su right in front of them, simply outrageous. The key point is senior sister Su even showed a shy expression, breaking everyone's hearts. Then be careful yourself. Su Changxi tidied Ye Feng's wrinkled clothes, resembling a dutiful little woman. Looking at her man's confident demeanor, she still believed in her choice. He come give me a kiss. Ye Feng chuckled, and before Su Changxi could agree, he leaned in for a kiss. Su Changxi's beautiful eyes widened, not resisting, only showing a hint of shyness. This was the first time kissing Ye Feng in such a public setting. At this moment, all the disciples of the Yunhai sect were astounded. Wow, what did they just witness? These two were kissing right in front of them. Shut up. Qin Beichen's face turned ashen in an instant, his body trembling with rage, his mind buzzing. Although he had already confirmed that Ye Feng and Su Changxi had been intimate, he had not seen it with his own eyes. He could still comfort himself in his heart. However, the scene before him was deeply etched in his mind, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Ye Feng was undeterred by Qin Beichen's words, continuing to kiss as if no one was watching. It was only when he noticed that Su Changxi seemed a bit unusual that he finally stopped. Qin Beichen, I accept your life and death battle. Ye Feng held Su Changxi's delicate figure with one arm, while with the other, he gripped his massive sword, its heavy blade pointing menacingly at Qin Beichen. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Ye Feng truly dared to accept the challenge. Good, very good. Today only one of us can live. The murderous intent in Qin Beichen's eyes radiated as his facial features twisted in rage. He stepped forward towards the life and death stage, with Ye Feng closely following behind. Today he would slay Qin Beichen and declare to everyone that Su Changxi was his woman, untouchable by anyone. Let's go, hurry to the life and death stage. This battle cannot be missed. The disciples of the Yunhai sect followed suit. Under the life and death stage, an elder of the Yunhai sect had been waiting here for quite some time. He looked at Qin Beichen and then at Ye Feng, letting out a deep sigh. Both of these individuals were the pride of Yunhai sect, yet now they were about to decide their fates on the life and death stage, an unfortunate event for the sect. Ye Feng, Qin Beichen, are you too certain you want to go up to the life and death stage? The elder of the Yunhai sect confirmed. Qin Beichen remained silent, taking a step forward and leaping onto the life and death stage. Ye Feng, get up here. Today I will definitely slay you. That voice filled with rage echoed on the life and death stage. Ye Feng, fearless, was about to step onto the life and death stage when a voice carrying imperial authority resounded from outside the Yunhai sect. Haha, the pride of Yunhai sect, I the Wild Lion sect, have come to challenge the Mad Lion sect. And all disciples of the Yunhai sect paused momentarily in mild surprise. The sect master himself had arrived with his disciples for a martial exchange. Though relations between the Yunhai sect and the Mad Lion sect were not as bitterly antagonistic as those between the Huoyan sect and the Insha sect, neither were they amicable. Your duel to the death may wait. First you must unite against this external challenge. And the elder of the Yunhai sect spoke gravely. After all, with the Mad Lion sect already at their gates, issuing a challenge, internal strife among Yunhai disciples would only invite ridicule. In Qin, your dog's life shall linger a while longer. Ye Feng turned away with quiet indifference, then followed the elder's footsteps alongside Su Changxi. Another Yunhai disciples felt a pang of disappointment, but withdrew for the time being. Qin watched Ye Feng's retreating figure, suppressing a seething fury within. In that accursed Mad Lion sect. And when Ye Feng arrived at the Yunhai sect's arena, he beheld 4 unfamiliar figures. At their head stood a middle-aged man clad in a golden lion robe, his aura deep and resonant, his frame powerfully imposing, radiating an air of sovereign majesty. This was Sure Xinju, a sect master of the Mad Lion sect, a first-rank sovereign martial realm expert. And behind him stood 2 young men and 1 young woman, each bearing an air of haughty confidence and formidable spiritual presence. Sure Xinju, you bring 3 disciples to challenge us at our doorstep. Do you fear another humiliating defeat? Na streak of azure light descended from the heavens, Song Yuding, sect master of the Yunhai sect. Trailing behind her was vice sect master Qin Tianfang. And such concerns are hardly your burden to bear, sect master Song. Sure Xinju chuckled softly, yet his gaze narrowed imperceptibly, clearly sensing that Song Yuding's aura had grown even more terrifying. Speak plainly. How shall we contest? The Yunhai sect accepts your challenge without reservation. Song Yuding's eyes remained calm and serene, her voice light as mist, yet laced with unassailable authority. And this was not the Mad Lion sect's first incursion, but their victories had been few and far between. Then let us abide by tradition. Combat shall be restricted to cultivators of equal cultivation realm. Sure Xinju spoke coolly, his tone edged with quiet confidence. As his words faded, the 3 disciples behind him simultaneously unleashed their auras, 1 at first rank, celestial martial realm, 1 at second rank, and 1 at third rank. Sure Xinju, you still lack confidence then? Why did you dare not bring a 4th rank disciple? Song Yuding smiled faintly, her voice laced with subtle irony. Humph. My disciple merely has pressing matters, he simply lacked time to attend. Sure Xinju snorted coldly, his expression darkening. He well understood Song Yuding's implication. Su Changxi herself was a 4th-rank celestial martial realm expert. In each prior visit, they had never once bested her. Thus, this time, he had learned his lesson, leaving his 4th-rank disciple behind entirely. Rest assured, Shi'er has now advanced to 6th-rank celestial martial realm. Next time you come calling, bring along the disciple who dared not appear. Song Yuding's eyes shimmered with quiet mirth as she smiled demurely. At these words, Sure Xinju's face paled sharply, and his gaze snapped towards Su Changxi. To think, Su Changxi, barely 20, had already reached 4th-rank celestial martial realm, a fact that had long unsettled him. Now, she had silently ascended to 6th rank. How could such a thing be possible? Su Changxi remained silent, standing quietly beside Ye Feng, yet she released her 6th-rank celestial martial realm aura without a word. Many Yunhai disciples, including Qin, stared in stunned disbelief. At this age, with such cultivation, she likely surpassed every prodigy across the holy martial kingdom. Sect Master Song, you truly have raised an extraordinary disciple. Sure Xinju seethed inwardly with envy. And then he cast a subtle glance toward one of his disciples. Instantly, the 1st-rank celestial martial realm disciple of the Mad Lion sect strode forward onto the arena. Guoting of the Mad Lion sect hereby issues a challenge. Guoting swept his gaze across the Yunhai disciples below, brimming with self-assurance. I shall meet your challenge. Na, core disciple of the Yunhai sect, also 1st-rank celestial martial realm, stepped onto the arena. Their eyes locked, and in that instant a fierce, blistering clash erupted. Before long, the Yunhai core disciple was hurled from the arena. Guoting of the Mad Lion sect hereby issues a challenge. After swallowing a spirit-revitalizing pill, Guoting again fixed his gaze upon the crowd below, arrogance blazing unreservedly in his eyes. Ye Feng observed the Mad Lion disciple on the platform, unhurried, unflustered. Indeed, the youth possessed remarkable strength. Among Yunhai disciples of the same realm, few could hope to overcome him. Arrogant fool, I'll fight you. Another Yunhai core disciple leapt onto the arena. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He too fell beneath Guoting's might. Guoting grew ever bolder, defeating 4 Yunhai core disciples in succession. Has Sect Master Song, does the Yunhai sect truly possess no worthy disciples? Or do you intend to resort to attrition warfare? Sure Xinju chuckled mockingly. Guoting was his carefully nurtured protege, whom he deemed nearly peerless within his cultivation realm. The Yunhai sect does not stoop to such tactics. If he wishes to rest, let him step down. Insong Yuding's expression remained placid, and she bore no resentment toward her disciples' defeats. Each had given their utmost. As for Shi Xingjue's attempt to shame the Yunhai sect, it would not prove so easy. Ye Feng had already begun stepping forward, only to be halted by a single sharp glance from Sect Master Song. He instantly understood she wished to let the opponent savor his triumph a little longer, or perhaps afford other core disciples a chance to test themselves. Guoting, you may descend. Let Luo Qing take your place. At Shi Xingjue's command, Guoting stepped down, and Luo Qing, a second-rank celestial martial realm disciple, took the stage. Luo Qing's prowess was formidable indeed. She defeated 3 Yunhai core disciples in turn. Yet ultimately, she was bested by a fellow second-rank core disciple of the Yunhai sect. Shi Xingjue did not reprimand Luo Qing. This outcome had been anticipated. And though her cultivation surpassed Guoting's, her talent and potential ranked lowest among the 3 disciples he had brought. His greatest confidence rested instead upon his own nephew, Shi Xingjue. In Xingjue, go forth. Let them witness your true strength. Shi Xingjue smiled. Master, rest assured. None within my cultivation realm can defeat me, not even in successive duels. Shi Xingjue strode onto the arena with the commanding grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. He disdained battle with the weak, and before arriving at the Yunhai sect, he had thoroughly researched its most renowned core disciples. According to his intelligence, among third-rank celestial martial realm cultivators, Qin Beichen stood unrivaled within the Yunhai sect. In Qin Beichen, ascend this stage and face me. Shi Xingjue's roar shook the heavens, fierce, unrestrained, and dripping with contempt. And below, Qin Beichen's face darkened instantly upon hearing his name called out in challenge. His pent-up fury had nowhere to vent. Now insult layered upon provocation. How could he possibly endure it? Choosing me as your opponent will be the biggest regret of your life, Qin Beichen said with a dark expression. He then leaped onto the arena, grasping a long spear firmly in his hand. Eat the spear. Qin Beichen's aura erupted as he wielded the spear, striking towards Shi Xingjue with lightning speed. Haha, the word regret does not exist in my dictionary. Shi Xingjue chuckled, unsheathing a golden broadsword and then slashing towards Qin Beichen. Boom. The two clashed, their weapons colliding as spiritual energy surged, engaging in fierce combat. After dozens of exchanges, the two were evenly matched, leaving the spectators below in awe. Senior brother Qin, go for it. Teach that arrogant fool a lesson. The disciples of Yunhai sect cheered for Qin Beichen. Ye Feng watched the battle between the two on stage and began to discern some signs. Although the two seemed evenly matched, Shi Xingjue appeared calm, seemingly with more strength to spare. If Qin Beichen had not hidden his true strength, he would soon find himself at a disadvantage and ultimately defeat. Qin Beichen, is this all the strength you have? You truly disappoint me. Since that's the case, my warm-up ends early. A glimmer of disappointment flashed in Shi Xingjue's eyes, and then a violent aura surged forth as he launched a ferocious attack. In an instant, Qin Beichen found himself in a precarious situation. This is what you forced me to do. Qin Beichen roared, determined not to lose. 9 dragons soared to the sky. As Qin Beichen's voice fell, he wielded his spear, summoning a tempest as 9 dragons surged forth, their roars shaking the heavens. Oh, a celestial-grade martial technique, interesting. Shi Xingjue became serious, unleashing his own martial skill. Lion shakes the world. A majestic golden lion slowly took shape on the stage, accompanied by a roar that pierced the heavens, standing proudly amidst the chaos. The golden lion charged towards the sky, battling against 9 divine dragons. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, the golden lion, ferocious and domineering, tore apart the 9 divine dragons, staining the earth with blood and shocking the audience. Qin Beichen spat out blood, sent flying off the arena by Shi Xingjue's strike. Haha, the name Beichen is nothing but this. The celestial-grade martial technique is wasted in your hands. Shi Xingjue laughed contemptuously, his eyes filled with disdain. Faced with such humiliation, Qin Beichen's anger surged, nearly causing him to faint. He had lost even after using a celestial-grade martial technique. Qin Tianfeng's expression was also quite grim. His son had embarrassed himself. His senior brother Qin lost even after using a celestial-grade martial technique. Is Shi Xingjue's strength really that terrifying? The disciples of Yunhai sect sighed one after another, their faces devoid of light. It should be noted that Shi Xingjue had not used a celestial-grade martial technique, yet still emerged victorious. The Crazy Lion Sect's Shi Xingjue challenges you. If you want to do a wheel battle, I'm ready. Changxi stood proudly on the arena, making the most arrogant declaration. However, no core disciple of Yunhai sect dared to respond. Qin Beichen was already the strongest among the third level of the Tianwu realm in Yunhai sect. If he had lost, it was unthinkable for anyone else to step up. As for a wheel battle, they wouldn't dare to embarrass themselves. Seeing that no one responded, disappointment flashed across Shizingji's face. Since no one dares to fight my senior brother, I, Guoting, will challenge again. Guoting returned to the arena, provocatively staring at everyone from Yunhai sect. Master Song, does your Yunhai sect have any disciples willing to step onto the arena today? Shizingji laughed. Naturally there will be. There is one person who will definitely not disappoint you. Song Yuding said casually, her gaze falling on Ye Feng. Ye Feng noticed the master's gaze, realizing it was his turn to appear. I will fight. With a loud shout, Ye Feng stepped out from the crowd and leaped onto the arena. It's Ye Feng, he actually went up. What's the use of him going up? Can he even defeat anyone? At least he dares to step up. You coward only know how to complain from below. The chatter of the disciples from Yunhai sect didn't affect Ye Feng. He set his sights on Shizingji, who was about to leave the arena. Why are you leaving? You beat one of the most useless in our sect and just run away. Ye Feng frowned and asked. Moi. Shizingji turned back, wondering if someone was calling him. He thought the other party wanted to battle Guoting. It's you. What are you looking at? Come over to battle. Ye Feng pointed at him, feeling exasperated. How could this person be so clueless? At this point, Shizingji was completely convinced that Ye Feng was indeed calling him. What level are you? Shizingji asked. He had heard of Ye Feng's name, but remembered that the other party hadn't even reached the Tianwu realm. The third level of the Earth Martial realm, and you, what does it mean for you to leave? Ye Feng said as he pointed at Guoting. And you, what's your name? Luo Qing, right? Come up together. After I finish with you, I still have to battle that waste who lost just now in a life and death match. The words Ye Feng uttered left everyone dumbfounded. Wow, this kid is planning to take on 3 opponents at once. That's incredibly audacious. Shizingji, Guoting, and Luo Qing all had unsightly expressions. They had never seen such an arrogant person being challenged by someone at the Earth Martial realm and wanting to take on 3 opponents. This was truly reaching the heavens with arrogance. Master Song, this disciple of yours truly has some guts. Shizingji's words seemed to be praise, but anyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. This was clearly a veiled insult towards Ye Feng, implying he was a fool. His guts are very small. One day, I will take your lion's courage and give it to him. Song Yuding's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. This old man dared to look down on her little man. Shizingji's expression changed slightly. What was this woman going crazy about? When did she become so protective of her own? While the 2 royal martial realm experts were arguing, the arena was already filled with a tense atmosphere. Are you 3 ready? If you are, I will make my move. Ye Feng looked at the 3 who had nearly finished resting and asked. Kid, I originally didn't want to make a move against you, but you were too arrogant. Today I will teach you a lesson. Guoting chuckled coldly, then suddenly charged towards Ye Feng. Come at me. Ye Feng's eyes brightened, his aura bursting forth as he sprinted out. Holding the mountain river heavy sword, he unleashed a furious dance, a tremendous power of the mountain river sweeping out. Guoting's whole body burst with lightning, condensing a deep purple lightning sphere in his palm and shooting it towards Ye Feng. Boom. As both sides clashed, gasps filled the arena. Guoting's lightning sphere exploded as it was struck down by Ye Feng's sword, sending him off the arena. He looked at his right palm with lingering fear. Had he not reacted quickly, he might have lost his hand. Shizingji's gaze trembled, speechless for a long time. Ye Feng's sword sent Guoting flying, making him question his life choices. You 2 should come at me together. I'm in a hurry. Ye Feng pointed his massive sword at the 2. A look of astonishment appeared on the faces of Shizingji and Luo Qing. Ye Feng truly possessed great strength, as evidenced by his ability to send Guoting flying with a single sword strike. You go first. I do not wish to win without merit. Shizingji's eyes sparkled with intense battle intent. Luo Qing nodded and advanced to attack. Ye Feng determined to treat his displayed strength with full seriousness. Seeing only one person attacking, Ye Feng wasted no time and unleashed his full power, executing 3 furious sword strikes in succession. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 sword strikes echoed, shaking the entire arena and sending Luo Qing's body flying off the stage. Here comes a good one. Shizingji's eyes flashed with excitement as he witnessed Ye Feng's attack. He swung his golden blade, and a chilling aura of blade energy spread out, then struck down the golden blade, light dazzling in the void. Instead of retreating, Ye Feng charged forward, and suddenly a searing flame enveloped his heavy sword. The flames roared, transforming into soaring firebirds that incinerated the golden blade light. As their bodies drew closer, the massive sword and the golden blade collided, creating a shower of sparks. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of their weapons erupted with thunderous sounds resonating like the roars of wild beasts echoing throughout the entire arena. This was a collision of power, captivating the audience, stirring their blood. However, as time passed, Changxi sensed something amiss. The flames scattered about the battle platform grew increasingly abundant. Just as he was puzzled, flames ignited around Ye Feng, and his giant sword pointed toward the heavens. The flames that had covered the corners of the arena ignited and expanded, transforming into a terrifying sea of fire. In the sea of fire, Changxi's expression turned grave as he wielded his golden blade, frantically slashing to produce streams of blade light to block the onslaught of fire serpents. Yet these fire serpents were relentless, multiplying with every strike, their assault becoming increasingly overwhelming. He knew that continuing this way was futile. He had to break through this sea of flames. Lion's roar shocks the heavens. Changxi's eyes sparkled with golden light as vast spiritual power gathered around him, forming a golden lion that roared at the heavens. Roar! The lion's roar shook the sky, scattering flames as the terrifying golden energy surged forth, countering the fiery sea. Concentrate! Ye Feng let out a fierce shout, and the scattered flames surged toward him, transforming into a colossal fire serpent that locked eyes with the golden lion in midair. As their gazes clashed, the golden lion trampled through the void, charging forth with unstoppable momentum. The fire serpent coiled and writhed, spewing flames, and wherever it passed, the fiery light illuminated the sky. The golden lion and the fire serpent clashed fiercely, producing resounding explosions. Ultimately, the golden lion was devoured by the fire serpent, disappearing into the void. Boom! Changxi clutched his chest, his body flying backward, displaying an unprecedented seriousness on his face. Ye Feng's strength was shockingly formidable. The crowd below the platform was also shaken by Ye Feng's power. Previously, Qin Beichen had fallen victim to Changxi's terrifying martial skill. Now, however, Ye Feng had decisively crushed it. Ye Feng, I must say your strength is the most formidable I have seen in the same realm. Changxi halted, suddenly falling silent. He suddenly recalled that Ye Feng's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the earth martial realm. Yet this person had pushed him to such a point. He could not afford to lose to Ye Feng. Heavenly rank martial skill. Golden lion breaks the heavens. Slash. Changxi's golden hair danced wildly, his aura surging as the golden blade in his hand radiated brilliant golden light. With a powerful downward slash, an overwhelming golden lion descended into the world. Mountain river fire slash. Ye Feng roared, merging the powers of mountain and river with that of flames upon the heavy sword. This move was one he had inadvertently created while comprehending the flame sword technique, attempting to combine it with the mountain river sword technique. This technique was bound to be more powerful than any move from the flame sword technique. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens as a terrifying wave of energy radiated from the arena. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the golden lion was cleaved apart by a single sword strike, and Changxi was sent flying off the stage. At that moment, only one figure stood proudly in the arena. Ye Feng actually won. That last move was simply terrifying. Indeed, even Changxi's heavenly rank martial skill was shattered, hidden by him. It turns out I was the clown. A senior sister Su's insight is truly sharp. Most disciples of the Yunhai sect were now awed by Ye Feng's displayed terrifying strength. Previously, they had envied Ye Feng, believing his strength was insufficient. But now, even among the core disciples, how many could defeat Ye Feng? More importantly, Ye Feng was under 19, even slightly younger than Su Changxi, with limitless potential for future achievements. The lion's heart is absolute. How could my disciples from the Yunhai sect fare? Song Yuding asked lightly, her eyes sparkling. She was also shocked by the talent of the little man she had inadvertently fallen for. She realized that the move Ye Feng had executed was not merely the flame sword technique. It seemed to be a self-created skill that fused other martial techniques. Lionheart Absolute snorted lightly without a word and directly left the Yunhai sect with the 3 people. This challenge had brought him immense shame. Seeing the people from the Mad Lion sect leave, Ye Feng's gaze once again locked onto Qin Beichen. Qin Beichen, come up. Although this is not a life-and-death arena, our battle will only be about life and death. Ye Feng's voice roared like thunder, his aura overwhelming. Qin Beichen below the stage wore a face as dark as water. Before the Mad Lion sect's arrival, he had full confidence in defeating Ye Feng. But now he had no fighting spirit left. Even Changxi, who had defeated him, was not Ye Feng's opponent. He would be even less of a match. What? Are you scared? Turning into a turtle, Do you remember what you said before? Feeling slapped in the face. If you are still afraid, should I let you use one hand? Oh. Ye Feng unleashed a barrage of verbal humiliation. His feud with Qin Beichen had been established. He had to eliminate the opponent, or else this guy might strike him down in the dark. But no matter how Ye Feng insulted him, Qin Beichen still dared not go onto the stage. Trash, you won't even dare to fight. At this moment, Ye Feng realized that Qin Beichen was too scared to step onto the stage to protect his life. He could only seek other methods to eliminate the opponent. The people from the Yunhai sect were also sighing, looking at Qin Beichen with a hint of disdain. Ye Feng was arrogant and proud, but he had the strength to back it up. In contrast, Qin Beichen had become a turtle at a critical moment, indeed deserving of ridicule. Qin Beichen sensed the disdainful glances of the crowd, his face turning as dark as thunder. He had lost his reputation as woman, and ultimately everything had contributed to Ye Feng's rise. He was unwilling to accept this. He felt aggrieved. Sect Master Ye Feng's breakthrough in cultivation defies logic. I suspect he has practiced some sort of evil technique. I suggest we strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sect for being of corrupt intent. Qin Beichen looked at Song Yuding, speaking with righteous indignation. Upon these words, everyone present fell silent. Did Qin Beichen dare not engage in battle and instead resort to slander? However, Ye Feng's rapid cultivation breakthrough indeed hinted at something peculiar. From the 7th level of the Qi martial realm to the 3rd level of the Earth martial realm, it took less than 3 months. This speed of breakthrough indeed suggests the possibility of practicing a forbidden technique. Yet at this moment, Ye Feng smiled. Who are you to accuse me of cultivating a forbidden technique, insisting on reporting to the sect master? Does the sect master not understand how I achieved my breakthrough? Qin Beichen, since you claim I practiced a forbidden technique, do you have any evidence? Ye Feng stroked his chin, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You yourself are the best evidence. Your cultivation has advanced so rapidly. If not from a forbidden technique, then what? Qin Beichen asserted confidently, a smug expression on his face. Although he was cowardly, he had many ways to deal with Ye Feng. After all, his father was the high-ranking deputy sect master, second only to the sect leader. As long as he could expel Ye Feng from the Yunhai sect, he would see how this guy could survive. Is rapid advancement a sign of cultivating a forbidden technique? Isn't it possible that I have great talent? Or perhaps I encountered a fortuitous opportunity, he retorted. Furthermore, by your logic, I suspect you are a spy for the Lionheart sect. You can't even defeat Shixingjia, and you're deliberately embarrassing the Yunhai sect. You are talking nonsense. What evidence do you have? Qin Beichen exploded with anger. Your defeat is the best evidence. You are a core disciple, the beloved son of the deputy sect master, possessing so many resources, and you even practice a heavenly martial skill. In such circumstances, if you still lose, are you not a spy? Or are you just useless? Ye Feng's series of remarks left Qin Beichen looking extremely pale. Losing to Shixingjia indeed made him feel worthless, but with his pride, how could he admit it publicly? Sect Master Ye Feng's rapid cultivation speed is indeed suspicious. I suggest we expel him from the sect. At this moment, Qin Tianfang stepped forward to express his opinion. As Qin Beichen's father, he naturally stood by his son's side. Your son lost to the Lionheart sect. Do you not want to give this sect master an explanation? Song Yuding's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Qin Beichen, her gaze as cold as that of a corpse. Sect master, winning and losing are common in battle. No one has a guaranteed victory, Qin Tianfang explained. Yet he felt a bad premonition. The sect master's words seemed to be favoring Ye Feng. Isn't it common for one to cultivate quickly? Ye Feng has been silent for 10 years, accumulating strength, and then breaking out in one go. Why is that strange? Song Yuding's voice carried an undeniable tone, making many realize that the sect master was indeed protecting Ye Feng. Qin Tianfang fell silent, realizing that if he could not sense the sect master's attitude now, he had lived in vain for so many years. Deputy Sect Master Qin Ye Feng's rapid breakthrough is due to his exceptional talent. Su Changxi stepped out of the crowd to testify for Ye Feng. She would not allow anyone to slander her man. Qin Tianfang, do you have any objections? Song Yuding's beautiful eyes looked down, her tone serious. Sect Master, it was my and my son's rashness. Qin Tianfang lowered his head in apology. A mere apology cannot absolve you. Wrongfully accusing a fellow disciple carries severe consequences. Deputy Sect Master Qin should be well aware of this. Using the authority of a core disciple to incite other disciples to harm fellow disciples carries its own penalties. I trust Deputy Sect Master Qin is also aware of this. Song Yuding's icy voice spread, leaving Qin Beichen and Qin Tianfang feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cave. the sect master was questioning them. Sect master, we acknowledge the first charge, but how do you justify the second? Cold sweat dripped down Qin Tianfang's forehead as he inquired. How you would have to ask your good son about that, Song Yuding sneered. Sect master, this is a great injustice. It has never happened before. Qin Beichen trembled inwardly. Could it be that the plan to have someone kill Ye Feng was exposed? This sect master witnessed it. You ordered Su Jun to ambush Ye Feng. Are you implying that this sect master is wronging you? Song Yuding's gaze was indifferent, her voice as cold as a knife. Thud. Qin Beichen immediately fell to his knees in fear. Sect master, spare me. I was just momentarily confused. I never truly intended to kill Ye Feng. Qin Beichen pleaded repeatedly on the ground. At this moment, he truly felt fear. Ye Feng was also somewhat puzzled. How did the sect master know that Su Jun had ambushed him on the way? Song Yuding's gaze was indifferent, her voice as cold as a knife. Thud. Qin Beichen immediately fell to his knees in fear. Sect master, spare me. I was just momentarily— Sect master, considering my years of contribution to the Yunhai sect, please spare my son. Qin Tianfang had to steel himself and step forward again. He could not bear to watch his son die before his eyes. No one can defy sect rules, but if you attempt to intervene today, this sect master will slay you as well. Song Yuding's long hair danced in the wind, her overwhelming authority enveloping the entire Yunhai sect. That irresistible voice of majesty, that terrifying imperial pressure caused Qin Tianfang's complexion to change drastically. Song Yuding had actually broken through to the second level of the imperial martial realm. This completely shattered his thoughts of desperately escaping the Yunhai sect with his son. No, father, save me. Feeling the intense aura of death, Qin Beichen's face turned as pale as paper, his features and fingers twitching uncontrollably. His previous arrogance had long since vanished, and at this moment he was as humble as a wild dog begging on the ground. Those who violate sect rules shall die. Song Yuding lightly raised her hand, pointing out a streak of azure light that blossomed in the void. No. Accompanied by Qin Beichen's desperate roar, his body was thoroughly pierced, leaving no trace behind. Qin Tianfang stared blankly at his son, who had met a tragic end before him, his heart entwined with anger and helplessness. He could only hunch over and slowly leave. From this day forth, Ye Feng shall be my personal disciple. You see him as you would see me. Song Yuding announced before the crowd. Yes, sect master, the members of the Yunhai sect replied one by one. Ye Feng's talent was undeniable as a personal disciple, yet the last sentence was somewhat thought-provoking. However, due to the overwhelming authority Song Yuding had just demonstrated, no one dared to ask further. Ye Feng, come to my room. I wish to reward you. In the Yunhai sect and Song Yuding's residence, Ye Feng stood bewildered in a room filled with the fragrance of women. He never expected Song Yuding to be so assertive, directly slaying Qin Beichen in front of Qin Tianfang. He could sense that the sect master was speaking up for him. But why had he been brought here now? Looking at Ye Feng, who appeared somewhat dazed, a fleeting trace of resentment flickered in Song Yuding's eyes. This little man of hers was so oblivious to romance. After all, this was her private residence. Was it just anyone who could enter here? Finger, do you think your master is beautiful? As Song Yuding gracefully approached Ye Feng, she lightly raised her jade hand to caress his rugged face. Feeling the warmth of her hand brush against his cheek, Ye Feng nodded heavily. His breathing quickened, and he stared at Song Yuding in disbelief. What was his newly recognized master doing? With me being so beautiful, have you never felt a stir in your heart? Song Yuding's mesmerizing gaze shimmered with enchanting allure. Disciple dares not. Ye Feng bowed his head, unable to look at Song Yuding's captivating beauty again, or else he might truly act irrationally. Yet he couldn't understand why the sect master knew his master would tease him like this. Suddenly, he recalled some of Song Yuding's caring gestures towards him. Could it be that the sect master had really developed feelings for him? Do you not want to, or are you just too timid, my little man? Song Yuding's lips curled into a charming smile, her voice soft and alluring. The term little man instantly made Ye Feng's blood rush, his eyes reddening. In the face of such blatant seduction, he found himself inexplicably wrapping his arms around the soft, delicate waist of the enchanting beauty. My little man, you finally show some courage. Song Yuding's beautiful eyes sparkled with laughter, unwavering and inviting. Come on. With those words, she closed her eyes, presenting herself as if open for plucking. Master, are you serious? Ye Feng's breath quickened, realizing that Song Yuding was not joking. Back in Yunhai Forest, you protected me, a weak girl running thousands of miles without abandoning me despite facing fierce mercenaries and powerful beasts. You may not realize how deeply such actions touched a frail girl at that time. Otherwise, do you think I would let you touch me a second time while still conscious? Do you really think him such a frivolous woman? Finger, since that moment my heart has completely belonged to you. Song Yuding gazed at this little man before her beautiful eyes revealing intense love. Listening to those simple yet affectionate words, Ye Feng felt as if he were in a dream. The peerlessly elegant and noble sect master had truly fallen for him. My little man, why are you still standing there? Song Yuding glared at him playfully. She had already made her intentions clear, yet this guy was still as stiff as a wooden block. Ye Feng's dark eyes were fixed on Song Yuding's noble and enchanting face, a hint of excitement visible in his gaze. Roar! Ye Feng let out a roar, violently tearing apart the noble sect master's outer garments, sweeping her exquisite figure into his arms and charging towards the soft bed. The next day, you little rascal, at such a young age you are learning nothing good. Song Yuding looked at the spirited Ye Feng with a reproachful gaze. Tinger, you said last night that you belonged entirely to me. Ye Feng now spoke endearingly, realizing that the person before him was not only the sect master, but also his woman. Now I regret it, you mustn't go too far in the future. Song Yuding displayed a demeanor of a little woman leaning against Ye Feng's chest. It's too late to regret now, my esteemed sect master. Finger, you need to be cautious of Qin Tianfang. Although Qin Beichen died at my hands, that old fellow might vent his anger on you. Song Yuding suddenly cautioned him. Rest assured, I will be careful. Ye Feng was quite wary of Qin Tianfang, who was a formidable 10th level expert in the Wangwu realm. How about you take a sect mission to train? Song Yuding suddenly came up with an idea. After all, sitting idly by was the least effective strategy. Perhaps they could lure the enemy out. Alright, it's time for some training. Ye Feng understood Song Yuding's thoughts. Moreover, he needed to enhance his strength and could not always rely on Song Yuding for protection. After leaving Song Yuding's room, Ye Feng arrived at the mission pavilion of the Yunhai sect to accept the task of capturing a flower thief. This task was issued by the Lord of Xinglua City, located near the Yunhai sect. Since no one in the city could complete the task, they sought assistance from the Yunhai sect. To provide more training opportunities for their disciples, the Yunhai sect agreed to help. After accepting the task, Ye Feng headed towards Xinglua City. After a day and night of travel, he successfully arrived inside Xinglua City. As soon as he entered the city, he overheard many people discussing the flower thief. Ye Feng was already aware of some information about the discussions among the city's residents. The flower thief was known as Hua Hudi and was at the 3rd level of the Tianwu realm. Although not particularly strong, his disguise technique was exceptionally refined, making it so that no one had seen his true face. Moreover, Hua Hudi was adept at using various alluring scents and poisons. More importantly, he had a peculiar preference for married women and mature ladies. Once inside the city, Ye Feng felt a bit lost, but he wasn't in a hurry. His main goal for coming out this time was to draw out Qin Tianfang. First, I should prepare some antidotes and anti-aphrodisiac pills. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before making his decision. Otherwise, he might end up in trouble without catching the flower thief. Thus, he visited several herbal shops in the city to purchase some materials, and then he headed to the Alchemist Guild. He went there both to refine pills and to take the alchemist qualification test. Although refining 3rd-tier pills had become very easy for him, he had never obtained certification from the certification of alchemist rank could help avoid unnecessary troubles at times and also provide certain discounts in some places. Soon Ye Feng arrived at the Alchemist Guild in Xinglua City. As he walked through the entrance, he encountered a Master Qianer. Ye Feng exclaimed, surprised to see Hua Qianer in a red dress. However, she appeared somewhat dejected. Ye Feng. Hua Qianer raised her head abruptly upon hearing the voice. She had been longing for, her eyes filled with joy and excitement. Then as she swayed her fair legs, she threw herself into Ye Feng's embrace. Seeing the beauty in his arms, a hint of embarrassment surfaced on Ye Feng's face. Although he wanted to hold her, he was unsure if Song Yuding was observing them from the shadows. Ye Feng, why haven't you come to Huayun sect to find me? Hua Qianer's misty eyes looked at him as if expressing her grievances. I've been busy with my cultivation and forgot. As Ye Feng spoke, he revealed his cultivation level of the 3rd tier of the Diwu realm to Hua Qianer. You broke through so quickly. No wonder when I went to find you at Yunhai sect the other day, they said you were in seclusion. Hua Qianer clearly displayed a look of surprise in her eyes. It had only been a little over a month since she last saw Ye Feng, yet he had made such a significant breakthrough. While the two were engaged in their affectionate conversation, a man not far away wore a grim expression. His name was Yan Yulin, a core disciple of Huayun sect and a 4th-tier alchemist, as well as a pursuer of Hua Qianer. He was here under the orders of Hua Yanling to protect Hua Qianer during her outing. Naturally, he was quite pleased as this was an opportunity to be in close contact with her. Perhaps he could win Hua Qianer's heart. However, over the past few days of protecting her, Huiqianer had remained rather cold towards him. He initially thought that his junior sister was indifferent towards everyone, but the scene before him made him realize how wrong he was. He had never seen her be so proactive before. Junior sister, who is this person? Yin Yulin inhaled deeply and approached the two to inquire. I am Ye Feng. Qianer is my alchemy master. Ye Feng introduced himself. Oh, so you're the disciple in alchemy? Yin Yulin responded indifferently, his sense of superiority immediately surfacing. Huiqianer was a third-tier alchemist and had just failed the qualification test for fourth-tier alchemists at the Alchemist Guild. Since he was the junior sister's disciple, Ye Feng's alchemy skills were definitely leagues behind him. He had thought he encountered a formidable rival, but it turned out to be a nobody. I am a fourth-tier alchemist. Considering my junior sister's reputation, feel free to come to me if you have any questions. Yin Yulin spoke with a hint of arrogance. I rarely refine pills and don't run into problems, so I won't need to consult you. Ye Feng frowned, sensing the hostility and condescending gaze from the other. With the alchemy insights given by Hui Yanling and his strong aptitude, he hardly needed to seek guidance from others. Being young and ambitious is good, but arrogance is not, Yin Yulin criticized in a condescending tone. Ye Feng, don't mind my senior brother. Huiqianer took Ye Feng's arm, and the two moved to the side, leaving Yin Yulin with a gloomy face. Ye Feng, are you here for the alchemy qualification test? Huiqianer asked with sparkling eyes, curious about Ye Feng's current alchemy level. Yes, I'm here to refine some pills, and also to participate in the alchemist rank assessment. Ye Feng answered truthfully. So what is your current level? I just failed the fourth-tier alchemist test today. As she spoke, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. I should be about at the same level as you. Ye Feng stroked his chin and speculated. You're about at the same level as me. Huiqianer was clearly surprised to hear this. Really? The disciple she took in had caught up with her so quickly. Ye Feng nodded. This was still a modest statement on his part, as he feared it might hurt Huiqianer's confidence. If he put in his full effort, he might even be able to refine fourth-tier pills. Ye Feng, can you do me a favor and help me shake off this annoying senior brother? Huiqianer whispered a few words in Ye Feng's ear. After listening, Ye Feng helplessly nodded in agreement. Junior sister, where are you two going? Yin Yulin asked, watching the two walk hand in hand towards the Alchemist Guild. However, the answer he received was simply mind your own business. Yin Yulin felt like he was getting cold-shouldered, yet he quickly followed them. The appearance of Ye Feng made him feel an immense sense of crisis. If he didn't keep an eye on his junior sister, who knows when the two might develop feelings beyond that of a master and disciple, and he would have nowhere to cry. Ye Feng and Huiqianer explained their intentions to the staff of the Alchemist Guild, after which they were directed to a dedicated alchemy room. When Yin Yulin realized that they were going to conduct the alchemist grade assessment, he immediately lost interest. However, upon seeing Huiqianer enter the alchemy room, he decided to follow her in just in case. Ye Feng, what grade of alchemist are you going to be assessed for? Huiqianer asked, feigning ignorance. She was deliberately trying to set a trap for Yin Yulin. First grade, Ye Feng replied in a very cooperative manner. Yin Yulin couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. He originally thought he would at least be taking the second-grade alchemist assessment, but after all this, he was still just a novice in alchemy. Junior sister, why did you take in such an alchemy novice? Yin Yulin directly mocked without reservation. He just couldn't understand what Huiqianer saw in Ye Feng. Apart from being somewhat handsome, he was lacking in every other aspect. Senior brother Ye Feng is an alchemy genius. When I tested him, his spiritual power was 100, and he condensed alchemical fire in just 4 attempts. Huiqianer said earnestly. The more she spoke the truth, the less her senior brother would believe her. Junior sister, you must be deceived by this kid. He must have attempted to condense the alchemical fire before, and spiritual power during alchemy does not represent everything. Yin Yulin was now convinced that Ye Feng was just a fraud. Condensing the alchemical fire in 4 attempts, what a boast. He had to expose Ye Feng's true nature for his junior sister. The staff of the Alchemist Guild next to them also looked incredulous. Let alone condensing the alchemical fire successfully in 4 attempts, even if it took 4 days, that would be considered a genius. Then let's make a bet. If Ye Feng can successfully refine a 3rd-grade elixir, you will keep your distance from me in the future. I won't need your protection. Huiqianer blinked and said defiantly. And what if you lose, junior sister? Yin Yulin pondered for a moment and then asked. If I lose, then I lose. What do you want? If you're not going to bet, then forget it. Huiqianer turned her head away, pretending to be angry. Fine, junior sister, I'm betting with you, but this kid must refine a 3rd-grade elixir with 4 patterns or more. Yin Yulin agreed. However, just to be safe, he added, all right. Huiqianer looked at Ye Feng, who was brimming with confidence, and immediately agreed. Please, our master Yi. Yin Yulin coldly mocked. Ye Feng cast a casual glance at him before focusing on refining. Buzz. As the alchemical fire condensed, Ye Feng took out various herbs from his storage ring and began refining. He was currently refining a second-grade anti-dizziness pill, which could counteract most of the mesmerizing fragrance. As each herb was added to the furnace, Ye Feng began to operate skillfully. Yan Yulin observed Ye Feng's adept movements, and his gaze slightly narrowed. He thought to himself that this kid still had some skills. Then he glanced at Hua Qian'er, wondering if he would be tricked by the two of them. Before long, boom. A batch of second-grade anti-dizziness pills was successfully refined. Ye Feng maintained his usual demeanor and continued with the next elixir. A quarter of an hour later, the third-grade detoxifying pill was successfully refined. Yan Yulin's gaze was fixed on the elixir that was about to be completed. 9 patterns. Yan Yulin shouted in disbelief, his eyes revealing a hint of incredulity. Even he found it extremely difficult to refine a third-grade elixir with 9 patterns. This kid Ye Feng actually succeeded in one go. Hua Qian'er's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, utterly astonished. She initially thought there might have been some exaggeration from Ye Feng, but it turned out he was being humble. She could not refine a third-grade 9-pattern elixir. The staff of the Alchemist Guild beside them was also shocked, their mouths forming an O shape. Before the assessment, she had registered and tested Ye Feng's bone age. She clearly remembered that this young man was only 18 years old. Where did this genius alchemist come from? Very well, next up is the refining of the 4th-grade attached bone pill. Ye Feng took a deep breath and began refining with full concentration. The attached bone pill he was about to refine was somewhat similar to the previous toxic smoke pill. Both would explode and produce smoke. However, the attached bone pill did not cause any substantial harm. When inhaled, it would only attach some medicinal potency to the bone marrow within the human body, emitting a unique aroma. Ye Feng attempted to refine this to deal with the shape-shifting butterfly. Hiss! Refining a 4th-grade elixir. Hua Qian'er gasped at Ye Feng's words. Yan Yulin and the staff of the Alchemist Guild were once again shocked. This kid must be bragging. But as time passed, they realized that Ye Feng's elixir showed no signs of exploding. This meant there was a possibility of success. Uncertain how much time had passed. Boom. As a fragrant aroma wafted from the alchemy furnace, the 3 onlookers trembled. Succeeded. Buzz. When Ye Feng opened the furnace lid, the 3 onlookers were shocked to the point their eyes nearly bulged out. A 4th-grade elixir had truly been refined. My heavens. He Qian'er master, how is it? Did I disappoint you? Ye Feng exhaled gently and smiled. Hua Qian'er showed a look of joy on her face, but a hint of fear suddenly surged in her heart. Ye Feng was too outstanding, too dazzling. Would there come a day when he would leave her behind? Yan Yulin, you lost. You can keep your distance from Qian'er now. No way. I promised Master Hor that I would definitely protect my junior sister's safety. Yan Yulin gritted his teeth and backed down. The alchemy talent displayed by Ye Feng made him feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. He absolutely could not leave his junior sister alone with him. Moi. Ye Feng frowned. This person actually went back on his word in public. How shameless. He then turned his gaze to Hua Qian'er, only to find that she seemed to be in a daze, deep in thought. Just as he was about to step forward to remind her, Hua Qian'er suddenly lunged at him and hugged him tightly. I was actually kissed forcefully. Ye Feng's pupils widened, his mind blank. He couldn't understand why Hua Qian'er was being so proactive and wild. Yan Yulin beside them felt like his head was about to explode. He was utterly enraged to see his junior sister take the initiative to kiss Ye Feng. Ye Feng, don't leave me. I'll give you whatever you want. Hua Qian'er tightly embraced Ye Feng's sturdy body as if afraid he would leave her. Hearing her almost pleading tone, Ye Feng's heart was suddenly stirred. Rest assured, I will always be here. Upon hearing Ye Feng's gentle and soothing voice, the fear within Hua Qian'er gradually dissipated. If you dare to abandon me in the future, I will bite you. Hua Qian'er let out a soft snort and regained her sweet smile. Ye Feng suddenly felt a headache. His romantic luck was quite abundant. If this continues, what if another 10 or 8 of them show up? How will I handle these relationships? Young Master Yi, this is your badge as a 4th-grade alchemist. Please keep it well. At this moment, a staff member from the Alchemist Guild respectfully handed a golden badge to Ye Feng. Thank you. Ye Feng came back to his senses, accepted the badge, and walked out of the alchemy room with Hua Qian'er. Yan Yulin watched the two leave and hurriedly followed. When the 3 of them exited the Alchemist Guild, they suddenly heard a piece of news on the street. This flower butterfly is too arrogant, leaving a note in the city lord's mansion saying they will abduct the city lord's wife tonight for a night of passion. What the hell is this true? This flower butterfly actually set its sights on the city lord's wife. How? It's not the first time they've done this. Who has ever caught them? But that city lord's wife is indeed enchanting, who wouldn't be smitten. Hearing the discussions on the street, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. Has this flower butterfly been found? Huoqianer, let's go catch this flower thief. This guy is causing trouble for so many women, and I can't stand it any longer. A look of anger appeared on Huoqianer's face, and her sense of justice surged. When she first arrived at Xinglua City, she had heard people discussing this flower thief. Now that she had encountered him, she had to bring this person to justice. I can take you there, but you must listen to me, Ye Feng said earnestly. He did not want to catch the flower thief and end up getting Huoqianer involved. Don't worry, I will listen to everything you say. A hint of joy appeared in Huoqianer's eyes as she obediently agreed. Junior sister, this matter is too dangerous. Oh, what if you? Yan Yulin stepped forward to advise. Although he had heard that this flower butterfly was not very interested in young girls, how could he not be moved by his charming junior sister? I don't want to see you stay away from me. Huoqianer's impression of Yan Yulin was at an all-time low. This guy had bet with her and dared to break his promise. Let's go, we're heading to the city lord's mansion. Ye Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with him and directly took Huoqianer's jade hand towards the city lord's mansion. Seeing that his persuasion was fruitless, Yan Yulin could only grit his teeth and follow. Outside the city lord's mansion, a crowd had gathered to watch the excitement. Ye Feng and the other two arrived at the entrance guarded by sentinels. This is the city lord's mansion. All unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Two guards of the city lord's mansion said coldly. I am a core disciple of the Yunhai sect here to capture the flower thief on a mission from the sect. As Ye Feng spoke, he took out the Yunhai sect's token for the two guards to see. Young master, please wait a moment, I will inform the city lord. Upon seeing Ye Feng's token, the two guards' tone became much more respectful. A core disciple of the Yunhai sect was someone who would almost certainly become a formidable figure in the Wangwu realm. They could not afford to be negligent. Ye Feng nodded in response and waited at the door. Shortly after, a tall and robust middle-aged man walked out from inside. You must be the disciples of the Yunhai sect. Please come in quickly. The city lord of Xinglua City, Xing Yinan, spoke with a hint of respect in his tone. I am not from the Yunhai sect. I am from the Huoyan sect. Yan Yulin at the back suddenly interjected. Xing Yinan's face showed a hint of embarrassment, which quickly disappeared. Under his guidance, the three entered the city lord's mansion. Along the way, Ye Feng noticed that the guards at the city lord's mansion were exceptionally strict, with numerous sentinels stationed along the route. It seems that this city lord is quite worried about his wife being abducted by the flower thief. Soon Xing Yinan led Ye Feng and the others to a courtyard. Gentlemen, this is the courtyard where my wife's room is located. I will rely on you three for assistance tonight. He added, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will excuse myself for now. Xing Yinan opened the courtyard door and explained apologetically. City lord, please take care of your business. We will do our best. Ye Feng nodded in response. Although they were here to help catch the flower thief, it was necessary for the other party to make some thorough preparations. On the contrary, Yan Yulin snorted, dissatisfied with the city lord's hospitality. However, he did not dare to express his discontent since Huoqianer said nothing. After Xing Yinan left, the three of them entered the courtyard. At that moment, a door in the courtyard suddenly opened and two extraordinary-looking men walked out. Those are people from the Yinsha sect. Huoqianer's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly and her expression turned a little displeased. Behind her, Yan Yulin felt the same. Their Huoyun sect had a deep enmity with the Yinsha sect. Huoqianer, Yan Yulin, I didn't expect to see you two here. The two core disciples of the Yinsha sect sneered. These two Yinsha sect disciples were named Fang Ping at the 3rd level of the Tianwu realm and Fang Wu at the 4th level of the Tianwu realm. Pa, what a misfortune. Yan Yulin spat loudly, expressing his disdain. Hee, Yan Yulin, look at you, a worthless waste, still unable to compete with a little pretty boy after all this time. Fang Wu laughed derisively, mocking him. The little pretty boy he referred to was none other than Ye Feng, who stood beside Huoqianer. I don't need your approval to do my work. I think you're just itching for a fight. Yan Yulin, having hit a sore spot, became furious. You worthless fool, before catching the flower thief, I'll teach you a lesson first. Fang Wu scoffed and unleashed his aura, charging towards Yan Yulin. I'm not afraid of you. Yan Yulin released his aura at the 4th level of the Tianwu realm and confronted him head-on. Boom. The two instantly erupted into battle within the courtyard. Little pretty boy, you've got some skills to deceive Huoqianer. Fang Ping looked at the two holding hands and mocked. Fang Ping, don't let my grandfather see you next time, or I will have him directly kill you. Huoqianer placed her hands on her hips and became furious upon hearing someone insult Ye Feng. Qianer, there's no need to be angry, or watch how I deal with this foul-mouthed guy. Ye Feng chuckled coldly, releasing his aura at the 3rd level of the Diwu realm. Haha, Diwu realm. I'm so scared. Fang Ping burst into laughter upon seeing Ye Feng's cultivation level. He thought Ye Feng would at least be at the Tianwu realm, but instead, he was a little Diwu realm nobody, trying to show off in front of Huoqianer. Curse your ancestors. Ye Feng shouted angrily, his fist imbued with spiritual energy hurtling towards Fang Ping. Fang Ping showed a disdainful expression and swung his fist in response. How audacious for someone from the Earth Martial realm to strike at him, it was a death wish. Boom. As the two fists collided, Fang Ping's previously confident expression changed dramatically. He felt a tremendous force transmitting through his arm. Under the impact of this immense force, Fang Ping's body staggered backward. Is this what the Tianwu realm is? Has cultivation gone to the dogs? Ye Feng sneered contemptuously in return. Kid, I was merely underestimating you just now. Otherwise, do you really think you could be my opponent? Fang Ping's expression darkened. A mere Earth Martial realm brat dared to look down on him. Today, he would teach the other a proper lesson. Insha Palm. Fang Ping shouted fiercely, his aura rising as the power of Insha gathered around him. Then he unleashed a Insha Palm strike infused with astonishing strength. Pure Yang shattering sky, a single finger, stirs the wind and clouds. Ye Feng's eyes gleamed coldly as spiritual energy surged within him. He raised his hand, compressing the Pure Yang energy to a point at his fingertip. As he pressed down with his finger, the compressed Pure Yang energy erupted violently, resembling a luminous sphere filled with terrifying energy that exploded in the air. Boom. The two martial techniques collided midair, and Fang Ping's massive Insha Palm was pierced directly by a giant finger. Puff! Fang Ping's body was struck as if by lightning, crashing heavily to the ground. He stared at Ye Feng in horror. His full power palm strike was shattered, heeded by someone from the Earth Martial realm. How could this be possible? Huoqianer looked at Ye Feng with shock in her eyes. In just 2 moves, he had defeated the core disciple of the Insha sect. Fang Wu had just forced Yin Yulin back and happened to witness this scene, which filled his gaze towards Ye Feng with a hint of wariness. Yin Yulin, having just suffered a setback at Fang Wu's hands, felt severely embarrassed. Just as he was about to strike again, he was halted by a voice. Everyone stop. The speaker stepped out from a room in the courtyard. The crowd turned to look and saw a young man dressed in luxurious attire slowly walking out. The young man's aura was formidable, emanating the pressure of a 6th-level Tianwu realm. He had a handsome and fair complexion, his tall frame resembling that of an elegant young noble. Upon seeing the man's face, Ye Feng was momentarily at a loss for whether to describe him as handsome or beautiful. Although he was dressed as a man, Ye Feng couldn't shake the feeling that he resembled a woman. You all came to catch a flower thief, yet now you are infighting. Isn't this giving the flower thief an opportunity? The mysterious young man advised. He did not want to collaborate with a group that had internal discord. Fang Ping and Fang Wu exchanged a glance, choosing not to act. This person possessed the strength of a 6th-level Tianwu realm, and there was no need for the two of them to provoke him. Their main objective in coming here was to acquire the flower thief's disguise technique. May I ask how to address you, sir? Ye Feng inquired, looking towards the mysterious young man. Although this person appeared youthful, his cultivation was on par with Su Changxi, indicating an extraordinary background. You can call me young Master Dai. The mysterious young man replied casually before turning back into the room. Young Master Dai. Ye Feng silently noted this name. Yin Yulin, consider yourself lucky this time, but don't let it happen again at our hands. Fang Wu pointed at him, threatening, and you kid, we've taken note of you. Ye Feng paid no mind to this threat at all. He had a heavenly fire talisman given by Song Yuding in hand, capable of severely wounding even those newly entering the Wangwu realm. Would he fear these two brothers? Chinner, let's go check the city lord's wife's room. Ignoring the two, Ye Feng approached the largest room. Madam, we are here to catch a flower thief. May we enter your room to take a look? Ye Feng paused at the door, creak. After a short while, the door to the room opened. Before Ye Feng's eyes appeared a mature and charming woman resembling a ripe peach, beautiful and alluring. Behind the beautiful woman stood a lovely maid. Young master, there is nothing indecent in my room. You may come in and take a look. The city lord's wife responded with a smile. The two core disciples of the Insha sect and the mysterious young Master Dai had already come in to take a look. She could not refuse such a reasonable request from those come to protect her safety. Then I shall not impose. Ye Feng entered the room with Huoqianer while Yin Yulin remained outside. After entering the room, Ye Feng glanced around at the windows and the ceiling. This flower butterfly was most adept at using sedatives and poisons to incapacitate people before abducting them. However, the previous crime scenes did not have the heavy security of the city lord's residence. He couldn't comprehend where this flower butterfly derived the confidence to brazenly claim to abduct the city lord's wife amidst such heavy guards. Was it lust clouding judgment, or was there genuine assurance? While Ye Feng pondered over this, Hua Qian'er was engaged in a lively conversation with the city lord's wife. "Madam, rest assured with me, Hua Qian'er here, that flower thief will not return," Hua Qian'er said confidently. "With your words, Qian'er, I feel much more at ease." The city lord's wife smiled, feeling quite fond of the girl before her. If only she had a daughter like her. After observing for a while, Ye Feng prepared to leave. However, seeing Hua Qian'er and the city lord's wife engrossed in conversation, he chose not to interrupt. "Where's my junior sister?" As soon as Ye Feng stepped out of the room, he was asked by Yin Yuan. "She's inside." Ye Feng replied briefly, then found an empty room in the courtyard and entered. Suddenly realizing that the second-tier anti-dizziness pill he had concocted might be ineffective, Ye Feng planned to take advantage of the remaining time to refine a higher-grade fourth-tier anti-dizziness pill. Buzz. As the alchemical fire gathered, Ye Feng placed the herbs into the cauldron and began the refining process. After an unknown amount of time, he successfully refined a batch of fourth-tier anti-dizziness pills. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to go retrieve Hua Qian'er when suddenly a knocking sound came from outside the room. Ye Feng opened the door to find young Master Dai waiting outside. "Is there something you need?" Ye Feng asked, slightly puzzled. "What is your name?" Young Master Dai looked at Ye Feng with curiosity. Having heard the sounds of fighting outside, he had witnessed Ye Feng, a third-level Earth Martial Realm cultivator, defeat someone from the third-level Tianwu Realm. This left him profoundly shocked. In his life, he had seen many geniuses, yet he had never encountered one capable of battling across so many levels. Ye Feng found it somewhat absurd that this person had specifically come to ask him his name. Nonetheless, he told him. "Ye Feng." Young Master Dai whispered the name, jotting it down. Then he sniffed the lingering fragrance of herbs in the room. "Were you refining pills just now?" "Yes, I refined some pills to deal with the flower thief. If you want, I can give you a few," Ye Feng responded. Young Master Dai readily accepted without hesitation. This took Ye Feng by surprise. He had merely made a casual offer, yet the other genuinely wanted them. "Here you go." Since the other wanted them, Ye Feng handed them over, as he had refined a batch and couldn't consume them all. Perhaps giving them to the other would aid in capturing the flower thief. However, as Ye Feng handed over the pills, he unintentionally brushed against young Master Dai's delicate hand. After receiving the pills, young Master Dai quickly withdrew his hand and shot Ye Feng a glare. This strange reaction prompted Ye Feng to blurt out, "Are you a girl?" "You are the woman." The butterfly young master seemed to have stepped on a fox's tail, feeling both shame and anger. He glared at Ye Feng before turning to leave. Ye Feng watched the other's reaction and chuckled. He had only guessed before, but now he was completely certain. "Hua Qian'er, you're back." At that moment, Ye Feng smiled at the returning Hua Qian'er. However, he noticed that she seemed to carry a hint of worry. Hua Qian'er nodded and then leaped into Ye Feng's embrace. Today's conversation with the city lord's wife made her feel a warmth akin to that of parents. However, her own parents did not need her. Ye Feng sensed Hua Qian'er's concerns and led her to a tree in the courtyard. The two sat in silence, savoring the rare moment of tranquility. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the atmosphere in the city lord's residence began to grow tense. "Qian'er, the flower thief might be coming soon. Oh, we should hide in the room." Ye Feng glanced at the dim night and suggested. "All right." Hua Qian'er obediently agreed and followed Ye Feng into an unoccupied room. Aside from Ye Feng and Hua Qian'er, everyone else also hid in their respective rooms, waiting for the flower thief's arrival. Time passed, but they couldn't tell how long had gone by. Creak. The main gate of the courtyard was suddenly pushed open, and everyone in the room peered through the window, closely watching the figure entering through the door. In the next moment, disappointment washed over them. The person who entered the courtyard was none other than the city lord Xing Nan. "Madam, are you all right?" Xing Nan walked towards the city lord's wife's room. "Husband, I'm fine." Upon hearing her husband's voice, the city lord's wife opened the door. "That's good. Tonight, I will personally keep watch over you. I refuse to believe that the flower thief can take you away in front of me." Xing Nan snorted coldly as he entered the room and shut the door. Ye Feng and his group continued to wait in the room, but still no one arrived. "Ye Feng, do you think the previous city lord could be the flower thief? Everyone in the city says his disguise skills are exceptional." Hua Qian'er suddenly spoke, her eyes darting. Ye Feng was struck by a realization. Indeed, they had been led by the news saying that the flower thief would abduct the city lord's wife. But what if the flower thief had released false information and completed the task right within the city lord's residence? The thought made Ye Feng grab Hua Qian'er and dash out of the room towards the city lord's wife's quarters. The butterfly young master Feng Wu and the others were taken aback by Ye Feng's sudden action. What was he doing? If the flower thief happened to come by, wouldn't that alert them? Madam, are you inside? Ye Feng didn't recklessly barge into the room, but inquired from the doorway. Is there something wrong? My wife has already gone to sleep. Xing Yinan's voice responded to Ye Feng. City Lord, do you remember what my identity is? Say. From the Yunhai sect, what's the matter? Then do you remember when I arrived? There was silence in the room, lasting for over 10 breaths. Ye Feng kicked open the door, but what greeted him was a plume of white smoke and a palm imbued with spiritual energy. Ye Feng remained calm, shielding Hua Qian'er behind him as he dodged the white smoke. At the same time, he struck back with a palm blocking the attack. Xing Yinan did not continue to attack, but turned to flee, trying to escape the courtyard. However, this sudden turn of events alerted the butterfly young master Feng Wu and the others hiding in the room. This Xing Yinan was a disguise. Boom. The butterfly young master Feng Wu, Feng Ping, and Yin Yulin all charged out of the room at once. Flower butterfly, let's see where you can run. The butterfly young master being the fastest dashed towards the courtyard's entrance, blocking flower butterfly's escape route. Feng Wu and Feng Ping attacked from the left and right behind him. Seeing her path blocked and surrounded from behind, flower butterfly could only fight desperately. But how could a third-level Tianwu realm cultivator contend against so many people? After just a few exchanges, flower butterfly was completely subdued. Seeing flower butterfly captured, Ye Feng did not rush over, but instead entered the room to check on the city lord's wife and her maid. They are both unconscious, but it seems they haven't suffered any serious harm. Hua Qian'er briefly examined the two and said to Ye Feng. Seeing that both women's clothes were intact, Ye Feng also felt relieved that they had not been violated. It hadn't been long since flower butterfly entered the room. After all, it took time to drug them. Let's go check on flower butterfly outside. Ye Feng was equally intrigued by flower butterfly's remarkable disguise skills. If it weren't for Hua Qian'er's timely reminder, flower butterfly might have succeeded and slipped away. He wasn't this thanks to my reminder. Hua Qian'er wore a proud expression. Her gaze towards Ye Feng seemed to say, praise me. Ye Feng could only repeatedly compliment her as they reached flower butterfly's side. After revealing her true self, flower butterfly was revealed to be a lean, sharp-featured man with a hint of femininity on his face. At that moment, Feng Wu and Feng Ping were interrogating flower butterfly about his disguise technique. Quickly tell us, where do you hide your disguise techniques? Feng Wu searched through flower butterfly's storage ring, but found no items related to disguise. This made him somewhat angry. The two brothers had come for the disguise technique. If I tell you, will you spare my life? Flower butterfly knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy, feeling the knife at his neck and sensing the breath of death. Quickly say it, if you don't, I'll kill you right now. Feng Ping threatened harshly. All right, I'll tell you. I've hidden the disguise technique outside the city. Flower butterfly, under the threat of death, revealed the hiding place of the disguise technique. Quickly take us there, the two brothers. Feng Wu and Feng Ping's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Did you forget about us? If I hadn't sensed something was wrong first, you two would still be standing there foolishly. Ye Feng chuckled coldly, reminding them. If you have the guts, then come along. Feng Wu scoffed. Although Ye Feng had some strength, if they were to confront each other, he wouldn't be a match. If that guy dared to come, he would dare to kill him outside the city. Ye Feng was not the least bit concerned about the threat. Who could kill whom outside the city was still uncertain. Feng Wu, did you forget about me? Yin Yulin looked at the arrogant Feng Wu and reminded him. He was also quite eager for this disguise technique. It's still the same phrase, if you have the guts, then come. While the group was arguing, Xing Yinan learned that flower butterfly had been captured. He came up and kicked flower butterfly hard. So you want to put a green hat on me, huh? Bah, just watch me not pickle you now. Save me. If he pickles me alive, I'd rather die. Hua Butterfly lowered his head, pleading for mercy. A fleeting glint of venomous malice flickered across his eyes, imperceptible to the untrained gaze. Your Excellency, the city lord, we respectfully ask you to grant us this courtesy. This man is vital to our purposes. Feng Wu and Feng Ping stepped forward, blocking the way. Consider yourself lucky, you mangy cur. I'll spare you. For now, out of deference to these distinguished guests. Xing Yinan snorted coldly, then turned and strode into the residence to seek his wife. Hurry along. If you lead us to the secret art of facial transformation, perhaps we'll let you live. Feng Wu and Feng Ping escorted Hua Butterfly out of the city lord's mansion. Ye Feng departed shortly thereafter, accompanied by Hua Qian'er. He had originally intended to leave her behind at the mansion, but upon reflection, unease gnawed at him. Fortunately, Yin Yulin followed closely behind them. Though this man harbored latent hostility toward Ye Feng, he proved undeniably capable and reliable in safeguarding Hua Qian'er. What surprised Ye Feng most was that the butterfly prince showed no interest in the art of disguise and remained alone within the city lord's mansion. It was deep night. The streets lay utterly deserted save for the hollow expanse of empty avenues and the bone-chilling wind. Feng Wu and Ye Feng's party advanced slowly toward the city gates, spaced deliberately apart, maintaining a cautious distance between them. How much farther? Are we there yet? Feng Wu demanded impatiently. Almost there, just ahead in that ruined temple. Hua Beautifly replied. Ye Feng glanced forward, and indeed a dilapidated temple stood silhouetted against the night. Yet an inexplicable wave of foreboding surged within him. Chinner, stay directly behind me. Do not wander off. Ye Feng spoke with grave solemnity. Understood, she murmured. Rarely seeing him so serious, she nodded obediently. Bang! Feng Wu reached the temple gate and kicked it open with a thunderous crash. What godforsaken hovel is this? Where, you imbecile, have you hidden the artifact? He cursed under his breath. I've forgotten. I'll search right away. Hua Beautifly scrambled frantically about the crumbling floor. You have 100 breaths. If you fail, I'll sever your skull from your shoulders. Feng Wu threatened without hesitation. Yes. As Hua Beautifly searched, Ye Feng surveyed the surroundings. Only a shattered Buddha statue occupied the temple. Everything else lay barren and desolate, unmistakably abandoned for years. Chinner, watch out. Ye Feng sensed danger emanating from beside the statue. Then in an instant dozens of silver needles erupted from its shadow. He reacted instantly. His palm strike deflected 3 needles aimed straight at him. Feng Wu likewise moved with lightning speed. His great saber flashed from its scabbard, intercepting the storm of needles hurtling toward him. But Feng Ping and Yen Yulin were less fortunate. Both struck by the needles, their faces contorting with sudden fury. Poison needles. Their expressions darkened. Anger flared, yet before it could erupt, they sensed something deeply amiss. Well, you two did dodge quite neatly. Only 2 fools got hit. From behind the shattered statue emerged a gaunt, sinister man, his gaze sweeping the temple with mocking amusement. When his eyes fell upon Hua, Chinner, lust flared fiercely in their depths. Hey, a little beauty delivered right to my door. My dear sister, soon you'll learn the true ecstasy of womanhood. He leered, voice dripping with obscenity. Only then did the group realize they had walked straight into an ambush. Their foes had been lying in wait here all along. Brother too, I performed admirably, didn't I? Risked my life infiltrating the city lord's mansion just to lure these fools out. Hua Beautifly ceased his frantic search and turned to face Ye Feng's party, a sardonic smile playing across his lips. He was Hua Beautifly, the 3rd young master of the Hua clan. The man who had lain in ambush within this temple was his elder brother, the 2nd young master of the Hua clan. Ha. Excellent work. Let's slaughter these vermin first. By then, elder brother should be arriving with the city lord's wife. Hey. The 2nd young master of the Hua clan burst into raucous laughter. With just the 2 of you, I'll dispose of you both alone. Feng Wu sneered. 2 mere Tier 3 celestial martial realm cultivators dared presume themselves worthy adversaries. Before absolute strength, all schemes and stratagems crumbled to dust. Hey, you fool. Try channeling your spiritual energy. Before you entered, I lit the soul-bewitching incense throughout this chamber. By now you must have inhaled more than enough to cripple you. The 2nd young master curled his lip in disdain. Their soul-bewitching incense was specially refined, not only inducing unconsciousness, but also severely impeding the flow of spiritual energy, causing abrupt, drastic weakening. Ordinary anti-dizziness pills rendered it utterly ineffective. Impossible. I did take such a pill. Feng Wu's expression twisted. His body betrayed him, confirming something was grievously wrong. Ye Feng too tested his spiritual energy and found his cultivation perfectly intact. His own 4th-rank anti-dizziness pill had proven remarkably potent. Yet from their exchange it was clear, an accomplice still lurked beyond the temple walls. You arrogant fool. You enjoyed pressing your blade to my throat once, didn't you? Now it's my turn. The 3rd young master of the Hua clan sneered and lunged toward Feng Wu and Feng Ping. These dogs had humiliated and beaten him relentlessly. Now came his hour of retribution. Boom, boom, boom. 3 figures clashed in explosive fury. Ha. Little beauty, what hope has a poisoned fool and a terrestrial martial realm weakling to protect you? The 2nd young master of the Hua clan unleashed his aura and charged straight for Hua Chinner. What met him instead was Ye Feng's heavy, unyielding sword edge. A weakling. Slaying you is more than sufficient. Ye Feng's spiritual energy erupted. A colossal sword crackling with raw, untamed power cleaved through the air with a deafening shriek. Its radiance blazed across the void like the dawn sun rending the night, blinding, fierce, and inexorable. Boom. The second young master raised his blade to block, but even then he felt the terrifying weight and sheer dominance of that single strike. Who are you? How does my soul-bewitching incense fail you? His expression hardened. This opponent's power commanded genuine wariness. The weakling who will slay you. Ye Feng roared, and unleashed a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy, his assault intensifying, swifter, sharper, more ferocious. Boy, do you truly believe I Hua fear you? The second young master unfurled a fluid cloud-like sword art, parrying Ye Feng's onslaught with practiced grace. Even if he could not best Ye Feng outright, he need only endure until elder brother arrived. Then none among them would escape alive. The Lord's mansion. Xiaohong, attend to the lady and let her rest early. I have some matters to handle. Xing Yi Nan instructed the maid. Yes, my lord. As she watched Xing Yi Nan leave the room, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in the maid Xiaohong's eyes. After Xing Yi Nan's departure, the room was once again filled with enchanting fragrance, and the lady of the Lord was rendered unconscious. Xing Yi Nan, back, then you almost ruined my life. Tonight, I will take my revenge on your woman. The maid Xiaohong sneered coldly, then abducted the lady of the Lord. He is the eldest of the Hua family, and the real Xiaohong had been killed by him a few days ago. Years ago, the three brothers had an unexpected enmity with Xing Yi Nan and nearly perished at his hands. Over the years, they had diligently cultivated for revenge and accidentally acquired the art of disguise. Although his strength was still slightly inferior to Xing Yi Nan's with their disguise technique, they set their sights directly on the lady of the Lord. The eldest of the Hua family stuffed the lady of the Lord into a sack and then carried her away from the room. Isn't that Xiaohong? As young Master Dai stepped out of the room, he noticed the sneaky Xiaohong, who was carrying something on her shoulder. His instincts told him something was amiss. So he quietly followed her, only to discover that there was an underground passage in the Lord's mansion. This piqued his curiosity further, and he entered the passage. Moi. At that moment, the eldest of the Hua family who had entered the passage sensed something was wrong, as if someone was following him. He immediately thought of the mysterious young Master Dai. However, being on the territory of the Lord's mansion, he could only pretend not to know and continued walking. As long as he left the city, he would be able to deal with this young Master Dai, who was at the 6th level of the Tianwu realm. Outside the city, the ruins of a temple were still engulfed in battle. With his formidable strength, Ye Feng continuously suppressed the second son of the Hua family, even leaving several wounds on him. The more they fought, the more fear the second son felt. How could this kid be so abnormal? If no one came to help him, he would surely die under this kid's sword. Old three, come help me quickly. The second son of the Hua family helplessly called for assistance. The third son of the Hua family had just killed Fang Ping and was about to pursue Fang Wu when he heard his brother's call for help. Second brother, hold on a little longer. I will finish my battle soon. Hold on. Damn you. If you don't come, I'm going to die. Hearing this, the third son of the Hua family reluctantly abandoned Fang Wu and charged at Ye Feng. Ye Feng's expression darkened. Even if he faced two opponents, he was not afraid. However, he also needed to protect Hua Qianer, making it difficult for him to unleash his full strength. Seeing his opponent abandon their target and turn to face Ye Feng, Fang Wu felt a flicker of hope. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed toward the temple's exit, no longer concerned about anything else. Flying flower sword technique. The two sons of the Hua family joined forces to unleash their earth-level martial skill. Two long swords danced gracefully, releasing sharp beams of sword light. These beams of sword light were swift and fierce, their trajectories difficult to grasp, resembling blooming petals of death that enveloped Ye Feng. Mountain river, blazing flame, slash. Ye Feng's long hair danced wildly as his aura erupted, flames blazing on the sword blade. He swung his giant sword, summoning the power of mountains and rivers, the flames exploding forth, a brilliant sword light blooming in the void. Buzz. The sword light roared through the air like a howling beast, extremely violent and terrifying. In the next moment, the sword light clashed with countless beams of sword light, producing a hissing sound. Under this unstoppable forward-charging sword light, the flying flower sword technique unleashed by the Hua brothers was directly shattered. Boom. With a loud bang, the Hua brothers were forced back by Ye Feng's sword. How could this kid be so strong? We couldn't even defeat him together. The faces of the Hua brothers displayed deep shock. They were completely astonished by Ye Feng's strength. If they hadn't used extremely domineering poison needles to incapacitate Yin Yuan, their situation would indeed be dire now. Just as the two were filled with fear, Ye Feng charged at them once more with his sword. The Hua brothers exchanged glances, setting their sights on Hua Qianer behind Ye Feng. Since they couldn't take down Ye Feng, they would threaten him with this woman. As they strategized, they split up, one engaging Ye Feng hidden, while the other sought an opportunity to grab Huoqianer. Seeing the two separate, Ye Feng immediately guessed their intentions. Since they had split up, he would defeat them. Pure Yang shattering heaven finger, one finger stirs the winds and clouds. Terrifying Pure Yang energy gathered at Ye Feng's fingertip, and as he pointed, an astonishing force surged toward the second son of the Hua family. The second son of the Hua family changed expression, clearly sensing the terrifying power of this finger. He was already injured. If he took this hit, he would be severely harmed, even if he didn't die. At this moment, his third brother was unable to assist him in resisting this strike, so he could only unleash the flying flower sword technique once more to defend. Boom! A finger of fiery light changed the color of the skies. Under the might of the Pure Yang finger, the second son of the Hua family fell to the ground, heavily injured and extremely weak. Second brother, the third son of the Hua family exclaimed. How could he fend off Ye Feng's assault all by himself? You should worry about yourself. Ye Feng executed the void step and approached the third son of the Hua family. The heavy sword imbued with violent spiritual energy swung repeatedly, each strike more powerful than the last. With no one to hold him back, Ye Feng unleashed his most ferocious assault. The sound of heavy sword strikes echoed throughout the temple. After being struck by Ye Feng's sword over a dozen times, the third son of the Hua family was ultimately killed mercilessly within the temple. Third brother. The second son of the Hua family lay helplessly on the ground, watching his third brother die before his eyes. No need to rush, you'll be joining him soon. Ye Feng sneered, raising his sword to charge at him. But at that moment, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from outside the temple, causing his expression to change. Big brother, save me. The second son of the Hua family sensed the familiar aura and immediately cried out for help. But what awaited him was a merciless flash of sword light. No. The eldest son of the Hua family's eyes turned red as he cried out in despair. This person had actually killed his second brother right before his eyes. Ye Feng's expression grew increasingly grave as he looked at this maid Xiaohong. He was not naive enough to believe that this was the opponent's true face. You shall die. The eldest son of the Hua family roared, his aura of the 6th level of the Tianwu realm surging violently. Within the temple, he saw the corpse of his third brother. This person had actually killed both of his brothers. Boom! With the eruption of a powerful aura, the eldest son of the Hua family revealed his muscular physique. Ye Feng slightly retreated, and a heavenly fire talisman silently appeared on his back. Faced with a 6th level expert of the Tianwu realm, he was no match and could only resort to using this talisman. However, the heavenly fire talisman could severely injure someone at the Wangwu realm, and the explosion it produced was unimaginable. In this not-so-spacious temple, everyone would be affected by the explosive force beyond measure. But at this point, he had no other options left. Just as Ye Feng was about to unleash his spiritual power to activate the heavenly fire talisman, another 6th level presence from the Tianwu realm appeared outside the temple. The appearance of this person surprised Ye Feng. It was actually young Master Dai. You are also a butterfly, so surrender now, he said, his aura swirling as he stood with his sword drawn. You damn woman, I initially planned to kill him first, but since you're so oblivious to danger, I'll deal with you first. A fierce expression crossed the face of the leader of the Hua family. The sight of this young Master Dai in female attire was utterly ridiculous in his eyes. As his words fell, he swung his large knife and charged at young Master Dai. Young Master Dai wielded her long sword, her swordplay light and graceful, her figure resembling a dancing butterfly fluttering elegantly. Clang, clang, clang. As the sounds of blade clashes rang out, the two engaged in a contest of equal prowess. Seeing the two fighting, Ye Feng chose not to leave immediately. After all, although the other party was not directly helping him, they were still aiding him, and he could not simply abandon them. While the two battled, Ye Feng finally had time to focus on Yin Yuan. Have you not suppressed the poison within you? Ye Feng frowned and asked. This guy had been incapacitated by a poison needle, leaving him speechless. This poison is too tyrannical. The detoxification pills I took are not very effective. I must use my spiritual power to suppress it, or I will be doomed. Yin Yuan gritted his teeth and explained. He felt a deep sense of shame. Without Ye Feng's help, he would have died today at the hands of the flower thief. Seeing Yin Yuan in this state, Ye Feng and Huoqianer had no desire to make sarcastic remarks. At that moment, Ye Feng approached Fang Ping's corpse, looking at the already decayed body with deep contemplation. Afterward, he rummaged through the storage rings of several people. In the second brother of the Hua family's storage ring, he found a disguise technique and more than 10 silver needles containing potent poison. Having completed all this, Ye Feng turned his attention back to the battle outside the door. You damn woman, who exactly are you? After a fierce battle with young Master Dai, the Hua family leader's eyes were filled with wariness although both he and young Master Dai were at the 6th level of the Tianwu realm, the other party was superior in both the intensity of spiritual power and martial arts techniques. If this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. Young Master Dai remained silent, launching a relentless offensive. You damn woman, you are forcing me to do this. A glint of madness flickered in the Hua family leader's eyes as he consumed another blood chi pill. Boom. In an instant, the aura of a 7th-level Tianwu realm expert erupted from him. Young Master Dai's expression changed slightly, her face showing signs of seriousness. Ye Feng's heart sank. He had taken this blood chi pill before in the Yunhai forest to save Song Yuding. Although his cultivation only increased by 1 level, the combat power it displayed would be somewhat stronger. The Hua family leader, with his significantly enhanced strength, unleashed a fierce assault. Under his attacks, young Master Dai clearly began to show signs of defeat. Damn woman, die for me. After knocking young Master Dai back with a sword, the Hua family leader struck out with a domineering palm. Young Master Dai did her utmost to defend, but was still severely injured by this palm. Her originally styled hair flew scattered, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful and pure face. At this moment, blood stained young Master Dai's lips, and she knelt on one knee with her sword, letting out a soft sigh. She was no match for someone at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. It seemed that she would die here today, huh? The Hua family leader was also stunned by young Master Dai's unparalleled beauty. However, he quickly regained his composure. He had to kill all threatening individuals before the blood chi pill side effects set in. He concentrated again, preparing to strike at young Master Dai, when he suddenly noticed several silver needles coming from the side. Clang! Clang! The Hua family leader swung his knife to block, realizing that these silver needles were shot by Ye Feng. Kid, are you asking for a swift death? A cold smile appeared on the corner of the Hua family leader's mouth. Ye Feng was trying to attract his attention, but he would not play into the other party's hands. As long as he killed young Master Dai first, everyone else would be insignificant. Young Master Dai, hold on for a bit longer, I'll take my leave first. Seeing that the other party remained unmoved, Ye Feng dashed out of the room, drawing the attention of the opponent. Young Master Dai knew that Ye Feng was diverting attention for her, but her injuries were severe and she was unable to fight any longer. Fool, you didn't run just now, and now you want to escape. The Hua family leader, noticing Ye Feng was truly attempting to flee, immediately chased after him. Die for me. As the Hua family leader pursued him, a hint of madness appeared in Ye Feng's eyes. He threw a triggered heavenly fire talisman from his hand towards the pursuing Hua family leader. The Hua family leader's pupils constricted. Was this a spirit talisman? Moreover, it emanated a sense of deadly danger. No. The Hua family leader tried to flee, but it was already too late. Boom. With a deafening explosion, terrifying flames raged wildly, and an endless energy shockwave spread out, completely leveling the entire temple. The Hua family leader at the center of the explosion was instantly reduced to ashes. Huo Qianer and Yin Yulin fainted on the spot. Only Ye Feng and young Master Dai remained conscious, but both were significantly injured by the shockwave. Young Master Dai gazed at Ye Feng in astonishment. This guy actually had spirit talismans in his possession, and they were of a highly destructive nature. It must be noted that even as the princess of the sacred martial kingdom, she could not produce such powerful talismans as those in Ye Feng's hands. This was because talismans needed to be crafted by talisman masters, and there was not a single talisman master in the sacred martial kingdom. After seeing the Hua family leader dead, Ye Feng swallowed a healing pill and walked over to the unconscious Huo Qianer. Among those present, she was the weakest, and he was unsure of the condition of her injuries. As for the city lord's wife, she had already been awakened by the earlier battle between the two and had rushed back to the city to call for help. Whoosh! At that moment, a silver needle shot out at high speed in the darkness. Be careful, young Master Dai warned. However, Ye Feng, who was severely injured, had no time to react. Fortunately, at this critical moment, young Master Dai pushed Ye Feng out of the way. Yet this silver needle struck young Master Dai's right rib. I returned just in time. Ye Feng, you didn't see this coming, did you? Feng Wu slowly emerged from the darkness. It's you. Ye Feng looked at Feng Wu, who had returned, his expression slightly darkening. Although Feng Wu appeared to be in a less than healthy state, he was still much better off than the injured Ye Feng. If it came to a direct confrontation, he would not be Feng Wu's match. The only way to turn the tide was through one method. I initially just wanted to take a chance, but it seems you two have truly wounded each other. The disguised secret art, 2 beautiful ladies, and so much wealth. All of it is mine. Feng Wu chuckled, a smug expression of triumph appearing on his face. You despicable scoundrel, even if I perish I will not let you off. Ye Feng feigned anger, shouting. He had to put on an act of rage and despair to lower Feng Wu's final defenses, allowing him a chance for a final lethal strike. Curse away, you can only indulge in your last words now. Feng Wu observed Ye Feng's broken demeanor, his inner vigilance gradually easing. As for that young Master Dai who had been struck by a silver needle infused with a domineering toxin, he could no longer stir up any trouble. The silver needle that had killed his brother had finally played its last role. Watching Feng Wu approach step by step, Ye Feng turned to flee. At the same time, two items appeared in his hands. In his left hand was the previously refined bone attachment pill, and in his right was the silver needle obtained from the second son of the Hua family. Thinking of escaping, do you really think you can? Feng Wu sneered and stepped forward to chase. Suddenly, Ye Feng halted, launching the bone attachment pill towards the ground, followed closely by 5 poisoned silver needles. Boom! The bone attachment pill struck the ground, creating a cloud of dust that obscured Feng Wu's vision. Whoosh! 3 of the 5 silver needles that followed struck Feng Wu. Ye Feng, you despicable scoundrel! Feng Wu roared in fury. This damn guy had actually kept a hand up his sleeve waiting for him to take the bait. He was already affected by the dream-inducing fragrance, and now a particularly domineering toxin was spreading within him. Without anyone to assist him, he was bound to perish here today. Dealing with someone like you should be done this way. Ye Feng chuckled coldly, not relaxing his vigilance to guard against Feng Wu's final desperate counterattack. While swallowing pills for healing and restoring his spiritual energy, he remained alert, watching Feng Wu. I'll fight you to the end. Ye Feng utilized the void step to evade while throwing the bone attachment pill and his last silver needle again. After a standoff lasting several breaths, Ye Feng utilized the void step to evade while throwing the bone attachment pill and his last silver needle again. After a standoff lasting several breaths, Feng Wu spat out blood, his body trembling violently before collapsing. To ensure Feng Wu was truly dead, Ye Feng delivered a final strike. Huff! After completing all this, Ye Feng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. If someone were to come now, he would truly be finished. After a brief recovery period, Ye Feng hurried to the unconscious Hua Qianer to quickly check her injuries. Fortunately, the injuries aren't severe, she's only unconscious. After confirming Hua Qianer's condition, Ye Feng turned his attention to young Master Dai. At this moment, young Master Dai's complexion was pale, and the skin near her right rib was already showing a purplish-black color. From the deceased Feng Wu Fangping and the severely suppressed Yin Yulin, Ye Feng could clearly sense the domineering toxins from the silver needles. If not treated in time, young Master Dai would likely be in serious danger. Ye Feng was not someone who would ignore a life in peril if it weren't for young Master Dai pushing him away. When Feng Wu ambushed him, the silver needle would have struck him. Though he had detoxification pills in hand, they were ineffective against this toxin, as he had previously tried them on Yin Yulin. It seems there's only one way left. Ye Feng took a deep breath and approached young Master Dai. His only option now was to extract the toxin from her body. Miss Dai, I am doing this to save you, and I mean no offense. As he spoke, Ye Feng knelt beside young Master Dai and tore open the clothing near her right rib. Due to his excessive force, the fabric tore more than expected. In an instant, her delicate snow-white skin was exposed to the air, and Ye Feng caught a glimpse of the peaks barely concealed. Fortunately, he had experienced much and remained relatively calm in the face of such a situation. He then positioned young Master Dai to lie on her side, making it easier to draw out the toxins from her body. Time to start extracting the toxins. It's been another exhausting day. Ye Feng sighed softly and leaned down. As their skin made contact, a hint of blush appeared on young Master Dai's exquisite face, which had previously been somewhat dazed. She did not lose consciousness. She vaguely understood what Ye Feng was doing at this moment, but she was too weak to stop his actions. Tui, tui, tui. As the toxins were drawn from young Master Dai's body, it left Ye Feng quite exhausted. Fortunately, he ultimately completed the task and successfully saved young Master Dai's life. Finally, I can take a break. Ye Feng was too preoccupied to notice the captivating scenes, focusing instead on recovering from his own injuries. Just as Ye Feng was closing his eyes to recuperate, young Master Dai slowly sat up from the ground. Her real name was Xinguang Dai, a princess of the Shengwu Kingdom, and also one of the 4 great beauties of the kingdom. She had left the imperial city alone to escape an arranged marriage, as she did not want to marry someone she did. While passing through Xinglua City, she had heard about a flower thief appearing in the city, which sparked her desire to eliminate the rogue. Little did she expect that fate would intervene, leading to this unexpected incident where Ye Feng saw her body and they had such intimate contact. You're awake. You should be fine now, right? Ye Feng opened his eyes and asked, "I'm fine, thank you." A hint of complexity flashed in Xinguang Dai's beautiful eyes. She had blocked the silver needle for Ye Feng as a way to repay him for saving her life. However, she hadn't anticipated that the needle would be poisoned, resulting in her now owing Ye Feng another life. While they were conversing, Xing Yinan arrived with the guards from the city lord's mansion. "Young Master Yi, are you?" Seeing Ye Feng still alive, Xing Yinan was quite surprised. His wife had mentioned that 2 6th-level Tianwu realm experts were fighting here, one of whom was a flower thief, so he had come to help. "Lord City Master, we are fine. The flower thief has already been defeated," Ye Feng explained calmly. "Good, I will protect you back to the city." The next day at the city lord's mansion in Xinglua City. Last night, under the protection of Xing Yinan, Ye Feng and his companions returned safely to the city lord's mansion for some rest. Now Ye Feng's injuries have mostly healed. Under his care, Hua Qian'er has also awakened from her coma. Just as the two were conversing indoors, a knock echoed from outside the door. After receiving their permission, Sheng Guangdai walked in. She looked at the two of them, slightly intimate in posture, and a blush tinted her stunning face. Ye Feng gazed at Sheng Guangdai, who had fully regained her feminine form, and a hint of amazement flickered in his eyes. Today, Sheng Guangdai wore a light golden long dress, her skin as white as snow, translucent like jade, her graceful figure resembling a phantom butterfly, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Her features were naturally perfect, with not a single flaw visible on her enchanting face, and her slight smile carried an enchanting charm that left one mesmerized. Hua Qian'er glanced at Ye Feng, who was momentarily stunned, a hint of jealousy flashing in her beautiful eyes before she pinched his waist with force. Hiss! Ye Feng felt the pain in his waist and returned to his senses. Cough, cough, Miss Daiwa, cough. Ye Feng cleared his throat to ease the earlier awkwardness. Ye Feng, let me reintroduce myself. I am Sheng Guangdai. Thank you for saving my life last night. As for any help you may need in the future, feel free to find me in Shengwu Imperial City. I will certainly assist you as much as I can. As her words fell, she bid farewell to Ye Feng and Hua Qian'er. Sheng Guangdai. Ye Feng silently noted this name. Hua Qian'er, upon hearing the name, suddenly recalled something. Isn't she one of the 4 great beauties of Shengwu Kingdom who shares the same fame? Moreover, she knew the other party's identity as the princess of Shengwu Kingdom. But why would a dignified princess deign to come to this small city? Brother Feng stopped staring too. She has already gone far away. Hua Qian'er reminded him from the side. Although she felt a bit jealous, she understood that no outstanding man would lack beautiful women by his side. As long as she could hold a place in Ye Feng's heart, that was enough. I was merely seeing her off to show my respect, Ye Feng replied seriously. If I don't believe that. Hua Qian'er huffed, then suddenly asked, Brother Feng, who do you think is prettier, me or Sheng Guangdai? Of course my Qian'er is prettier, Ye Feng answered without hesitation. After all, she is the princess of Shengwu Kingdom. But Qian'er is even prettier. Now that's more like it. Hua Qian'er smiled sweetly upon hearing that answer, clearly very satisfied. Ye Feng was slightly surprised by Sheng Guangdai's identity. He had actually had a close encounter with the princess of Shengwu Kingdom. No, he had been intimate with all 4 great beauties of Shengwu Kingdom. Hiss! Just thinking about it made him realize that his luck in love was quite good. For the next few days, Ye Feng stayed at the city lord's mansion. He practiced his cultivation while waiting for Qin Tianfang to make a move, occasionally going out shopping with Hua Qian'er. However, after 5 days of waiting, Ye Feng still had not seen Qin Tianfang. Instead, Hua Yanling arrived here and took Hua Qian'er and Yin Yulin away. You've stayed here long enough, it's time to leave. After staying at the city lord's mansion for 5 days, Ye Feng felt a bit awkward about overstaying. After bidding farewell to the city lord, he headed back to Yunhai Sect. On this day in the evening, Ye Feng set up a tent in the wilderness to rest. He purposely stayed in the wild to give Qin Tianfang a chance to act, otherwise he would be heading to Yunhai Sect tomorrow. This old guy really has enough patience. Ye Feng thought to himself. He did not believe that Qin Beichen would die because of him, and that Qin Tianfang would remain indifferent. While Ye Feng rested inside the tent, a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent watched him from the shadows. Qin Tianfang. After Ye Feng took on the task and left Yunhai Sect, Qin Tianfang had been tracking him. However, his cautious nature prevented him from taking action immediately. He suspected it was a trap. But after so many days of tracking, his doubts gradually dissipated. He did not believe that Song Yuding would personally protect Ye Feng for such a long time. Ye Feng, today, I will avenge my son. Suddenly, Qin Tianfang sprang into action like a venomous snake in the dark, heading straight for the tent where Ye Feng was. Ye Feng also realized the danger immediately and rushed out of the tent only to see Qin Tianfang lunging at him with a sword. Ye Feng died. Qin Tianfeng shouted, his eyes filled with ferocity and malice. Ye Feng was surprised, but remained composed, trusting that Song Yuding would protect him in the shadows. Ding! Just as the sword was about to pierce his body, a 3-foot green sword blocked Qin Tianfeng's attack. A stunning woman in green appeared before Ye Feng. Song Yuding, seeing her, Qin Tianfeng's expression turned grim. He couldn't understand why Ye Feng deserved such personal protection from Song Yuding. Since you have made some contributions to Yunhai Sect, do you have any last words? Song Yuding stood with her sword, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Her indifferent voice was like a death sentence, making Qin Tianfeng's heart tremble. Why? Qin Tianfeng roared in madness. Because he is my man, Song Yuding said coldly, her royal aura surging. Green smoke, sunset, kill. As her words fell, a flash of green sword light burst forth in the night. Qin Tianfeng's pupils trembled violently, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Then the sword light pierced through his body, ending his life. After killing Qin Tianfeng, Song Yuding searched through his storage ring and discovered something valuable. Little man, this is for you. Ye Feng casually caught it and found it was a Tian Yuan fruit. The Tian Yuan fruit contained a rich spiritual power that could enhance a person's cultivation when consumed. Of course, this is only effective for those below the Tianwu realm. After receiving it, Ye Feng did not hesitate and swallowed it whole. The rich spiritual energy surged wildly within him as he quietly absorbed the various benefits brought by the Tian Yuan fruit. Song Yuding quietly guarded Ye Feng from the side. She thought that after consuming the Tian Yuan fruit, her little man should achieve a decent ranking in the upcoming genius competition of Shengwu Kingdom in half a month. The genius competition of Shengwu Kingdom gathers all the top talents under the age of 25 from within the kingdom for a contest. Moreover, this year's competition had some special aspects. Boom. Just as Song Yuding was deep in thought, Ye Feng's realm began to break through. Boom. Earth Martial Realm Level 4. Earth Martial Realm Level 5. Earth Martial Realm Level 6. Feeling the powerful energy within him, Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with confidence. This Tian Yuan fruit allowed him to break through 3 small realms at once. He truly had to thank Qin Tian for this generous gift. Not bad, little man, you've broken through 3 small realms all at once. Song Yuding looked at Ye Feng with a smile on her lips. With Ye Feng's current strength, aside from the 2 exceptionally talented geniuses in the Holy Martial Nation, there was probably no one who could rival him. However, those 2 geniuses, despite being extraordinary, were several years older than Ye Feng. She believed that it wouldn't be long before her man would far surpass them. Of course. Ye Feng chuckled, his gaze unabashedly appraising her graceful figure. After not seeing her for many days, he truly missed his enchanting master. Song Yuding cast a charming glance at Ye Feng before slowly walking into the tent. The next day, Ye Feng and Song Yuding returned to Yunhai Sect. Upon returning to the sect, Song Yuding announced that the royal family of the Holy Martial Nation would hold a grand competition for geniuses in 10 days, open to core disciples from the 4 major sects. Upon hearing this news, many disciples of Yunhai Sect began to train diligently. To stand out in the grand competition for geniuses would be a source of pride for their families, and they could even establish their own clan records. In addition to the 4 major sects, disciples from other families and casual cultivators, as well as some noble offspring from the royal city, could also participate in this grand competition. As long as one's cultivation level was above the Earth Martial Realm, it was acceptable. Ye Feng also learned from Song Yuding that the top 5 in this grand competition would represent the Holy Martial Nation in the martial arts event among the 36 nations of Qinyu. The Qinyu region is vast with nearly 100 countries, and the Holy Martial Nation is one of them. The 36 neighboring countries hold a large martial arts event once every 10 years. Achieving a good ranking in the martial arts event among the 36 nations would bring significant benefits both personally and for the nation. Little man, if you can achieve a rank within the top 20 in the 36 nations martial arts event, I will reward you. Song Yuding looked at Ye Feng with affectionate eyes. This was something the previous sect master of Yunhai Sect had entrusted her with before passing. Originally, she had placed her hopes on Changxi, but now Ye Feng had also become one of her hopeful targets. As for winning the championship in the martial arts event among the 36 nations, she had never considered it. After all, they were still too young, and the geniuses from some countries stronger than the Holy Martial Nation were not to be underestimated. That's not acceptable. I must have my reward first, Ye Feng insisted. You naughty boy, don't say that. Soon 10 days had passed. During these 10 days, Ye Feng lived quite comfortably, and his cultivation at Earth Martial Realm Level 6 had stabilized. On the day before the grand competition for geniuses, Song Yuding brought dozens of core disciples from Yunhai Sect, who met the requirements, to the Holy Martial Imperial City. At this moment, the entrance to the Holy Martial Imperial City was crowded as the royal family had placed a power stone tablet there. Anyone who struck the tablet with their strength could obtain a score. While this Feng Yuega from the Feng family is impressive, with a cultivation level of Earth Martial Realm level 3, he scored 65 points. Indeed, I've been watching for a while, and he has the highest score so far. Hey look, the people from Yunhai Sect are here. As the crowd discussed Song Yuding, and Ye Feng's group arrived at the city gate. Everyone's attention shifted to the disciples of Yunhai Sect. Yunhai Sect is one of the top 4 sects in the Holy Martial Nation, and everyone wanted to see the strength of their outstanding disciples. Haha, Sect Master Song, you've arrived quite early. A loud laugh like roaring flames rang out, and the speaker was none other than the Sect Master of Huiyun, Sect Hua Yinling. Following Hua Yinling were Hua Qiner and many core disciples of Huiyun Sect. Sect Master Hui, you're not late either, Song Yuding replied with a slight smile. The relationship between Yunhai Sect and Huiyun Sect is quite harmonious. When she went to Yunhai Forest to find royal-level demon beast cores as alchemy materials, she had intended to ask Hua Yinling to help her refine pills. As soon as their voices fell, Hua Qian'er left the Huiyun Sect team in front of everyone and leaped into Ye Feng's embrace. Seeing this scene, Hua Yanling's face darkened. Her granddaughter was being too forward. The expressions of the disciples from Huiyun's sect turned gloomy. It should be noted that Hua Qian'er was an object of affection for many among them, yet now she had jumped into the arms of a stranger. In contrast, the disciples of Yunhai Sect were all dumbfounded. They knew about Ye Feng's relationship with Su Changxi, and now he was also close to Hua Qian'er from Huiyun's sect. The 2 of the 4 recognized beauties of the Holy Martial Nation were suddenly taken, which was simply enviable. Ye Feng observed the shocked expressions of the onlookers with an air of indifference. Kid, what's your name? I want to challenge you to a duel. A disciple from Huiyun Sect at Earth Martial Realm level 3 stepped forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Yulin pulled him back from behind and whispered a few words in his ear. The disciple's expression changed slightly, and his previous confidence evaporated. You want to challenge me? Ye Feng raised an eyebrow looking at the Huiyun Sect disciple who had just spoken. No. I meant to say I want to challenge the person next to you, but considering the relationship between our 2 sects, I think I'll pass. The disciple from Huiyun Sect at Earth Martial Realm level 3's gaze flickered, lacking confidence. Oh. Ye Feng saw that the other party had wisely given up the challenge, so he also did not intend to make things difficult for him. Look, the people from the Mad Lion Sect and the Insha Sect have also arrived. Ye Feng looked over at the sound only to see 2 teams approaching the city gate, one on the left and one on the right, as the people by the roadside made way for them. The left team was led by Shi Xian Ju, the master of the Quanshi Sect. The core disciples of the Quanshi Sect were all dressed in golden lion robes, exuding an extraordinary presence. Among them was Shi Xingjie, who had been defeated by Ye Feng. The right team was led by Yin Wu Ji, the master of the Insha Sect. The core disciples of the Insha Sect wore gray robes, their faces cold and filled with an ominous aura. Hua Yinling, you old man are still alive, huh? At this moment, Yin Wu Ji's voice sounded with a chilling tone. How could I die before you? Hua Yinling sneered, retorting. The crowd had long grown accustomed to their bickering as the feud between the 2 sects was deep-rooted. The fact they hadn't come to blows was already a good sign. You old fossil, since we've crossed paths today, how about a competition? Yin Wu Ji shot a sideways glance, his voice low and cold. Sure, that's exactly what I want. Our Huiyun Sect isn't afraid of you. Hua Yinling's attitude was firm, showing no sign of fear. At his gesture, Yin Yulin stepped out from the Huiyun Sect's team and walked to the War Power Steel. At that moment, all eyes were focused on Yin Yulin. Go, brother Yulin, shouted the disciples of the Huiyun Sect in support. Yin Yulin took a deep breath, unleashing the aura of the 5th level of Tianwu realm. Since the training he had with Hua Qian'er half a month ago, his mindset had undergone some changes, allowing his previously restrained cultivation to break through. Hiya! Yin Yulin shouted, unleashing a palm imbued with fiery power that crashed against the War Power Steel. Boom! With a loud bang, 2 large characters appeared on the War Power Steel. 81. The disciples of the 4 major sects are truly strong, being able to score 81 with a single strike. From the crowd, someone exclaimed in astonishment. ZMO, it's your turn. Yin Wu Ji scoffed at the score, clearly unimpressed by the 81. The core disciple of the Insha Sect, Ling ZMO, stepped out after hearing his master's command. His gaze fell upon Yin Yulin as he spoke in a low voice. With your strength, you'd better hope not to encounter me during the competition. As his words fell, Ling ZMO unleashed the aura of the 5th level of Tianwu realm, also striking out a palm, generating an impressive score on the War Power Steel. 89. Wow. At that moment, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. Achieving this score proved that Ling Zmo was already incredibly close to being a top genius. Moreover, this may not even be his full strength. Without Huayan Ling's prompting, another core disciple of the Huayun sect at the 5th level of Tianwu realm stepped forward. Although Yan Yulin was at the 5th level of Tianwu realm, having just broken through, it was normal for him to be weaker than others of the same realm. Boom. The next moment, the number 89 appeared again on the war power stele. As expected of the geniuses from the 4 major sects, their strength is truly formidable. The crowd gasped in awe once more. Ye Feng too was somewhat curious about how much power he could display on the war power stele. If given the chance, he was willing to give it a try. Old fossil, let's see who can show their true skills during the competition. Yin Wuji's expression darkened upon seeing the tied scores. However, Ling Zmo was not the strongest in the Yinsha sect, nor was the disciple from the Huayun sect. The strongest from both sects were all aiming for the top 5 positions. You'll have a good show from the Yinsha sect then. Huayan Ling scoffed. Yet neither of their teams hurried to enter the city, but instead focused their gaze on the Yunhai sect and the Quanshi sect. Master Song, shall our 2 sects' disciples have a competition as well? Sure, Xian Ju said with a faint smile. If you want to compete, then let's compete. All right, Ling Yun, you go, commanded Sure Xian Ju. Upon hearing this, Sure Ling Yun from the Quanshi sect looked slightly stunned. He was the strongest in the Quanshi sect, boasting the 6th level of Tianwu realm, and their master wanted him to take action. Yes. Sure Ling Yun stepped out from the team, exuding a powerful aura that made everyone's gaze tighten. Hiya! Sure Ling Yun's body glowed with golden light as he unleashed a terrifying palm strike. Boom! With a thunderous sound, 2 large black characters appeared on the war power stele. 96. Sure Xian Ju was very pleased upon seeing this number. He had let Sure Ling Yun take action to overshadow the Yunhai sect. Although Su Changxi's cultivation was on par with Sure Ling Yun's, he was already at the peak of the 6th level of Tianwu realm, far beyond Su Changxi, who had just entered that realm. Haha, the disciple of Sect Master Sure is truly impressive. At this moment, a laugh containing imperial authority echoed from behind the crowd. 2 young men and an older man with long swords on their backs slowly approached. The elder wore a black and white robe, his hair graying and his complexion rosy, appearing like an amiable old man. The 2 young men had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, their figures tall and exuding a fierce sword energy. Ye Feng turned around, and upon seeing their attire, a look of seriousness appeared on his face for the first time. The Ghost Sword Sect. This was a sect that everyone in the Shengwu Kingdom had to take seriously. Although the entire Ghost Sword Sect had fewer than 10 members, those who could join were all extraordinary talents. As for my mediocre disciple, he naturally pales in comparison to your 2 esteemed disciples. Sure Xian Ju's tone was filled with respect. Though both he and the other party were powerful in the Huangwu realm, the latter was at the 2nd level of the Huangwu realm, a standout among the same level, and not someone he could compete with. Kuner, go try it out. The master of the Ghost Sword Sect commanded a young man in white behind him. Yes, master. Wei Kuan stepped forward and approached the war power stele. Then, using his finger as a sword, he pointed in the air, and a beam of sword light flashed in the void. Boom. For the first time, 3 large characters jumped out on the war power stele. 100. At that moment, everyone was left speechless. The Ghost Sword Sect was known for its swordsmanship. Yet, without even drawing a sword, just that simple point of his finger had revealed the upper limit of his power on the war power stele. Most disciples from the 4 major sects felt a deep sense of helplessness at this moment. This was the gap between them and top geniuses. Ye Feng remained relatively calm. This person was indeed powerful, nearly unmatched among the 6th level of Tianwu realm. Yet his gaze was fixed on the black-clad young man behind the master of the Ghost Sword Sect. The pressure he felt from this person was exceptionally strong, definitely surpassing that of the Ghost Sword Sect disciple at the 6th level of Tianwu realm. Song Yuding's gaze was also on that young man in black. This individual was one of the 2 monstrous geniuses she had mentioned earlier, and his current cultivation was at least at the 7th level of Tianwu realm, if not having broken through to the 8th level. Master Song, only Yunhai sect remains. Sure Xinjue withdrew his gaze and smiled faintly. Both disciples of the Ghost Sword Sect were guaranteed top 5 placements. His Quanshi sect had no need to compete with them. So long as he could surpass the other 3 major sects, he would be thoroughly satisfied. Sierra, go forth and demonstrate your prowess. Song Yuding's voice emerged soft and serene. Yes, master. Su Changxi stepped forward from beside Ye Feng, her lotus-like gait carrying her gracefully before the battle-strength steel. With a delicate lift of her jade hand, a single snowflake drifted from her fingertips. landing precisely at the steel's center, neither left nor right. As the snowflake melted away, the steel once again displayed 100. HSS, another perfect score. Su Changxi of Yunhai Sect, still under 20, is already this formidable. The crowd stared stunned by the awe-inspiring sight, collectively drawing sharp breaths. Yin Wuji and Hua Yinling turned their heads in unison, while Shi Xinjue's expression instantly darkened. He had intended to overshadow Yunhai Sect, only to be publicly humiliated instead. Even the master and 2 disciples of the Ghost Sword Sect cast lingering glances towards Su Changxi. This woman possessed extraordinary strength, and crucially, she was still young. Her future undoubtedly held the ascension to sovereign martial realm. Master Song, your disciple's power is truly eye-opening. Might I ask, has she already chosen a consort? Praising her openly, the Ghost Sword Sect master asked frankly, hoping if possible to arrange a match between Su Changxi and his own disciple. I already have a man. Before Song Yuding could reply, Su Changxi's voice emerged, unhesitating, unwavering. Then she moved to Ye Feng's side and slipped her arm through his, declaring to all who witnessed it this was her man. Gasps erupted. At her words, the entire arena exploded into stunned silence, then chaos. Every pair of eyes snapped toward Ye Feng, envy blazing unmistakably in their gazes. That youth again, entangled not only with Hua Qian'er, but now also with Su Changxi. What enraged them most was that both women coexisted in harmonious accord. Ye Feng sensed the weight of their stares. With Hua Qian'er embraced gently in his left arm, and Su Changxi resting securely in his right, he stood motionless, calm, unruffled. Master Song, is this also one of Yunhai Sect's disciples? The Ghost Sword Sect master frowned in inquiry. He is my direct disciple, Ye Feng. Song Yuding stood poised and still, yet her voice deepened perceptibly, as though deliberately underscoring his identity. Ye Feng, I confess, I am deeply curious about his strength. Surely Master Song would not refuse a brief demonstration. His tone remained level, but beneath its calm surface lay an unmistakable edge of insistence. Wei Kuan's gaze too now fixed intently upon Ye Feng. He yearned to see for himself what kind of man could captivate a celestial prodigy like Su Changxi. Song Yuding did not answer immediately. Instead, she shifted her gaze toward Ye Feng, seeking his consent. Her beloved would never be compelled, no force on earth could coerce him against his will. Master, since everyone wishes to witness it, I shall indulge their curiosity. Ye Feng stepped forward slowly from Yunhai Sect's ranks. With unhurried, stately grace, he arrived before the battle-strength steel and gradually released the aura of a 6th-rank Earth Martial Realm cultivator. At that very moment, when his cultivation level manifested, the expressions of all present twisted into bewildered disbelief. A mere 6th-rank Earth Martial Realm cultivator, worthy of becoming Yunhai Sect's sect master's personal disciple. Had not so many dignitaries been present, laughter would surely have broken out on the spot. The Ghost Sword Sect master wore confusion. Wei Kuan's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smirk. Ye Feng paid no heed to any gaze. His spiritual energy surged within, and with a single fingertip he struck. Boom. An ordinary-sounding thunderclap, yet it sent every heart in the arena leaping violently against its ribs. What a 100. How is this possible? HSS. Has the battle-strength steel malfunctioned? Indeed, it's impossible. A 6th-rank Earth Martial Realm cultivator cannot possibly achieve such a score. Staring at the preposterous reading, their pupils dilated until they seemed ready to burst. Hua Yinling, Shi Xinjueyin Wuji, and the Ghost Sword Sect Master, all 4 gaped, jaws slackening in sheer astonishment. Especially Shi Xinjue. He recalled clearly just weeks earlier Ye Feng had been only 3rd-rank Earth Martial Realm. How could his cultivation have surged 3 full ranks in half a month? Wei Kuan and the Ghost Sword Sect's black-robed youth stared as if witnessing a specter. Master of the Ghost Sword Sect, does my disciple meet your scrutiny? Song Yuding smiled faintly, a smile laced with quiet pride. Ye Feng, would you consider becoming my disciple? The Ghost Sword Sect master could no longer remain seated. He had witnessed countless geniuses, but none had ever stirred such profound shock within him. Were Ye Feng to join the Ghost Sword Sect and receive his personal tutelage, the youth would inevitably rise to become a peerless sovereign among cultivators. One man alone, capable of subduing the entire holy martial kingdom. What a... The Ghost Sword Sect master wishes to take Ye Feng as his disciple. Did I hear correctly? Damn. Ghost Sword Sect has always demanded rigorous trials for entry. Since when do they offer special recruitment? Preposterous. Utterly preposterous. This overwhelming fortune has fallen squarely upon Ye Feng's head. Each onlooker radiated raw envy, so intense it felt as though murderous glares alone could slay Ye Feng 10,000 times over. Song Yuding's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her countenance turned icy. She had not anticipated the Ghost Sword Sect master's audacity to attempt poaching her disciple at this very moment. Yet the profound bond between her and Ye Feng was unshakable. No outsider could ever sever it. I regret to decline. I already have a master, and I will not join another sect. Ye Feng met the Ghost Sword Sect master's gaze, neither subservient nor defiant, as he delivered his refusal to abandon his women and follow some aged master. Only a madman would entertain such folly. Hearing this, the Ghost Sword Sect master's face fell, his ancient visage flushed with palpable embarrassment. His sect was famed as a gathering ground for prodigies. Never before had he made an exception for anyone. He broke precedent for Ye Feng, only to be rebuffed. The crowd stood utterly dumbfounded. Ye Feng had refused. Was he truly so oblivious to opportunity? Let us depart. With a cold snort, the Ghost Sword Sect master strode into the holy martial imperial city, his two disciples following closely behind. Before leaving, Wei Kuan cast one last piercing glance at Ye Feng, vowing inwardly, I shall defeat him myself and prove to my master that this youth is nothing extraordinary. Fenger, let us go inside. Song Yuding's gentle voice flowed from her lips. Yes. Ye Feng nodded, and taking Hua Qianer and Su Changxi by his side followed her in. Under Song Yuding's lead, Yunhai Sect's procession entered the holy martial imperial city, while Huiyun Sect, led by Hui Yinling, trailed closely behind. Only the Yinsha Sect and Guangshi Sect remained behind in the arena. Lingyun, if you face Ye Feng during the contest, you will defeat him. Sure, Xinjue commanded with iron authority. Yes, master. I shall defeat him without fail. Sure, Lingyun's eyes held solemnity, but little fear. The battle-strength steel was inert, but people were alive. In true combat, when cultivators' strengths were closely matched, victory hinged not merely on power, but on experience, technique, and the agility of real-time adaptation. Hua Qianer lingered, reluctant to part. Brother Feng, Grandpa, and I will first go to the Huiyun Sect residence. Remember to sign up for the alchemist competition. At this tournament of prodigies, there would be not only martial sparring, but also contests for alchemists. Don't worry, I will. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. He had originally felt little interest in the alchemist contest, but when Hua Qianer said the champion's reward was lavish, he thought for a moment and consented. After parting with Hua Qianer's party, led by Song Yuding, the Yunhai Sect delegation arrived at the lodgings arranged by the Shengwu royal household. After seeing the Yunhai Sect people settled, Song Yuding came to Ye Feng's room. Master, it's still early in broad daylight. Are you in such a hurry? Ye Feng watched Song Yuding glide into the room, and his expression turned oddly strange. Little man, what are you thinking? Next door is Sierra's room. Am I so shameless? Song Yuding shot him an exasperated look, as if to say that in his eyes she was simply irresistible. Ye Feng scratched his head awkwardly. He had let his imagination run away with him. What are you standing there for? Come accompany me shopping. You still haven't replaced the dress you tore for me last time, Song Yuding said, watching Ye Feng linger. Fine, well, by several, it will be more convenient next time. Ye Feng agreed at once. He also intended to register for the alchemist competition. Thus Ye Feng and Song Yuding walked side by side along the main street of the Shengwu imperial city. To be discreet, Song Yuding hid her face behind a light silk veil to lower the number of glances they drew. As they walked, Ye Feng overheard much gossip about himself. Some said he was ungrateful for refusing the Ghost Sword Sect leader's invitation. Others whispered that he was remarkably fortunate in romance. People said all manner of things. Amid the murmurs, Ye Feng first registered for the alchemist competition, and then with Song Yuding sought out a renowned clothing shop within the imperial city. At the Qi Wangfu, a young man sat cross-legged in a chamber, an aura rippling from him that spoke of the Tianwu realm's seventh-tier pinnacle. Any outsider would have instantly recognized him, the son of Qi Tianhou Qi Tianxing. Qi Tianxing and Jian Shishang of the Ghost Sword Sect, the black-clad youth from earlier, were hailed as the two peerless prodigies of the Shengwu state. Any outsider would have instantly recognized him, the son of Qi Tianhou Qi Tianxing. Qi Tianxing and Jian Shishang of the Ghost Sword Sect, the black-clad youth from earlier, were hailed. Young Prince Miss Su of Yunhai Sect has come to the imperial city to attend the tournament of prodigies, a servant reported at the door, and Qi Tianxing's eyes snapped open. But there are rumors that Miss Su already has a man. At the servant's words, Qi Tianxing's main door shattered in an instant. Who is he? Qi Tianxing's sharp gaze fixed on the servant. The attendant was instantly terrified. He had never seen the young prince so enraged. It seems his name is Ye Feng, and he was. Before the servant could finish, Qi Tianxing strode away like a whirlwind and vanished from sight. Years before, he had glimpsed Su Changxi at Yunhai Sect and fallen hopelessly in love at first sight. He had planned to place highly in the Qinyu 36 Nations contest, marry Sheng Guangjie, and then formally propose to Yunhai Sect for Su Changxi's hand. Now someone dared lay hands on the woman Qi Tianxing favored, an affront bordering on madness. His Qi Wangfu was a top power within the Xingwu state, boasting 2 practitioners of the Huangwu realm. His father Qi Tianhou cultivated to the 2nd tier of the Huangwu realm and was the 3rd strongest figure in the nation, his strength surpassed only by the Ghost Sword Sect leader and the Xingwu emperor. Tinger, we've arrived at Tianyi Pavilion, let's go inside. Hand in hand, Ye Feng and Song Yuding stepped into the most fabled Tianyi Pavilion within the Xingwu imperial city. The garments there were not only exquisitely splendid but also marks of status. Even some royal scions favored shopping here. Song Yuding led Ye Feng into the pavilion. Tianyi Pavilion had 2 floors. The garments on the 1st floor were relatively more affordable than those upstairs. Young Master, Miss, allow me to introduce our selections, a woman in the pavilion said politely as the pair. The 2 presented a handsome pairing, poised and evidently well-to-do. While the attendant explained, Ye Feng's eyes roamed over the dazzling array of garments. Suddenly, Song Yuding drifted toward a teal qipao a short distance away. Ye Feng keenly caught the delighted sparkle in her eyes and followed her. Miss, your taste is singular. This qipao is one of Tianyi Pavilion's 5 treasured garments. The attendant began to explain, only to be cut off by Ye Feng. Buy it, Ye Feng declared with a grand sweep of his hand. Ah, very well, the attendant recovered, delighted. But when Ye Feng pulled out his storage ring to pay, he remembered that his spirit stones had been nearly exhausted during recent training. Damn, I have no spirit stones left, Ye Feng thought, inwardly embarrassed. Fortunately, Song Yuding saw his plight and promptly paid with spirit stones. What mattered to her was that Ye Feng accompanied her. Who paid was of little consequence. Wait, this dress has been chosen by my woman. As Ye Feng reached to take the garment, a domineering voice issued from behind him. He turned to see a slim youth in brocaded finery approaching slowly. Beside the brocaded youth stood a comely, voluptuous woman. We have already paid for that garment. You should refrain from taking it, the youth said. Ye Feng frowned and retorted, that will not do. My woman likes this qipao. I suggest you hand it over obediently, kid. The brocaded youth Wang Han issued the threat at once. The Wang family was a major force in Xingwu City. Although they lacked a Huangwu realm cultivator, his grandfather was a level 10 master of the Huangwu realm. Get lost, Ye Feng snapped when the man would not relent. Kid, do you know who I am? I am Wang Han of the Wang family. You have no right to provoke me. If you are afraid, kneel and apologize this instant, Wang Han said, enraged by Ye Feng's insolence. Wang Han's anger flared at Ye Feng's contempt. The Wang family. Never heard of them. Ye Feng scoffed. He truly had never heard of that name. What? You insult the Wang family. Today I will teach you a lesson, Wang Han thundered. Perhaps some might not know Wang Han himself, but within the imperial city, few were unfamiliar with the Wang family's name. Rising Dragon Fist. Wang Han unleashed the terrifying power of the Tianwu realm at the 3rd level, concentrating the fearsome strength upon his fist. With a single step, a golden fist shadow surged forth, transforming into a gigantic golden dragon that charged towards Ye Feng with astonishing power. Ye Feng had anticipated this, his aura soared as he also unleashed a punch. A terrifying force of flames erupted from his fist, morphing into a fiery dragon. The 2 fist shadows collided midair, erupting in a thunderous roar. Yet Ye Feng's punch was evidently more powerful, shattering Wang Han's fist shadow, while the residual flames lunged towards him. Caught unprepared, Wang Han was devoured by the lingering flames. On my clothes, he roared in fear. Had he not reacted swiftly, his clothes would have been completely burned away. However, his luxurious attire was now tattered from the flames, barely covering him. His face was charred, his hair standing on end, and he looked utterly disheveled. The commotion from their earlier fight had drawn the attention of the staff at Tianyi Pavilion. What happened here, young gentlemen? Fighting is not allowed in this place. A person in charge at Tianyi Pavilion stepped forward. This fool attacked first, but I gave him a beating. Ye Feng replied calmly, his tone indifferent. You are the fool. If I hadn't been careless just now, do you think you could have gained the upper hand? Wang Han's nostrils flared with anger as he attempted to strike again, only to be stopped by the person in charge of Tianyi Pavilion. This young master, who are you? If you continue to act violently, don't blame me for being rude. The imposing aura of the person in charge, Wang Wujing, radiated outwards. Tianyi Pavilion had a respectable background. Anyone causing trouble here needed to think twice. I am. Wang Han began to declare his identity, but upon realizing his current disheveled state, he swallowed his words. He understood that Tianyi Pavilion had ties to the royal family, and continuing the fight here was unwise. Kid, if you have guts, come outside and face me. Wang Han shouted loudly. Fool. Ye Feng replied, coolly dismissing him. Then he removed a blue chi pao, intending for Song Yuding to try it on. However, due to Wang Han's interruption, Song Yuding was not in the mood. Choose a few outfits you want to see me wear, and then let's head back. A soft voice flowed from Song Yuding's lips. Hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. This was a reward for him. He then selected a dozen outfits of different styles from Tianyi Pavilion and handed them to Song Yuding. Looking at the clothes, Song Yuding's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. After all, she was of a certain status, and wearing such vulgar attire was beneath her. However, seeing Ye Feng's eager gaze softened her heart, and she bought them all. Ye Feng chuckled, feeling a bit excited. Wang Han, ignored, felt a surge of anger within. What infuriated him more was that Ye Feng was a gigolo who even needed a woman to pay for his clothes. Let's go, Song Yuding said, giving Ye Feng a playful glare at his smug expression. Ye Feng nodded and followed her. Seeing Ye Feng leave, Wang Han rushed out to block their path. Stop! Ye Feng's eyes showed a hint of impatience at Wang Han's annoyance. Get lost. As his words fell, a powerful aura pressed down on Wang Han. Rising Dragon Fist. Wang Han's expression changed as he punched again, his fist like a rising dragon with incredible power. Yet at this moment, Ye Feng only needed a single palm strike to easily suppress someone at the third level of the Tianwu realm. Boom! Wang Han collided with Ye Feng's palm, and as their bodies collided, Wang Han was sent flying as if struck by lightning. Ye Feng turned back with a calm glance before walking towards the residence of Yunhai Sect with Song Yuding. Wang Han struggled to lift his head, watching the retreating figures of Ye Feng and Song Yuding filled with anger and resentment. A quarter of an hour later, Ye Feng and Song Yuding successfully returned to the residence of Ye. To their surprise, Su Changxi stood at the entrance of the residence, seemingly waiting for someone. Master, you're back? Someone from the Chi Wangfu came to see you. Seeing Song Yuding return, Su Changxi's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. However, she found it strange that Ye Feng had just settled down with her master and was already going out again. Moreover, she noticed that her master and Ye Feng had been getting closer recently. Someone from the Chi Wangfu. Song Yuding's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of confusion upon hearing this. Yunhai Sect has no grievances or ties with Chi Wangfu. Why did they suddenly visit today? Do you know who it is? Song Yuding looked at Su Changxi. It's Lord Qi Tian, and the other person seems to be his son. Song Yuding's confusion deepened upon hearing this. Under Su Changxi's lead, Ye Feng and Song Yuding entered a grand hall. Inside, a middle-aged man with a dignified demeanor sat on a chair clad in a python robe with a robust physique and sharp eyes. At a glance, Ye Feng identified this man as the renowned powerhouse in the Holy Martial Kingdom, Lord Qi Tian. Beside Lord Qi Tian stood a young man of striking appearance, radiating an air of nobility. The young man exuded an aura of arrogance, surrounded by a faint kingly presence. The pressure he gave Ye Feng was not inferior to that of the inheritor of the ghost sword he had encountered before. As Ye Feng assessed, the two Qi Tiansheng was also sizing Ye Feng up, his eyes even reflecting a hint of intense hostility. Sovereign Song, it's been a long time since we last met, and you remain as striking as ever. At this moment, Lord Qi Tian stood up, his stern face breaking into a rare smile. I presume this young man is the beloved disciple of Sovereign Song. Meeting you today, you truly live up to the name of a beauty. Lord Qi Tian's words carried a subtle compliment. What brings you here today, Lord Qi Tian? Song Yuding asked, her expression revealing her curiosity. However, when the other party mentioned Su Changxi, she glanced at Qi Tiansheng beside him, and an idea suddenly struck her. Sovereign Song, you may not know this, but my son once met your disciple at Yunhai Sect, and he was smitten at first sight. Thus, as a father, I have come today to propose marriage. Upon hearing the words of proposal, Ye Feng's gaze darkened sharply, and a chilling light erupted from the depths of his eyes. The Qi Tian Marquis had brought his son here to snatch away his woman. Such matters would provoke even the calmest of individuals, let alone someone like Ye Feng. Moreover, at the gates of the Shengwu imperial city, many were already aware of his relationship with Su Changxi. He didn't believe that the Qi Tian Marquis, with so many eyes and ears in the imperial city, would be oblivious. Qi Tian Marquis, I regret to inform you that Sierra is my woman. Ye Feng stated firmly, showing no fear, even in the face of the renowned Qi Tian Marquis. Su Changxi nestled into Ye Feng's embrace, proclaiming that she already had a man. Qi Tiansheng's face turned green as he witnessed their intimacy. Master Song, is this how your disciple behaves? Can a little junior take on my words? The Chi Tian Marquis' calm voice bore an irresistible imperial authority. He had researched Ye Feng's background before coming. Indeed, he was an impressive junior. Yet until he matured, he remained merely a junior, far from being comparable to seasoned powerhouses like them. Hearing the admonishing words, Song Yuding's beautiful face turned icy. She cherished her little man too much to allow others to reprimand him. Chi Tian Marquis Ye Feng is a disciple of my sect. His intentions represent my own and embody the will of the Yunhai sect. Song Yuding's voice was powerful. Her previously gentle gaze now turned icy as she stared at the Chi Tian Marquis. His eyes narrowed slightly, silently releasing overwhelming imperial might. Since becoming a second-level imperial warrior, he had not faced such direct confrontations in a long time. In the face of this immense pressure, Song Yuding's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, her hair billowing as she unleashed her second-level imperial warrior aura. Boom! The great hall fell silent, with only the two immense auras silently clashing, and the atmosphere around them suddenly became oppressive. Master Song, your talent is truly exceptional. Today, I have witnessed it for myself. At that moment, the Chi Tian Marquis chuckled, abruptly retracting his formidable aura. He had genuinely not expected that Song Yuding had actually broken through to the second level of Imperial Warrior. Moreover, during their earlier confrontation, she showed no signs of falling behind, which left him deeply shocked. Ye Feng smirked slightly. Although Song Yuding had just entered the second level of Imperial Warrior, her ability to stand firm against a seasoned second-level Imperial Warrior like Chi Tian Marquis was undoubtedly due to his influence. It seems that Chi Tian Marquis has made little progress these years, Song Yuding remarked softly, her gentle voice carrying a hint of subtle sarcasm. How strong I am, Master Song will have to find out for herself, replied the Chi Tian Marquis, his voice calm with no sign of emotion on his face. However, I must inform Master Song that my son is not inferior in talent to your disciple. The Shengwu Emperor has agreed to marry the princess to my son, and there are matters that require your careful consideration, Master Song. The Chi Tian Marquis' tone carried a warning and a counsel. His Chi family would soon be united with the Imperial family. Oh, what could a single strong Master Song do? The Imperial Princess. Isn't that the holy light butterflies? Ye Feng thought to himself. He felt a surge of displeasure at the thought of the holy light butterfly being with Chi Tian Sheng. It was like a beautiful flower rooted in cow dung. Song Yuding also looked surprised, then suddenly cast her gaze at Ye Feng, a strange light flashing in her eyes. All right, Master Song, you can think it over. I will take my leave for now. The Chi Tian Marquis stood up, his tone carrying a hint of advice. Seeing his father preparing to leave, Chi Tian Sheng's heart sank. He had never imagined his father's attempt to propose would fail for the second time. This made him recall the first time he was decisively rejected by the holy light butterfly. As the most dazzling genius of the Shengwu kingdom, he could not believe he had been turned down twice. Ye Feng, is it? Don't let me encounter you in the talent competition, or I will show you just how pitiful your strength is. Chi Tian Sheng's gaze turned to Ye Feng, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He then shifted his attention back to Su Changxi. Fairy Su, I also believe you should think carefully if some people are merely superficial. Ye Feng let out a sneer and said, as for you, little prince, you might want to hope not to encounter me. After all, it's the first time I've seen someone shamelessly proposing when they already know the other person's relationship. Young Master Chi, there is no need to consider. My body and heart both belong to Ye Feng. In this life, he is my only man. Su Changxi's unwavering voice echoed softly. Upon hearing this, Chi Tian Sheng's imperial aura surged violently, and his expression darkened terrifyingly. He had thought their intimacy was merely superficial. He never expected them to have a more intimate relationship. However, Su Changxi's words were like a sharp sword piercing through his heart. Chi Tian Marquis, I shall not see you off. My two disciples need to rest well together tonight. Song Yuding smiled gently, her words seemingly meant to be heard by Chi Tian Sheng. Tian Sheng, let's go. The Chi Tian Marquis waved his robe and walked away. Chi Tian Sheng shot Ye Feng a vicious glance before following suit. After the Chi family duo departed, Ye Feng embraced Su Changxi's waist. Sierra, repeat what you just said for me to hear. Junior brother Master is still here. Su Changxi trembled slightly, a faint blush appearing on her stunning face. Ye Feng chuckled inwardly. Your master is one of us. Ahem, Sierra, have you forgotten your master now that you have a man? Song Yuding coughed lightly, then shot Ye Feng a disapproving glance. She was still present, and yet they were bullying her disciple like this. Master, you have always been the person I respect the most, and my relationship with junior brother is just Su Changxi found herself at a loss for words in front of Song Yuding. All right, you need not explain who I already know about the two of you. Song Yuding's beautiful eyes sparkled with light as she suddenly asked, if one day your master has a man, what will you do? Off. Su Changxi was taken aback by the unexpected question, as she had never considered such a thing. In her heart, Song Yuding was the one who treated her the best in the world. If one day Song Yuding had a man, she would likely feel very upset as her master would no longer belong to her alone. Suddenly, a bizarre thought emerged in her mind. What if master also liked Ye Feng? Ye Feng curiously gazed at Su Changxi, who was so close, anticipating her response. No matter who master's man is, Sierra has no objections as long as master is happy. Although Su Changxi felt a bit empty inside, she could not deny master the right to pursue happiness. Sierra, remember what you said today. Song Yuding smiled brightly, casting a meaningful glance at Ye Feng. These are the sincere words of a disciple, I will not forget them, Su Changxi said earnestly. All right, Sierra, you should head back now. Tomorrow is the first round of the talented competition. I'll prepare well for it. Song Yuding's gentle voice conveyed that she still had matters to discuss with Ye Feng. Yes, I will take my leave. Su Changxi gently freed herself from Ye Feng's embrace, blushing as she departed. Ye Feng watched Su Changxi flee in embarrassment, a faint smile curving at the corners of his lips. He then swaggered over to Song Yuding's side, wrapping his arms around her graceful figure. No, this is the main hall. What if Sierra comes back and sees us? What about the other passing disciples? Where would I put my face as the sect leader? Song Yuding gasped lightly, somewhat surprised at Ye Feng's boldness. I'm just giving you a hug, not doing anything else. Look how anxious you are. Ye Feng replied with a faint smile. Song Yuding found herself unable to resist his embrace. For some reason, a hint of excitement flickered within her. Today, the Qi family father and son came to propose marriage to Sierra. You must be quite displeased inside, Song Yuding said, pursing her red lips as she brought up the serious topic. Of course I'm uncomfortable, but I currently lack the confidence to defeat Qi Tianqing, let alone deal with the Qi royal mansion. Ye Feng stated, acknowledging the unfortunate reality. I know a bit about the Qi family father and son. Although I rejected their marriage proposal this time, they probably won't give up easily. While I can refuse them countless times on Sierra's behalf, I'm afraid they might resort to force, especially after Qi Tianqing marries Xinguang Dai. Song Yuding expressed her concerns. Facing the Qi royal mansion alone, relying on her and her backing from the Yunhai sect, she could still withstand the pressure. However, after a marriage alliance, if the royal family sided with the Qi royal mansion, then the Yunhai sect would have no chance to resist. At that point, the danger would not only threaten Su Changxi and Ye Feng, but also her and the Yunhai sect. Tinger, do you mean? Ye Feng's gaze held a hint of inquiry. If possible, to stop the marriage alliance, or even to snatch the bride. Song Yuding revealed an answer that shocked Ye Feng's heart. Snatch the bride? Tinger, have you lost your mind, or have I? Ye Feng's voice inadvertently raised a few decibels. What I mean by snatching the bride isn't to directly take her on the wedding day. The royal family and the Qi royal mansion are allied not only because of the Qi royal mansion's strength, but also due to Qi Tianqing's talent and potential. Perhaps you don't know, but Qi Tianqing is not only a prodigy in martial arts, but also exceptionally skilled in alchemy. He is now a fourth-grade alchemist. Song Yuding paused slightly before continuing. Thus, the royal family values Qi Tianqing's future greatly. If someone shines brighter than him, do you think the royal family would change their mind? Though your Yi family may not catch the royal family's eye, you have me and the Yunhai sect as your backing. Your background is not much weaker than Qi Tianqing's. Moreover, if you don't disrupt their relationship, he will eventually turn around and take your woman. Can you tolerate that? Ye Feng fell into deep thought at her words. Song Yuding's reasoning was sound. This Qi Tianqing had been so arrogant today, relying on the Qi royal mansion, and once he had the royal family's support, he would become even more unrestrained. Also, Xinguang Dai is one of the 4 beauties of the Shengwu kingdom. Don't you want to possess such a woman? Last time when you secretly helped her absorb toxins, didn't you feel a stir? Song Yuding's words seemed to open the door deep within Ye Feng's heart. Had he not felt a stir? He had certainly felt it, but he had to restrain himself back then. Yet now it seemed he had no choice. He had to overshadow Qi Tianqing's brilliance, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Tinger, don't you feel jealous? Ye Feng felt somewhat odd at this moment because his woman was actually helping him find another woman. Little man, if I were to be jealous of you, I would drown in it. I just need you to take responsibility, Song Yuding said nonchalantly, but Ye Feng could still detect a hint of jealousy in her words. Tinger, you have always been the most important person in my heart. Ye Feng tightly embraced Song Yuding's enchanting figure. I don't believe that you must say this to every woman. Song Yuding huffed, displaying a posture like a little woman. Hee Tinger, I want to see the clothes you bought today. Ye Feng suddenly became playful again. Stinky man, let's go back to our room. Today I'll wear it just for you. The next day? Today marks the official start of the talented competition. The central square of the Shengwu Imperial City was particularly lively as countless talents from the Shengwu Kingdom gathered here to engage in a fierce contest. Under Song Yuding's lead, Ye Feng and the Yunhai Sect group arrived at the central square. The square was packed with people, and in its center stood a massive battle platform, which was where they would fight. When Ye Feng and the others arrived, the Fire Cloud Sect, Mad Lion Sect, and Insha Sect had already gathered. Ye Feng came to the resting area of the Yunhai Sect and sat next to Su Changxi. His gaze swept around, inadvertently landing on Xinguang Dai in the royal family's resting area. Today, Xinguang Dai wore a light golden long dress that wrapped around her exquisite figure, exuding a noble and outstanding aura, pure and ethereal, only to be admired from afar. Her bright golden hair cascaded down, gently glistening under the brilliant sunlight, as if covered in a layer of golden radiance. Xinguang Dai seemed to sense someone's gaze, her eyes shifting to meet Ye Feng's dark ones. She smiled slightly, her captivating smile a response. Ye Feng's heart skipped a beat, drawn in by her enchanting smile. Junior brother. Su Changxi noticed Ye Feng's unusual demeanor and gently called out to him. Under the gaze of the crowd, a man from the royal family soared into the air. His bright eyes looked down at the masses, and his clear voice resonated. I hereby declare the commencement of the Sacred Martial Kingdom's Grand Tournament, with the first round of competition taking place today. The rules of the first round entail a melee battle involving multiple participants. All contestants will be divided into 8 groups, with each group competing sequentially until only the last 10 remain. Each group will have 10 participants, totaling 80, who will advance to the second round. As the words of the royal man fell, everyone understood the rules of the first round. There were several hundred contestants here for the grand tournament, and nearly 90% would be eliminated in the first round, with only 80 advancing to the next. This realization put a lot of pressure on many. The first round not only tested strength, but also contained an element of luck unless one's strength was sufficiently formidable. All right, everyone, please proceed to draw lots. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng and Su Changxi rose together and headed to the drawing area. After a quarter of an hour of drawing lots, Ye Feng drew Group 2, while Su Changxi drew Group 3. Those in Group 1, please step onto the battle platform. The royal man's booming voice echoed again as those who drew Group 1 stepped onto the battle platform. Almost 100 people took to the stage, and despite its vastness, it felt somewhat cramped. Ye Feng's gaze fell upon 2 figures on the battle platform. One was the Holy Light Butterfly, while the other was Jian Qishang, the heir of the Ghost Sword Sect. At this moment, many eyes were focused on Jian Qishang, who was hailed as the strongest genius of the Ghost Sword Sect in a century. His strength was a matter of great intrigue. The battle begins. As the royal man's voice faded, all combatants on the platform unleashed their aura. Tianwu Realm Level 8. Observing Jian Qishang's unleashed aura, everyone's pupils constricted slightly in astonishment. Qi Tiansheng even stood up abruptly, his gaze fixed on Jian Qishang. He and Jian Qishang were both regarded as the strongest geniuses of the current Sacred Martial Kingdom, and now his opponent had surpassed him in breakthrough. If Jian Qishang were merely at level 7 of the Tianwu realm, he might have had a slim chance of victory in a desperate fight. But facing level 8, he had no opportunity whatsoever. Just as Ye Feng observed, Jian Qishang suddenly made his move. He wielded his finger like a sword, and an overwhelming sword aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire battle platform and pushing back everyone nearby. As Jian Qishang engaged in battle, a fierce clash erupted on the platform, but no one dared to. Boom, boom, boom. After an indeterminate time, the chaotic battle finally concluded. The Holy Light Butterfly, with her formidable strength at level 6 of the Tianwu realm, stood triumphantly on the platform. Jian Qishang had remained in his original position from start to finish, effortlessly claiming one of the 10 spots. The royal man announced the next group to take the stage after the 10 victors descended. Sierra will be right back. After giving Su Changxi a brief word, Ye Feng stepped onto the battle platform. He quickly scanned his surroundings for potential strong opponents. To his disappointment, it seemed there was no one in this group who could threaten him. Just as Ye Feng observed the crowd, one person on the platform noticed him as well. Big brother, that's the kid who injured me yesterday. Today you must help me kick him off the platform. The speaker was Wang Han from the Wang family, whom Ye Feng had encountered while shopping with Song Yuding. That's him, right? Leave it to me, Wang Yang replied confidently. As a level 5 expert of the Tianwu realm, he had the qualifications to be arrogant. After all, apart from the 2 prodigies, Jian Qishang and Qi Tiansheng, there would not be more than 10 participants reaching level 6 of the Tianwu realm in this grand tournament. Ye Feng also noticed Wang Han along with a youth beside him who bore a slight resemblance. However, he didn't take it to heart. If they came looking for trouble, he wouldn't mind being the first to knock them off the platform. The battle begins. The royal man declared as the contestants on the platform readied themselves. Ye Feng unleashed his aura of level 6 in the Tianwu realm, but before he could choose an opponent, trouble had already come knocking. You insulted the Wang family and bullied our people. Today you will pay the price. Wang Yang charged forward, two heavy hammers appearing in his hands as he swung them ferociously toward Ye Feng's position. Ye Feng gripped the mountain river heavy sword, swinging the massive sword to clash with the oncoming hammers. Boom! The impact produced a tremendous sound. Wang Yang's arms went numb, and he was shocked this kid could indeed defeat his brother, indicating he had some strength. Haha, take another hammer from me. Wang Yang's heavy hammer crackled with lightning, the violent electric power, sizzling, as if it would tear apart the surrounding air. He gripped the heavy hammer tightly, channeling all his strength into his arms, and brought it down with an unparalleled force like a thunderous strike. Ye Feng swung his massive sword, flames bursting forth from its movements, transforming into a giant fiery bear that unleashed a devastating blow. Boom! The massive roar echoed across the battle platform, causing everyone nearby to, under the weight of this sword imbued with tremendous power. Wang Yang was sent reeling backward, his expression filled with shock as he looked at Ye Feng, clearly shaken by this force. Ye Feng stepped forward to pursue, launching a counterattack. The sharp sword chi erupted from the massive sword, and Ye Feng moved like a fierce tiger, wildly swinging the giant sword with ferocity. Wang Yang gritted his teeth in defense, already regretting provoking Ye Feng. At this rate, he would be knocked off the platform, facing elimination. He knew that the Wang family had high hopes for him, and being eliminated in the first round would be exceedingly embarrassing. Suddenly, Ye Feng sensed two auras approaching him from behind. After repelling Wang Yang, he stomped the ground and leaped into the air, deftly flipping to evade the ambush of the two. The Crazy Lion Sect and the Insha Sect. Ye Feng recognized the attire of the two, his brow furrowing slightly. Both were at level 5 of the Tianwu realm, and one from the Insha Sect was Ling Zimo, whose combat strength had tested at 89 at the entrance of the sacred martial imperial city. Go, let's take him down together. Lion Tianrui of the Crazy Lion Sect shouted, clearly intending to team up with Wang Yang against Ye Feng. Wang Yang, momentarily startled, quickly realized that both of their strengths were not inferior to his own. Now together, they could potentially defeat Ye Feng. In the resting area, Qi Tiansheng smirked at this scene. Last night, his father had persuaded the leaders of the Crazy Lion Sect and the Insha Sect, ordering their disciples to unite against Ye Feng today. Do you want to join forces? Then let's do it together. Arrogant little brat. Wang Yang wielded the thunder hammer, while Shi Tianrui gripped the tiger head blade, both launching fierce attacks from either side. The sharp, dark sword light resembled a blade of the night, easily tearing apart the advancing ghostly. He leapt into the air, the giant sword in his hand, crashing down like a meteor from Mount Tai, the powerful strike, shattering all of Ling Zimo's attacks. At that moment, Wang Yang and Shi Tianrui also charged forward. One was surrounded by surging lightning, the thunder hammer radiating electric light, resembling the other exuded chilling air from the blade's edge, golden light, flashing, resembling a mighty leaf. Wind remained unfazed no matter how strong the attacks were. He shattered them with a single sword. With a loud shout, flames engulfed the giant sword, and as it fell, the flames erupted violently. The blazing sword light filled Wang Yang and Shi Tianrui's eyes. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Leaf Wind struck twice, forcefully pushing the two back. Ling Zimo paused his assault, suddenly halted, his expression reflecting unprecedented seriousness. He initially thought that Leaf Wind achieving a maximum combat power of 100 on the Power Stone might involve a bit of luck. However, after their recent exchange, he clearly felt the immense pressure Leaf Wind exerted, rivaling that of a 6th-level Tianwu realm expert. Yet since they had already made their move, there was no turning back. They could only fight on. Wang Yang and Shi Tianrui also gathered with Ling Zimo, their hearts united by a single thought. Only by jointly unleashing their martial techniques could they possibly gain a glimmer of hope for victory. Heavenly Desolation, Divine Palm. Golden Lion's Roar. Thunderhammer. The three shouted in unison, their terrifying spiritual energy surging violently as they unleashed their most powerful skills. A giant palm imbued with sinister energy pressed down from above, the deafening lion's roar echoing throughout the arena, and the surging thunderous hammer rumbled violently. One sword shatters mountains and rivers. Leaf Wind swung his giant sword, the power of mountains and rivers collapsing in a display of sword light that shot toward the dark giant palm hovering above. 2 swords divide rivers and seas. 3 swords tear heaven and earth. Leaf Wind unleashed 2 wild and dominating sword strikes aimed at Wang Yang and Shi Tianrui. Boom! The sword light collided with the thunderous hammer, entangled with the lion and weaving through the giant palm, creating a deafening sound and a wave of terrifying energy. Under the onslaught of these furious 3 sword strikes, Ling Zimo and his companions' martial techniques crumbled completely, their bodies being forcefully pushed back, injuries spreading within them. Leaf Wind executed a void step, moving first toward Wang Yang. Seeing this, Wang Yang was greatly alarmed. His injuries were severe, and he had no strength left to continue fighting, ultimately being struck off the stage by Leaf Wind and collapsing on the spot. It's your turn now. Leaf Wind's sharp gaze suddenly turned towards Shi Tianrui and Ling Zimo, both of whom trembled inwardly, unable to change the impending fate of being knocked off the stage. From the moment Leaf Wind intervened to decisively defeat the 3 5th-level Tianwu realm experts, it took less than 20 breaths. This display of formidable strength intimidated the rest on the stage, none daring to approach for fear of being caught in the crossfire. After defeating the 3, Leaf Wind's gaze suddenly fell upon Qi Tianxing, who was seated in the rest area. While he could understand Wang Yang and Shi Tianrui's actions against him, he found it peculiar that Ling Zimo targeted him instead of attacking those from the Fire Cloud sect. This immediately alerted him to a deeper scheme, likely orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Noticing the contemptuous smirk on Qi Tianxing's face as he sensed Leaf Wind's gaze, he felt a strong sense of foreboding. If Leaf Wind couldn't even defeat these 3, he would truly be disappointed. Sending these 2 was merely a test of Leaf Wind's strength, and it seemed that he was still somewhat interesting. Uncertain how much time had passed, the battle of the 8 groups concluded, ultimately selecting 80 individuals for the second round of competition. I hereby announce the official end of the first round of the Celestial Talents competition. The preliminary round of the Alchemist Conference will be held in the afternoon. As for the second round of the Celestial Talents competition, it will take place the day after tomorrow. With the words of the royal man, the 4 major sects and various forces began to leave in succession. Soon afternoon arrived, and Ye Feng and Hua Qian'er returned to the central square. Although the number of people in the afternoon was slightly less than in the morning, it was still quite lively. Brother Ye Feng, I am now a 4th-grade alchemist too. Hua Qian'er boasted in front of Ye Feng, having successfully refined her first 4th-grade pill under her grandfather's guidance last night. Oh, my Qian'er master is quite impressive. Ye Feng praised in response. Indeed. Hua Qian'er snorted proudly, her face radiating a sense of pride. Just as the 2 were conversing, Qi Tianxing happened to walk by. Seeing such beauties together with Ye Feng, a flicker of jealousy crossed his eyes. Ye Feng also noticed Qi Tianxing passing by. He cast a casual glance at him and took Hua Qian'er towards the alchemy area to wait. In the preliminary round for alchemists, as long as one can refine a 3rd-grade pill, they can smoothly advance to the finals. For alchemists under the age of 25, it still poses a certain level of difficulty. However, those who dared to participate in the Alchemist Conference of the Shengwu Kingdom possessed extraordinary skills. As nearly 100 alchemists gathered, an elder in a pill robe appeared before everyone. Through Hua Qian'er's introduction, Ye Feng learned that this elder was the president of the Shengwu Kingdom Alchemist Association, Yao Tianxin. Yao Tianxin and Hua Yanling were the only 2 6th-grade alchemists in the Shengwu Kingdom. I believe you all understand the rules of the preliminary round. After I divide you into areas, you may begin refining pills. The refining time is half an hour, and if you can refine a 3rd-grade pill within this time, you will advance to the finals. Yao Tianxin said little, and after a brief speech, he began to assign areas. Before long, after the areas were divided under Yao Tianxin's announcement, everyone began refining pills. Ye Feng took out his alchemy furnace and medicinal materials, also settling down to refine. However, to Ye Feng, refining a 3rd-grade pill was quite simple. Uncertain how much time had passed, a proud voice rang out in the arena. I've completed my refinement. The alchemy skills of the Shengwu Kingdom seem rather unimpressive. The speaker was a young man in purple, slender in stature, his face showing arrogance with disdain for the alchemists of the Shengwu Kingdom in his words. This young man in purple was named Lin Yin, hailing from the nearby Shuiyun Kingdom. Do you think that just because you refined a 3rd-grade pill you can act so arrogantly? Qi Tianxing had also completed his 3rd-grade pill, and thus he reprimanded. You are Qi Tianxing, right? I know you, but your alchemy skills seem a bit lacking in my view. Lin Yin pointed a finger at Qi Tianxing, shaking it lightly in a provocative manner. This time Lin Yan from Shuyan Kingdom will challenge all the alchemists of the Shengwu Kingdom in a duel. Wow. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. A person from Shuyan Kingdom actually dared to participate in the alchemist conference and make such arrogant claims. It must be noted that the relationship between the Shengwu Kingdom and Shuyan Kingdom was quite poor, and the latter dared to act so arrogantly. Upon hearing Lin Yan's name, Yao Tianxian's expression grew serious. He had heard of Lin Yan in nearby nations a few years ago. This person was a fourth-grade alchemist. There were even rumors in many countries that if not for Lin Yan's insufficient cultivation and lack of abundant spiritual power to support his refinement of fifth-grade pills, he would have been a fifth-grade alchemist. It seemed this person had come specifically to humiliate the Shengwu Kingdom. At this moment, Ye Feng also completed his pill refinement, and he was quite surprised that someone from Shuyan Kingdom participated in this competition. However, his goal has always been to win the championship of the alchemist competition. Arrogant. Do you think that because you refine pills quickly, you can act so arrogantly? Seeing the other party's arrogance, Qi Tiansheng was almost furious. President Yao, I have completed my third-grade pill. May I leave now? Lin Yan ignored Qi Tiansheng, instead locking his gaze on Yao Tianxian. You may leave. Yao Tianxian responded blandly. Very well, I hope during the finals the alchemists of the Shengwu Kingdom can show some strength and not just bark like that certain someone just did. Lin Yan, with his hands in his pockets, slowly left under the gazes of the crowd. Barking. Upon hearing these words, Qi Tiansheng's face turned ashen. This person had insulted him so. Before long, the half-hour was up. Hua Qianer and Yin Yulin also successfully refined their third-grade pills. Brother Ye Feng, this guy is too arrogant. You must teach him a good lesson later. Hua Qianer looked furious. Okay, I will definitely win against him, Ye Feng replied firmly. He also thought that this person was indeed too arrogant. However, the fact that he dared to act so brazenly in front of so many indicated he must possess remarkable strength. For this not only represented the individual, but also the pride of the Shuyan Kingdom. Including Lin Yan, there are a total of 34 alchemists entering the finals. Yao Tianxian's calm voice emerged. I must tell you not to underestimate Lin Yan. If his cultivation is sufficient, he can refine fifth-grade pills. Therefore, on the day of the finals, you must give it your all, as it represents the pride of the Shengwu Kingdom. After instructing, Yao Tianxian indicated that everyone could leave. However, Yao Tianxian's words cast a shadow over the hearts of all alchemists. Even Qi Tiansheng's face showed a serious expression. Fifth-grade, huh? Ye Feng murmured faintly, having already become proficient in refining fourth-grade pills. He attempted to refine fifth-grade pills a few days ago while training at Yunhai Sect. However, like Lin Yan, refining fifth-grade pills required too much spiritual power, and he ultimately failed. Yet there seemed to be one type of fifth-grade pill he could attempt. If he could successfully refine a fifth-grade pill, he could stomp on Qi Tiansheng's so-called pride in alchemy and also attract greater attention from the Shengwu royalty. Qianna, let's go. Ye Feng held Hua Qianer's jade hand, intending to leave. However, he suddenly noticed the Xinguang Dai approaching in the crowd. He turned slightly and found Qi Tiansheng right behind him. Could Xinguang Dai be here to watch Qi Tiansheng refine pills? Ye Feng mused. If the two were to become romantically involved, it would complicate his plans to snatch her away. At this moment, Qi Tiansheng also noticed Xinguang Dai's figure and approached her direction. Although he had an engagement with Xinguang Dai, it was merely agreed upon by the royal family, and the other party had not consented. Could Xinguang Dai be enlightened? Qi Tiansheng felt a surge of joy and then displayed a faint smile to welcome her arrival. Ye Feng, are you available? I need to discuss something with you. At that moment, Xinguang Dai's words caused the smile on Qi Tiansheng's face to suddenly freeze. Oh, looking for me. Ye Feng was also taken aback, thinking the other party was looking for Qi Tiansheng. The action of the holy light butterfly made him keenly aware that the relationship between these two seemed to be quite poor. Otherwise, why would they even greet each other? Yes, the holy light butterfly smiled slightly, her beauty captivating. All right, Qianna, you can head back first. I will go with Her Highness the Princess and return shortly. Ye Feng readily agreed, deliberately mocking Qi Tiansheng with a glance. Aren't you trying to steal my woman? Then I'll just take your fiancée in return. That silent mockery made Qi Tiansheng's forehead throb, with veins nearly causing him to explode on the spot. All right. Hua Qianer pouted, reluctantly leaving. Dyer, what's there to talk about with someone like Ye Feng? Qi Tiansheng suppressed the anger within, speaking in a deep tone. Young Master Qi, you are not my man, so don't call me so intimately. Furthermore, my matters with Ye Feng are not for you to meddle in. The coldness in the holy light butterfly's voice was starkly different from her attitude towards Ye Feng just moments ago. At this moment, Ye Feng nearly laughed out loud. Their relationship was worse than he had imagined. Ye Feng, let's go. The holy light butterfly ignored Qi Tianxing and left with Ye Feng. Qi Tianxing watched the two depart feeling as miserable as if he had eaten excrement. Your Highness, what do you need me for? After the two had walked far away, Ye Feng began to inquire. You do not need to call me Your Highness, oh just call me by my name. The holy light butterfly flipped her golden hair, speaking in a friendly manner. Perhaps because Ye Feng had saved her life last time and they had developed a somewhat intimate relationship, she felt closer to Ye Feng. Then I'll call you Miss Dai. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Actually, I came to find you today because I want you to pretend to be my beloved. The holy light butterfly took a deep breath and stated the purpose of her visit. The reason she sought Ye Feng was not only due to their previous intimate encounter, but also because she saw potential in him. Only by finding a man like him would her father believe her, and she might have a chance to dissolve the engagement with Qi Tianxing. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng showed a strange expression. Oh, was there such a good thing? He initially just wanted to get closer to the holy light butterfly and cultivate their feelings, but unexpectedly, she came to him proactively. Ye Feng, to be honest, I have an engagement with Qi Tianxing, but he is not the one I desire, so I'd like to ask for your... However, if you agree, you might face retaliation from Qi Tianxing. If you fear danger, you can refuse. The holy light butterfly spoke candidly. She did not want her concealment to lead Ye Feng to make a wrong decision. Miss Dai, perhaps you are unaware, but yesterday Qi Tianxing and Qi Tianho came to our Yunhai Sect's residence wanting to propose to my senior sister, who is also my woman. So I have long had conflicts with him. I am not afraid of his retaliation. Ye Feng recounted the events of the previous day to dispel her worries. So does this mean you agree? The holy light butterfly's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of joy upon hearing this. At the same time, her impression of Qi Tianxing worsened. Of course, to act as Miss Dai's beloved is something many would envy. Ye Feng readily agreed. Great. Tomorrow my brother will host a banquet for the talented individuals entering the second round of the competition. You must come. My brother will announce my engagement with Qi Tianxing then. The holy light butterfly instructed. All right, I will definitely come tomorrow. Ye Feng nodded in agreement, and after exchanging some mutual understanding, they parted ways. After returning to his residence at Yunhai Sect, Ye Feng went to Su Changxi's room. Junior brother, you're back. Su Changxi smiled lightly upon seeing Ye Feng arrive, her stunning face adorned with a gentle expression. Sierra, I have something to tell you. Ye Feng recounted his discussion with Song Yuding from yesterday and the holy light butterfly's visit today. Though Su Changxi had not commented on his affair with Hui Qianer, he still felt it necessary to share, as she was his first woman. Junior brother, I support everything you wish to do as long as you hold a place for me in your heart. Moreover, what Master said also makes sense. This matter concerns the safety of our Yunhai sect. Go ahead boldly. Su Changxi leaned against Ye Feng's shoulder, offering her support. Sierra, I have some clothes for you. Ye Feng, having finished his explanation, got down to business. Junior brother, where did you get these indecent clothes? Of course, I specially bought them for you to wear. Junior brother, these clothes are so revealing. The next day, Ye Feng received an invitation to the banquet from the Crown Prince of the Holy Martial Kingdom, Sheng Tianfeng. Su Changxi felt the bottleneck of the 7th level of the Tianwu realm last night, so she stayed at the residence to focus on her breakthrough. Ye Feng went alone to the banquet. Soon Ye Feng arrived at the Crown Prince's residence alone. After presenting the invitation, he entered smoothly. With a powerful stride, Ye Feng stepped into a spacious backyard which was the venue for today's banquet. On the main seat, Sheng Tianfeng wore a royal robe, his gaze imposing and extraordinary, his posture upright, exuding the aura of a ruler. The moment Ye Feng entered, he saw some familiar faces. Shi Lingyun, Qi Tianxing, the holy light butterfly, and others were already present. His gaze immediately focused on the radiant holy light butterfly. Today she had her golden hair styled up, adorned with a golden hairpin, and her enchanting face was specially made up, making her look exceptionally bright and captivating. Dressed in a luxurious golden gown that wrapped around her graceful figure, she simply sat there, becoming the most beautiful view in the place. Ye Feng, you're here. Sit here. The holy light butterfly, upon seeing Ye Feng arrive, took the initiative to greet him, her skirt flowing as she approached him. This action of the holy light butterfly left everyone present stunned. Among the many talents attending today's banquet, only Ye Feng was welcomed by the holy light butterfly. Their relationship seemed quite extraordinary. Ye Feng was somewhat flattered, but he understood that today he had to play the role of the holy light butterfly's man, so he could comprehend her actions. Not far away, Qi Tianxing's face darkened instantly. He couldn't understand why the two were so close. Under the guidance of the holy light butterfly, Ye Feng arrived at a seat beside her. Just as he was about to sit down, a cold shout echoed through the crowd. Ye Feng, this is not a place for you to sit. Get over there. The speaker is named Qi Peng, who is not a direct descendant of the Qi Wang mansion, but rather a guard adopted by it. However, due to his exceptional talent, he was granted the surname Qi by Lord Qi Tian, becoming Qi Tian Sheng's right-hand man. He is aware of the engagement between his young master and Sheng Guangdai. At this moment, to maintain his composure, Qi Tian Sheng could not voice his thoughts, leaving it to him to speak. Seeing Qi Peng's attitude, Sheng Guangdai was about to speak when Ye Feng raised his hand to stop her. "Who are you?" Ye Feng asked with a cold smile. "I am Qi Peng of the Qi Wang mansion." Qi Peng displayed a proud expression. Being Qi Tian Sheng's right-hand man was a lifetime honor for him. I wondered who it was. Turns out to be a dog raised by the Qi Wang mansion. No wonder you're so uncultured. Ye Feng chuckled and continued. "I sit here at the invitation of Her Highness the Princess. The Princess is the host, and you are the guest. How can you dictate where I sit? Do you wish to overshadow the host?" Ye Feng's reasoned words rendered Qi Peng speechless. Moreover, Ye Feng even insulted him by calling him a dog. "What do you know? My young master is about to." Before Qi Peng could finish his words, he was met with two sharp gazes. He immediately realized that this matter could not be disclosed by him. Seeing that Qi Peng had some sense, Sheng Tian Feng withdrew his gaze. The reason I invited all you talented individuals here is twofold: first, to make connections, and second, to announce an important matter. Sheng Tian Feng stood up, his gentle smile sweeping over each talented guest at the banquet. However, he felt somewhat disappointed that the two from the Ghost Sword Sect and Su Changxi from Yunhai Sect had not arrived. These three individuals were the most promising talents in his eyes aside from Qi Tian Sheng. Ye Feng and others responded to Sheng Tian Feng's pleasantries with smiles. The others were also curious about what important announcement Sheng Tian Feng was about to make. He did not rush to speak, but instead enlivened the atmosphere of the banquet. When he felt the timing was right, he indicated for everyone to be quiet. "Today I want to announce that my sister Sheng Guangdai has been engaged to Qi Tian Sheng, and their wedding will take place after the martial arts conference of the 36 countries in the Qian domain." Sheng Tian Feng announced this heavyweight news with a smile. With Qi Tian Sheng's talent, he would surely shine in the martial arts conference of the 36 countries in the Qian domain. At that time, it would also be the best opportunity for the other party to marry Sheng Guangdai. After this statement, the talented individuals present were shocked and then displayed expressions of envy. As the princess of the Sheng Wu kingdom, Sheng Guangdai held an exceptionally noble status coupled with her unparalleled beauty and terrifying talent, making her the object of desire for many. "Dai, from this day forth I can announce to the world that you are my fiancée, Qi Tian Sheng." Qi Tian Sheng said, a warm smile appearing on his face. "Brother, I do not agree to this. I already have someone I admire." Sheng Guangdai suddenly stood up, her voice strong and her expression extremely serious. The scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. No one expected that after Sheng Tian Feng's announcement, Sheng Guangdai would personally come out to oppose it. This left Qi Tian Sheng in the most awkward position. "Dai, who is the person you admire? Don't tell me it's that kid Ye Feng." "Indeed, Dai, and I have long been mutually infatuated." Ye Feng stood up, his dark eyes radiating deep affection as he approached Sheng Guangdai and held her delicate hand. Sheng Guangdai's body trembled slightly, a charming smile blossoming on her jade-like face, and she then grasped Ye Feng's large hand in return. The two held hands tightly, their fingers intertwined. Crack! The sound of the table shattering echoed. Qi Tian Sheng's chest heaved violently, his gaze as cold as a deep abyss, his features gradually contorting into a fierce expression. "How dare Ye Feng openly steal his woman in front of so many people? Ye Feng, how dare you?" Qi Tian Sheng's eyes emitted a chilling, murderous intent, his voice low and terrifying like that of a ghost. "Just the other day you and your father came to my Yunhai sect to propose to my senior sister. Why can't I and Dai have mutual affection?" Ye Feng revealed a faint smile. His words caused many faces in attendance to change, including Sheng Tian Feng's. "Your Highness, this matter is father's decision. How can you act recklessly?" Sheng Tian Feng reprimanded in a deep voice. "I am not acting recklessly." To convince everyone, Sheng Guangdai suddenly kissed Ye Feng's resolute face. They had already shared intimate moments, and now a kiss was nothing unusual. Boom! Upon witnessing this scene, Qi Tian Sheng's table burst apart. His fiancée had kissed another man right in front of him. To him, this was an immense humiliation. Ye Feng also did not expect that Sheng Guangdai would actually kiss him. Yet how could it feel so exhilarating, especially in front of Qi Tian Sheng? "Your Highness, the man who is to be with Sheng Guangdai must be someone I approve of. In my view, Qi Tian Sheng is inferior to my man Ye Feng." Sheng Guangdai raised her gaze, slightly, her eyes filled with determination. Sheng Tianfeng did not expect his sister to be so stubborn. At this moment, he felt somewhat troubled and could only wait until the banquet ended to consult his father's opinion. How can I be inferior to Ye Feng? Dire, what kind of joke is this? Qi Tiansheng felt deeply insulted at this moment. You are 3 years older than Ye Feng, and in 3 years his strength will surely surpass yours. Not even in 3 years, after the martial arts conference of the 36 countries, he will never be my opponent again, Ye Feng said with confidence. And since you excel at alchemy, I have also made some achievements in it. At this alchemy competition, you will undoubtedly lose to me. Ye Feng's arrogant words caused Qi Tiansheng's breath to waver once more. Very well, I hope you remember what you said today. The finals of the alchemist tournament are in 2 days. If you cannot defeat me, then get away from Dire. Qi Tiansheng's expression darkened like an abyss, his voice cold as ice. Dire and I genuinely love each other. I want to use this as a wager. If I lose, I will sever an arm, and you will do the same. I am resolute about this, Ye Feng declared. Upon hearing this, Sheng Guangdai felt a complex emotion flash through her heart. Their affair was merely a pretense, yet Ye Feng did not regard her as a wager, but rather risked his own arm. For any talented individual, an arm is extremely precious, equivalent to a lifetime's future. Ye Feng, you are too arrogant. You don't even have the qualification to participate in the 36 countries martial arts conference. What gives you the right to boast here? Qi Peng could no longer hold back. At this moment, he had to stand up for Qi Tiansheng and teach the arrogant Ye Feng a lesson. What gives you the right? Just by the fact that I can defeat you. If you are unconvinced, then come over and fight. Ye Feng's voice was wild and unrestrained, filled with confidence like a surging tide, tumultuous and powerful. Your Highness, I Qi Peng request to battle Ye Feng. Please grant me permission. Qi Peng's gaze turned towards Sheng Tianfeng, his eyes bursting with intense battle intent. He was also one of the participants in this great competition of prodigies, just at the age of 25, with cultivation reaching the 6th level of Tianwu realm. The matters between you two are your own business. This prince will not interfere, Sheng Tianfeng said after a moment of silence. He understood Qi Peng's strength, who entering the top 5 of this competition might be a challenge, but breaking into the top 10 was definitely within reach. If Ye Feng cannot defeat Qi Peng now, how can he hope to defeat Qi Tiansheng after the martial competition among the 36 nations of Qinyu? Then what are you waiting for? Ye Feng smiled at Sheng Guangdia, then stepped out from the banquet table and moved to a spacious area in the courtyard. Qi Peng stood proudly facing Ye Feng. The two gazed at each other, their eyes clashing with mutual hostility. The onlookers were eager to see whose strength was superior, especially Shi Lingyun, who was particularly curious about Ye Feng's limits. Boom! 2 powerful auras surged up simultaneously. In the next moment, both bodies rushed towards each other, unleashing fierce punch waves from Ye Feng's fist. Qi Peng's fingers curled, one hand forming a claw as his sharp eagle claws sliced through the air, creating a piercing whistling sound. The punch wave, infused with the power of mountains and seas, collided with the incredibly sharp eagle claw, erupting with a dull roar. With a clash, both were pushed back by the tremendous recoil, Ye Feng retreating 3 steps, while Qi Peng fell back 5. Qi Peng glanced at his slightly numb palm, his expression gradually becoming serious. This Ye Feng truly had some skill, but strength was not his forte. What he excelled at was speed, absolute speed. Take another claw from me. Qi Peng's eagle eyes shone bright, sharp as a blade, as his feet moved with the swiftness of a heavenly eagle, quick as lightning, his sharp eagle claw piercing through the surrounding airflow, aimed for Ye Feng's throat. His such speed! I can only see the afterimage left behind, unable to capture the exact position. How am I supposed to fight? A 5th-level Tianwu realm cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. Feng Tiansheng's eyes also flashed with surprise. Qi Peng had actually cultivated the heavenly technique, heavenly eagle step, to such a level. He was curious to see how Ye Feng would respond in the face of such extreme speed. You wish to compete with me? And Ye Feng internally chuckled coldly. As the eagle claw approached at incredible speed, he sidestepped, evading the sharp attack with astonishing speed. The claw missed, and shock appeared in the eyes of the onlookers. For such a swift strike to miss, it seemed that Ye Feng's speed was not inferior to Qi Peng's. At this moment, Qi Peng was deeply shocked. He had thought Ye Feng was merely strong in power, not realizing that his speed and reflexes were so keen. But he did not believe this guy could evade every time. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Qi Peng, relying on the swift heavenly eagle step, slashed through the air multiple times, but failed to land a hit on Ye Feng, not even brushing against his clothes. This filled him with a profound sense of humiliation. Wow, In his anger, as Qi Peng was about to retaliate, Ye Feng launched his counterattack. With a step through the air, his dominating punch waves fell upon Qi Peng like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 The muffled sounds echoed in the backyard. This was the sound of Ye Feng mercilessly beating Qi Peng. Although Qi Peng's heavenly eagle step was fast, Ye Feng's void step was even faster. Under Ye Feng's torrential assault, Qi Peng fled in panic, ultimately becoming a passive target for Ye Feng's blows. Huh! Ye Feng shouted, his punch wave imbued with the power of mountains and seas, striking ferociously at Qi Peng's abdomen. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted from Qi Peng's mouth, the pain searing through him. Yet the physical pain was nothing compared to the humiliation of his spirit. He could not afford to lose. This represented not only his own face, but that of Qi Tianxing and the Qi Wangfu. A heavenly eagle wind god claw. Qi Peng's face twisted in rage as he roared, determined to shatter Ye Feng's arrogance with this claw. Empowered by the storm's might, a claw that was so fast, it left no afterimage shot towards Ye Feng. With the high-speed enhancement of this storm's might, the power contained in this heavenly eagle claw was immeasurable. Ye Feng looked skyward, neither dodging nor avoiding, as a pure yang force surged within him. Pure yang shattering sky, finger a finger that stirs the wind and clouds. With a loud roar, Ye Feng raised his hand, pressing down with a finger infused with immense power, unleashing boundless might. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled. The heavenly eagle claw, enhanced by the storm's power, was pierced by Ye Feng's giant finger. Qi Peng's martial technique was shattered, his body struck as if hit by lightning, kneeling on one knee with disbelief and horror etched on his face. The surroundings fell silent. Ye Feng had comprehensively overpowered Qi Peng in terms of speed, strength, and martial techniques. In just 10 exchanges, Qi Peng had suffered a crushing defeat, severely injured, and unable to continue. It was noteworthy that Ye Feng's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the Earth martial realm. Qi Tianxing's expression was extremely grim. This useless Qi Peng had actually lost. This had utterly destroyed the last shred of his dignity. Your Highness, I have matters to attend to, and will take my leave now. Regardless of Shang Tianfeng's expression, Qi Tianxing rose and left, eager to return and quickly break through to the 8th level of Tianwu realm. Shang Tianfeng frowned, but did not say much. What? Do I have flowers on my face? When Ye Feng returned to Shang Guangdi's side, he found her staring at him intently. I just didn't expect your strength to be beyond my imagination. A ripple of unexpected brilliance flickered in Shang Guangdi's eyes. Even if she wanted to defeat Qi Peng, it would not be as easy as it was for Ye Feng. It seemed that Ye Feng's strength might already surpass hers. Sure, Lingyun from the Wild Lion sect wore a grave expression. He had previously been fully confident in defeating Ye Feng. But after witnessing this battle, his confidence had dwindled to just 1/10. Come, let us raise our glasses and drink, wishing all prodigies shine in tomorrow's competition. Seeing the atmosphere was somewhat dull, Shang Tianfeng sought to enliven the banquet. The prodigies raised their glasses to drink, unaffected by Qi Tianxing's early departure. Ye Feng enjoyed the food and wine while joking and chatting with the beautiful women beside him, feeling utterly joyful. The next day morning, today marks the second round of the Talented Heroes competition, where the elimination matches based on drawing lots will take place. Each participant will compete in 2 matches, after which 20 outstanding individuals will be selected to enter the final round, vying for the precious spots to the 36 kingdoms of Qiandoming. When Ye Feng and Su Changxi arrived at the battle platform, it was already rather late. After returning from the banquet yesterday, he had been trying to refine a 5th-grade elixir in his room, and now he felt a glimmer of confidence. He planned to attempt refining after completing his 2 matches today. Soon the time for the second round of the Talented Heroes competition arrived. Please let the 80 contestants come up to draw lots. The voice of the royal man rang out, and the 80 contestants stepped onto the stage one by one to draw lots. Each person would draw a number and then battle according to their numbers. Ye Feng drew number 1, meaning he would battle against the contestant who drew number 80. Sierra, what number? Ye Feng turned to ask. He did not wish to fight against his woman, especially since Su Changxi had successfully broken through to the 7th level of the Tianwu realm yesterday. If they were to actually engage in battle, his chances of victory would be pitifully small. Number 10. Su Changxi revealed her drawn number. That's good, then we won't face each other in the first match. Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and Su Changxi also felt fortunate. She did not wish to encounter Ye Feng either. Contestants number 1 and 80, please come up to the stage. The voice of the royal man echoed across the battle platform. Ye Feng and the contestant who drew number 80 stepped onto the stage simultaneously. When Ye Feng saw who the contestant number 80 was, a playful smile crept across his lips. Contestant number 80 was none other than Chi Peng, who had fought against him yesterday. Chi Peng's face turned ashen, having encountered Ye Feng once again. The injuries Ye Feng had inflicted on him yesterday had yet to heal, and how could he possibly be Ye Feng's opponent now? I concede, Chi Peng declared before the royal man could announce the start of the battle, a decision that left everyone astonished. The talented individuals who attended the Holy Tianfeng banquet yesterday could also understand after Chi Peng's humiliating defeat yesterday, to fight again today would only be self-debasement. If you want fight, then get off the stage. Ye Feng raised an eyebrow, coldly admonishing. He had not expected Chi Peng to be so spineless. Chi Peng gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and walked off the stage. Below the platform, he was met with the cold glares and mockery of the crowd. The royal man cast a disappointed glance at Chi Peng before announcing Ye Feng's victory. As time passed, one by one, the top 80 contestants stepped onto the stage, engaging in fierce battles. Both Su Changxi and the Holy Light Butterfly triumphed over their opponents with their formidable strength. Especially after Su Changxi showcased her cultivation at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm, her opponents fell into despair, and the spectators were filled with shock. Soon the inheritor of the ghost sword Jian Qi and Wei Kuan also advanced to the top 40 without any surprises. Qi Tiansheng successfully defeated his opponent as well, but his cultivation remained at the peak of the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. As the morning passed, all 40 matches had concluded. The qualified top 40 contestants drew lots again. This time, Ye Feng still drew number 1. And this time his opponent was none other than the strongest disciple of the Mad Lion Sect, Shi Lingyun. On the battle platform, the two locked eyes. Ye Feng's gaze radiated confidence, while Shi Lingyun appeared less assured. The sect master of the Mad Lion Sect, Shi Xinjue, was also intently watching every move on the stage. His sect could not afford to be eliminated early like the Insha sect, failing to even reach the finals. The battle begins. With the royal man's command, both fighters unleashed their auras simultaneously. Ye Feng gripped his massive sword, charging forward as sharp sword energies surged around him. He unleashed a sword strike, the sword energy boiling, and the scorching flames on the sword blade spread out. Shi Lingyun let out a lion's roar, producing waves of sound akin to a raging lion clashing against the boiling sword energy and the spreading flames. In the stalemate, the battle platform erupted with ear-piercing sounds. Ye Feng's eyes flashed red, and as he rotated his massive sword, the fiery sword light blossomed on the arena. The fiery sword light was as blinding as the sun, dazzling and unstoppable. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the fiery sword light tore through layers of sound waves, forcing Shi Lingyun back with a single strike. Shi Lingyun glanced down at the shallow sword mark on his chest, his blood boiling and his fighting spirit awakening fully. He could not afford to lose. He was the pride of the Mad Lion Sect, and he had to win. Even if his opponent was Ye Feng, who instilled fear in him, he would fight until the last moment, as long as there was even a sliver of a chance to win. Let's battle. Shi Lingyun howled to the heavens, his fighting spirit soaring like an awakened lion, unleashing a terrifying momentum. Grasping a golden staff, he swung it, unleashing a golden energy that shot toward Ye Feng like a dazzling arrow. Seeing his opponent's fighting spirit restored, Ye Feng also became serious. As he stepped forward, the power of the mountains and rivers erupted within him, and then he struck down with his sword, shattering the golden energy. In the next moment, the two figures collided. The massive sword and the long staff clashed in midair, producing a sound of metal striking metal. Boom, boom, boom. As they exchanged blows, the terrifying spiritual energy rampaged at the center of the battle, the massive sword howling and the long staff roaring, resembling a violent metallic symphony. Neither knew how many exchanges had occurred, leaving the spectators below in silent shock. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated. Shi Lingyun's hands went numb, and he nearly lost grip of his long staff, his body being sent flying by the massive sword. Cough, cough. Shi Lingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. Heaven shot. Shi Lingyun firmly planted his staff into the ground, countless golden lights converging frantically upon it, resembling a divine needle that radiated an extremely brilliant glow. With a sudden thrust, his staff shot upwards, and a dazzling golden light soared into the sky. Following that, a staff infused with overwhelming energy descended violently toward Ye Feng. Mountain River Fiery Flame Slash. Ye Feng's left hand brushed over the sword blade, flames igniting fiercely. He stepped forward with his right foot, unleashing a torrent of mountain and river might. The power of the mountains and rivers intertwined with the power of flames, merging into a breathtaking sword light at the sword's tip. Slash. As Ye Feng's voice fell, he swung the heavy sword, sending a two-colored sword light toward the terrifying staff. Boom. The battle platform erupted with sound, the ground shook, and countless fragments scattered from the center of the explosion. The terrifying energy waves swept endlessly, affecting everyone in the viewing area. Boom. The battle platform erupted with sound, the ground shook, and countless fragments scattered from the center of the explosion. The terrifying energy waves swept endlessly, affecting everyone. Ye Feng wins and advances to the top 20. The royal man's words ignited a fervor among the disciples of the Yunhai sect. The expression on Shi Xinju's face was extremely grim. Ye Feng's combat power was simply astonishing, and Su Changxi had also broken through to the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. Among the younger generation, their Changxi sect could no longer compete with the Yunhai sect. More importantly, he had learned from Qi Tianhou that Song Yuting's cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of the Huangwu realm. If this continued, their Changxi sect would be completely left behind by the Yunhai sect. It seemed he was in need of a powerful ally. Just as Shi Xinjue was lost in thought, Ye Feng had already left the battle platform and informed Song Yuting before returning alone to the Yunhai sect's residence. The next day was the finals of the Alchemist Conference, and he needed to prepare diligently. After Ye Feng left, the competition continued from the top 40 to the top 20. After a fierce battle, the top 20 were finally determined. Among them, the Holy Martial Royal Family occupied 6 spots, the Yunhai Sect 5, the Huoyan Sect 4, the Ghost Sword Sect 2, and the Qi Wangfu 3. As for the Yinsezong and Guangshi sect, no one advanced to the finals. This was primarily due to being eliminated in the first round by Ye Feng and Su Changxi, who swept through some of the stronger disciples. In addition to the encirclement by other disciples from the Yunhai sect and Huoyan sect, this led to the current situation. The following day, the finals of the Holy Martial Kingdom's Alchemist Conference were set to take place. Unlike the preliminary rounds, the atmosphere today was particularly lively, with many factions sending representatives to observe. After all, the alchemists here would eventually become the most outstanding figures in the Holy Martial Kingdom, so it was necessary to get acquainted in advance. In addition, the arrogant remarks from the Blood Cloud country also attracted many spectators. Even the Emperor of the Holy Martial Kingdom, Sheng Junlin, personally arrived at the scene. Master Tianqian, is Lin Yan's alchemy level truly that formidable? Sheng Junlin, dressed in royal robes, exuded an air of authority as he inquired lightly. The various nations of the Qian domain are astonished by his alchemical talent. His alchemy level will definitely exceed what I have mentioned. Yao Tianqian sighed, his brow furrowed with worry. Upon hearing this, Sheng Junlin fell silent. It seemed that defeating Lin Yan from the Blood Cloud country would be quite a challenge. Now he could only place his hopes on Qi Tiansheng and Yin Yuan. Both of them were alchemical geniuses of the Holy Martial Kingdom. No, perhaps Ye Feng might have a slim chance. He hoped that this young man's alchemical level would match his arrogance. While the two conversed, Lin Yin stepped forward, being the first to ascend the alchemy platform. Qi Tianhou and his son Qi Tiansheng had also arrived. Hui Yinling brought Yin Yuan and Hu Qianer along as well. We're just waiting for Ye Feng. If he doesn't arrive soon, he'll be late. Yao Tianqian glanced at the people who had ascended the alchemy platform and murmured. Hu Qianer anxiously looked towards the crowd. It would be a pity if Ye Feng missed the competition due to being late. At this critical moment, a figure in azure appeared in the sky, accompanied by Ye Feng, who had just emerged from seclusion. Under the gaze of the crowd, a man and a woman landed on the alchemy platform. Do your best, Song Yuting urged, then gracefully left the alchemy platform. Today her man would undoubtedly shine with the brightest light. Ye Feng, today I will let you know just how laughable your self-proclaimed alchemy level is. Qi Tiansheng sneered, his face filled with disdain. How I just hope your face doesn't hurt too much from your own words. Well, I will be taking one of your arms today. Ye Feng chuckled lightly, then disregarded Qi Tiansheng. Today he aimed to refine a 5th-grade elixir and needed to focus entirely. Lin Yin watched the internal conflict of the Holy Martial Kingdom disciples with a cold smile. He had been slightly worried that the Holy Martial Kingdom disciples might interfere with him during the alchemy process. It seemed he had overthought it. However, some necessary precautions were still required. President Yao, can we start now? Lin Yin asked, looking at Yao Tianqian. The time for this alchemy session is 1 hour. Within this time, whoever refines an elixir of higher grade and more patterns will be the champion, Yao Tianqian stated calmly. Now I declare the alchemy competition officially begins. As his words fell, all the alchemists began to take out their alchemy furnaces and focus their alchemical flames. As various herbs were added, Ye Feng, Lin Yin, Qi Tiansheng, and others entered a state of complete concentration. The elixir Ye Feng intended to refine was the 5th grade Yin Yang 2 instrument pill. The most important reason for refining this elixir was that it required a perfect integration of both Yang and Yin energies to successfully create it. In this process, ordinary alchemists would consume a great deal of spiritual power to balance these two energies. However, Ye Feng possessed both Yang and Yin energies within his own spiritual power. This would allow him to save a significant amount of spiritual power while refining the Yin Yang 2 instrument pill, making it possible to refine a 5th grade elixir with his cultivation at the 6th level of the Diwu realm. Of course, refining a 5th grade elixir was more complex than a 4th grade one, not only due to the increased number of herbs, but also because the time and control over the flames were more challenging. Just as Ye Feng was refining the elixir, Yao Tianxin noticed something unusual about Lin Yan. It seems Lin Yan is attempting to refine a 5th grade elixir. I see that the number of herbs he has added far exceeds that of a typical 4th grade elixir. Yao Tianxin's words caused Sheng Junlin's brow to furrow. How dare Lin Yan attempt to refine a 5th grade elixir? What was he relying on? However, his furrowed brow soon relaxed. If that were the case, the Holy Martial Kingdom might have a great chance of winning against the opponent. Hui Yinling also heard Yao Tianxin's words, a hint of surprise flashing in his aged eyes. His gaze was fixed on Hui Qianer and Ye Feng. The reason he paid attention to Ye Feng was that his granddaughter frequently mentioned Ye Feng's alchemical talent to him. He wanted to see just how capable Ye Feng was in alchemy today. If this young man's alchemical skills were indeed impressive, he would tacitly approve of Qianer and Ye Feng's relationship. After all, it was rare to find a young person with talent in both cultivation and alchemy, especially one that Qianer liked. But what is this kid doing? He has added so many herbs. He doesn't intend to refine a 5th grade elixir too, does he? Hui Yinling thought to himself. As time passed, some alchemists had already reached the final step of congealing the elixir. As long as the congealing was successful, the elixir could be successfully refined. Boom. With the vibration of the alchemy furnaces, several 3rd grade alchemists were the first to complete the refinement of their elixirs. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Hui Qianer had also completed the alchemy of the pill. She had refined the simplest 4th grade pill, and she was already quite satisfied with her successful completion. After Hui Qianer, Yan Yulin and Qi Tianxing also successfully finished their pill refining. After all, her current cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the Earth Martial Realm, and at just 19 years old this achievement was enough to astonish many. Yan Yulin had refined a 4th grade Peiyuan pill with 7 patterns. Qi Tianxing had refined a 4th grade Yanghun pill with 8 patterns. Yan Yulin glanced at the pill Qi Tianxing had refined, a hint of dejection appearing on his face. Qi Tianxing wore a faint smile, for the Yanghun pill was the most difficult to refine among the 4th grade pills, and with its 8-pattern quality, winning the title of champion at this alchemist competition was virtually assured. After all, how easy was it to refine a 9-pattern 4th grade pill? He looked around and noticed that Lin Yan and Ye Feng had yet to complete their refining. Seeing this scene, Qi Tianxing couldn't help but sneer inwardly. These two were more arrogant than the last, yet neither had finished their refining even now. If they were to fail in their refining, it would be nothing short of laughable. Yao Tianxin's gaze was fixed on Lin Yan. If Lin Yan managed to refine a 5th grade pill, victory would be all but assured. Suddenly a voice emerged from Lin Yan's mouth. With my blood, I shall forge this pill. His spiritual energy was indeed insufficient to support the refinement of a 5th grade pill. But he could substitute his own blood vitality for spiritual energy, creating a legend of his own. Buzz. The pill furnace before Lin Yan trembled suddenly, a blood-red light bursting forth from it. I, Lin Yan, have refined a 5th grade pill. Lin Yan held a 1-pattern Blood King pill, casting a disdainful glance over everyone present. At the moment the 5th grade pill was revealed, everyone was left speechless, their jaws dropping in shock. This Lin Yan had refined a 5th grade pill by relying solely on his Earth Martial Realm cultivation. Moreover, he was a 5th grade alchemist under 25 years old. Such alchemical talent left all in awe. Qi Tianxing's expression darkened like water, filled with disbelief. A peer of his age had actually refined a 5th grade pill, which was difficult for the usually proud him to accept. But now that it had come to this, he was powerless to change it. All he needed was to defeat Ye Feng. Qi Tianxing, open your eyes and see clearly what kind of pill this is. With Ye Feng's resounding voice, all eyes were drawn to him. In the next moment, as the pill furnace trembled, a pill infused with the essence of Yin and Yang appeared before everyone's eyes. This is a 5th grade pill, the Yin Yang 2 instruments pill. Yao Tianxin's old eyes shook violently, the shock within him indescribable. A person of the Earth Martial Realm had actually refined a 5th grade pill. In the past, he would have surely slapped the face of anyone making such a joke. But now such a fantastical scene unfolded right before his eyes. Both Qi Tiansheng and Lin Yin displayed extreme shock, their hearts struggling to calm down. Especially Lin Yin, upon seeing that it was also a three-pattern yin-yang two instruments pill. Even a prodigy like him couldn't help but bow his proud head. The powerful figures of Shengjun Lin, Qi Tiansheng, and Hui Yanling were left speechless in shock. I hereby announce that the champion of this alchemist competition is Ye Feng. Yao Tianxian took a deep breath, looking at Ye Feng as if he were a treasure. In all his years, this was the first time he had encountered such an extraordinary young man. Even if he searched throughout the Qian domain and 100 nations, he would find no second like him. Ye Feng, this is your prize for winning the Extreme Fire Cauldron. It is a low-grade, heavenly tier pill furnace. I hope you can use it to create more miracles in the future. Yao Tianxian praised. Thank you, senior. Ye Feng accepted the Extreme Fire Cauldron and walked over to He Qianer. At this moment, He Qianer looked at Ye Feng with admiration. Her disciple had actually refined a 5th-grade pill. It was simply too impressive. Qianer, when you taught me alchemy, I shall give this Extreme Fire Cauldron to you now. Ye Feng forcefully placed the Extreme Fire Cauldron into He Qianer's arms. He Qianer was still immersed in admiration, and when she came to her senses, she realized that Ye Feng had gifted her the Extreme Fire Cauldron. In an instant, her heart trembled, wishing she could offer herself. Good. I have definitely accepted Ye Feng as my son-in-law. Hui Yanling was grinning from ear to ear at this moment. A young man with such monstrous alchemical talent, who was also the one her granddaughter had taken a liking to, she had to recognize this son-in-law. In the crowd, Xinguang Dai was filled with joy. Ye Feng had won and had become the youngest 5th-grade alchemist in Xingu Nation. Such an achievement was enough for her father to reconsider her relationship with Qi Tiansheng. Qianer, step aside for now. I still have some matters to attend to. Ye Feng patted He Qianer's head and struck him. He Qianer obediently stepped aside, clearly aware of the enmity between Ye Feng and Qi Tiansheng. Qi Tiansheng, I won the alchemy contest. Do you intend to sever an arm, or will you go back on your word? Ye Feng's gaze fixed on Qi Tiansheng, pressing him directly. Ye Feng, don't go too far. Qi Tiansheng's face turned ashen, his inner fury almost erupting. This guy had obstructed his engagement with Xinguang Dai, and now he wanted him to sever an arm. Since the day he was born, he had never felt so humiliated. Young man, some things shouldn't be taken too far. Qi Tiansheng's father, Qi Tiansheng, had to speak up. If his son were to sever an arm, it would have a tremendous impact on the 36 nations of the Qian domain. He could never allow his son to do such a thing. This is a wager witnessed by everyone. If your son wishes to go back on his word, I don't mind, but such a person who goes against their oath. Ye Feng shrugged casually. He couldn't forcibly sever Qi Tiansheng's arm. Whether he could defeat him was another matter, and Qi Tiansheng's father definitely wouldn't agree. Perhaps Shengjun Lin wouldn't agree either. After all, Qi Tiansheng would represent Xingu Nation in the 36 Nations Martial Assembly. So it was better to retreat strategically, allowing Qi Tiansheng to make his own choice. If the other party were to sever an arm, their strength would undoubtedly decline significantly, posing no threat to him anymore. If not, they would face the cold gazes of the crowd and the contempt of Shengjun Lin. At this moment, Shengjun Lin also wanted to see what kind of decision Qi Tiansheng would make to sever an arm and uphold the agreement, or to act despicably and go back on his word. But it seemed that either choice would cause Qi Tiansheng to lose value in his eyes, for no one liked a treacherous person. Ye Feng is quite an excellent young man, but it's a pity that his close relationship with Dyer seems a bit false. Shengjun Lin murmured thoughtfully. It seems necessary for me to secretly lend a hand to turn their pretense into reality. Tiansheng, let's go. Qi Tianho noticed Ye Feng's malicious intent and directly took his son away. As long as he was present, who would dare to sever his son's arm? Ye Feng watched the father and son of the Qi family leave, shaking his head faintly. Ye Feng, right. Work hard. Shengjun Lin came to Ye Feng's side, patted his shoulder, and left a meaningful remark before departing. Ye Feng was puzzled by the words, feeling that Shengwu Emperor's words carried hidden meanings. What did he need to work hard on? Surely it wasn't to win over Xinguang Dai. Xinguang Dai was quite surprised to see her father actively greeting Ye Feng. It seemed her father had begun to value Ye Feng, which meant her engagement to Qi Tiansheng might be cancelled. Ye Feng, congratulations on becoming a 5th-grade alchemist. Xinguang Dai approached Ye Feng with a light dance, wearing a gentle smile as she congratulated him. What's this? Your beloved is performing so excellently, aren't you going to give her some reward? Ye Feng teased with a sly smile. Xinguang Dai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ye Feng to be so smooth-tongued. She looked around and noticed many gazes were fixed upon the two of them. To convince Father Emperor, let's share a kiss. Xinguang Dai thought to herself, then she stood on her tiptoes and gently pressed her rosy lips against Ye Feng's cheek. With a soft pop, Ye Feng was stunned. He had only been joking, but this was a real kiss. By the time he realized that Xinguang Dai had already left, leaving behind a charming silhouette like a butterfly. Song Yuding observed the scene, her expression strange. It hadn't been long yet the relationship between Ye Feng and Xinguang Dai seemed quite extraordinary. Her little man had quite the charm. Hui Yanling was equally dumbfounded. Ye Feng was too in demand. He needed to remind his granddaughter to seize the opportunity, preferably turning rice into cooked food tonight. With the crowd dispersing, Ye Feng returned to Yunhai Sect's residence to prepare for the finals of the upcoming Tianjiao Grand Competition. Haha, Sect Master Song, I just came to visit you. Want hold it against me, will you? Hui Yanling arrived at Yunhai Sect's residence with Hui Qianer. Of course not, but I wonder what brings Sect Master Hui here. Song Yuding feigned ignorance. Upon seeing Hui Yanling's arrival, she knew this old man was definitely here to find Ye Feng. I'm here to discuss matters between Qianer and Ye Feng. They are not young anymore. Some things can be put on the Hui Yanling said with a slight smile. Sect Master Hui, this matter is not urgent. Song Yuding gently pressed her lips together and responded perfunctorily. Hui Yanling's expression slightly changed. What did Song Yuding mean? Did she think his granddaughter was unworthy of Ye Feng? Ye Feng, you brat, come out. After taking advantage of my granddaughter, do you want to back out? Hui Yanling shouted loudly at Yunhai Sect's residence. Hearing this, Ye Feng could only brace himself and step out. He had no idea what kind of game Song Yuding was playing, clearly telling him not to pursue Hui Qianer tonight. He had to wait until after the finals of the Tianjiao Grand Competition. Elder Hui Qianer, Ye Feng, if you hadn't been taught by me the secrets of alchemy, would you have achieved what you have today? Why do you now think Qianer is not worthy of you? Hui Yanling glared at him, puffing his cheeks. Grandpa Ye Feng is not that kind of person. Hui Qianer blushed, feeling that her grandfather was too excited. Elder Hui, that's not the case. I swear by my martial heart that I will never abandon Qianer. I just need to focus on my cultivation tonight for tomorrow's finals. Ye Feng could only explain this way. That's more like it. Hui Yanling snorted lightly. Ye Feng, swearing by his martial heart, was indeed sincere. But you better hurry, I want to hold my great-grandchild. He whispered in Ye Feng's ear, causing Hui Qianer's beautiful face to flush. Cough, I'll do my best. Ye Feng looked at Hui Yanling's unrestrained demeanor and could only nod in agreement. All right, then I won't disturb your cultivation. Qianer, let's leave. Hui Yanling nodded in satisfaction. Ye Feng, I and Grandpa are leaving now. Hui Qianer gazed reluctantly at Ye Feng. Qianer, come find me after the Tianjiao Grand Competition tomorrow. Ye Feng said solemnly. Their relationship was already quite intimate. It was time to make her his woman. Hui Qianer understood Ye Feng's hidden meaning and shyly nodded. She began to look forward to tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Hui Yanling and Hui Qianer, Ye Feng then entered the room with Song Yuding. Tinger, are you feeling jealous? Ye Feng asked, noticing Song Yuding's unusual behavior. It's not that. You have performed brilliantly today, attracting Sheng Junlin's attention. Song Yuding explained softly. I know your physique is special. If you improve your cultivation tonight, it won't be good for you. But if you showcase your strength tomorrow, your talent will certainly astonish everyone, especially the Guangshi Sect, Insha Sect, and Qi Wangfu. Even the Ghost Sword Sect will be no exception. You must understand that Qi Wangfu has 2 strong practitioners at the Emperor Martial Realm, and the Ghost Sword Sect also has 2. Together with Guangshi Sect and Insha Sect, that's 6 Emperor Martial Realm experts. Such a force cannot be ignored by the Shengwu imperial family. Upon hearing Song Yuding's explanation, Ye Feng understood the deeper meaning behind it. Being too ostentatious could easily draw the ire of several major factions, potentially stifling him in the cradle. You don't need to worry too much. Once I break through to the 3rd level of the Emperor Martial Realm, it won't matter who comes. Song Yuding's tone was infused with confidence. She was not far from breaking through to the 3rd level of the Emperor Martial Realm. At that time, whether it was the master of the Ghost Sword Sect or the Shengwu Emperor, she was confident in being able to contend with them. Ye Feng was shocked upon hearing this. Breaking through to the Emperor Martial Realm was extremely challenging. Little man, what are you waiting for? On the day of the finals of the Holy Martial Kingdom's talent competition, the square was bustling with people. Members of the Holy Martial Royal Family, the Qi Wang Mansion, the Ghost Sword Sect, and the 4 major sects were all present. The finals today will consist of only 2 rounds. The top 20 will compete for the top 10, and the top 10 will vie for the top 5. Those in the top 5 will represent the Holy Martial Kingdom. The finals today will consist of only 2 rounds. The top 20 will compete for the top 10, and the top 10 will vie for the top 5. Those in the top 5 will represent the Holy Martial Kingdom in the competition half a month later. The dignified voice of the holy monarch Lin echoed across the battle platform. The lack of a championship fight was to avoid any unexpected incidents among the top 5 during the battles. As for the rankings, the Qian domain will provide an accurate list. Your opponents will still be decided by a draw. Now please let the top 20 competitors draw lots. With the words of holy monarch Lin, Ye Feng and the others took turns to draw lots. This time, Ye Feng drew number 20, meaning he would be the first to compete. His opponent this time was a 5th-level fighter from the Firecloud Sect. As soon as the two took the stage, a fierce battle broke out. Ye Feng deliberately held back a bit, and after 10 rounds of intense combat, he finally knocked his opponent off the stage. Ye Feng enters the top 10, proclaimed holy monarch Lin. After Ye Feng's match, 2 disciples of the Ghost Sword Sect, Su Changxi and Xinguang Dai, along with Qi Tianqing, also won victories and secured their spots in the top 10. Soon it was time for the top 10 to draw lots, and everyone was watching the results with great anticipation. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, the Ghost Sword disciple Jian Qishang was undoubtedly the strongest presence. Su Changxi and Qi Tianqing were both 7th-level fighters in the Tianwu realm, making them indisputable powerhouses. Ghost Sword disciple Wei Kuan and Xinguang Dai were both 6th-level fighters in the Tianwu realm, showcasing immense strength. Especially Wei Kuan, who had defeated all his opponents with a single sword strike. For the Ghost Sword disciples, challenging opponents beyond their level was not impossible. Ye Feng's strength was also beyond doubt, having defeated 2 6th-level fighters in succession. As for the other 4, they were all 5th-level fighters in the Tianwu realm. Their presence in the top 10 was mostly due to luck. This also meant that the top 5 would be chosen among those 6, with at least 2 of them likely to clash, resulting in an exciting battle. As the drawing concluded, Jian Qishang was the first to step onto the battle platform, defeating his opponent with a single sword strike. Qi Tianqing, Su Changxi, and Xinguang Dai followed suit, each defeating their respective opponents and smoothly entering the top 5. In the arena, only Wei Kuan and Ye Feng had yet to engage in their final battle. "Huner, go ahead and defeat him," commanded the Ghost Sword Sect leader. It was clear that he was still angered by Ye Feng's previous refusal to join the Ghost Sword Sect. Since the other party was so unappreciative, they would crush him in his cradle. "Master, today I will surely defeat him," said Wei Kuan as he unsheathed his long sword and stepped onto the battle platform. Ye Feng stood tall, confidence shining in his dark eyes, and then leaped onto the stage. The two looked at each other from afar, their fighting spirit ignited. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the outcome of this battle. "You will regret your decision to refuse joining the Ghost Sword Sect that day." "Even if given another chance, I would still refuse," replied Ye Feng, gripping his massive sword, standing firm on the ground, his voice calm and devoid of any regret. "Very well, you will pay the price for your arrogance today." Wei Kun's sword brows furrowed deeply, his voice turning increasingly cold. After Holy Monarch Lin announced the start of the match, both of them released powerful auras simultaneously. Boom! Before they even arrived, their auras collided. Ghost Sword Slash. With a flash of sword light in his eyes, Wei Kuan turned his finger into a sword, drawing forth a streak of dark sword light. The dark sword light tore through space like a roaring, evil dragon, unleashing overwhelming power. Ye Feng's massive sword was engulfed in flames. He swung it twice, unleashing a cross-shaped fiery sword light that howled outward. The two sword lights clashed in midair, then annihilated each other. In this exchange of blows, they achieved equal footing. "You think you can win without drawing your sword?" Ye Feng scoffed lightly. "Then let it be as you wish." Wei Kun's long sword suddenly unsheathed from behind him, revealing a long sword as dark as ink that caught everyone's attention. In an instant, a terrifying sword aura surged towards the heavens, and everyone in the stands felt a chilling sword intent. This Wei Kuan might really be able to challenge opponents beyond his level. Holy Monarch Lin murmured to himself, sensing the overwhelming sword intent emanating from the battle platform. If Wei Kuan possessed such strength, what level of terror could Jian Qishang's strength reach? "This sword is called the Ghost King's Sword. Prepare to receive my next strike, Ghost Sword Slash." Wei Kuan shouted fiercely as the black sword energy surged wildly from the Ghost King's sword. As he swung down his sword, the dark sword light once again tore through space like a deadly shooting star. Ye Feng stepped forward, his massive sword flipping, tearing through the terrifying power of mountains and rivers to clash heat-in with the dark sword light. Boom! With a single strike, Ye Feng resembled a rampaging beast launching a fierce attack. The massive sword howled, flames spread, and the boundless power of mountains and rivers shook the entire battle platform. Surprise flashed in Wei Kun's eyes, clearly not expecting Ye Feng to withstand this blow so easily. But there was no time for him to think further. Ye Feng was already swinging his sword down at him, and Wei Kun raised his sword to defend. The massive sword and long sword collided, producing a dull sound of clashing metal. The two continued to strike, each sword strike ringing loudly, and sparks of sword energy erupted on the arena. The spectators watching the thrilling battle were filled with enthusiasm, cheering loudly. After a fierce fight, Wei Kun realized that to defeat Ye Feng, he would have to use his strongest martial skill, the Ghost King Triple Kill. Ghost King Triple Kill, first kill, slaughter of lives. Wei Kun's dark eyes erupted with overwhelming sword intent, sweeping over the entire battle platform. The terrifying sword energy tore through the surrounding space, devouring everything in its path. With the fall of this earth-shattering sword, everything around seemed to lose its color. Mountain River Flame Slash. Ye Feng shouted as the power of mountains and rivers intertwined with the power of fire on his sword blade. Boom! The roar made the audience tremble. Although Ye Feng managed to block the sword, the massive sword in his hand shattered into two under the pressure of the powerful sword energy. Ye Feng let out a light sigh, seemingly a bit regretful. This mountain river heavy sword that Su Changxi had given him had ultimately broken. Your sword is good, but you are not worthy of it. Ye Feng spoke lightly, having long recognized that Wei Kun's Ghost King sword was extraordinary, at least a low-grade heavenly weapon, and possibly even a mid-grade heavenly weapon. In contrast, the mountain river heavy sword in his hand was merely a low-grade earthly weapon, unable to withstand such a violent clash. The sword is also a part of my strength. This Ghost King sword has been passed down by generations of ghost sword disciples. Now that you have lost your sword, let's see how you can defend yourself. Wei Kun stood with his sword resembling a sword deity descended upon the world, powerful enough to take one's breath away. Ghost King Triple Kill, second kill, slaughter of heaven and earth. As he finished speaking, a sword that made heaven and earth lose their color erupted on the battle platform. Without a sword, I can still defeat you. Facing this earth-shattering strike, Ye Feng remained unfazed, standing proudly. Today I will shake the sword with my finger. Pure Yang sky-shattering finger. Two fingers illuminate the firmament. A surge of pure Yang energy gathered at Ye Feng's fingertips. As he pressed two fingers down, two colossal shafts of pure Yang descended like blazing suns from the heavens. Boom! The earth-shattering sword radiance collided with the towering pure Yang fingers in midair, erupting with a cataclysmic roar that left the crowd below aghast and speechless. The two warriors' techniques grew ever more formidable, each strike more astonishing than the last, as if to shatter their very vision. You cannot. Ye Feng extended his third finger. With a slight motion, his robes stirred, though there was no wind. His calm words carried an unshakable confidence. You may withstand my second sword, but you will never withstand my third. Wei Kun watched Ye Feng's disdainful gesture, a terrible sharp light churning in his eyes. He was the ghost sword's inheritor. Defeat was unthinkable. Ghost King 3 slays. Third slay, Ghost God kill. Wei Kun bellowed, and the Ghost King's sword in his hand erupted with overwhelming power. From the ink-black blade spilled a brutal sable sword, chi coiling through the air like a titanic black dragon laden with relentless killing intent and ruinous force. Where that sword chi passed, space itself was torn, and even gods and demons recoiled. Pure Yang sky-shattering finger. 3 fingers shatter heaven and earth. Ye Feng's hair flew wild as Pure Yang surged through him. 3 colossal fingers pressed across the sky, standing defiant between heaven and earth. With a thunderous detonation that seemed to make heaven weep and earth tremble, a terrifying shockwave swept the entire arena, rattling every heart. At that moment, only one figure remained, proudly standing on the platform. Ye Feng. In that instant, the crowd erupted, 10,000 voices stunned into exclamation. It was a match of breathtaking brilliance. Ye Feng, with fingers against a sword, decisively defeated the ghost sword inheritor. Qi Tianxing stared at the 3 colossal finger marks left upon the platform. A grave expression revealed itself on his face for the first time. Even he, at the peak of Tianwu Realm Level 7, felt the dread aura of Wei Kun's Ghost God kill. That sword truly bore the power to wound him, and yet even so mighty a strike was violently shattered by Ye Feng. This youth, though only Diwu Realm Level 6, now impressed upon him a palpable sense of pressure. The Ghost Sword Sect Lord, Qi, Tianho Sheng Junlin, and other Huangwu Realm elites all wore looks of astonishment. This young man, he is unnaturally gifted. Ye Feng, you have claimed the final seat. Sheng Junlin's eyes betrayed an admiration he could no longer. Ye Feng Jian Qishang Su Changxi Sheng Guangdia Qi Tiansheng. You 5 will represent Xingu Gua at the Qinyu 36 Nations Martial Gathering. Assemble at the Shengwu Imperial Palace in half a month. Our escorts will accompany you to the contest grounds, Sheng Junlin solemnly announced. Yes, the five answered in unison. Very well, I declare this talent's grand competition officially concluded. As his words fell, Sheng Junlin signaled for the assembly to disperse. Ye Feng, stay. Ye Feng was about to leave, but was called back by Sheng Junlin. He could do nothing but wait. Qi Tianho and Qi Tianxing shot Ye Feng cold glances before turning away. The Ghost Sword Sect Lord also glanced at Ye Feng before leading his two disciples away from Shengwu Imperial City. After bidding farewell to Song Yuding and Su Changxi, Ye Feng followed Sheng Junlin into a resplendent golden palace. Inside the palace, there were only him, Sheng Junlin, and Sheng Guangye. Dire, Ye Feng is the one who has captured your heart, is he not? Sheng Junlin asked calmly. Yes, father, you have seen Ye Feng's talent. He is far stronger than Qi Tianxing, Sheng Guangye replied. Her father had summoned both her and Ye Feng here. It seemed her engagement to Qi Tianxing was now thoroughly void. Very well. Since she is your chosen after the Qinyu 36 Nations martial gathering, you two shall be wed, Sheng Junlin declared without room for argument. Huh. Sheng Guangye's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Father, isn't this rather rushed? She said, casting Ye Feng a pleading glance as if to urge him to speak. Your Majesty, this indeed. Ye Feng began, but Sheng Junlin interrupted. First, you must call me your father-in-law. Secondly, I'm speaking with my daughter. Be quiet. Sheng Junlin feigned sternness. Ye Feng could only offer an helpless look. Father, Ye Feng and I still need time to grow accustomed to one another, Sheng Guangye hurriedly protested. She forced the excuse through her lips. What? Are you saying your relationship with Ye Feng is a sham? If so, I have not yet extricated myself from the Qi Prince's household. You see. There was no room for rebuttal in Sheng Junlin's voice. He swept away, leaving Sheng Guangye utterly. Enough, Dire, you need say no more. Ye Feng, today you may attend to my daughter, spend time together, and get to know one another before the wedding. There was no room for rebuttal in Sheng Junlin's voice. He swept away, leaving Sheng Guangye utterly. Attend to her. Ye Feng's expression turned odd. Could such fortune befall him? Ye Feng, don't even think about it. Sheng Guangye snapped as she sensed his unwavering gaze like a startled little fox. That her father would permit Ye Feng any such intimacy was mortifying to her. Miss Dai, you misunderstand. Ye Feng would never take advantage of another. If Miss Dai is unwilling, then I will take my leave, Ye Feng said calmly. Since he could not win this one for now, he would simply turn his attentions to Huoqianer. As for Sheng Guangye, there would be chances in the days to come. When Ye Feng departed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, though a trace of disappointment flickered in her eyes. After leaving the palace, Ye Feng returned to his quarters at Yunhai Sect, and then with the Yunhai entourage departed the imperial city to return to the sect. Huoqianer accompanied Ye Feng back to Yunhai Sect. As for Hui Yinling, he returned to his own sect, Huiyun Sect, with his disciples. Qin'er, this is my room at Yunhai Sect. Would you like to take a look inside? Ye Feng asked, a mischievous smile tugging at his lips. All right. Huoqianer, as if unaware of Ye Feng's intention, stepped in with graceful, delicate feet and entered with confidence. Bang! As the door closed, Ye Feng seized Huoqianer's slender waist and swept her into his arms in a princely lift, laying her graceful form upon the bed. Their eyes met, each reflecting only the other. Brother Ye Feng, tonight Qin'er belongs to you. Qin'er murmured, her beautiful eyes laden with ardent feeling. She had waited a long time for this day. Oh, at last her wish would be fulfilled. Qin'er. Ye Feng called softly, then leaned in and kissed her. The next day, a stunningly beautiful girl, both captivating and endearing, lay upon Ye Feng's broad shoulders. Huoqianer slowly opened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Ye Feng's resolute face, feeling the masculine aura that was so close, a look of happiness spreading across her face. At that moment, Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes, coincidentally locking gazes with Huoqianer. Huoqianer averted her eyes, not daring to meet Ye Feng's gaze. Qin'er, you weren't like this last night. Why are you shy today? Ye Feng teased with a slight smirk. Ye Feng, you're annoying. Huoqianer gently tapped Ye Feng's chest with her delicate hand, her actions resembling that of a spoiled child. For 3 consecutive days, Ye Feng and Huoqianer enjoyed their time alone together. Until one day, a shocking piece of news reached Yunhai Sect. Huiyun Sect was besieged by the 3 major forces, Insha Sect, Mad Lion Sect, and the Qi King's mansion. Almost all of the disciples and elders of Huiyun Sect were brutally killed, and even the sect master Hui Yinling was severely injured and imprisoned in the dungeon of Qi King's mansion. Upon hearing this news, Huoqianer turned pale, unable to accept it. The Huiyun sect she had lived in for so long housed many people she respected and loved, yet they had vanished completely within a few short days. Ye Feng, please save my grandfather. Hua Qian'er pleaded with Ye Feng. He was the only one she could rely on. Qian'er, don't worry, I will definitely rescue your grandfather, Ye Feng said, looking at Hua Qian'er's haggard face, feeling a deep sense of heartache. At the same time, endless anger surged within him. Hua Yinling was not only Qian'er's grandfather, but he had also helped him significantly in alchemy. Moreover, this time, it was the extermination of Hua Yun sect. Next time, it might be Yunhai sect. Therefore, both emotionally and logically, he had to rescue Hua Yinling. After making his decision, Ye Feng took Hua Qian'er to Song Yuding's residence. Master. As soon as Ye Feng spoke, he heard a soft sigh from Song Yuding. Fenger, I know your purpose for coming here, but I alone cannot contend with the 4 great Emperor Martial Realm powerhouses, and there might even be the Ghost Sword sect behind this. Song Yuding's expression was laced with worry. The destruction of Hua Yun sect was both a warning and a threat to her Yunhai sect. The reason Yunhai sect was not the first to be exterminated was that Su Changxi and Ye Feng were to represent Shengwu Nation in the great competition of the 36 nations in Qinyu. The 3 forces did not dare to openly annihilate Yunhai sect, otherwise they would face the wrath of the Shengwu royal family. Now if you want to rescue Hua Yinling, you can only have the Shengwu royal family intervene. Song Yuding suggested, looking at Ye Feng's resolute face. Is there really no other way? Ye Feng's dark eyes contained a surge of anger. Having the Shengwu royal family intervene might be able to rescue Hua Yinling, but what he wanted was to annihilate Mad Lion sect, Insha sect, and the Qi King's mansion. There is another way. After a moment of silence, Song Yuding spoke softly. There is an elder known as the Heavenly Wasteland Elder within Shengwu Nation, though few know him. His power is such that even Shengjun Lin, the Emperor of Shengwu, must treat him with great caution. It is said that as long as you pass his test, he will go to great lengths to help you with anything, though it may require you to do something for him in return. After hearing Song Yuding's words, a strong light gleamed in Ye Feng's eyes. Shengjun Lin was a 3rd-level Emperor Martial Realm powerhouse, the undisputed ruler of Shengwu Nation. Even the leader of the Ghost Sword sect of the same realm would not easily offend him. It wasn't just Shengjun Lin who had such immense authority. More importantly, there was a profound foundation of strength. And within Shengwu Nation, there was actually such a formidable figure, one whom even Shengjun Lin had to deeply fear. Master, where is he? I must go and try. Ye Feng's eyes were filled with determination. If the Heavenly Wasteland Elder could assist him along with Song Yuding and Yunhai sect, he could surely annihilate Insha sect and Mad Lion sect. If you insist on going, then I will take you, but there may be dangers along the way, so you must be prepared, Song Yuding. Master, I have a disguise technique. Let me go alone. Yunhai sect still needs you to guard it. Ye Feng pondered for a moment and decided. Hua Qian'er and Su Changxi were both in Yunhai sect at this moment. If Song Yuding took him away and they encountered any danger, he could not accept that. All right, then be careful alone. Song Yuding, unable to resist Ye Feng's insistence, could only agree helplessly. Qian'er, wait for me here, and I will definitely rescue your grandfather. Ye Feng promised. Ye Feng, you must be careful. Qian'er will wait for your return here. Hua Qian'er reluctantly released Ye Feng's hand. Ye Feng nodded. Then, after obtaining the address of the Heavenly Wasteland Elder from Song Yuding, he returned to his room to perform a disguise. He had studied this disguise technique when he acquired it some time ago, and now it finally came in handy. An hour later, Ye Feng's appearance, form, and aura had changed significantly. At this moment, even Song Yuding found it difficult to recognize Ye Feng. After completing the disguise, Ye Feng bid farewell to the 3 women, left Yunhai sect, and embarked on the journey to find the Heavenly Wasteland Elder. After a day and night of travel, Ye Feng successfully arrived at the outskirts of an unnamed small town. In this desolate area there stood a thatched cottage. Surrounding the thatched cottage there were no trees or flowers, and even the ground was filled with a sense of desolation. The only thing that caught Ye Feng's attention was a long spear planted in front of the cottage. The spear was stuck in the barren soil, its length indiscernible, with only the rough wooden shaft visible. This must be the place. Ye Feng observed his surroundings and made his judgment. Song Yuding had informed him that the location was here, and the thatched cottage along with the spear matched the distinctive landmarks. Elder, I, Ye Feng, have come to partake in your trial and seek your assistance. Ye Feng called out to the thatched cottage ahead. In response to Ye Feng, there was a prolonged silence. Undeterred, Ye Feng shouted 3 more times. Finally, there was a stir from within the cottage. With a creaking sound, an elderly man with a stooped back pushed open the wooden door and slowly stepped out. Pull out the spear you see before you, and you will have passed my trial. A hoarse voice emerged from the old man's lips as he cast a fleeting glance at Ye Feng before retreating into the cottage and shutting the door. Just before the door closed, a warning echoed in Ye Feng's ears. This spear may cost you your life, though pulling it out is at your own risk. Ye Feng's face turned serious upon hearing this. He did not think the old man was joking. However, he was determined to pull the spear out today. Ye Feng took a deep breath and walked toward the spear. As he approached within 10 feet of it, his steps suddenly halted, for he felt a desolate aura encroaching upon his body. He quickly activated his internal spiritual energy to resist it and moved closer once more. Yet when he was 5 feet away from the spear, he found it increasingly difficult to advance. The desolate aura grew more intense, and moving any closer could indeed endanger his life. After a brief moment of silence, Ye Feng slowly retreated. Approaching the spear was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, let alone pulling it out. However, this did not mean he was prepared to give up. Sometimes sheer recklessness could be counterproductive. He then sat cross-legged 8 feet away from the spear. He had been using his spiritual energy to combat the desolate force, but if he changed his approach and allowed his spiritual energy to merge with the desolate aura, he might be able to approach the spear and even pull it out. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng began to comprehend while contending with the desolate aura emitted by the spear. Breakthrough. A glint of light appeared in the eyes of the old man of desolation within the cottage. This young man possesses remarkable comprehension. Not only did he find the most correct method in an incredibly short time, but he also entered a state of enlightenment. However, pulling out the spear of desolation remained a formidable challenge. Outside the thatched cottage, Ye Feng felt as if he were in a desolate world where all things withered, life perished, and only the terrifying aura of desolation rampaged. Like a drifting reed without roots, he swayed with the wind, undergoing the baptism of the desolate force. A day passed. 2 days passed. After an indeterminate time, Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He had understood. This was a force of desolation, a force that transitions from life to death. Boom. At the same time, the cultivation at the 8th level of the earth martial realm erupted within Ye Feng. After days of being washed by the desolate force, the spiritual energy within him had undergone a slight assimilation. Under the fusion of the two powers, his cultivation instantly broke through by 2 minor realms. He then stood up, took a step forward, and slowly walked toward the spear of desolation. 5 feet, 3 feet, 1 foot. Ye Feng gazed at the spear of desolation, now within arm's reach, and his right hand shot forward to grasp it. The moment he held the spear shaft, a more terrifying force of desolation began to erode his right hand. Rise! Ye Feng shouted loudly, his internal momentum erupting with a thunderous roar accompanied by a surge of desolate will. How could this be? He actually comprehended the will of desolation with just this amount of desolate force. The old man of desolation in the cottage exclaimed in shock, his old eyes trembling violently. This was 1,000 times more shocking than if Ye Feng had pulled out the spear of desolation. One must understand that the power of will typically requires a powerhouse of the king martial realm to comprehend. Some prodigious geniuses might comprehend the power of will in the late stages of the earth martial realm. Yet Ye Feng, with only the 8th level of the earth martial realm, grasped a will of desolation that was 100 times harder to comprehend than ordinary will, and he spent merely 5 days on it. Boom. As a powerful will of desolation erupted, Ye Feng exerted his arms and finally pulled out the spear of desolation, which was imbued with sharpness. This is a fine spear. The moment Ye Feng pulled it out, he felt its extraordinary quality. Although the spear appeared unremarkable, even somewhat rusty, he sensed that it was far superior to Wei Kun's Ghost King's sword. Standing with the spear in hand, he looked toward the thatched cottage, only to find that the old man of desolation had already appeared in front of him. Junior, Ye Feng pays respects to you, elder. Standing with the spear in hand, he looked toward the thatched cottage, only to find that the old man of desolation had already appeared in front of him. Junior, Ye Feng pays respects to you, elder. Fervor. Elder, I am currently facing some difficulties and would like to request your assistance. Ye Feng took a step back and said respectfully. The strange look in the old man of desolation's eyes made him feel a bit uneasy. Tell me what troubles you are facing, the old man of desolation inquired. He feared no one in the Holy Martial Kingdom, but he needed to understand Ye Feng's character first. After all, he had been waiting here for many years to find an exceptionally talented successor for the Desolate clan. Although he had highly recognized Ye Feng's talent, he could not grant his final approval if his character was lacking. Ye Feng recounted all the troubles and difficulties he had encountered. Very well, I can assist you, but after the martial gathering of the 36 kingdoms in the Qian domain, you must help me with something. This matter will be a significant challenge for you, but it may also be an opportunity. As long as you agree, I would risk my life for you. The old man of desolation said. Elder, could you please tell me what this matter is? Ye Feng did not agree immediately, but instead inquired. I cannot disclose it to you just yet, but I assure you it will not betray your true intentions. However, you may find yourself entangled in conflicts among some large factions. However, aside from me, no one will know your identity." The old man of desolation felt an even greater recognition when he saw that Ye Feng did not agree immediately. "All right, I agree." Ye Feng took a deep breath and accepted. Although he might fall into trouble, as long as his identity remained undisclosed, he could accept it. "Very well, now that you have agreed, the Spear of Desolation is yours." A rare smile appeared on the old man of desolation's face. Having waited for 100 years in the holy martial kingdom, he finally found a prodigious youth. "Ah, the 8 desolations tremble. My desolate clan will surely rise again. Come, let me take you to kill some people." Ye Feng and the elder Tianhuang first returned to the Yunhai sect, still somewhat worried about its safety. Fortunately, during his absence, the Yunhai sect had not suffered any attacks. "Master, I am back." Ye Feng smiled as he looked at Song Yuding and the others waiting ahead. "It's good that you're back," Song Yuding replied, letting out a slight sigh of relief, then turning her gaze to the old man beside Ye Feng. Although this person did not reveal his aura, he brought her an immense sense of pressure. It seemed that Ye Feng had successfully passed the elder Tianhuang's test and brought him back. "Master, let's first eliminate the Quangshi sect and the Insha sect, then rescue the Fire sect master from the prince's manor," Ye Feng suggested. He had already planned the next steps on his way back. "All right." Song Yuding nodded in agreement. During Ye Feng's absence, nearly 1/3 of the disciples sent out for training from the Yunhai sect had gone missing. Following her investigation, she discovered that it was the Quangshi sect and the Insha sect secretly killing members of her Yunhai sect. Subsequently, at Song Yuding's call, the elders and disciples of the Yunhai sect entered a state of combat readiness. Under the cover of night, the members of the Yunhai sect launched a large-scale operation, making a swift march towards the stronghold of the Quangshi sect. After a fierce battle with the joint efforts of Song Yuding, elder Tianhuang, and the Yunhai sect members, the Quangshi sect was completely annihilated. Unfortunately, their sect leader, Shixinju, was not present in the sect. They then rushed overnight to the Insha sect, and by the time the Insha sect members learned of the Quangshi sect's destruction, the Yunhai sect was already at their doorstep. With the formidable strength of Song Yuding and elder Tianhuang, the Insha sect was ultimately eradicated as well. Regrettably, the sect leader Yin Wuji was also absent at that time. The Yunhai sect members looted the 2 major sects, then returned with a wealth of treasures. However, Song Yuding, elder Tianhuang, Ye Feng, Su Changxi, and Hua Qian are headed for the Shengwu Imperial City. The prince's manor was located within the Imperial City, and Song Yuding could not lead the Yunhai sect disciples to forcibly attack it. Moreover, she suspected that Shixinju and Yin Wuji were hiding there. When Ye Feng and the 4 arrived at the Shengwu Imperial City, news of the destruction of the Insha sect and Quangshi sect was flooding towards the Imperial City like a tidal wave. Ye Feng and his companions boldly reached the entrance of the prince's manor. "Ye Feng, what are you doing at the prince's manor?" Qi Peng had just stepped out when he ran into Ye Feng. Qi Peng was internally startled, never expecting Ye Feng would dare to make a move at the entrance of the prince's manor. "No," he exerted. Qi Peng was internally startled, never expecting Ye Feng would dare to make a move at the entrance of the prince's manor. "No." He exerted all his strength to defend himself, only to find that Ye Feng's power had reached an unassailable level. As the spear's light burst forth, Qi Peng was instantly killed. The 2 guards at the entrance of the prince's manor also changed their expressions drastically just as they were about to rush inside to report 2 spear strikes pierced through their bodies. "Prince's manor. Today I'm going to tear down your plaque," Ye Feng said as he looked up at the plaque inscribed with the words Prince's Manor and thrust out his spear again. Boom. The plaque inscribed with Prince's Manor shattered into 2 halves, falling to the ground, which Ye Feng then stepped on. The surrounding crowd gazed at Ye Feng's audacious actions, each one doubting whether this guy had gone mad. "How dare you create a disturbance at my prince's manor? Are you tired of living?" At that moment, a regal voice came from within the prince's manor. It was another level 1 Emperor martial realm expert from the manor Qishan. "But," Ye Feng spat again at the plaque of the prince's manor. "Ye Feng, do you truly seek death?" Qishan clearly recognized Ye Feng at this moment. But due to Ye Feng's current identity and the presence of Song Yuding beside him, he did not make a direct move. "Release him, or today I will raze your prince's manor to the ground." Ye Feng stood firm with his spear, his arrogant voice echoing. "Ye Feng, do you really think that just because you obtained a spot to compete in the Qian domain, I won't dare to act against you?" Suddenly, the figure of Qi Tianho rose from the prince's manor, emanating a powerful aura of the Emperor Martial Realm Level 3. Shixinju and Yin Wuji followed closely behind Qi Tianho. Song Yuding felt this aura, and a serious expression appeared on her beautiful face. Chi Tianho had unexpectedly broken through at this crucial moment. She was still a bit short of reaching level 3 of the Emperor Martial Realm. However, if a fight broke out, she would not be afraid. Her current spiritual strength was far beyond what it used to be. Oh, what did it matter to face Chi Tianho, who had just broken through? Elder Tianhuang remained unfazed today. Ye Feng could kill whoever he wanted. Then try it if you dare. Ye Feng faced Chi Tianho, his tone filled with a strong attitude. Ye Feng, don't think that just because you have some talent you can be so arrogant. Oh, otherwise the fate of the Huiyun sect will be your fate. Shi Xinjiu and Yin Wuji sneered. Now that Chi Tianho had broken through to level 3 of the Emperor Martial Realm, dealing with Song Yuding would be a piece of cake. Moreover, Ye Feng's current arrogant actions provided them with a reason to openly deal with the Yunhai sect. Concerned for my fate, you might as well worry about whether the Quangshi sect and the Yinsha sect still exist. Ye Feng casually tossed out a few heads. These were all high-ranking elders of the Quangshi sect and the Yinsha sect. Shi Xinjiu and Yin Wuji's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. Ye Feng, what have you done to our sect? Their inquiry was met with Ye Feng's cold smile. Of course I flattened your sect completely. They have all gone down to apologize to the Huiyun sect members, and now it's your turn. You dare, you brat. Shi Xinjiu and Yin Wuji's eyes burst with intense killing intent. Ye Feng had actually led people to destroy their sect. Capture Ye Feng, Chi Tianho commanded with a furrowed brow. He previously refrained from acting against Ye Feng because he hadn't broken through. Once Sheng Junlin got angry, even he would have a hard time. Now that his cultivation had reached level 3 of the Emperor Martial Realm, although his strength was still inferior to Sheng Junlin, it was enough to warrant the other's attention. As Chi Tianho's words fell, Shi Xinjiu and Yin Wuji both moved simultaneously, the overwhelming imperial might instantly enveloping Ye Feng. Elder Tianhuang stepped forward, releasing his cultivation of the Emperor Martial Realm level 3, instantly nullifying the pressure from the two. What? Emperor Martial Realm. Level 3. Shi Xinjiu and Yin Wuji's pupils widened instantly, a look of horror appearing in their eyes. You are Elder Tianhuang. The two suddenly recalled something, exclaiming in shock. At this moment, even Chi Tianhao's face was shadowed by gloom. Although he had never seen the true form of the old man of Tianhuang, the overwhelming imperial might made him wary, and there was no one else in the Shengwu kingdom who could compare. Such a powerful being was actually willing to assist Ye Feng. Since you know this old man's name, then set off with peace of mind. The old man of Tianhuang's aged eyes sparkled with a fierce light, and a terrifying aura of desolation surged forth. As he took a step forward, two beams of desolate light shot toward Shi Xinjiu and Yin Wuji. Chi Tianhao's figure flickered as he attempted to support the two, but was intercepted by Song Yuding. Chi Tianho, the sect master, has long wished to test your strength. Today is just right. Song Yuding held a 3-foot green sword, her long hair billowing in the wind. Song Yuding, since you seek death, then this king shall fulfill your wish. Anger flickered in Chi Tianhao's eyes. He had already broken through to the 3rd level of the Huangwu realm, yet Song Yuding still dared to challenge him. It was simply suicidal. The two instantly soared into the sky, engaging in battle. Seeing the beams of desolate light approaching, Shi Xinjiu and Yin Wuji frantically circulated their internal spiritual power, attempting to withstand the terrifying strike. The beams of desolate light tore through the firmament, splitting the sky, and the terrifying energy engulfed the two figures. Amidst the explosive roar, Yin Wuji was utterly annihilated by the horrific force of desolation. Shi Xinjiu, saved just in time by Qi Shan, barely retained his life. He gazed at the old man of Tianhuang in shock. It was the first time he had felt the breath of death since becoming a powerful figure in the Huangwu realm. Ye Feng looked at the old man beside him, marveling at his immense strength. Just a slight exertion, and the lofty Huangwu realm powerhouse had one dead and one injured. If you are not dead, then. The old man of Tianhuang's words suddenly halted as he raised his head to the sky, noticing two auras from the Huangwu realm rapidly approaching. The master of the Ghost Sword Sect. Upon seeing the newcomers, Ye Feng's brow furrowed. They were indeed the master of the Ghost Sword Sect, and a 2nd-level Huangwu realm figure from that sect. Old man of Tianhuang, you have acted in the Shengwu Imperial City, wantonly slaughtering my sect's friends. Today I shall take you down. The master of the Ghost Sword Sect casually sought an excuse. His true objective was purely to capture Ye Feng. After all, Ye Feng had made a scene at the Qi Wangfu today. Such behavior would not be condoned even by the Holy Monarch Lin. Capture me. You are not qualified enough. The old man of Tianhuang straightened his hunched back, his aura surging once again. Arrogant today, I shall teach you a thing or two about your abilities. The master of the ghost sword Sect's chilling sword intent surged forth, followed by a beam of sword light, slashing toward the old man of Tianhuang. The old man reached forward with his right hand and grasped fiercely, instantly obliterating the sharp sword light in midair. In the next moment, a shocking battle erupted between the two. The Huangwu realm powerhouses from the ghost sword Sect Qishan and Shixinju all joined in the siege against the old man of Tianhuang. Yet even facing four opponents, the old man of Tianhuang remained undaunted. Boom, boom, boom. A heart-stirring battle exploded above the Shengwu imperial city. No one in the city had anticipated that a terrifying battle among Huangwu realm powerhouses would suddenly erupt here, and shockingly, there were as many as 7 involved. The immense commotion of the battle resonated even in the distant palace, where the holy monarch Lin felt the tremendous noise. That is in the direction of the Qi Wangfu. The holy monarch Lin's expression turned grave, and he could no longer remain seated. His figure moved like a streak of light, flying toward the Qi Wangfu. In the sky, Song Yuding and Qi Tianho faced each other from afar, the vast spiritual fluctuations sweeping through the void. Qi Tianho, your strength has somewhat disappointed this sect master. Song Yuding's long hair flew, and the green radiance surged on her 3-foot green peak, exuding a piercing sword intent. Qi Tianho remained silent. The brief exchange had shown him the formidable strength of Song Yuding. Even he who had just broken through could not suppress her, and they were at a stalemate. More importantly, the old man of Tianhuang was growing stronger with each battle, gradually gaining the upper hand against 4 opponents. Green smoke, setting sun kill. Song Yuding moved like a startled swan, unleashing powerful sword techniques as she attacked Qi Tianho. Qi Tian Divine Palm. Qi Tianho's eyes flashed with fierce light as his domineering palm force descended from above, enveloping heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle erupted once more. Die, old man. The old man of Tianhuang stepped into the void, the vast force of desolation rising like a tsunami, obscuring the sky, with the Milky Way reversing, drowning the 4 from the ghost sword sect in the ocean of spiritual power. When the tide of desolation receded, only 3 of the originally 4 Huangwu realm powerhouses remained. Shixinju had vanished without a trace, clearly obliterated by the force of desolation. The remaining 3 were now in quite a sorry state. Qishan's right arm had vanished, and the second-level Huangwu realm figure from the ghost sword sect had his chest corroded by the desolate force, while the master of the ghost sword sect was relatively unscathed. When the holy monarch Lin arrived, he happened to witness Shixinju's tragic death and Qishan losing an arm. Everyone ceased fighting. The holy monarch Lin's imperial might filled the skies, his royal voice booming like heavenly thunder. Yet no one halted their battle. To be precise, it was Song Yuding and the old man of Tianhuang who continued their relentless fight. This left the holy monarch Lin feeling somewhat awkward, as his words seemed ineffective. Then his gaze fell deeply upon Ye Feng, and he flew over. Ye Feng let them cease fighting. The holy monarch Lin knew that perhaps both of them would obey Ye Feng at this moment, so he could only persuade Ye Feng, hoping it would lead to a truce. Let the Qi Wangfu release the fire sect master. Ye Feng unleashed his 8th-level strength of the earth martial realm, his gaze fixed on the holy monarch Lin. The holy monarch Lin's expression slightly tightened upon sensing Ye Feng's aura. This kid had broken through 2 minor realms in just 10 days. His cultivation speed was astonishingly fast. All right, you make them cease fighting, and I will have Qi Tianho release the people. The holy monarch Lin responded without a hint of hesitation. Initially, after learning that Hui Yinling had been captured, he thought Ye Feng would surely come to him for help. At that time, he would assist Ye Feng in rescuing Hui Yinling, thereby gaining a favor. Instead, this kid did not come to him, but instead caused a scene in the imperial city, nearly uprooting the Qi Wangfu. Master Senior, cease fighting. Ye Feng called out to the sky. The battle above had reached a deadlock, and continuing would benefit neither side. Currently, the Wild Lion sect and the Insha sect had both been exterminated. Rescuing Hui Yinling was his primary goal. As for the Qi Wangfu, he would allow them to survive for a while longer, waiting for Song Yuding to break through to the 3rd level of the Huangwu realm before settling the score. In the sky, upon hearing Ye Feng's voice, Song Yuding and the old man of Tianhuang withdrew from battle, standing behind Ye Feng, quietly guarding his sides. Seeing this scene, the holy monarch Lin's brow slightly furrowed. This kid had more influence than he did. Fortunately, this kid still somewhat respected him. Qi Tianho, let them go. The voice of the holy monarch Lin carried an undeniable authority. Understood. Qi Tianho took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within. Though he was reluctant, he had to release them at this moment, otherwise the holy monarch Lin would be displeased, and Ye Feng might take some reckless action. However, this time he had lost face for the Qiwang Manor, and Qishan had even lost an arm. It could be said that the losses were severe. Qianer, let's go save your grandfather. Ye Feng walked into the Qiwang Manor with Hua Qianer openly. Song Yuding, the elder Tianhuang, and Su Changxi followed behind Ye Feng. The leader of the Ghost Sword Sect watched as they left, a surge of killing intent rising within him. This time he had underestimated the strength of the elder Tianhuang. On the other side, Ye Feng and his group arrived at the dungeon of the Qiwang Manor without obstruction. In a special cell, he saw Hua Yinling, whose hair was disheveled, covered in wounds, and exuding a feeble aura. Grandfather. Hua Qianer's eyes welled with tears upon seeing Hua Yinling in such a state. Hua Yinling seemed to hear his granddaughter's voice, slowly raising his head and forcing a smile. The elder Tianhuang's innate power surged forth, instantly obliterating the iron door and simultaneously breaking all the shackles on Hua Yinling. Qianer, go take grandfather out. Ye Feng comforted Hua Qianer's emotions. His enmity with the Qiwang Manor could be said to have deepened further. Additionally, he had also completely forged a grudge with the Ghost Sword Sect today. Supported by the two, Hua Yinling was placed in a quiet courtyard to recuperate, with Hua Qianer accompanying him the whole time. Su Changxi and the elder Tianhuang also stayed there. Ye Feng and Song Yuding intended to meet the holy monarch Lin, as he was somewhat concerned about the current situation of the Ye family. Just as they exited the courtyard, Ye Feng spotted two familiar figures. Grandfather, father. Ye Feng rubbed his eyes, even doubting whether he was seeing correctly. He could actually see these two in the imperial city. Finger. Yi Tsong and Yi Yang approached Ye Feng with smiles. They had heard of Ye Feng's glorious achievements, having not only refined 5th-grade pills, but also representing the Shengwu nation in the martial arts gathering of the 36 nations. This was an immense honor for the Ye family. Now, all the younger generation looked up to Ye Feng as a role model. Father, grandfather, how did you both end up in the imperial city? Ye Feng felt relieved to see that the two were safe. Finger, thanks to you, a few days ago the princess sent people to bring all of us from the Ye family to the imperial city. Yi Tsong said with a smile. He hadn't expected to live in such a grand imperial city in his old age. Princess. Ye Feng's expression changed, realizing that it was the holy light butterfly who had brought the Ye family to the imperial city. This surprised him, while also stirring his emotions. Hee Finger, there are rumors in the imperial city that you are to marry the princess. Yi Tsong chuckled, leaning closer to Ye Feng. If his grandson could marry the princess, the Ye family would surely prosper. Ye Feng showed a strange expression. A few people knew about this matter, only 3. The holy light butterfly wouldn't spread it, so it must have been the holy monarch Lin's orders. Sort of. Ye Feng could only answer this way. He could tell that the holy monarch Lin was trying to matchmake them, while the holy light butterfly seemed somewhat resistant to the idea of marriage. As for him, he didn't know what to do and could only go with the flow. What about Qianer? Yi Tsong's old face showed a hint of excitement as he asked again. Qianer is also my woman. I won't abandon her. Ye Feng replied truthfully. Yi Tsong was even more astonished after hearing this. His grandson truly had remarkable skills. He then turned his gaze to Song Yuding, who was behind Ye Feng. This woman was also outstandingly beautiful and captivating. Finger, is she also yours? Before Yi Tsong could finish his words, Ye Feng understood what his grandfather meant. Grandfather, this is my master. Hearing this, Yi Tsong was taken aback. He almost offended the sect leader of the Yunhai sect. Senior, I apologize for the offense earlier. Please forgive me. Song Yuding had listened to the conversation between the grandfather and grandson and smiled slightly afterward. Ye Feng is not only my disciple, but also my man, so according to the generational order, I should call you grandfather. Her soft and melodious voice came from Song Yuding. What the hell? Yi Tsong and Yi Yang's eyes widened somewhat, doubting whether they had heard incorrectly. The sect leader of the Yunhai sect was actually Ye Feng's woman. His grandson was indeed incredibly fortunate and capable. Ye Feng was also surprised that Song Yuding would say this directly to them. However, he still instructed his father and grandfather to keep this matter confidential for the time being. Then, under Yi Tsong's guidance, the 4 of them went to visit the current residents of the Yi family. That night, Ye Feng and Song Yuding stayed at the Yi family. The next day, in the guest room of the Yi family, Ye Feng embraced the voluptuous figure of Song Yuding, gently inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her flowing hair. Tinger, when will you break through to the 3rd level of the Imperial Martial Realm? Only 4 days remained until the martial arts gathering of the 36 nations. He really wanted to eliminate Qi Tianhou and the leader of the Ghost Sword Sect before leaving. Little man, is it possible to do it so quickly? I am already trying my best, but it will definitely not be enough to break through before the gathering. Song Yuding cast a charming glance at Ye Feng, her eyes brimming with captivating allure. Ye Feng felt a twinge of regret upon hearing this. It seemed he would have to wait until after the gathering. By the way, Tinger, can you tell me about the 36 nations of the Qian domain? Ye Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. He had never been outside the Shengwu nation and was filled with wonder about the outside world. The 36 nations of the Qian domain are divided into 4 upper-grade empires, 12 middle-grade nations, and 20 lower-grade nations. Our Shengwu nation is one of the lower-grade nations. In 4 days, you should be taken to the Tiangang Empire by the envoy, and then proceed to the martial arts gathering with the people from the Tiangang Empire. The Tiangang Empire is one of the 4 upper-grade empires, and our Shengwu nation, along with the Blood Cloud Nation and 6 other neighboring countries, are all considered vassal states of the Tiangang Empire. Song Yuding explained patiently. We are vassal states. What about the strength of the Tiangang Empire? Ye Feng was hearing this information for the first time and had many questions. Although we are nominally vassal states, other countries will not interfere in the internal affairs of the Shengwu nation. The strength of the Tiangang Empire is somewhat stronger than that of the Shengwu nation, but not by much. And beyond the Qian domain in the 8 desolates is where the true powerhouses gather. Song Yuding explained with great patience. 8 desolates. Ye Feng thought of the elder Tian Huang after hearing this. Could he be from the 8 desolates? Moreover, I fear I cannot go with you to this martial arts gathering, otherwise it might bring some trouble. Ye Feng looked at Song Yuding in confusion, waiting for her explanation. Within the Tiangang Empire, there is a Tiangang king of prodigious talent. When I participated in the martial arts gathering, he placed 9th among the 36 nations. He once pursued me madly, but I rejected him. If I were to appear, he might still cling to me. As Song Yuding spoke, she extended her delicate finger, lifting Ye Feng's chin, her lips curling into a smile. I'm afraid you little man might get jealous. Tiangang king. Ye Feng secretly noted this, but didn't take it too seriously. If this guy dared to covet his woman, he would definitely ensure the latter's demise in the future. He Tinger, you continue to speak, and I will continue to listen. After Ye Feng and Song Yuding finished their conversation, they heard Yi Tsong's voice from outside the door. Fenger, if you've completed your important tasks, hurry, and come out. The Holy Martial Emperor is here. As Song Yuding helped Ye Feng put on his clothes, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. The Holy Monarch Lin actually came personally to see Ye Feng. It would seem he held her little man in high regard. Ye Feng was also quite surprised that the Holy Martial Emperor had come to the Ye family to find him. He had unknowingly gained such prestige. After they both finished dressing, they headed to the main hall of the Ye family. At that moment, Holy Monarch Lin was seated in the main hall of the Ye family conversing with Yi Tsong, and Yi Yang appearing very amiable, without any trace of an emperor's arrogance. When the 3 of them saw Ye Feng approach, they stopped their conversation. Dear in-laws, I have a matter to discuss with Ye Feng, so I kindly ask you both to step aside for a moment. Holy Monarch Lin spoke in a friendly tone. Yi Tsong and Yi Yang, understanding the hint, left the room. After noticing Holy Monarch Lin's gaze, Song Yuding hesitated for a moment before also exiting. Your Majesty, is there a reason for your visit today? Ye Feng asked, neither servile nor overbearing once the others had left. What else could it be? It's naturally about you and Dyer. You were brought in by her to pretend to be her love interest, weren't you? Holy Monarch Lin showed a concerned expression. Ye Feng was about to deny it, but was interrupted by Holy Monarch Lin. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. I know my daughter's feelings all too well. Seeing that their relationship had been seen through, Ye Feng could only nod in acknowledgement. I came today specifically to help you. From my recent observations, Dyer does have feelings for you, otherwise she wouldn't have gone out of her way to bring people to the royal city after the destruction of the Fire Cloud Sect to retrieve members of the Ye family. However, she may be resisting because this relationship has been labeled as a betrothal, so her inner turmoil is directed towards the betrothal I've imposed on her, not you. So you should take the initiative to engage more with Dyer. Be bold where necessary, but also know your limits. Don't go too far. Holy Monarch Lin analyzed the situation. Ye Feng's expression turned peculiar. Was Holy Monarch Lin really here to suggest he pursue his daughter? Your Majesty, are you in such a hurry to marry off your daughter? Ye Feng's question left Holy Monarch Lin rather displeased. How could he not be anxious? If a youth with such immense potential like Ye Feng didn't become his son-in-law, he would slap himself 10 times. I'm just asking if you have feelings for Dyer, Holy Monarch Lin stated bluntly. Ye Feng nodded. After their intimate moments and life-and-death battles, it was impossible not to have fondness. Moreover, the fact that the Holy Light Butterfly brought the Ye family to the royal city deeply touched him. Then it settled. You will stay in Dyer's palace tonight to strengthen your relationship. As a condition for this arrangement, when you participate in the martial meeting in the Qian domain, I will help protect the members of the Ye family. Holy Monarch Lin stated earnestly. This? Fine. Ye Feng thought for a moment before agreeing. He couldn't find a reason to refuse. You little rascal, taking advantage while pretending to be coy. Remember to bring honor to the holy martial nation during the martial meeting in the Qian domain. Aim for a top 10 finish. Holy Monarch Lin patted Ye Feng on the shoulder, encouraging him. All right, you do your best. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, Holy Monarch Lin exited the Ye family, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Since Ye Feng had taken a liking to his daughter, everything would become easier. His daughter was not born in vain. After Holy Monarch Lin left, Ye Feng headed towards the palace of the Holy Light Butterfly. In addition to fulfilling Holy Monarch Lin's request, he also wanted to express his gratitude. Not long after Ye Feng arrived outside the room of the Holy Light Butterfly Palace, he knocked on the door and entered without waiting for a response. Seeing someone push the door open unannounced, the Holy Light Butterfly slightly furrowed her brows. However, when she saw that it was Ye Feng, the joy in her beautiful eyes quickly faded. Although it had only been 10 days since she last saw Ye Feng, she felt an unusual longing. Perhaps the intimacy they shared left a deep impression, or perhaps Ye Feng's terrifying talent had shaken her spirit. After all, which girl doesn't have feelings of spring? Everyone hopes their partner possesses exceptional talent. Your father sent me to visit you. Ye Feng said this deliberately to observe the reaction of the Holy Light Butterfly. My father sent you. Then you can leave. The joy in the Holy Light Butterfly's eyes disappeared, and her tone turned cold. Seeing her attitude, Ye Feng understood. It seemed Holy Monarch Lin's guess was indeed correct. Don't misunderstand. This is not just your father's intention, it's also my wish. I am very grateful for your efforts to bring the members of the Ye family to the royal city for protection. I came today specifically to express my thanks. Ye Feng smiled slightly, his tone filled with sincerity. Oh, is there anything else? The Holy Light Butterfly's tone softened, her dreamy eyes still anticipating more words from Ye Feng. Additionally, my grandfather is very satisfied with you as my fiancée. Ye Feng said with a sly smile. Who is your fiancée? The Holy Light Butterfly's fair face showed a barely noticeable blush. Of course it's you. That day in front of everyone you acknowledged me as your man. Are you trying to back out now? Ye Feng stepped closer to the Holy Light Butterfly. What? What are you doing? I tell you, this is my palace and I can call for help at any moment. Moreover, that day was just an act between us. You know that those words shouldn't be taken seriously. The Holy Light Butterfly suddenly stepped back a few paces, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of panic. Well, what if I take it seriously? What if the act turns into reality? Ye Feng suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around the Holy Light Butterfly's slender waist, inhaling the fragrance of the beautiful girl. You? Let go of me. If you keep this up, I'll call for help. The Holy Light Butterfly felt the man's masculine aura, her heart filled with both joy and a touch of panic. She did not expect Ye Feng to be so bold. Then go ahead and call her today. I will not let go. Ye Feng shamelessly breathed in the enchanting fragrance of her golden hair. You. The Holy Light Butterfly was momentarily at a loss, unsure of what to do. However, deep inside, she felt no resistance, only a fluttering heart. As time passed, a hint of crimson appeared on her swan-like neck and her stunningly beautiful face. Seeing the alluring girl in front of him, Ye Feng could not resist leaning in for a kiss. The Holy Light Butterfly's beautiful eyes widened, her mind going blank. You bastard. The Holy Light Butterfly, with her delicate hands clenched into fists, struck Ye Feng's chest. Her first kiss had been taken away just like that. Looking at this harmless attack, a faint smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. Having taken such an advantage, the Holy Light Butterfly only felt a bit shy and was not angry. It seemed that this princess had quite a fondness for him. Thus he seized the moment and stayed that night. However, he did not make any overly excessive moves. Instead, he slowly deepened their intimate relationship. Quickly, 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 days, Ye Feng enhanced his closeness with the Holy Light Butterfly, while also visiting Su Changxi, Hui Qianer, and Hui Yanling. Hui Yanling's injuries gradually healed during this time, and it wouldn't be long before she could return to her peak. One day, Ye Feng received a message from Holy Monarch Lin instructing him to head to the Holy Martial Palace. He knew that it was likely the envoy from the Tiangang Empire, so he brought the Holy Light Butterfly and Su Changxi with him to the palace. When Ye Feng arrived with the 2 women, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in black armor. The man exuded a profound aura, displaying a heroic demeanor and radiating a dominating presence. Behind him stood two groups of people, one of which included Qi Tianxing and Jian Qishang, whom Ye Feng recognized. However, Qi Tianxing now radiated a powerful aura, seemingly having broken through to the 8th level of the Tianwu realm. The other group, though unfamiliar to Ye Feng, could be guessed to be from other countries. Black Envoy, these three are the prodigies from our holy martial nation attending the martial conference of the 36 nations, Holy Monarch Lin said, as he introduced Ye Feng and the others upon their arrival. Name and cultivation level. Black Chinbin glanced at the three and spoke indifferently. Su Changxi 7th level of the Tianwu realm. Holy Light Butterfly 6th level of the Tianwu realm. Ye Feng 8th level of the Earth martial realm. The three reported their names and displayed their cultivation levels. Black Chinbin raised an eyebrow, satisfied with the two women's levels. Additionally, with Jian Qishang and Qi Tianxing both being at the 8th level of the Tianwu realm, the prodigies from this session of Holy Martial Nation were exceptional, even stronger than most mid-tier countries. But how is there also someone at the Earth martial realm here? Haha, does your Holy Martial Nation have no one left? Sending an Earth martial realm person to participate in the martial conference is quite embarrassing. The person from the Blood Cloud Nation burst into laughter. Previously, when Jian Qishang and Qi Tianxing showcased their cultivation levels, they had been utterly shocked. It should be noted that their lineup for the martial conference only included 1 7th level of the Tianwu realm and 4 6th levels. Now they finally found a reason to mock the Holy Martial Nation. Envoy, I suggest you let the Holy Martial Nation change their representative. If they really have no one, our Blood Cloud Nation can send someone over. Such trash is truly embarrassing for you. The speaker was named Xuechuan, a 6th level of the Tianwu realm from the Blood Cloud Nation. He finally found a sense of superiority in front of the people of the Holy Martial Nation. Holy Monarch Lin remained silent, merely casting a scornful glance at this clown from the Blood Cloud. Similarly, Qi Tianxing and Jian Qishang felt the same. Although they had grievances with Ye Feng, they had to admit his strength was quite impressive. At the very least, he was not someone this clown could provoke. You get out here. Ye Feng pointed at Xuechuan and spoke coldly. Who did this fool think he was ordering him around? Everyone in the Holy Martial Nation knew he had made it into the top 5 through sheer strength. You want me to come out? Xuechuan was clearly taken aback, not expecting this person to be so arrogant. Even Black Chinbin was quite surprised, but he did not intervene. Rather, he wanted to see what kind of strength this person possessed to be sent by the Holy Martial Nation to participate in the martial conference. Not only are you blind, but are you also deaf? Ye Feng's gaze was piercing, his demeanor imposing. All right, I want to see what strength you have that makes you so arrogant. Xuechuan's eyes flashed with cold light. If he did not teach the other party a lesson today, he would write his name backward. As Xuechuan stepped out of the group, Ye Feng's aura surged, and with a single step, a powerful pressure pressed down on Xuechuan. Xuechuan's expression changed slightly, a look of seriousness crossing his face. This kid seemed to possess some skill, but no matter how strong an Earth Martial Realm person was, he couldn't intimidate him. Blood Slaughter Palm. Xuechuan shouted, and countless blood slaughter energies began to gather in his palm. With a forceful push, a giant palm infused with intense energy smashed towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng's lips curved into a slight smirk, showing 3 parts disdain and 7 parts mockery. He did not use any martial technique, directly unleashing a palm containing violent power. Within that palm, he infused a trace of terrifying primal energy. Boom. The 2 palm forces collided, and Xuechuan's blood slaughter palm was directly shattered by Ye Feng's palm. Oh! The violent palm force struck Xuechuan, sending his body flying and crashing against a stone pillar inside the palace. Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 from the Blood Cloud Nation widened their eyes, their inner shock unable to calm for a long time. Black Chinbin's expression changed drastically. How could an Earth Martial Realm person defeat someone from the Tianwu realm with a single palm? A waste who can't even withstand a single palm, and yet has the nerve to bark here. Ye Feng stood with one hand behind his back, his clothes billowing without wind. That piercing voice brought immense humiliation to Xuechuan, who lay on the ground. Yet now he dared not make a sound, fully aware of the severity of his internal injuries. What's wrong? Does your Blood Cloud Nation not have a single decent waist? Why don't you send someone out to take his place? Ye Feng provocatively pointed at the 7th level Tianwu realm person from the Blood Cloud Nation. The 7th level Tianwu realm person from the Blood Cloud Nation was named Xue Yuan, the current prince of the Blood Cloud Nation. Yet facing Ye Feng's provocation, he lacked the courage to step forward. Because Xuechuan ranked 3rd in their group, even he was not confident he could defeat the other party with a single hit. If he stepped out to fight and was defeated by Ye Feng, it would be a huge embarrassment for the Blood Cloud Nation. If it really doesn't work, you four can go together. Ye Feng, seeing their indifference, once again let out his arrogant, "You One of the prodigies from the Blood Cloud Nation couldn't hold back any longer. He was about to speak when Shui Yuan stopped him. Waste, you don't even dare to fight. I think your 5 spots would be better given to our holy martial nation. At least they have more guts than you. Ye Feng sneered disdainfully, his smile full of sarcasm. All right, your strength is not bad. Black Chinbin stepped out to ease the atmosphere and also acknowledged Ye Feng's strength. Ye Feng noticed that the people from the Tiangang Empire had started to speak, and he no longer engaged with the group from the Blood Cloud Nation, instead bringing the Holy Light Butterfly and Su Changxi into the ranks. However, as he passed by Jian Qishang and Qi Tianqing, a distinct cold glint flashed in their eyes, especially Qi Tianqing, whose gaze seemed to devour Ye Feng whole. The first news he heard after breaking through seclusion was the rumor that the Holy Martial Emperor intended to marry the Holy Light Butterfly to Ye Feng. He had to avenge this theft of his beloved. Noticing Qi Tianqing's gaze, Ye Feng slightly curled the corner of his mouth, then suddenly turned around and embraced the delicate figure of the Holy Light Butterfly. Butterfly, how did you feel last night? Ye Feng's voice was unreserved, clearly intended for Qi Tianqing to hear. The Holy Light Butterfly trembled, slightly startled by Ye Feng's sudden action, as she merely struggled a bit before allowing him to hold her. It was evident that she had grown accustomed to Ye Feng's dominance over these days. Ye Feng. Qi Tianqing's face turned ashen, his eyes swirling with terrifying ferocity. This guy was truly intolerable. Ye Feng, holding the Holy Light Butterfly, suddenly turned, his dark eyes locking onto Qi Tianqing. The arm you lost that day, I will personally sever it for you in the future. His calm voice contained immense confidence. All right, I'm waiting for you, Qi Tianqing replied coldly. During these days of seclusion, he not only broke through his cultivation, but also comprehended the rudiments of martial will. Though it was only the rudiments of will, it was enough to crush most martial artists of the Qian domain. After all, youths who could comprehend true martial will before the royal martial realm were true prodigies. Saint Lord Lin observed the two combatants and had already formed a faint decision within. After the martial gathering in the Qian domain, it seemed the Qi royal mansion would truly have to give up. Since everyone is here, let's set off, He Chinbin said, not wishing to linger any longer. After greeting Saint Lord Lin, he prepared to leave. Messenger He, their safety will be entrusted to you, Saint Lord Lin requested. You can rest assured this is. As He Chinbin spoke, a spirit boat descended from the sky. At his signal, Ye Feng and the others stepped onto the boat one by one. The Qian domain was vast and boundless. Even the 36 neighboring nations were quite distant. Only by using this spirit boat could they reach the Tiangang Empire in the shortest time possible. Set sail, He Chinbin commanded, and the spirit boat surged into the sky, erupting with astonishing speed. On the spirit boat, Ye Feng listened to the howling wind, gazing back at the holy martial imperial city, gradually disappearing from view. This time, going to the Qian domain, he did not bring the elder Tianhuang, instead instructing him to help protect Huqianer. Before he left, Song Yuding sensed that she was nearing a breakthrough at the 3rd level of the royal martial realm, believing she would succeed in a few days. They had agreed to secretly meet at the martial gathering after her breakthrough to ensure his safety. Looking at the vast sky, Ye Feng began to anticipate this martial gathering in the Qian domain. He had previously learned from Song Yuding about the 4 top-tier empires: the Tiangang Empire, the Divine Dragon Empire, the Golden Elephant Empire, and the Wind Thunder Empire. The leaders of these 4 empires might pose the greatest threat to him during the martial gathering in the Qian. After a full 5 days of traveling at the spirit boat's top speed, Ye Feng and his group arrived at the Tiangang Empire. This is the Tiangang Empire. Today, I, the Emperor of the Tiangang, will host a banquet in the palace, inviting the young talents of various nations. There you will also learn some information about the martial gathering in the Qian domain. Here is the invitation to the banquet. You can use this to enter the palace. Of course, if you're not interested, you can proceed to the accommodations we've arranged for you to rest. Tomorrow you will all head to the Four Seas Island, which is the site of this martial gathering. After He Chinbin finished speaking, Ye Feng took the invitation and turned his gaze to Su Changxi and the Holy Light Butterfly. Sierra Dyer, do you two plan to attend? If you go, we'll go too, Su Changxi replied, her lips slightly parted, her ethereal figure quietly standing behind Ye Feng. The Holy Light Butterfly said nothing, but for the first time she took the initiative to grasp Ye Feng's hand, expressing her stance. All right, then let's go together. Ye Feng thought for a moment. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well go and see what the martial gathering in the Qian domain was all about. After Ye Feng and his group of 3 left, Jian Qishang and Qi Tianqing exchanged glances and also headed towards the Tiangang Imperial Palace. They too wanted to witness the prowess of the young talents from the Tiangang Empire and other nations. Before long, the three of them arrived at the magnificent and imposing entrance of the Tiangang Imperial Palace. After presenting their invitations, they were smoothly led into a grand hall within the palace. As Ye Feng and the others entered the hall, they found that many people were already seated discussing the young talents from various nations. The appearance of Ye Feng's trio immediately attracted a lot of attention. The reason was simple: both Su Changxi and the Holy Light Butterfly were extraordinarily striking in appearance, figure, and temperament, making it hard not to draw attention. Ye Feng also noticed the gazes directed at them. He nonchalantly led the two women to an unoccupied table and began to indulge in the delicacies without concern. Which nation are these three from? Those two girls are truly stunning, one in a white dress like a celestial being, ethereal and graceful, the other with dazzling golden hair, pure and transcendent, like a butterfly in the wind. Indeed, each one of them is a breathtaking beauty. If only I could spend a night with them, what a treat that would be. What are you daydreaming about, kid? Didn't you see that both girls are with a man? That guy doesn't seem easy to deal with. As the crowd murmured, the voices reached Ye Feng's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. At that moment, a slender young man with flowing black hair and sharp eyes approached their table. Look, it's Lang Xianzhou from the Wolf Kingdom. It's said that this guy is extremely lecherous, and now that he sees these two stunning beauties, he probably can't help himself. If that kid doesn't have any background or strength, he's in for a rough time. The Wolf Kingdom is a middle-tier nation, and Lang Xianzhou has reached the 8th level of the Tianwu realm, with his father being a peak expert at the 3rd level of the Royal Martial realm, renowned throughout the Wolf Kingdom. As the crowd discussed, Lang Xianzhou had already approached Ye Feng's table, smiling as he looked at Su Changxi and the Holy Light Butterfly. He never expected that during this martial gathering in the Qian domain, he would encounter two enchanting beauties who made his heart race and almost drive him mad. This reignited the burning blood within him that had been dormant for months, and he vowed to possess both of them. As for Ye Feng, he was completely ignored by him. He recognized the young powerhouses from the 4 great empires, as well as some renowned young talents from the surrounding nations. And Ye Feng was clearly not among them. Ladies, I am Lang Xianzhou from the Tianlang Kingdom. May I inquire your esteemed names? Lang Xianzhou asked politely. Sorry, it's inconvenient to tell you, Su Changxi replied coldly, immediately refusing him. Lang Xianzhou's expression darkened slightly at her words, but he quickly regained his composure. The more they rejected him, the stronger his desire to conquer became. He actually liked this cold demeanor. Perhaps it would create a striking contrast during battle. Which country do you ladies come from? I mean no harm. I merely wish to make your acquaintance. Lang Xianzhou's tone was gentle, like that of a refined young aristocrat. Sorry, it's also inconvenient to tell you, Xinguang Dai said with a dispassionate gaze, similarly refusing. She had overheard some discussions earlier. Lang Xianzhou was extremely lecherous, and she felt quite repulsed by such people. Of course, while Ye Feng also had some lecherous tendencies, for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to feel repulsed by him. Lang Xianzhou's face showed signs of embarrassment after being rejected again. How could these two women be so disrespectful, refusing even to disclose which country they were from? What are you still doing here? Don't block my view. Can't you see they don't wish to engage with you? Ye Feng said plainly as he dismissed him. To flirt with his women right in front of him, did they truly regard him as heir? Kid, this is none of your business. Shut your mouth. Lang Xianzhou's gaze darkened. He was already slightly displeased, and this kid dared to provoke him. They are all my women. Whether it's related to you or not, are you blind or just foolish? Ye Feng let out a cold laugh, his tone suddenly turning hard. Who do you think you are? Lang Xianzhou felt a surge of anger at the insult. Moreover, the fact that these two women were actually this kid's was simply flowers adorning cow dung. I am the one standing on your ancestral grave. Get lost. Ye Feng's face showed impatience and his voice turned ice cold. The onlookers watching the argument between the two revealed expressions of surprise and envy. Anyone attending the Qinyu Martial Arts Conference must possess great strength and be outstanding in their respective countries. Yet these two exceptional beauties willingly follow the same man. At this moment, the conflict between this man and Lang Xianzhou caught their attention, and they displayed expressions of amusement. Lang Xianzhou, beat him up. Let him see your power. Exactly, Lang Xianzhou, why have you become so cowardly? They are cursing your ancestors. The crowd enjoying the spectacle jeered. A glimmer of murderous intent appeared in Lang Xianzhou's eyes, but he did not act in public. This was a banquet hosted by the emperor of the Tiangang Empire. Causing trouble here would certainly lead to dire consequences. I will remember your face. At the Qinyu Martial Arts Conference you will wait for me, and I will make you wish you were dead. Lang Xianzhou said, a cruel smile forming at the corners of his mouth. After you die, we will take good care of your women. You fool, I will send you to meet your ancestors. Ye Feng's expression remained calm with a surge of murderous intent in his dark eyes. He wasn't looking for trouble, but he also wasn't afraid of it. This person had targeted his women and threatened him face-to-face. Given the chance, he would definitely kill the other. He'll be waiting. Lang Xian Zhou snorted lightly, a look of disdain on his face. Then he turned to leave. Just as he turned, his gaze suddenly fell upon two individuals who had just entered the Great Hall. Jian Qishang. Lang Xian Zhou's face darkened as he looked at the young man carrying a long sword on his back. He naturally recognized him as the heir of the Ghost Sword from the Shengwu Kingdom. Years ago, when the Ghost Sword Sect Master challenged nearby kingdoms with Jian Qishang, he had been defeated by Jian Qishang. This was something he, who was usually proud, found difficult to accept, especially since the other was merely from a lower-grade kingdom. Jian Qishang, upon hearing someone call his name, merely cast a faint glance and then looked away. He seemed to have a vague impression of this person, but couldn't remember clearly. After all, he had defeated far too many. Jian Qishang, this time, I will definitely defeat you. Lang Xianzhou's anger surged again at Jian Qishang's dismissive attitude. Just a defeated foe. Jian Qishang replied indifferently, taking a seat at an empty table while Qi Tiansheng sat down beside him. Many people's gazes turned toward Jian Qishang at this moment. They had heard of the heir of the Ghost Sword from the Shengwu Kingdom. Every time the Qianyu Grand Competition occurred, the Ghost Sword heir achieved impressive results, and there was even a time he placed in the top 10. Although that was merely 10th place, to secure such a position among so many prodigies was enough to demonstrate his extraordinary talent. As time passed, more and more prodigies arrived at the Tiangang Empire for the banquet. Ye Feng, while enjoying the delicious food, listened to the discussions around him and learned about some renowned geniuses from the Tiangang Empire and other countries. Look quickly, Yunjing Tian has arrived. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward the palace entrance. A young man with a resolute face, tall stature, and a large sword on his back walked slowly towards them. His steps were steady, and a sharp blade aura surrounded him, making everyone who looked at him feel a slight sting. Ye Feng looked at Yunjing Tian with a serious expression. He had learned from others that this Yunjing Tian was undoubtedly the strongest individual in the Tiangang Empire. The only person at the 9th level of the Tianwu realm who comprehended the will of the sword Invincible with his heavenly sword. No one among the younger generation could withstand even 3 of his strikes. The moment Yunjing Tian appeared, Jian Qishang's sword-like brows fixated on him with a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Since ancient times, swords and blades have never coexisted. He excelled in swordsmanship and his sword techniques were superb. Meanwhile, Yunjing Tian's blade techniques were domineering, having comprehended the will of the sword. He firmly believed that he and Yunjing Tian would one day clash. Yunjing Tian seemed to sense Jian Qishang's gaze, slightly shifting his sight to rest on the 7 injuries sword on his back. The heir of the Ghost Sword, huh? Your strength is quite impressive. A faint compliment escaped Yunjing Tian's lips as he took a seat at a table. Upon hearing this, some people looked at Jian Qishang in astonishment. Apart from Yunjing Tian, the Tiangang Empire had 3 other young men at the 8th level of the Tianwu realm, collectively known as the Tiangang 3 Heroes. However, the Tiangang 3 Heroes had never received such praise from Yunjing Tian. This compliment, however, sounded somewhat harsh in Jian Qishang's ears. Under the gaze of the crowd, 2 men and 1 woman slowly walked into the palace. The 2 men, named Tang Bin and Zhou Hao, were both remarkable figures with exceptional demeanor. The woman was named Lu Jiao, with a curvaceous figure and excellent looks, though she fell slightly short compared to the breathtaking beauty of Su Changxi and Xinguang Dai. Ye Feng looked at the 3 entrants and couldn't help but admire the Tiangang Empire, which truly deserved its reputation as a top-tier empire. Whether among the younger generation or the older powerful figures, they were all superior to those of the Shengwu Kingdom. Moreover, these top-tier empires had more slots for the Qinyu Martial Conference. The top-tier empires could have 10 slots, while the mid-tier nations had 8, and the low-tier Shengwu Kingdom had only 5. Ye Feng scanned the surroundings and discovered that all the seats at the banquet were already filled, indicating that the talents of the Tiangang Empire and its affiliated nations had all gathered. The Emperor of Tiangang has arrived. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from outside the palace. Accompanied by the voice, a tall and imposing middle-aged man walked toward the main seat and slowly sat down. This man was the Emperor of Tiangang, a 5th-level powerhouse in the royal martial realm, standing at the pinnacle of the Qinyu region. Welcome, esteemed talents, to my Tiangang Empire. I hope you all can showcase your prowess at the Qinyu Martial Conference. The Emperor of Tiangang began with a wave of encouragement. I believe you are all curious about the rules of the first round of the Qinyu Martial Conference. Let me inform you in advance. In the first round of the Qinyu Martial Conference, you will enter a mysterious realm on the Seahai Island, where various earthly and heavenly beasts reside. Those who collect the most beast cores will advance to the second round. Of course, within that realm, there are not only beasts, but also various opportunities. Each time the Qinyu Martial Conference occurs, some talents obtain significant fortunes. As the Emperor of Tiangang spoke, he paused for a moment, then continued. The most precious item within the mysterious realm is the life spring. If anyone can bring this item out and present it to me, they will earn a favor from me. The Emperor of Tiangang revealed his ultimate goal. The mysterious realm opened once every 10 years and was only accessible to those below the royal martial realm, which is why the 36 nations near the Qinyu region established the Qinyu Martial Conference every 10 years. This allowed the talents of various nations to hone their skills and gain opportunities while also seeking the life spring. He spent resources to gather talents from various nations to converge in the Tiangang Empire, hosting this banquet and expending so much manpower and resources just to obtain the life spring. The mention of the life spring made some talents in attendance gasp for breath. As the name suggests, it is a spring that can extend one's lifespan and enhance one's power. Even for a royal martial realm powerhouse, it holds tremendous allure. Ye Feng was secretly astonished upon hearing this. There was such a treasure within the mysterious realm that even a 5th-level royal martial realm expert would trade a favor for it. Generally, anyone who obtains such a thing would use it for themselves, but one couldn't rule out the possibility that some might hand it over to the Emperor of Tiangang for certain purposes. The Emperor of Tiangang took note of the crowd's reactions, then chuckled. All right, the formalities are done. Now everyone can enjoy the banquet to their heart's content. Of course, if any talents wish to spar, I would be delighted to watch. As soon as the words fell, Lang Xuanzis' eyes lit up, and he stood up first. You come out. This young master wants to battle you. Lang Xuanzis' gaze locked onto Ye Feng, and a cruel smile faintly appeared on his lips. He was determined to seize this excellent opportunity to humiliate the person who insulted him. The onlookers displayed expressions of amusement. They had heard all about the conflict between the two. Now they were keen to see what kind of power this young man who had captured the hearts of 2 stunning women possessed. Beside them, Qi Tianxing wore a mocking expression, eagerly hoping Ye Feng would offend more people. You want to challenge me? Ye Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as he was about to rise to face the challenge when he heard Su Changxi's voice beside him. Junior brother, let me fight him. Ye Feng turned his gaze, surprised at her request. Junior brother, trust me. I don't want to always be protected by you. I can handle some things myself. Su Changxi's gentle yet determined voice resonated. Ye Feng stared blankly at the unwavering gaze of the beautiful woman before him, feeling a slight stir in his heart, and slowly nodded. Seeing Ye Feng agree, Su Changxi smiled charmingly, causing countless young men in the hall to lose their composure. You want to challenge my man? You are not qualified enough. Su Changxi stepped forward to battle, her skirt flowing elegantly as she appeared at the center of the palace. Lang Xuanzis' expression darkened, but then returned to normal. Very well, let him publicly tease this beauty. Beauty, rest assured, I will be gentle and won't hurt you. As Lang Xianzhou spoke, he also reached the center of the palace, ready for battle. Su Changxi held an ice-blue longsword, then fiercely thrust it toward Lang Xianzhou. As the sword was thrust forward, countless icy glimmers surged along the blade, and a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Lang Xianzhou maintained a calm demeanor. The aura emitted by this beauty was only at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm, and it was evidently a delusion to think she could threaten him. However, as the sword light approached Lang Xuanzis' expression suddenly changed. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the sword light. No longer underestimating her, he unleashed his full power, and a jet-black heavenly wolf surged forth from his palm to meet the icy sword light. Boom! The sword light shattered, and the heavenly wolf dissipated. Neither side gained the upper hand in their exchange. The crowd looked on in surprise. This woman seemed to possess some strength. I seal the world. Su Changxi moved gracefully like a startled swan, her swordplay both elegant and fierce. Each stroke of her sword released a terrifying icy power, and an unending offensive engulfed Lang Xianzhou. Heavenly Wolf Claw. Lang Xuanzis' eyes flashed with ferocity as he formed a claw with one hand, tearing through the air with an incredibly sharp claw of the Heavenly Wolf. Boom, boom, boom. The Heavenly Wolf claws tore through countless icy shards, yet the icy force continued to multiply, seemingly endless. After several exchanges, the crowd shifted from amazement to shock. A 7th-level Tianwu realm woman managed to suppress Lang Xuanzhou, who was at the 8th level. At this moment, even Ye Feng was somewhat astonished. He had once sparred with Su Changxi when he was at the 6th level of the Diwu realm. Now he realized that this girl had been holding back then. Heavenly Wolf Triple Claw. Lang Xianzhou was utterly enraged. Being suppressed by a 7th level Tian Wu realm woman in front of a crowd was an absolute humiliation. As the terrifying Heavenly Wolf Claw tore through the space and lunged towards Su Changxi, his pupils constricted slightly. What did he see? This is the power of the ice well.